Taoist practicing Tai Chi accidentally steps into a black hole and ends up in a world with a statue of Ultraman. In a small Taoist temple in Province Z, 24-year-old Yang Guang had just finished practicing Tai Chi. This set, taught by his master, was not just for show, every move was practical. With astonishing speed. Your skills are ready, it's time to go down a mountain, the old Taoist said. Why go down the mountain? Yang Guang asked, looking confused. Find your own answers in life. Yang Guang packed his things, humming spin and jump with my eyes closed, and joyfully hopped down the mountain. Who would have thought a black hole suddenly appeared beneath his feet? He fell in, his mind filled with question marks before losing consciousness. I've walked this path countless times. Where did this hole come from? Meanwhile, near the nebula M78, the little golden figure Tartaros gazed greedily at the land of light before vanishing in a flash. Not far away, on a small asteroid, a silver giant crashed down. It was Belial, who had just escaped with a burned arm after encountering a plasma spark. The little golden figure appeared before him, showing him visions of his future failures, and using his immense power as bait, successfully recruited Belial under his command. These two were messing with time and space, disrupting the cosmic order, like throwing stones into a lake, creating ripples that opened new time-space channels. And Yang Guang just happened to fall into this unexpectedly open channel. When he slowly woke up, he found himself in a cave, facing two giant statues. One was Ultraman, and the other was a monster. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt. Wasn't that the statue of the evil Dinah? And that monster seemed to be called Ged, his pet. Looking at the statues, Yang Guang felt an inexplicable connection, as if something was destined to happen. He slowly approached, unconsciously reaching out to touch the statue. What would happen when Yang Guang's hand touched the statue? Was the heat flowing within him related to the Ultraman statue? Could he find the answers to his life in this world after falling into the black hole? Yang Guang walked closer to the statue, unconsciously extending his hand to touch it. In the next moment, the statue suddenly emitted a faint glow as the sleeping giant about to be awakened. When his hand made contact with the statue, the heat within Yang Guang flowed down his arm into the statue. A flash of light occurred, and he felt as if he was being sucked in. When he opened his eyes again, his whole body was glowing, had transformed into a giant. As the light faded, a red, silver, and gold giant appeared. The silver parts turned red, the black lines became silver, the wrist and ankle guards, along with the chest armor, turned pure gold, and he had abs like 7X. His eyes were beautiful phoenix-like, much more pleasing than the big bulb eyes of other Ultramen, radiating righteousness and immense power. Yang Guang clenched his fist, feeling the surging power, and then transformed back into a human. Now his physical condition was stronger and had a whole bunch of Ultraman superpowers, along with a godlight stick in hand. Transforming into Ultraman after going down the mountain? What luck! Yang Guang left the cave, filled with 3 parts confusion, 3 parts excitement, 3 parts doubt, and 91 parts longing. Now the biggest problem was no identity, no local currency. Did I got it? Yang Guang had a brainwave and headed to an arcade in Sakura country. He saw a big guy struggling to clear a pinball game, playing for a long time without success. You're having bad luck today, Yang Guang remarked. The big guy turned to retort, but upon seeing Yang Guang's height towering over him and his muscular build, he immediately changed his tone. If you're so good, why don't you try? Yang Guang picked up a pinball from the ground and tossed it in. It seemed to have a mind of its own as it cleared level after level, easily finishing the game. Wow, that's amazing? The big guy was stunned. For Yang Guang, it was just using Ultraman's telekinesis to control the pinball. Even monsters could be stopped. So what was a mere pinball? By the time he exited the arcade, he had already earned tens of thousands of Sakura coins. Helping everyone defeat monsters while earning a little living expense isn't too much to ask, right? If every arcade wins a little less, they could promote their business too. Yang Guang found the perfect excuse for himself. During dinner that night, he inquired and discovered that this world had never seen Ultraman or monsters before. Thus, he decided to rush to the land of Dinah in Akita City, stopping by the arcade along the way to wool Politz our duty to pull wool from capitalism. A few days later on a Mongolian plains, Gorzum crawled out from underground, just in time to be spotted by Team Victory's Lena and Daiku. Daiku, what is that? Lena was astonished. So scary. Daiku was so frightened he couldn't speak. Gorzum came out to catch some air and then dug back underground to the TPC headquarters. Team Victory was gathered around a meteorite discussing it. Dr. Kanamura used a laser cutter to slice open the meteorite, revealing a projection of a figure right was Uriai. Earth is about to undergo a great change. Gorzum and Melba are about to be resurrected. Uria's voice echoed. The monster from Mongolia is Gorzum. Daiku exclaimed excitedly. The only one who can protect Earth is the giant in the pyramid. He was once the guardian of Earth. The only way to awaken the giant is one Urius word suddenly became vague. Team Victory was left confused. How exactly could they awaken the giant? What would happen when Yang Guang arrived at the land of Dyna? Would he meet Daiku, who transformed into Dyna? If Gorzum and Melba resurrected, would he take action? The only one who can protect the Earth from the disaster of mutation is the giant within the pyramid. That giant was once the guardian of Earth. He hid his battle-ready body in the pyramid and returned to his homeland in the form of light, that MY descendants. Your current task is to awaken the giant and defeat Gorzum and Melba. And the only way to awaken the giant is to the shadow, continued. What exactly was this method to awaken the giant? Why did Urius words suddenly cut off? Dr. Kanamura identified that meteorite as a product from 30 million years ago. Everyone was left stunned. Something from 30 million years ago? That's too outrageous. Suddenly, the screen alarmed. Monsters have appeared on Istanbul Island, transmitting images. A winged monster walked out from the mountains. It's Melba, the Melba that tears the sky apart. Daiku shouted excitedly. Yuri was right. Gorzum is here. Melba is here. Just missing the giant in the pyramid. Where's the giant? Mikazuki asked. Nozomi quickly operated and locked onto the general location of the pyramid in northeast Japan. Deputy Captain Munakata led everyone to board the Victory Falcon and set off, while Yang Guang happened to be near Akita City, searching the mountains for the pyramid. Been looking for a while, but haven't seen a shadow, he muttered to himself atop a mountain in the distance. 2 Victory Falcons flew in, and Yang Guang's eyes lit up. Team Victory is here. The story is about to start. No need to search anymore. Just wait for Dyna to resurrect. The Victory Falcon landed, and the team members split up to search, passing through a large rock, finally spotting the pyramid in the distance. Daiku was the first to run in, and everyone followed closely behind, where 3 towering giant stone statues stood prominently. Daiku touched the statue, feeling an inexplicable connection. This moment, Gorzum was destroying the city, and the emergency news broadcast on the screen reported. A 50-meter giant monster has appeared northeast of Akita City, moving in a certain direction. The TPC headquarters analyzed that the monster's target was the land of Tiga. The people inside the pyramid received the message and prepared to evacuate. Daegu was anxious. What about the giant? How do we revive him? The headquarters hasn't fixed the interference yet, Deputy Captain Munakata said. Daegu looked at the statue, feeling both urgent and powerless, shouting as he ran out of the pyramid, and everyone hurriedly followed him. Yes, as soon as everyone boarded the plane, Gorzum arrived, firing a beam at the pyramid, which instantly melted away, revealing the statue inside. Yang Guang stood on the mountain, watching the real monster for the first time, feeling a bit scared. It looks quite cute on TV, but it's terrifying in reality. Just as he was about to raise the godlight stick, Melba also arrived. He silently put down the godlight stick. It's not that I can't fight, I'm just afraid of ruining the plot. What if it affects Daga's transformation? It'll help once Tiga comes out. Gorzum and Melba quickly destroyed 2 statues and knocked Tiga's statue down. Stop. Daegu piloted the flying swallow towards them, launching a signal flare? That's right, at this time, the flying swallow was unarmed and could only fire signal flares. Melba shot a beam at the plane, causing the parachute control stick to malfunction. Just as it seemed they would crash, Daegu transformed into a beam of light and flew into the Tiga statue. Boom! The flying swallow exploded, and the team members thought Daegu had sacrificed himself, filled with grief. Gorzum lifted his foot to crush the last statue, and suddenly, the statue moved. Tiga shed his stony shell, pushed Gorzum away, stood up, and assumed a battle stance. The giant has revived. The team members were both surprised and delighted, but how did he come back to life? On the mountaintop, Yang Guang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, although I've seen the plot, my heart was in my throat just now. Can Tiga defeat Gorzum and Melba? Will Yang Guang step in to help? When will Daga's secret of transforming into Tiga be discovered? Gorzum didn't care about any of that and walked straight towards the last giant statue, intent on destruction. With one big stomp, why does it feel a bit different? Tiga shed his statue form, transformed back into his original appearance, and forcefully pushed Gorzum's foot away, toppling him to the ground. Next, how fierce would the battle between Tiga and the 2 monsters be? Tiga faced 2 foes, showcasing the prowess of an ancient warrior from 30 million years ago. A combo attack left Gorzum dazed, unable to muster the strength to counter. Melba attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Tiga seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, turning around and kicking Melba down. Wasn't that incredibly cool? Gorzum tried to secretly charge up and unleash a beam, but Tiga interrupted him mid-cast. The two beasts conspired together. Malba knocked Tiga over, and Gorzin seized the opportunity to unleash a wave of light, forcing Tiga to dodge awkwardly. Just after finishing up with Malba, Gorzin hit Tiga with a wave of light from behind, sending Tiga crashing to the ground. Wow, these two beasts are quite coordinated. Yang Guang saw Tiga in a disadvantageous position and pulled out the godlight stick to transform. How dare you attack my righteous friends? I will not forgive you. The people inside the flying swallow were dumbfounded. A second giant? This new giant was taller and more muscular than Tiga, instantly relieving everyone's tension. But questions arose. Aren't the other statues destroyed? Where did this one come from? Tiga, I am Get Ultraman. Let's take them down together. Malba is yours. Gorzin is mine. Yang Guang shouted. Tiga nodded, crossed his arms over his forehead, and with a flash of purple light, switched to aerial form. Kassa, he shouted as he chased Malba into the sky. Get beckoned Gorzin with a hand gesture, clearly indicating, come at me. Gorzin was enraged and charged forward recklessly. Get performed a flip to dodge, then circled behind to fire an energy blast, staggering Gorzin back a few steps, followed by a flying kick that sent Gorzin flying 100 meters, crashing hard to the ground. Not only did that kick hurt, but it was also highly humiliating. Gorzin howled in anger, launching a light wave, but Ged simply raised an energy shield to absorb it. Seeing the wave was ineffective, Gorzin charged again, and Ged didn't hesitate, meeting him with a close-range 8 extremes fist strike. Bang! The shockwave spread out, sending Gorzin flying back, crashing hard to the ground. Don't ask how someone who practices Tai Chi can use 8 extremes fist masters can blend techniques. Gorzin completely lost his nerve, lying on the ground and starting to dig a hole to escape. But Ged wouldn't allow him to run. In the original plot, this monster escaped and evolved into Flame Gorzin, causing even more trouble. He rushed up, grabbed Gorzin by the tail, yanked it out, and swung it around 3 times before hurling it away. Bang! Bang! Gorzin crashed to the ground, howling in pain, and Ged took the opportunity to charge up a light beam, crossing his arms over his chest, pulling them apart, and finally posing. Like a student raising their hand to answer a question. Bayu, Ged's beam hit, and Gorzin exploded on the spot, leaving no trace. On the other side, Tiga also knocked Malba down, switching to composite form, and unleashed a Zai Paley AO light beam that shattered Malba into pieces. Everyone watching the battlefield was completely stunned. This speed, this power, it's like a small earthquake. Humans are utterly insignificant in front of this. It's not an exaggeration in reality. Ultraman punching creates sonic booms, and the fight scenes are even more thrilling than martial arts novels. Just as the two monsters were defeated, Captain Jiken received orders. Victory team, move out. There's a situation on Jiuliang Island. Lena and Deputy Captain Munikata piloted the Flying Swallow No. 1 towards Jiuliang Island, where Gakuma was spraying light everywhere, turning everything in the quarry to stone. Will Ged and Tiga go to Jiuliang Island to help? How powerful is Gakuma's petrifying light? Can the Victory team handle this situation? Meanwhile, Gakuma was spraying light everywhere, turning various things in the quarry into stone. In the next moment, would it turn the Flying Swallow No. 1 into stone as well? The Flying Swallow No. 1 flew over the quarry, just passing over Gakuma's head, when it was pursued by a beam of light, but fortunately, the pilot skills were top-notch, and they dodged it all. The Victory team wasn't just about dodging the Flying Swallow, directly fired back with lasers, accurately hitting Gakuma. Gakuma cried out in pain. Just as they were about to press the attack, Gakuma suddenly stood upright and hit the plane. The Flying Swallow swayed and fell toward the ground, but fortunately, it didn't crash completely. Beep beep beep, the alarm in the cockpit blared, and both Munikata and Lena were stunned. Munikata woke up first and quickly urged Lena, run. As soon as they exited the plane, Gakuma chased after them, spraying light, but fortunately, they weren't hit due to their small size. Just when they were about to be caught, a beam of laser suddenly shot towards Gakuma, forcing it back. It's the No. 2 machine. The super strong mode is ready. Kirai shouted excitedly. Let it taste the power of the super strong light. Received. The super strong beam struck home, and Gakuma was directly blown to pieces. At this moment, Yang Guang arrived at Jiuliang Island and looked at the wreckage on the ground. I'm a step late. Why did he come? Because he knew there were 2 Gakuma here, which retaliated due to human environmental destruction. Yang Guang thought, Gakuma can turn things into stone and feed on stones. If they handle human waste, wouldn't that be a win-win? It solves pollution and provides food for them. While everyone was celebrating, suddenly the ground shook. Is it an earthquake? Is it a landslide? A Gakuma with 2 antennae appeared next to Fian No. 2, and the supervisor suddenly realized. So there's not just one. This Gakuma was furious. Its companion was killed, and it wanted to turn all humans into stone to eat them. Everyone scattered in panic, and Daegu ran behind a tent, took out the godlight stick, and transformed Digga made his appearance. It's Digga. Lena was overly excited. We're saved. Digga rushed in with a flurry of punches and kicks, knocking the Gakuma to the ground and then pummeling it. But this Gakuma had tough skin and quickly turned the tables, flipping Digga over and clawing at him fiercely. Digga couldn't dodge in time, getting hit in the leg and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The Gakuma seized the opportunity to spray a petrifying light, and Digga's body began to harden. This is bad. The members of the victory team were in a panic. The timer on Digga's chest started flashing red, beeping anxiously. In a critical moment, Digga suddenly switched to a powerful form, instantly freeing himself from petrification. Everyone finally relaxed. Digga charged in, wildly beating the Gakuma, causing sparks to fly, and the Gakuma screamed in agony. Just when the Gakuma seemed on the verge of defeat, Yangguang transformed into Jeed and rushed out, blocking Digga. Why is Jeed stopping Digga? Not only was everyone confused, but Digga also had a puzzled expression. Aren't we teammates? What does it mean to stop me from fighting the monster? Jeed explained to Digga. The Gakuma originally lived here. It was human overexploitation that destroyed their home, causing them to attack, that we don't necessarily have to kill it, we can send it to an uninhabited island where humans will give it garbage to turn into stone. It's a win-win. Upon hearing this, Digga agreed immediately, saying it made sense. You go talk to the humans, it'll persuade the Gakuma, Jeed said. Digga approached the humans to communicate, while Jeed went to the Gakuma. They'll take you to an uninhabited island. Humans will provide you garbage as food, how about we coexist peacefully? Although the Gakuma was a monster, wasn't stupid, IT knew it couldn't win and could have a stable life, so it nodded in agreement, truly a sage who knows the times, even with a hint of Colonel's accent. Jeed picked up the Gakuma and flew towards the distant uninhabited island. Would humans really be willing to give garbage to the Gakuma? Could this Gakuma stay peacefully on the island? Could the next monster also be resolved so peacefully? Jeed gently placed the Gakuma on the ground of the uninhabited island and turned to leave, but at that moment, the Gakuma suddenly let out a low growl, its eyes turning fierce. Was it going to go back on its word? Digga explained the situation to the humans, and Supervisor Zowie agreed to the outcome. The entire victory team returned to the TPC headquarters, while Yangguang went back to his rental house and had a sound sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Yangguang went to a second-hand market to buy a motorcycle, prepared some outdoor gear and food, and rode straight to the mountains for training. Why go to the mountains? Because now he was Ultraman, and his physical fitness was too extraordinary. Training in the city would easily expose him, and restraining his power wouldn't be effective. Moreover, he knew there were a host of strong enemies waiting in the future, and his current strength was far from enough. In the open area of the mountains, Yangguang first practiced the combat skills he remembered as Ultraman, followed by Tai Chi. Tai Chi is an internal martial art that emphasizes the changes of yin and yang, with unpredictable moves that can deflect energy and strike first. He had previously practiced it to control the heat flow in his body, but now he realized that heat flow was the energy of Ultraman, which was now incredibly strong. At noon, he made some food for himself, rested for a bit, and continued to practice strength, lifting several 100 kilograms of stones as weights, having a great time. After the weight training, he found a big tree and practiced striking its trunk with both arms at a rhythm, an old method for training arm strength. Afterward, he struck his body with his arms to enhance his resistance to impact and to loosen his shoulder joints, aiming to make his arms as hard as steel while being as flexible as a whip. In the evening, he packed up to go home and stretched lazily. Another energetic day. The next day, he continued to train hard in the mountains, such a good opportunity. Not striving to become stronger would be a waste of life. After merging the fragments of Hero and Achilles, his progress was astonishing. Meanwhile, Captain Zhu Jian was being interviewed by a television station, with footage of Jeed and Digga teaming up to fight monsters playing on screen. The host asked a series of questions about Ultraman, and Captain Zhu Jian answered them one by one. Just as the interview concluded, an unexpected event occurred. The host's appearance became bizarre, suddenly rising into the air, smiling as he said, "Earth is about to be reborn, the sacred flames will burn away all impurities. The Kiri Elode people will rule the earth, and it'll prove it to you right now." After saying that, he fell down with a thud. Everyone at the scene and those watching on television were bewildered. What is going on? Captain Zhu Jian immediately deduced it was remote control or soul possession and quickly notified headquarters to enter a level 1 alert. Professionals really are different. Reacting swiftly. As she just exited the building, a nearby house suddenly exploded. Is this what you call proof? Captain Zhu Jian frowned. Back at headquarters, she dispatched a new vehicle and Kurai to pilot Fian to investigate. My gosh, that's way too powerful. The entire building is gone. Fortunately, it was still under construction, so no one IT doesn't look like a bomb. The two reported the situation back to headquarters. That night, Captain Zhu Jian left the command room and saw a blue figure floating past in the corridor. She chased after it but found nothing. As soon as she entered the break room, someone suddenly spoke from behind her. Don't be so loud, I just want to say a few words. While Captain Zhu Jian engaged in conversation, she secretly pressed the alarm button under the table. The one claiming to be a prophet, the Kyrielo person, was still talking away, completely unaware that the conversation was being transmitted to the command room. Upon hearing this, the team members immediately took action while Captain Zhu Jian continued to stall for time. However, as soon as the other party finished their purpose, they disappeared with a whoosh. Captain Zhu Jian rushed out of the door and asked Daegu and Lina, who were hiding outside. Both said they didn't see anyone come out. Returning to the command room, she ordered an investigation in the K1 area. As Xin Cheng and Kurai were just arriving over the K1 area, an explosion occurred. There seemed to be a lot of people in the building. The damage is too severe. Call for rescue. Everyone in the command room watched this scene on the screen, their hearts clenched. After Captain Zhu Jian arranged the tasks and returned to her room, she noticed a photo that had fallen on the ground, suddenly remembering that the prophet had touched either. Must be fingerprints on it. What is the true purpose of the Kiri Elode people? Can the fingerprints provide any clues? Where will the next explosion occur? Jaman Hui picked up the photo. Her gaze sharp. Could this be the key to exposing the Kiri Elode people? Suddenly, Kamiya K noticed something unusual behind him and turned around to find the Kiri Elode people appearing behind him. In front of the Kiri Elode people, Kamiya K naturally had no ability to resist and was directly pinned against the wall by their telekinesis. Kamiya K raised a question and had a back-and-forth conversation with the prophet, understanding the situation. It turned out that the Kyrielod people had arrived on Earth a long time ago. They were very angry and jealous to see humans acknowledging the existence of Diga and treating Diga as a savior. At this moment, Daegu, who had secretly followed Kamiya K to this place, heard that something was wrong inside and immediately rushed in to attack the Kyrielod people, saving Captain Kamiya K. The prophet didn't care about these two mortals and arrogantly informed Daegu and Kamiya K of the next attack location before leaving. Daegu then reported this matter to the TPC headquarters. Subsequently, Uri analyzed the attack methods of the Kyrielod people, and then Magata began to formulate a combat plan. In the evening, Yang Guang returned home, turned on the TV, and saw the abnormal changes that occurred during the interview, along with reports of explosions in two locations. The explosion in the K1 area caused many casualties. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Yang Guang recalled that it seemed to be the work of the Kyrielod people. Although Yang Guang also liked Ultraman, there were many series, and he hadn't seen all of them. He didn't have time to watch them carefully from start to finish. He had fast-forwarded through many parts. And some plot lines he had forgotten. He only remembered the beginning and ending of Diga, with most of the plot in between not recalled. Seeing the broadcast on TV, Yang Guang was very angry at the Kyrielod people's disregard for life. Such reckless actions, wanting to dominate the world and putting themselves on a high pedestal, claiming to be gods with ambition and strength, must be eradicated. Attention residents of this building, please evacuate immediately, as this building may explode. Daegu activated the alarm system and issued a notification to the residents of the building. The crowd received the notice and rushed out of the building. Hurry, hurry, over here. Daegu was busy helping with the crowd evacuation. I found the target of the Kyrielod people's attack. New city team member, you only have one chance. And the passing time is only 0.3 seconds. All right, watch me. I will definitely stop it, New City confidently said. Meanwhile, Daegu completed the evacuation of the crowd. New City maneuvered the flying swallow to hover over the target area and launched a special electromagnetic wave, successfully neutralizing the Kyrielod people's attack. At this moment, Kamiya K staggered out, and Daegu, seeing that he was not fast enough, immediately transformed into Diga and grabbed Kamiya K, saving him. At this moment, the prophet appeared behind Diga. So you're Ultraman Diga, huh? Do you think you're very powerful? Do you plan to be the protector of this Earth? Before you came to Earth, we Kyrielod people had already arrived. We are the true gods of this Earth, and humanity should be led by us. Your existence is unnecessary. Now, let me show you the power of the Kyrielod people. The prophet kept spewing out cringe-worthy lines, seemingly enjoying it rather than feeling embarrassed. After finishing his words, amidst a burst of fiery light, he transformed into the true form of the Kyrielod people. A giant humanoid figure, glowing at the head and chest. The Kyrielod people, standing 52 meters tall and weighing 42,000 tons, could fly and shoot hellfire projectiles from their hands. Digga and the Kyrielod people squared off, and in an instant, they charged at each other, and the battle began. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued. But soon Digga was kicked away by a backward swing of the Kyrielod people's leg, crashing into a building and reducing it to rubble. The speed and power of the war between giants were so great that human structures appeared as fragile as paper before them. Digga stood up and continued to fight. However, Digga's combat abilities seemed to be no match for the Kyrielod people, and it wasn't long before he was captured by them. The speed of the Kyrielod people was slightly faster than Digga's combined form, and Digga took several hits. No wonder the Kyrielod people were so arrogant. They indeed had some skills. Digga transformed into his aerial form, increasing his speed, and the battle resumed. Digga temporarily gained the upper hand with his speed, but unfortunately, in aerial form, Digga's strength and resistance were weakened, and it wasn't long before he was beaten by the Kyrielod people, causing the gem timer on his chest to emit a red alert sound. The Kyrielod people would not give Digga a chance to catch his breath and immediately unleashed a relentless combo, making it difficult for Digga to stand up. Digga was in danger. At that critical moment, a voice came from above. Kasha, a red light, is rushing towards the Kyrielod people. It was Ultraman Jeed. Have you ever seen a kick from the sky? Jeed roared. Then, with one kick, he struck the Kyrielod people in the chest, creating a shower of sparks. Jeed landed steadily, but his chest was heaving, appearing quite exhausted. Indeed, he was not in the best condition, having trained all day and then rushed here from afar, which took a lot of energy. But thinking of the Kyrielod people's disregard for human life, his anger was uncontrollable. Digga, are you alright? Let's eliminate this heartless Kyrielod people together, Jeed said, turning his head. At this moment, the Kyrielod people climbed up from the ground, muttering, "That kick really hurt, you bastard." Ultraman Jeed, you two are trying to stop us, Kyrielod people, and I will make you pay the price, the Kyrielod people said arrogantly. 1-2? It seemed that the Kyrielod people were at a disadvantage, but in reality, they were not. Digga had already been half-beaten, and the newly arrived one looked formidable. But that last kick had shown he was lacking in strength. That's right, the great Kyrielod people. We'll let humanity see today just how fragile your so-called protector is before us. The Kyrielod people thought, this advantage is mine. In the original plot, Digga transformed back into his combined form, used a freezing technique to freeze the Kyrielod people, and then launched the Zeppelian ray to blow them into pieces. In the editor's view, that was a bit ridiculous. How could they suddenly be hit by the ray out of nowhere? Tsuburaya knows nothing about combat. It's clearly due to insufficient budget and limited time for each episode. Back to the main point, Jeed stepped forward to engage the Kyrielod people. The gate speed is not as fast as that of the Kyrielod, but possesses immense strength. Tai Chi excels at responding to changes with consistency and can deliver short bursts of power, so the speed disadvantage in unarmed combat won't be magnified, unless being kept at a distance by ranged attacks, in which case it can only take hits. However, the Kyrielod is a tough fighter who comes in for close combat right away. Haha, that's just perfect for Gade. I saw the Kyrielod rush right in front of Gade and swipe with its claw. Gade uses left hand to block outward while simultaneously throwing a right punch. The speed seemed slow, but with a combination of blocking and striking, he hit the Kyrielod person in the chest, causing them to stagger back. Unfortunately, after the left hand blocked, Gade transitioned to a grappling move, seizing the Kyrielod person's arm and not allowing them to escape. He wrapped his right hand around the enemy's neck, pulling down, then delivered a knee strike to the Kyrielod person's stomach. Following that, he kicked the Kyrielod person in the chin, sending them flying into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The Kyrielod person got back up and, seeing Gade in front of them, stepped forward without hesitation and threw a punch. Gade continued to block with his left hand while simultaneously charging his right hand at his waist. Then he grabbed the arm of the Kyrielodian with his left hand and pulled, causing the Kyrielodian to lose balance and lean forward. Gade's right fist then struck the Kyrielodian's abdomen. The Kyrielodian was hit like a bent shrimp. Fugil, the pull back with his left hand and the punch with his right hand created balance. For the Kyrielodians, losing balance meant that he pushed his belly forward into Gade's fist, resulting in a critical hit. It may sound like a lot, but this move is essentially the covering hand and elbow punch from Tai Chi. Gade took advantage of the Kyrielord's moment of bending down and slapped the back of the Kyrielord with one hand. Bang! This slap was full of power. It directly slammed the Kyrielord to the ground. You might think that's it, but no. Gade delivered a stomping kick to the fallen Kyrie Lord. Bang! Ugh! The Kyrie Lord let out a tragic scream. Gide grabbed the legs of the Kyrie eyelid person and forcefully threw them out. The Kyrie eyelid person fell heavily to the ground. Gade rushed up to hit him again, but Kyrielod directly fired a hellfire bullet at Gade. Gade couldn't dodge in time and crossed his arms to protect himself, bracing against the Inferno Bomb. Boom! The power was quite impressive. It directly caused Gade to be blown back and stop in place. The Kyrielod people continued to launch Inferno Bombs, so Gade had no choice but to raise an energy shield to defend. He even reflected the Inferno Bomb back at the Kyrielod people, causing it to explode on himself. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The Kyrielod people were hit by their own Inferno Bomb and were thrown to the ground. Gide took the opportunity to step forward and delivered a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving the Kyriello people completely defenseless. Gide delivered another punch to the stomach of the Kyrielod, turning him into a shrimp-like shape. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he wrapped both hands around the Kyrielod's head and pressed it down while raising his right knee, striking the Kyrielod's face, leaving him dizzy and retreating uncontrollably. Did you think it was over? Not yet. Gide followed up with a lunging attack, sending the Kyrielod flying hundreds of meters. This kick is for the victims, Gide declared. At this moment, the Kyrielod was dazed, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Wasn't it supposed to be me, the Kyrielod, who defeated Ultraman and ruled the world? How could this happen? Others watched as Gide mercilessly pummeled the arrogant Kyrielod, cheering loudly. Great! Well done! That's it! Take him down. The Kyrielod struggled to get up, realizing he was no match for Gide in combat. He had never seen such a relentless and dominating series of attacks. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, and now he was filled with fear. When the sky is wild, people face disaster. Kyrielod, your retribution has come today. Gide pointed at the Kyrielod and said. The members of the victory team saw Gide, the Ultraman, walking towards the Kyrielod while gesturing at him, and the Kyrielod timidly retreated step by step. Seeing Gide approach him unguarded, the Kyrielod immediately fired a flame prison bomb. Damn it, die. The Kyrielod unleashed a series of flame prison bombs. There was no choice. He couldn't let Gide get any closer. Gade once again raised an energy shield to block the Inferno shell from the Kyrielodians. Then, he gathered an energy orb in his right hand and hurled it towards the Kyrielodians. Caught off guard, the Kyrielodians were hit by the energy orb. Boom! The Kyrielodians were blown away and fell to the ground. Gide no longer said much, and while the Kyrielord was still getting up, he began to charge his ultimate move. Gide Light. Bayou. It hit the Kyrielord. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Kyrielord was blown into pieces, dead beyond revival. Gade nodded at Digga, who had been watching the play for a long time, and then flew away. Back at home, Yangguang, tired after a day, had a good sleep. On another day, full of energy. I hope everyone reading this book feels the same. Early in the morning, Yangguang stretched lazily, then got up to wash up. After having breakfast, he rode his beloved little motorcycle to the mountains. Continuing his training, he wanted to be a strong man, to be fierce. After months of such discipline, Yangguang's strength steadily increased. On a certain day, a few months later, Yangguang came to the mountains to train, as usual. However, he felt that his strength had not increased significantly in recent days. It seemed that he had nearly tapped out his potential. Unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't grow rapidly anymore. Feeling the current power, he realized it had improved a lot compared to before. Yangguang knew that future strength enhancements would become a long process. To quickly improve his strength, he would have to find special substances that could merge with him or absorb powerful and pure energy. If his current strength were to be represented in data, it would look something like this. Height, 55 meters. Weight, increased from 48,000 tons to tons. Ultraman's height and weight generally do not change after adulthood. But Gade changed after absorbing fragments of the statues of Achilles and Heracles. Grip strength, increased from 70,000 tons to 100,000 tons. Wrist strength, increased from 90,000 tons to 140,000 tons. Flight speed, increased from Mach 5 to Mach 7. Running speed, increased from Mach 1 to Mach 1. 5 jumping power, increased from 600 meters to 900 meters. As for ground speed and water speed, he hadn't practiced, so he didn't know, but he assumed they would be faster than before. Yangguang decided to take a break and go out to relax. During this time, monsters had appeared several times, but Yangguang did not interfere. TPC and Digga handled it. After the Gileolode people, the first to appear was Ligerin, a monster transformed from Jepita number 3, with very high defense. During a routine patrol by Daegu and Shinchung in the Flying Swallow, they discovered an unidentified flying object coming towards Earth and reported it to headquarters. The predicted location was near Kashima Beach, where there were facilities of the Cosmic Development Bureau, established as a high-purity energy reserve base for developing interstellar transport rockets for the next century. The monster arrived at the Cosmic Development Bureau, absorbed a lot of high-purity energy, and then flew away. Neither the Flying Swallow's attacks nor the defense systems of the Cosmic Development Bureau could stop it. Later, TPC learned about the monster's origin. It was originally Jepita number 3, and the 3 astronauts were trapped inside the monster. The monster then went to a power station to absorb electrical energy. Thus, the victory team was dispatched to battle the monster. During the battle, Daegu's plane was hit, and he transformed into Digga to fight Lidrin. However, Digga was once again beaten by the monster while his BGM played. Even in his powerful form, he couldn't defeat Lidrin because the monster's defense was too high. Even Digga's delirium light stream only sparked a little. In the end, TPC's members came up with a plan to transmit photos, videos, and other materials of the 3 astronauts' lives with their families to Jepita number 3, awakening the astronauts' consciousness through familial love. The 3 astronauts then fought for the energy inside the monster, eventually successfully obtaining the energy and transforming into light. The monster fell into chaos and was blown into pieces by Digga's Xi-Paleo light. This time, humanity successfully saved itself. The 3 astronauts transformed into light and flew into space, completing the transformation of life. It was unexpected that humans could unleash such powerful spiritual strength. Perhaps one day, if they gain enough energy, they might become Ultraman too. The second monster to appear was the zombie monster Zilizan, a creature that emitted a foul smell and floated to the shore with the waves. At first, everyone thought the monster was dead, just a corpse, due to the unbearable stench affecting the daily lives of nearby residents under their strong demands. The victory team began taking action to hoist the monster out to sea for incineration. However, an accident occurred during the hoisting operation, waking the monster, which then headed towards the liquefied natural gas storage company. The Flying Swallow launched missiles to stop the monster, but the missiles got stuck in the monster's body. Additionally, the areas traversed by Zilizan were heavily polluted. Therefore, the victory team devised a combat plan to melt Zilizan. However, during the operation to melt the monster, the previously launched missiles became exposed as the monster's body melted, eventually exploding in high temperature. Ultimately, this operation ended in failure. The victory team launched another combat plan, preparing to detonate the liquefaction tanks to kill the monster. Calculations indicated that the explosion would be powerful enough to kill the monster. However, unexpectedly, during the operation, the monster incorporated the liquefied natural gas tank into its body and extended its neck to bite the steel cable, preventing the Flying Swallow from escaping. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Daegu transformed into Digga again and cut the cable, allowing the Flying Swallow to escape. Digga began to fight Zilizan, and fortunately, this time Digga was not beaten. Instead, he pounded Zilizan. In the end, a Xi-Paleo light hit the natural gas tank inside the monster, causing it to explode from within and incinerating the monster's cells. The third monster to appear was Gazet, mutated from the Lightning Man. Due to human activities continuously releasing electromagnetic waves, the Lightning Man mutated into a monster capable of flying and spitting energy attacks from its mouth. Gazet began attacking humans as soon as it appeared, destroying human residential areas. Little Master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Zhu Wei used a language translation device to translate the language of the Lightning Man and communicated with them. Communication was certainly possible, but unfortunately, the 2 races were different. Gazet liked to eat humans. Just based on that, humans and Gazet could not coexist peacefully. Just as Zhu Wei was about to be eaten by Gazet, in a moment of crisis, Daegu transformed into Digga and kicked Gazet. Digga unleashed a flurry of blows on Gazet, and perhaps after several months, the fusion between Daegu and Digga deepened, resulting in a degree of strength growth. After being knocked down by Digga, Gazet pretended to be dead to fool Digga. Taking advantage of Digga's inattention, it bit Digga's arm. Digga changed his aerial form and pretended to escape, with Gazet chasing after him. After a fierce battle, Digga successfully knocked down Gazet, and then used the Lonpao light to eliminate Gazet. The fourth to appear was the Rakulan alien. The spaceship piloted by the Rakulan alien was heading towards Earth and was about to collide with the space station. Director Zay ordered the launch of the Bakil cannon to destroy the alien spaceship to ensure the safety of over 200 people in the space station. However, before the hit, the Rakulan alien managed to escape. Unfortunately, his family died in the explosion. Of course, there is no need to pity the Rakulan alien, as they originally intended to launch ion cannons to attack the space station. It was just that a malfunction occurred. They had no choice but to escape in an escape pod. The Rakulan alien shot down the returning spaceship of 7 Lai Chung in space and captured it after landing on Earth. Lena received the news of her father's accident and immediately came over. The result was that the Rakulan aliens captured them. Just as the Rakulan aliens were about to eliminate Lena and her daughter, the other members of the victory team arrived in time to rescue them. After escaping outside, the Rakulan aliens grew to a gigantic size, preparing to eliminate everyone. Daegu seized the opportunity while everyone attracted fire and transformed into Dinah. After a fierce battle of equals, both sides began firing energy blasts at each other, but neither hit their target. Dinah's movements showed improvement during this time. He changed his form in the air and continued fighting the Rakulan aliens. Finally, Dinah seized the chance to knock them down. The Rakulan aliens fell to the ground and pretended to be dead, but Dinah approached to check. He was ambushed by the Rakulan aliens. Dinah, this cute one, did not learn from his previous experience with Gajoth pretending to be dead, and now he fell for the Rakulan aliens' trick again. Since they dared to play dead, why not just shoot a beam down? Even if it doesn't kill them, it can still injure them badly. If Daegu played League of Legends, his economy would definitely be lower than others, and if you ask why, it's because he can't even last hit. Isn't that funny? The Rakulan aliens seized the opportunity and brutally beat Dinah, causing the gem timer to emit a red alarm. If it weren't for the Fian ship firing a laser to save Dinah, a tragedy might have occurred. Taking advantage of the moment, he was freed from suppression. Dinah fired a beam. The Rakulan aliens also fired a beam, but unfortunately, their attack failed. They were blown to pieces by Dinah's beam. The Rakulan aliens indeed were not as strong as Dinah, and that's what happened during this time. Yang Guang arrived in Tokyo and saw that the shops were selling all sorts of strange clothes. It turned out Halloween was approaching, and before he knew it, he had been in Dinah's world for quite some time. He remembered that on Halloween, there seemed to be a monster that appeared, a monster that specifically absorbed children's dreams. What was it called? He had forgotten a bit. It seemed to turn into a witch to give candy to children, and after eating the candy, the kids would be controlled. The children who had their dreams absorbed became numb and lost their previous smiles. This won't do. Children are the hope of humanity's future, and those controlled kids must be saved. As for the monster that dares to harm children, it cannot be let go. So he went to the mall and bought a set of vampire clothes, preparing to blend into the crowd at night to see if he could find that witch. At the TPC headquarters, in the Victory Team command room, the radar detected a strong magnetic field in the KM-209 area. So Captain Jujian dispatched team members to investigate and told them not to wear uniforms. After all, everyone was celebrating the annual Halloween, and if they saw the Victory Team members, they would think something had happened again. So the team members changed into clothes that would allow them to blend in with everyone and went to investigate. Although Yang Guang did not wear makeup, he could still fit into the atmosphere by putting on the clothes. He watched as adults and children dressed in strange costumes happily ran around. The children shouted to each other, going door to door asking for candy, threatening that if they didn't get candy, they would play tricks. Then, after receiving candy, they happily searched for the next house. After wandering for a while, Yang Guang spotted Lena in costume, realizing that the Victory Team had arrived. Lena had caught a pumpkin head who was having fun with the kids. It turned out to be Daegu. The two were having a great time with the children. At this moment, 2 little girls passed by, eating colorful lollipops. Daegu pretended to be childlike and said, "Wow, colorful lollipops are so delicious. Where did you find them? I want to go get some too." Then he ran off in the direction the children pointed. Children with dreams, come here quickly. If you have many dreams, I will reward you with a lot of candy. A person dressed as a witch shouted, attracting many little children to her for candy. I want it. I want it. I want a lollipop too. The children shouted. Daegu ran over and yelled, I want one too. I only give it to kids. The witch didn't even look at Daegu. Yang Guang followed Daegu to the witch. At this moment, Daegu noticed that the old witch's reflection was missing from the mirror. The old witch sensed that Daegu was not an ordinary person and, fearing being discovered, attempted to escape. That's it for today. I'm going back. Make way quickly, she said as she pushed her cart and slipped away. I feel that this old witch is not a good person, Yang Guang said next to Daegu. Who are you? Daegu asked. My name is Yang Guang. I am from Longhua. In Sakura country, you could just call me Guang. You're Daegu from the Victory Team, right? I've seen you on TV, and during this time, monsters have frequently appeared. Thank you for eliminating the monsters and bringing peace to the earth, Yang Guang said naturally. Ah, Shikali, hello. These are all things we should do, Daegu replied. That's right, Yang Guang's name. If you remove the surname, translates to Shikali, sharing the same name as a certain scientist from the Land of Light. As for whether to adopt a name from Sakura country, Yang Guang has considered it, but there's no need. This name was given to him by Lao Dao, hoping he would shine like light and illuminate others. What a great meaning. There's no need to change it. Let's chase after her. Yang Guang suggested. Okay, Daegu agreed. So the two chased after her. Hey Daegu. Lena, who was left behind, called out. Here, big sister, have one. I told her my brother has many dreams, and she gave me one. The little girl, seeing Lena alone, shared a lollipop with her. Won't her brother be angry? Lena asked. Because my sister is very pretty, the little girl replied. Haha, you speak so honestly, Lena said happily. Lena felt warmed by the little girl and immediately forgot about Daegu, happily eating her lollipop. Meanwhile, Yang Guang and Daegu chased the witch but ended up losing her. Daegu, let us split up and search, Yang Guang suggested. Okay, but be careful, Daegu replied. While searching, Daegu discovered a strange house and walked inside. In a certain room, he found several children who looked pale and expressionless. What happened to you? Daegu asked with concern. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him, and he turned to find a monster ready to attack, but he was subdued by the monster's beam. Outside the house, the other members of the victory team used their instruments to discover that this was the center of the magnetic field and had found the place. However, with their naked eyes, they couldn't detect any abnormal situations. It might be something we can't see with our naked eyes, Zhong Feng speculated. At this moment, Yang Guang saw three members of the victory team gathered together and ran over. Hey, hello, are you the victory team? Have you seen Daegu? I was just chasing a suspicious person with him, but we lost track of her, so we split up to search. But after looking for a while, now I've lost track of Daegu too, Yang Guang said. Can you get in touch with Daegu? After explaining the situation, Yang Guang continued to ask. Hey Daegu, if you receive this, please respond. Where are you, Daegu? No response. Zhong Feng felt something was wrong and contacted headquarters. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Lena reported that the children were all fine and having a great time. In the end, they even discovered Daegu wearing a pumpkin head. In fact, the real Daegu is currently locked up. Since nothing happened, let's all go back, said Munezawa. Yang Guang felt puzzled, but to avoid exposing his identity, he chose to pretend to go back. He found a place to have a late-night snack and then returned to the amusement park to wait. In the middle of the night, those who had eaten the candy were awakened from their dreams by a burst of music and began to walk outside in a daze. Shinjo noticed something unusual about Lena. Lena, why did you come out dressed like that? Shinjo finally woke Lena up. Lena was brought before everyone to recount what happened that night. Well, there was someone dressed as a witch who distributed candy to the children. At that time, Daegu and another person went to investigate the witch. Lena said everything she knew. That's right, someone did come over and tell us that he was going with Daegu to track a suspicious person, Munezawa said. Yeah, there was such a person. Kirai and Shinjo confirmed. Oh, by the way, where is Daegu? Why hasn't he come over? Izumi asked. So Shinjo went to Daigu's lounge to find him, only to discover that Daegu was not there. At that moment, Daegu was suffering. Meanwhile, Nera discovered an anomaly on the radar and reported it to everyone. Not good. There's an anomaly in the magnetic field. Captain Izumi issued an order for everyone to set off. At the amusement park, the magnetic field began to act strangely, and a huge pumpkin head rose from the ground, with children lining up to walk inside one by one. Come on, children. Get on my pumpkin boat and go to your dream place. Ha 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 ha. The witch shouted from atop the pumpkin house. At this moment, the victory team arrived, saw this phenomenon, and stepped forward to stop the remaining children. They drew their guns and shot at the witch. The witch was hit, and the pumpkin boat began to sink. Yang Guang saw the pumpkin boat was about to sink and immediately transformed into Ultraman Jade, rushing forward to grab the sinking pumpkin boat and pulling it up with all his strength, setting it aside. It's Ultraman Jade, the victory team member shouted. Seeing the children being rescued, the witch was furious and manifested as a monster. Kiramber appeared. Gade looked at the ugly monster and thought about how it had absorbed the beautiful dreams of children, yet it was so ugly. Indeed, the more one lacks something, the more one desires it. Both sides were very angry upon meeting. Karambo felt that Ultraman had ruined his good plans. Give me the children, he shouted. Gade felt that how could a child not have dreams? What is the difference from being a salted fish? Give the dreams back to the children. They shouted the same. Without a word, the two charged at each other. This was Gade's first confrontation after his strength had increased. Gade kicked out, a straight kick that hit Jalambo square in the chest, sending him flying 200 meters and crashing heavily to the ground. Gade then leaped into the air with all his might, coming down with a Leo flying kick. Of course, it couldn't compare to the real Leo flying kick, which could actually blow up monsters. Seeing Gade's massive foot coming down, Jalambo knew he couldn't compete and, at the last moment, managed to dodge out of the way. All that could be heard was a loud boom. Gade missed kicking Jalambo, but ended up burying his lower body in the ground. Luckily, he had dodged. Jalambo thought to himself. Seeing Gade stuck, Jalambo realized an opportunity had come and rushed in to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Gade could only defend passively, and after a long time of defense, he inevitably took a few hits, but fortunately, the damage wasn't severe. At this moment, the victory team also came back to their senses from their surprise and shot Carambo in the back, causing him to lose his balance and giving Gade a chance. Gade fired a light bomb with his right hand, knocking Carambo back, then forcefully launched himself on the ground, performing a front flip and landing in front of Carambo. He went in for a punch. He missed again. Carambo didn't dare to confront him directly and quickly blinked away. Then he created many clones, circling around Gade. The plan was to distract Gade's attention and then attack at the right moment. It was a good idea and did have some effect. After being hit twice, Gade realized that there was only one real attack and the others were fakes. So after taking a hard kick, he immediately grabbed Carambo's foot. Got you. Then he hooked his foot, knocking Carambo to the ground, and mounted him to unleash a flurry of attacks. He struck Carambo until he was dizzy, then lifted him up and slammed him down onto the ground. Bang! Carambo was smashed into a state where he couldn't get up again. Gade jumped back and charged a beam. Bayou! Carambo exploded into pieces, turning into auroras that fell onto the children who had their dreams sucked away, restoring their smiles and dreams. Seeing Daegu being supported by other team members, he nodded at the victorious team with an AO and flew away with a sigh. During this time, Yangguang was traveling everywhere. Today he happened to visit an amusement park. There was no way to increase his strength in a short time, so he decided to explore different regions. When Yangguang was a child, he trained martial arts under an old master and rarely played with other kids, let alone visited an amusement park. Now he had to plan a good time for himself. After playing a round of attractions, due to his exceptional physical condition, rides like roller coasters and pirate ships, which were thrilling for others, were nothing for Yangguang. In the end, he sat down in boredom and watched others play. Suddenly, he heard a girl next to him mocking someone. Looking over, he saw that the one being mocked was Shinjo. It turned out that Shinjo happened to be on vacation today and was dragged to the amusement park by his younger sister. Unexpectedly, in a haunted house, Shinjo had screamed loudly in fright, leading to his sister teasing him afterward. Yangguang approached Shinjo and greeted him. Hi Shinjo, how are you? Oh, who are you? Shinjo asked. Ah, you don't remember me? I'm Yangguang, from Longhua. You can call me Guang. We met on Halloween, Yangguang replied. Ah, yes, I remember now. Hikari. Hello. Shinjo politely extended his hand for a handshake with Yangguang. Did you come here alone to play? Shinjo asked. Yeah, it's boring alone, so I'm just wandering around. Yangguang answered. Who is this? Yangguang asked Shinjo, noticing the girl beside him. Hello, I'm Shinjo Mayumi, Shinjo's sister. Nice to meet you. Mayumi introduced herself. Hello. At this moment, Shinjo noticed two kids bullying another child, so he stepped in to stop it. After understanding the situation, Shinjo asked Mayumi to take the bullied child's sister, Aki, to ride the Ferris wheel. Meanwhile, Shinjo sat down to comfort the little boy, sharing his own childhood experiences and encouraging him to be brave. Watching all of this, Yangguang recalled the scenes of the old master educating him. Guang, no matter what you encounter in the future, you must not lose confidence and courage. Just as Yangguang was reminiscing, suddenly a beam of light shot up into the sky, forming a transparent dome that enveloped the amusement park. People couldn't see the dome and crashed into it, causing chaos. There's an invisible wall here, Yangguang said, touching the transparent shield. Shinjo also came to check and confirmed that there really was an invisible wall. Shinjo reported the situation to headquarters. Shinjo, come here, look at this. Yangguang called out as he arrived at a place where many people were gathered and found a tentacle protruding from the ground. When Shinjo arrived, suddenly an earthquake occurred, and the tentacle retracted into the ground, extending another tentacle that wrapped around a child and started dragging him underground. Yangguang realized that it was likely another monster, probably called Gotti. As for the plot, he couldn't remember. At this time, many children were grabbed by the tentacles and pulled underground, so Shinjo reported the situation to headquarters. The victory team received the notification and rushed over in their aircraft. At this moment, the monster emerged from the ground, revealing its true form. It had a head with long horns, arms with 2 large claws, and looked very powerful, with a tentacle in between its claws that resembled a whip. It was indeed gaudy. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Yang Guang saw that Mayumi and Aki were still on the Ferris wheel, while the monster was approaching them. He found a secluded corner and transformed into Ultraman Ged to go rescue them. Gade approached the edge of the shield and punched it. The shield emitted a huge ripple. Then he increased his strength, channeling power into his right fist. Gade's right fist shone with a golden light, and then he struck the shield with a punch, causing it to shatter. "Great!" shouted New City. Gotti didn't expect the shield to break and was momentarily stunned. Gade stepped forward, grabbed Gotti, and threw him away from the crowd. Bang! Gotti fell to the ground. Gade charged at Gotti. Gade kicked open the road, continuously pushing Gotti back. He caught up and punched Gotti in the left cheek, knocking him to the ground, then lifted Gotti and threw him out. Bang! Ouch! Gotti let out a scream and stood up again. His head and antennae began to glow as they fired a beam of light at Gade. Zing! Gade dodged the side flip and continued to fire several times, but none of the shots hit Gade. At this moment, Fian also rushed in from the outside, flying behind Gade and seizing the opportunity to launch a barrage of laser attacks at Gade, causing him to lose his balance. Gade seized the opportunity with a leap and unleashed a flying kick from the sky, severing the tentacles on Gad's head. Gad cried out in agony, unable to bear the pain. Gade seized the opportunity and launched a fierce series of attacks on Gotti, knocking him down to the ground once again. Gotti got up and swung his tentacles at Gade. Gade was struck a few times. There was no way around it, as his arms were not as long as Gotti's, and getting hit was inevitable. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Gotti used his tentacles to bind Gade's neck. Gade directly grabbed the tentacle and tore it off. It let out a tragic cry. You say it's advantageous to whip, but insist on tying others up. That's just foolishness. Gade took the opportunity to step forward and launched a fierce attack on Gotti. I'll let you hit. I'll let you hit. I'll take that. In the end, Gotti was knocked to the ground and couldn't get up again. Gadget light. Bayou. Boom. Crash, zap. Gade solved the problem and flew away with a single sound. In the cave, the children who were captured by Gotti were also rescued by everyone. That day, Yang Guang returned home and stayed there, not going anywhere. He decided to make a plan for his future. Yang Guang first listed some questions. First, without an identification in this world, there are many places he can't go. He can't just keep walking into the mountains. Second, it's impossible for one person to grasp monster information immediately. Relying on television news will always be a step behind. Moreover, running around to fight monsters is inconvenient. If it's too far, he can't get there on time. Then, there will be many strong enemies in the future. Not to mention the distant ones. He currently can't defeat the final boss of the Digga storyline, the giant conch. He needs to find a way to continue enhancing his strength. It seems he has to join the victory team. Kamiya K should be a reliable person. Having made up his mind, Yang Guang called Dagu. Hello, is this Dagu? I'm Yang Guang. It's me. Oh, Hikaru, what do you want to talk about? Dagu asked. I do have something. When are you free? I want to meet you to discuss a few things, Yang Guang said. Okay. Let's meet in the evening. I'm free then, Dagu replied. Then, see you at the CAF at 9 p.m., Yang Guang said. That evening at a CAF, Yang Guang and Dagu sat in a private room. What would you like to drink? It's on me, Yang Guang said. They both ordered a cup of coffee and started drinking. Dagu, is the victory team busy lately? Yang Guang asked. Still very busy. Monsters have been appearing all over the world. Although they don't appear every day, there are many things to handle. Oh, by the way, did you call me for something? Dagu asked. Dagu, or should I call you Digga Ultraman? Yang Guang's opening line shocked Dagu. No need to be nervous. I am Gade Ultraman. Yang Guang continued, taking out the God Light stick to show Dagu. So it's you. How did you know I was Digga Ultraman? Dagu asked. Because I was at the scene that day and saw you transform into light and fly into Digga's statue, Yang Guang replied. I see. Then where did you come from? Are there other pyramids? Dagu asked. Of course, there are no other pyramids. I woke up in a cave, Yang Guang said. Dagu, I also want to join the victory team. Let's fight monsters together, protect humanity from the harm of monsters, and maintain world peace. What do you think? Yang Guang proposed. That would be great, Dagu said. If it's you, I believe you will definitely pass the assessment. But there's a problem. I don't have identification, Yang Guang said awkwardly. How could that be? Everyone has identification. Dagu questioned. Dagu, I'm not like you. You were born in this world, but I wasn't born in this era, Yang Guang said. In fact, Yang Guang himself still hadn't figured out his situation. Does he have the genetic legacy of light, like Dagu? Or did he become an Ultraman due to a coincidence of time travel? I know that Captain Kamiya K is a trustworthy person. It's clear that she has always believed that Ultraman is a friend of humanity. So I hope you can arrange a meeting with her. I want to talk to her. I believe she can solve my problem, Yang Guang said. I see, I understand. I'll help you talk to the captain, Dagu said. The next day, Dagu said to Kamiya K, Captain, do you have time tonight? A friend of mine wants to meet you. Your friend? Wants to see me? Kamiya K questioned. Yes. He might need your help. Anyway, you'll know when you meet him, Dagu said. All right, Kamiya K replied. Great. Thank you, Captain, Dagu said. Don't thank me too soon. Maybe I won't be able to help him, Kamiya K said. At 9 p.m. that evening, at the same CAF, in the same private room, Yang Guang, Dagu, and Kamiya K sat across from each other. Hello, Captain Kamiya. I'm Yang Guang. You can call me Guang. I asked Dagu to arrange this meeting because I need your help, Yang Guang said. What is it? Kamiya K asked. I need you to help me create an identification, Yang Guang said. Identification? Kamiya K questioned. Yang Guang exchanged glances with Dagu and spoke. Actually, I am not human. I am Gate Ultraman. After saying that, he transformed into Gate Ultraman in front of them using the Godlight stick, of course, controlling his body to a normal size. Kamiya K's eyes widened in disbelief, and Dagu pretended to be surprised as well. I won't harm humans, but in this world, to integrate with humans. I need your help. I want to join the victory team, which will also make it easier for me to eliminate monsters. Please, Yang Guang pleaded. Then why did you come to me? Kamiya K asked. Because I have observed for a long time, and you are a trustworthy person. From the beginning, you believe that Ultraman is a friend of humanity, and most importantly, you are a descendant of a Uran from 30 million years ago, Yang Guang said, transforming back into his human form. After a long discussion, Kamiya K and Yang Guang reached a consensus and agreed to help Yang Guang. The next day, Kamiya K brought identification for Yang Guang and arranged for him to join the victory team's training squad. The efficiency was impressive. Yang Guang packed his things. He wouldn't need to rent a house since he would be living at the TPC headquarters from now on. One day, more than a month later, Yang Guang completed all the training and successfully passed the assessment. After all, he was already a superhuman, and his learning ability greatly exceeded the normal human speed. Even excellent warriors need 3 to 6 months of training time, while Yang Guang only took a little over a month, astonishing everyone else. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Among them, his combat and physical abilities were particularly outstanding, almost unbeatable. He also learned firearms quickly. Who doesn't know how to shoot? With his strong neural reactions and superior vision, his performance in firearms was also among the best. Driving was already something he could do. Flying a plane was a bit more challenging, but with his strong memory, neural responses, and robust physique, he quickly mastered it and became proficient. Then there were combat knowledge and rules and precautions. He hadn't been exposed to this before, so it took him some time to memorize it. Early in the morning, Yang Guang arrived at the command room of the victory team. Report, Captain. Yang Guang reporting for duty. Yang Guang saluted Kamiya K. Welcome to the victory team. Kamiya K returned the salute. Besides Dagu, everyone else was surprised. Aren't you Hikaru? You joined the victory team, Shinjo said, both surprised and excited. Hikaru, welcome aboard. Dagu shote. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Others said, to welcome our new colleague. How about we all go out for a drink after work? Kirai suggested. Although Kirai was a bit short, a little overweight, and his jokes weren't that funny, he was still likable. That makes sense. Sure. Sounds great. No problem. The team members are quite enthusiastic, and everyone in the victory team is easy to get along with. During Yang Guang's training period, 2 incidents related to monsters occurred. The first incident involved Machina, who came to Earth to pick up a girl named Saki. It happened like this. At a construction site, a device was excavated, so the victory team was called to identify it. Daegu and Lena arrived at the scene to conduct an inspection. At that moment, a girl arrived and blew a whistle hanging from her neck. The device started to move to the music and sent a signal to the universe. The girl, Saki, told Daegu that she was an alien who had come to Earth a long time ago, but the device had fallen into the sea, so she had been unable to inform Machina of her presence. Now that the device had been excavated, she could send a message for Machina to come to Earth to pick her up. She had been waiting for a very long time. Machina received the signal and came to Earth to find Saki. In the end, Saki followed Machina back to the universe. The second incident involved the Aboron cells. Ryosuke, A researcher at the Space Development Center secretly implanted boron cells in himself to become stronger. As a result, he lost control and transformed into a monster. In the end, Daegu transformed into Diga and exhausted the monster's energy, reverting Ryosuke back to his original state. However, due to the long-term side effects suffered by his body, he had reached his limits and ultimately died. A few days later, Lena took Mayumi out on a mission. It had been a long time since they had gone out for a drive, and it felt great. Mayumi said, "The last time we came out was during the last mission." Lena replied, "Mayumi, we're not here for fun. And why are you talking like Yangwang?" Mayumi responded, "Yangwang is tall, handsome, and any girl would like him. But I already have Toma, and he's pretty good too." "Lena, I heard your boyfriend is here?" Mayumi asked curiously. "Yeah, you'll see him soon," Lena answered. "Oh, by the way, what's in the box? What kind of creature is it?" Mayumi asked. "We're here to investigate that thing," Lena replied. Finally, after driving for several hours, Lena and Mayumi arrived at the Marine Biology Research Institute. Lena took the samples to the researchers for analysis. The conclusion drawn was that the species contained restructured DNA factors caused by radioactive energy. This means that the species is a mutation of a previously existing organism, suddenly changed. The most likely cause of this is the underground nuclear explosion experiments conducted by humans in the past. Although the underground nuclear explosion experiments have been stopped for over a decade, the decay of radioactive materials still takes a long time. For example, cesium takes 33 years, while plutonium takes 24,000 years to decay. Therefore, even if humanity were to perish, the effects of nuclear explosion experiments on Earth would still be present. After analyzing the species brought by Lena, the director of the Marine Research Institute also shared some knowledge with Lena and Mayumi. For instance, the recent underwater earthquakes may also be a side effect of the nuclear explosion experiments from back then. Additionally, due to the eruption of underwater volcanoes, many fish migration routes have changed significantly. The director explained, "It seems that the nuclear explosion experiments have indeed had a great impact on marine life." That's right. However, the purpose of our research institute is to solve various problems related to marine fish. Recently, we developed new equipment to address the fish migration issue, the director said, leading Lena and them to see the new equipment. This is an ultrasonic fish induction signaling system. Simply put, it uses ultrasound to control the movements of fish to some extent, the director introduced. "So this means it can help fish leave dangerous waters, right?" Lena asked. "Yes. We have produced many signaling buoys and plan to place them around the world. Not only can it solve fish migration issues, but it can also improve fishing efficiency," the director said. After completing their mission, Lena and Mayumi began to explore the research institute. "This place is so fun, Lena. By the way, isn't your boyfriend here? Since work is over, why not introduce him to me?" Mayumi said happily. So Lena took Mayumi to meet her boyfriend, a dolphin. "This is my boyfriend, Kamaki," Lena introduced. "Huh? Is your boyfriend really a dolphin?" Mayumi was stunned. "What's wrong with that?" Lena mischievously retorted. Mayumi was left speechless by Lena's response. "Kamaki, what's wrong? You seem so unenergetic." Lena noticed something was wrong with the dolphin. "Since I took him to train in the offshore area a week ago, he has been like this," a staff member replied. A week ago was when the underwater earthquakes occurred. Lena, being closer to Kamaki, observed for a while and felt that Kamaki was being threatened by something. However, due to the language barrier, she couldn't understand what Kamaki was trying to express. "I really hope the day comes when animals and humans can communicate." Lena expressed her hope. After playing for a while, Lena and Mayumi returned. However, not long after Lena got back, the oil exploration station in Sakurakuni was attacked by a monster. The victory team received the notification and immediately rushed to the scene. Considering that Lena had just finished a mission, she was asked to stay on standby at headquarters this time. 2 flying swallows arrived at the incident sea area and saw the monster. They unleashed a barrage of lasers at the monster, which ultimately retreated into the water to escape. Seeing the monster flee, everyone returned to headquarters to analyze and classify the monster incident. The monster was coded as Raylos, originally a marine creature that mutated due to the effects of underground nuclear explosion experiments. This was a consequence of humans polluting the natural environment to satisfy their own development. If humanity does not take this seriously, similar incidents will occur in the future. Therefore, human society and nature must develop harmoniously. In the following days, everyone patrolled the sea surface in the flying swallow while analyzing data on the computer. Finally, they discovered traces of Raylos in the sea area 240 kilometers east of Sulphur Island. They piloted the flying swallow to find Raylos and launched an attack. However, Raylos ignored them and continued advancing in one direction. It seemed to be attracted by something. Through analyzing Raylos's route, they discovered that Raylos was heading towards the Marine Research Institute. Finally, they learned that the ultrasonic signaling system at the Marine Research Institute had been activated. Therefore, TPC urgently contacted the Marine Research Institute, asking them to shut down the ultrasonic signaling system immediately. Yes, Yojui began to contact the Marine Research Institute. Meanwhile, the team captain ordered everyone to urgently fly to the Marine Research Institute. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Everyone piloted the Flying Swallow to the Marine Research Institute, starting to evacuate the crowd. Lena found Mr. Tanabe, the director here, and asked if the ultrasonic signaling system had been turned off. It turned out that one was still on near the bay. So Lena went to turn off the signaling system. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the monster suddenly emerged from the ground. Seeing the monster start to wreak havoc, Daigu transforms into Digga to stop it. Digga comes in with a flip and a flying kick, knocking Raylos to the ground. Then he goes in for a grapple, but Raylos's fish scale defense is very high, and Digga's punches don't do much damage. Moreover, Raylos is very strong and slams Digga to the ground. Digga gets back up and continues to engage in close combat, only to be met with a flurry of fish fin slaps. Digga tries to lift Raylos to throw him, but he can't lift him. Instead, Raylos bites his arm and flings him away. Bang! Digga falls hard. Raylos's dorsal fin starts to glow, and Digga thinks Raylos is about to fire a beam. So he raises his shield, but instead, Raylos sprays a high-pressure water jet right in Digga's face. Although it doesn't cause any damage, it crushes Digga's intelligence. It's extremely humiliating. At this moment, Raylos looks like a mischievous child who has succeeded in a prank. Digga moves in to attack, but Raylos knocks him down. Then he jumps in with a move like a heavy mountain pressing down, pinning Digga beneath him. Digga pushes Raylos off and switches to a power form to continue battling. Raylos's dorsal fin emits a strange beam that hits Digga, injuring him and knocking him to the ground. Not only is Raylos strong, but he's also more agile than Digga in power form, and throughout the fight, Digga keeps getting overwhelmed. Finally, Raylos releases bubbles with radioactive damage, causing Digga's gem timer to emit a beeping red alert. Digga is in a crisis moment. Perhaps in a TV show, we would see Ultraman unleash his power after the red light and immediately defeat the monster. But this is reality. If you couldn't win before and now your energy is low, how can you possibly win? So, some guy filming a tokusatsu series really knows nothing about combat. It's completely illogical. In this moment of crisis, Yang Guang has no choice but to transform into Jade Ultraman. Daigu, are you okay? Leave it to me. Yang Guang says to Daigu. Gade stepped forward without a word and threw a punch, knocking Raylos back unsteadily. He followed up with a kick, sending Raylos crashing to the ground. Although Raylos was strong and agile, Gade completely overwhelmed him. Wow, amazing. Great job. Keep it up. Take him down. The members of the victory team cheered for Gade from the sidelines. Despite Raylos's intelligence, he had never learned martial arts, and in front of Gade, he was like a slightly stronger child, completely unable to fight back. We tried to attack Gade with a strange beam of light. Gade saw through it and blocked it with a shield. Before long, Raylos was beaten to the point of being unable to rise again. However, Gade did not kill Raylos. Instead, he had Tiga shrink him and return him to the sea, thus ending the battle. Tiga's magic is really impressive. Gade expressed with envy. The two Ultras transformed back into their human forms and rejoined the others. Lena's companion, Xiaomu, also regained his spirits. Daigu learned that Lena's boyfriend was Xiaomu. Although he was a bit jealous, Daigu naturally didn't want to compete with a dolphin. After returning to headquarters, Yang Guang found Daigu and said, Daigu, I think you need to improve your fighting skills. Let's train together. Ah, sure. Please help me, Daigu replied, feeling a significant gap between him and Yang Guang. Since Yang Guang was willing to teach him, he was naturally eager to learn. So in the days that followed, Yang Guang and Daigu spent their free time in the training room at headquarters. Daigu, you're too slow. You won't be able to hit me like this, Yang Guang said, pushing Daigu aside. Yes, Daigu responded, increasing the speed of his punches. However, Yang Guang caught his fist, twisted, and subdued Daigu. Don't just increase your speed. You need to maintain your power, or you'll be easily countered, Yang Guang advised. Understood, Daigu said. Daigu then increased the force of his attacks. But Yang Guang used a pull technique, causing him to fall to the ground. Increasing power doesn't mean giving your whole body to the opponent. Your feet need to be planted firmly on the ground. Power comes from your feet, Yang Guang explained. Got it. After several days of training together, Daigu's fighting skills improved significantly, and his physical condition steadily enhanced. Although he couldn't last long against Yang Guang, he was much stronger than before. Hey Daigu, take a break. Every time you have free time, you two come here to train. Don't you have anything else to do? Lena said, entering the room with a dissatisfied look. Daigu had started dating Lena. As is well known, couples in the early stages of a relationship want to be together all the time. And now that Daigu was pulled away by Yang Guang for training, he naturally spent less time with Lena, which made her understandably upset. Well then, let's wrap it up for today, Daigu, Yang Guang said. Yes. Daigu replied happily. After Daigu and Lena left, Yang Guang continued his training. He first went to the weightlifting area, loaded the barbell with weights, and began bench pressing. Maintaining physical fitness was essential. One must not slack off. After a while in the weight area, he moved to the combat area to practice martial arts. Days passed like this. One night, Shinjo's younger brother, on his way home, spotted an alien that looked like a crow and called the Victory Team's command center. He reported seeing a crow-like alien capturing humans and hung up before he could even provide the address. Kids will be kids. They didn't even have time to give the address before hanging up. How unreliable. Luckily, Yuri tracked the call to a park in Area B2. Kudo then sent Daigu and Shinjo to investigate. Meanwhile, in the park, Shinichi bravely followed the crow alien, miraculously going unnoticed, indicating the alien's vigilance was quite low. At this moment, Shinjo and Daigu arrived at the park and found Shinichi. Shinjo playfully scared Shinichi from behind. Big brother. Shinichi exclaimed happily, sharing his bravery. Shinjo, lacking patience to hear him out, lifted Shinichi and prepared to take him back to the car. Just then, the crow alien jumped in front of them, possibly having heard the commotion and returned. Daigu activated the camera, while Shinjo set Shinichi down and aimed his gun at the crow alien, but unfortunately missed. Instead, the alien sucked Shinichi into a gun. As the crow alien aimed its gun at Shinjo, Daigu reacted quickly and tackled Shinjo down. Otherwise, Shinjo would have been sucked in too. Perhaps realizing Daigu was not human, the crow alien seized the opportunity to escape. Shinjo, seeing Shinichi taken away by the crow alien, was frantic. Without waiting for Daigu to get in the car, he sped off in pursuit. Daigu had no choice but to return to headquarters alone, where everyone analyzed the footage he had captured. The next day, Shinjo was still driving around searching, having spent the whole night looking, but he was not prepared to rest. The car sped along as he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Shinichi, you won't be in trouble. Shinjo encouraged himself. Meanwhile, our little friend Shinichi had also woken up and started to survey his surroundings, realizing he and many others had been shrunk and tied to beds. Shinichi took out his phone and pressed a button to call TPC headquarters. At the same time, Shinjo, who was driving, received the signal and concluded it must be Shinichi calling. He followed the signal to an abandoned factory. If nothing goes wrong, Shinichi must be in there, Shinjo thought. He was right. Shinichi was indeed inside. However, there were many crow aliens as well. Shinjo entered alone to search and was inevitably captured by the crow aliens, subsequently shrunk and tied next to Shinichi. Uncle! Uncle! Shinichi called out, and Shinjo finally regained consciousness. Upon realizing Shinichi was still alive, he felt immense joy. Shinichi, you're alive. That's great. Are you okay? Not at all. I thought you would come to save me, Shinichi said, disappointed. Ah, I'm sorry. I feel a bit embarrassed, Shinjo replied, feeling ashamed. Shinjo discovered that the communicator was still on him. The crow aliens had not searched him? Well, it made sense since they had shrunk him. It would be difficult to search. Headquarters received Shinjo's urgent notification and traced the location to the abandoned factory. This factory had been abandoned for 30 years and had long since become a ruin. However, Lena discovered that there was a power response inside the building, and the response was very strong. Daigu initially wanted to rush in, but was stopped by Zongfang. After all, the crow aliens had shrinking guns, and being hit could be troublesome. After a while, Kudo finally created the protective projectile that could produce chaotic reflections and rushed over to hand it to everyone. With it, they wouldn't have to fear being hit by the shrinking gun. The group then split into two teams to start their operation. Daigu, Lena, and Yang Guang in one team, and Kudo and Zongfang in the other. The crow aliens, realizing the victory team had invaded, prepared to escape with the boxes containing humans. Just then Daigu, Yang Guang, and Lena spotted them and shot the crow alien dead. Lena, you take the people out first. I'll go with Daigu to rescue the others, Yang Guang instructed. Okay, Lena replied. Yang Guang and Daigu chased after the direction the crow people fled and encountered 4 crow people along the way. They were quickly dealt with by Yang Guang and Dagu, showing that Dagu's fighting ability had improved significantly. The two continued to pursue, and many more crow people surrounded them. Dagu, transform into Diga and rescue those people. I'll handle this here, Yang Guang said. Okay. Dagu transformed into a human-sized Diga and continued the chase, while Yang Guang intercepted the crow people to prevent Dagu from being held back by them. Although Yang Guang did not transform into Ultraman, in his human form, he was still not someone these crow people could match. One crow person attacked first, throwing a punch. Yang Guang sank and dodged to the left, moving to the right side of the crow person and landed a right elbow strike to the crow person's lower chest, knocking it down. He then stepped forward to catch the next crow person's right punch with his left hand, countering with a charged right-hand strike to the crow person's chest, sending it flying back. Then, he retreated to avoid another crow person attacking from the right, and executed a side kick to the second crow person coming from that direction, sending it flying. After a brief fight, several crow people were taken care of by Yang Guang. Meanwhile, Dagu had also rescued the people who had been shrunk and trapped in the box, handing them over to Minazawa and Kogure. This was the first time Kogure saw a human-sized Ultraman and was slightly surprised. Suddenly, the leader of the crow people appeared behind Diga. This crow had red eyes, different from the other crow people, and looked much stronger. Diga assumed a fighting stance. Ready for battle. Let me show you the results of my special training during this time. However, the opponent did not play fair and pulled out a shrinking gun from behind, shrinking Diga and trapping him in the gun. But it was useless, as Diga could grow larger, and he broke free from the gun by smashing it. He began to engage in close combat with the leader of the crow people. It seemed that the training had indeed paid off. After a series of battles, Diga gained the upper hand and soon knocked the crow leader down. The crow person stood up and shot laser beams from its eyes. Diga dodged a few times but still got hit. The colorful timer on his chest started flashing red. Taking the opportunity, the crow person fled. The group went outside and saw the crow people preparing to pilot their spaceship to leave. Don't let them escape, or they will bring more people to Earth, Shinjo reminded. So, Lina and Minazawa used the weapons on the car to attack. The crow people also controlled the spaceship to counterattack, and it looked like they were about to hit Victory Team's car. In a moment of crisis, Yang Guang ran to the side, and, while everyone was distracted, transformed into Ultraman Jeed, quickly raising an energy shield to block the fire from the crow people spaceship. After Diga grew in size, he fired Dilostream at the crow people spaceship, but unfortunately, the crow people ship had a shield and was not destroyed. Gade leaped into the sky, landing on top of the spaceship, and with a powerful stomp, shattered the ship's shield. Then he jumped into the air and unleashed the Gade beam. Bayou. Boom. The crow people spaceship was blown to pieces. After dealing with the crow people, Gade and Tiga both flew away. Later, Juji also used the shrinking gun to return the shrunken people back to their original size. Lucia walked down the city streets, watching the bustling city with a sense of calm happiness. In reality, Lucia was a fugitive being hunted by the Mugen people. The Mugen people enjoyed capturing prey and releasing them across the universe, then hunting them down to satisfy their perverse desires. As Lucia prepared to leave, she turned and found a man staring at her. Lucia recognized him as the Mugen who had come to hunt her, and immediately turned to run. Daigo and Rina were patrolling in the Sherlock car when suddenly Daigo heard a scream. They pulled over and began to search. Meanwhile, Lucia kept running, but ultimately could not escape the pursuit of the Mugen people. The Mugen cornered Lucia, revealing their true form. With blue eyes, a tentacle-like appendage on their forehead, and a mouth that opened horizontally with sharp teeth on both sides. This was the Mugen. The Mugen moved forward, unleashing a laser-like attack that blasted Lucia out of her hiding spot, ready to strike. Just as Lucia was about to meet her end, Daigo and Rina appeared. Stop! Daigo shouted. When a Mugen saw that it was a human, it didn't care and immediately fired a beam attack. Daigo, quick on his feet, tackled Rina to dodge the attack and fired back. The Mugen avoided the gunfire, realizing that Daigo was not easy to deal with, and jumped to a higher position to temporarily escape. Daigo instructed Rina to take care of the injured girl while he pursued the alien. Daigo searched the high ground but found no trace of the Mugen, so he returned to look for Rina, only to see the girl's wound was green blood. Realizing she was also an alien, he took her back to headquarters. In the treatment room of the headquarters medical center, everyone surrounded the girl, trying to communicate, but no one could understand what she was saying. Even Yatsui's translator didn't help. They decided to record the girl's language to analyze later. Meanwhile, everyone continued trying to communicate with Lucia. My name is Zongfang, this is Daigo, and this is Hikaru, what about you? Zongfang pointed to himself, then to Daigo, then to Yang Guang, and and finally pointed at the girl. The girl seemed to understand Zhongfang's meaning and replied, Lucia. At that moment, Lucia sensed danger for her companion and began speaking incomprehensibly while gesturing. She said the alien was there to kill her. Yang Guang translated. Lucia continued to speak and gesture. She said she had another companion who was also being hunted. Yang Guang continued to translate. The group returned to the command room to report the results of their conversation. That monster is not only hunting Lucia, but also others. What is its purpose? We must find a way to stop it, Kojima said. At that moment, Lucia sensed danger for her companion and prepared to escape the TPC headquarters. Although she was spotted by Mayumi and Daigo, she successfully escaped. Why did Lucia run away? That monster will definitely kill her, Daigo said anxiously. Maybe Lucia sensed her companion was in danger, so she prepared to regroup? Yang Guang said uncertainly. All right, Lucia has a bracelet that emits a signal. Yatsui, track it and expand the search area to see if we can find Lucia's companion, Yang Guang instructed. Okay, Yatsui agreed. Before long, Yatsui found the signal. Captain, I found Lucia. She is running very fast, and if she continues in this direction, she is heading to Chiefing Mountain. I also found another bracelet signal at Chiefing Mountain. Since they knew where she was, Kojima ordered the victory team to head out. Meanwhile, the Mugen people were pursuing Lucia's companion in their spaceship. The ship continuously fired lasers, and although the man dodged repeatedly, he was eventually hit by a laser and turned to dust. The Mugen dealt with one prey and then began to hunt another, which was Lucia. The victory team also arrived at Chiefing Mountain and began their search. They eventually found the location where Lucia's companion had died. However, there was only a pile of human-shaped dust on the ground, and they did not see the bracelet. Although Yang Guang didn't remember the details, he understood the general plot and said, this might be a hunting game. Someone puts the prey in a capsule, exiles them to the universe, and then the monster comes to kill them. The bracelet is proof of their hunt. At that moment, Yatsui had just analyzed Lucia's speech and informed everyone, which confirmed Yang Guang's speculation. We must protect Lucia, Daigo said firmly. Agreed, everyone concurred. Lucia's signal has been found at Asahi Mountain. Yatsui sent a notification. The group boarded the Flying Swallow and flew to Asahi Mountain, discovering that the Mugen people were attacking Lucia. They launched an attack on the Mugen spaceship. After being hit, the Mugen escaped into the clouds and disappeared. Everyone disembarked and began searching for Lucia. At that moment, the Mugen, having left the spaceship, was also searching for Lucia. Ultimately, Yang Guang, using his super abilities, was the first to find Lucia. Lucia, are you okay? Where's the monster that was chasing you? Yang Guang asked. Lucia, of course, could not understand what Yang Guang was saying, but it didn't matter because just then, the Mugen appeared right in front of them. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Yang Guang raised his gun and fired, hitting the target. Yang Guang's speed was too fast, and the Mugen couldn't dodge. He continued firing, hitting the Mugen multiple times, causing it to transform into its giant form. Although the others hadn't arrived yet, they could see the giant monster and all began firing their weapons. Seeing the monster appear, Yang Guang immediately pulled out the shining stick and transformed into Ultraman Gade. Ah, it's Ultraman Gade. The victory team members exclaimed excitedly. Gade did not confront the monster, but charged straight forward to attack. The monster launched a light projectile from its head. Gade swung his left hand backward, and the projectile struck his left wrist guard, deflecting the attack, which exploded on the ground without harming Gade. The monster was taken aback, surprised that such a maneuver was possible. What else would you expect? ISNT armor meant to absorb damage? You thought it was just for show? Daigu exclaimed in admiration, but lamented that his arms lacked armor, so he couldn't replicate the move. While the monster was stunned, Gade approached, delivering a powerful kick that sent the monster flying into the air before it crashed heavily to the ground. Taking advantage of the monster's momentary daze, Gade gathered energy in his right hand and launched a light projectile at the monster. Boom! An explosion followed. The monster let out a terrible scream. It felt like Gade Ultraman was much stronger than Digga. It seemed like there was no monster that Gade couldn't defeat. Every time Digga had to struggle hard to overcome a monster, Gade just crushed them effortlessly. The team gathered and discussed this, while Daigu, listening nearby, was speechless. He resolved to continue training with Yang Guang to become stronger. The scene returned to Gade, who was preparing to attack. Suddenly, the monster's head elongated to strike, attempting a sneak attack on Gade, which indeed caught him off guard. But Gade, in a flash, sidestepped and seized the monster's extended neck, then spun it around. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. At maximum speed, Gade hurled it away. Bang! The ground shook violently. You could only say it looked quite ugly, but had grand ideas. Trying to sneak attack again? You think I could be ambushed by you? You twisted monster that takes pleasure in hunting others. You are simply unforgivable. Today, let Ged Grandpa send you to the afterlife. Ged extends both fists forward, pulls them open horizontally to both sides, and finally performs a classic elementary school student's hand-raising gesture to ask a question. Gade light. Bayou. Boom. The monster was blown to pieces. Summer Gade pretended to fly away, but actually transformed back into human form and returned to Lucia's side. Lucia, do you have any plans? Young Guang Asked Lucia. If not, you can stay on Earth for a while. The people here are still very warm and friendly. Eventually, TPC settled Lucia in, of course, arranging for surveillance. As this was also a necessary procedure, TPC was conducting a research experiment, using sunlight to generate electricity, then converting the power into microwaves, transmitting it to Earth through superconducting circuits. If successful, it would bring endless pollution-free energy to Earth. However, all of this only benefited humans. The people in the ionosphere, affected by these microwaves, mutated into gazos once again, and they were even more ferocious than before. On this day, Shinjo and Daegu were patrolling in the Flying Swallow. Suddenly, the plane encountered strong electromagnetic waves, causing the equipment to malfunction. Manual control was useless, and finally, the plane crashed into the sea. Fortunately, the safety of the Flying Swallow was very high. Although it crashed, Shinjo and Daegu did not die, just sustained minor injuries. They were rescued and taken back to TPC headquarters for treatment. Mayumi heard about her brother's accident and was extremely worried, rushing to visit. She was relieved to see Shinjo and Daegu coming out of the elevator, and she happily rushed to play with Shinjo. It turned out that Shinjo had a certain degree of bone fracture in his left foot and Daegu in his left arm. Although their work would be affected to some extent, their injuries were not serious and would heal after a while. Then Mayumi told Shinjo that her boyfriend was coming to Sakura Country for a competition and wanted to meet him to discuss something important. And it was tonight. So soon? Shinjo immediately became nervous, feeling like a father meeting his son-in-law. You don't want to meet him, do you? Mayumi asked. No, Toma's quite nice. Shinjo stammered but didn't finish. Thank you, brother. I'm going to pick up Toma. He's on flight 206 and will arrive soon. I'm off, Mayumi said excitedly as she left. The two returned to the command room, only to hear that Flight 206 of the National Power Airlines to Tokyo was experiencing strong electromagnetic interference and communication was cut off. The Victory Team's radar had captured the shadow of Gazet. It turned out that during Flight 206, they encountered an attack from the Lightning People, resulting in casualties. The Lightning People had transformed back into Gazet and began attacking humans once again. Mizukata decided to lead everyone into action. However, when Shinjo heard it was Flight 206, he immediately became worried. As that was the plane Toma was on, he insisted on going. But Shinjo had just been injured, and everyone was concerned and didn't want him to go. However, Shinjo's long legs made him walk too fast. I'll go with him, Daegu said, chasing after Shinjo. Thus, Shinjo and Daegu piloted the Flying Swallow to the scene. Through scanning, they found no sign of Flight 206, but instead discovered that Gazet's plasma energy had become even more astonishing. It was estimated that the people on the flight had been devoured by Gazet. So, the two launched an attack on Gazet. Gazet was originally a creature residing in the ionosphere, and it had transformed into a monster due to human electromagnetic waves. However, since the last time, Gazet had transformed back into the Lightning People and returned to the ionosphere. Why had it appeared again? It turned out that after Gazet's last appearance, humanity's policies regarding electromagnetic waves had not changed. Thus, human life and development once again affected the Lightning People's sleep, causing them to transform back into the ferocious Gazet. At this time, Yezue analyzed through the computer and found Gazet's target this time, the Solar Power Research Center. Everyone concluded that it must be the microwaves from the research center that disturbed the Lightning People's nest, turning them into the violent Gazet. Beneath that facility, there were superconducting circuits capable of storing a large amount of electronic energy. If Gazet attacked, it would cause a massive explosion. The capital area would be completely destroyed. It seemed they had to stop Gazet. Yang Guang did not agree with humanity's reckless technological development and secretly hoped that the circuits would be destroyed by Gazet to teach humanity a lesson. However, upon hearing that such a massive explosion would occur, affecting such a wide area, they could only stop Gazet. Thus, everyone analyzed and discussed strategies, preparing to set off and inform Daegu and Shinjo to gather at the radio station. TPC also notified the power station to shut down the microwave device. Everyone arrived at the gathering place and began to arrange the combat plan. Since Gazet was very sensitive to microwaves, they planned to use a small microwave device to lure Gazet to a specific location and then eliminate it. Shinjo wanted to lure the monster himself, hoping Daegu would help drive, but Yang Guang stopped him. "Leave the task of luring Gazet to me," Yang Guang said. So, Yang Guang drove away with Daegu and the microwave device. At this time, Mayumi, in a hurry to pick up her boyfriend, drove in despite the staff's obstruction. Unfortunately, the car was affected by electromagnetic interference and stalled on the way. Coincidentally, Gazet happened to descend from the sky and spotted Mayumi in the car. Gazet was a man-eater. Mayumi was in danger. Fortunately, Yang Guang arrived just in time, saw Gazet chasing Mayumi, and lured Gazet away. "Shinjo, I see Mayumi. Hurry and take her away from here," Yang Guang said. "What?" Upon hearing that Mayumi was there, Shinjo immediately rushed over with concern. However, our Mayumi didn't wait for her brother, but instead met her long-awaited lover. "Mayumi, are you okay?" Toma appeared beside Mayumi in human form. "Toma, it really is you," Mayumi exclaimed excitedly. "Mayumi, let's leave here first," Toma said. "Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting." So Mayumi got on Toma's motorcycle and left the place. On the way, they met up with Shinjo, and they all left together. On the other side, Yang Guang drove Gazet to the combat location. After getting out of the car, he and the others opened fire on Gazet. Unfortunately, it seemed Gazet had become stronger, and the victory team's attacks did not inflict significant damage. Gazet, seeing people attacking it, began to spit out plasma balls to attack them. Everyone started to dodge, and Yang Guang, taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, transformed into Gade Ultraman and began to fight Gazet. Gade launched a quick lunge attack right away. However, Gazort dodged it. At this moment, Gazort's agility was slightly higher than that of Digga's composite form, naturally making him a bit more agile than Gade. Gazort struck, and Gade raised his left arm to block it effortlessly, then followed up with a right punch that hit Gazort in the chest, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Can you withstand this punch with 20 years of power behind it? Gade stepped forward to continue close combat with Gazort. Although Gazort was slightly more agile, his attack power was insufficient. Despite landing a few hits on Gade, thanks to his speed, Gade had chest armor for protection, so the damage he received was minimal. Each time Gade seized the opportunity to counterattack, he dealt significant damage to Gazort. Before long, Gazort was heavily injured. Realizing he was no match for Gade, Gazort changed his strategy and created distance, opting for ranged attacks. Gazort launched several plasma spheres at Gade, but Gade extended his hands and raised an energy shield, blocking all the attacks and reflecting them back. A few of the plasma spheres hit Gazort, knocking him down to the ground. Gade took the opportunity to step forward and deliver a flurry of punches to Gazot, leaving him unable to rise again. Gade jumped out of the charging beam energy and fired a Gade beam. Bayu. Boom! After a loud explosion, Gazet was eliminated. On the other side, Takuma bid farewell to Mayumi. Although Mayumi was very reluctant, there was nothing to be done. Takuma had actually already died. "I really love you, Mayumi. I'm so happy to see you. I will always love you," Takuma said as he slowly transformed into white light, dissipating before Mayumi. Only a necklace was left behind, which had a photo of Mayumi hanging from it. Takuma had worn it while abroad, a token of his longing for Mayumi. Mayumi held the necklace and cried uncontrollably. After Shinjo's explanation, everyone learned that Takuma was also on Flight 206, only then realizing that Takuma had actually met with an accident. It is said that the human soul is composed of plasma, and Gazet possesses a strong plasma energy. Perhaps Takuma missed Mayumi so much that his soul manifested itself. When Mayumi was in danger, he came to her side and saved her. Love truly is a magnificent feeling. During this time, Daiko couldn't undergo special training due to his arm not healing yet, so he had more time to spend with Rina, and their relationship quickly blossomed. Yang Guang also found himself with free time. One day, he took the opportunity of a holiday to visit Mount Suna. Yang Guang remembered that in the storyline, there was a swordsman named Ida Iryu who had killed monsters long ago and suppressed them at Mount Suna. Yang Guang went to the local police station to inquire about information regarding Mount Suna. "Hello, I'm Yang Guang from the Victory Team. You can call me Guang. Do you have any legends about the spirits of Mount Suna?" "Ah, you're from the Victory Team. Hello. Is something happening at Mount Suna?" a young police officer asked. "Oh no, I'm just here to ask about it, because I'm interested in spirits," Yang Guang replied. "Haha, what spirits?" I didn't expect you guys from the victory team to believe in that. The young officer laughed. However, at that moment, an older police officer overheard their conversation and walked over. I know a bit about the legends of spirits. If you don't mind, I can tell you, the old officer said. Oh, great. I'd love to hear, Yang Guang said. So the old officer began to tell Yang Guang about the legends of the spirits of Mount Suna. It turned out that a long time ago, a swordsman named Ida Iryu came here. He was originally known for slaying monsters and was quite a formidable figure. Later, upon hearing that there were monsters at Mount Suna, he came to exorcise them. He fought a battle against the monsters here and defeated them. However, he couldn't kill them, so to prevent their resurrection, Ida Iryu scattered the monster's limbs across various locations on Mount Suna and left his sword behind to suppress the heart of that monster, preventing the spirit from resurrecting and continuing to wreak havoc on the world. People even built a temple for him. After listening to the old officer's description, Yang Guang finally requested the officer to take him to that temple. So the two of them headed up the mountain. At that moment, 3 men arrived in a car at Mount Suna, seemingly searching for something. Soon, they found the temple of Ida Iryu. It turned out that these 3 were thieves, preparing to steal from the temple. One man took out lock-picking tools and, in no time, had the door opened. The 3 entered and ransacked the place, ultimately taking Ida Iryu's statue and sword. Meanwhile, Yang Guang and the old officer reached the mountain. The old officer, being older, struggled with the climb, so they were moving slowly. When they arrived at their destination, they found the door had already been opened and the warrior's statue and sword were missing. Yang Guang silently cursed and realized they were too late, so he could only descend the mountain with the old officer. Yang Guang also found a place to stay. That night, one of the hands of the spirit of Suna regained its vitality. The 3 thieves arrived at a roadside convenience store to rest and began to eat. Uemura still felt uneasy about taking the sword and kept persuading the other 2 to return it. However, the leader was too greedy and refused to return it. We've already taken it out. Why return it? Besides, that sword is worth more than the statue. What if we get caught on the way back? Seeing that Uemura couldn't persuade them, he had no choice but to return to the car. However, just as Uemura sat down in the car, he was possessed by the spirit of Ida Iryu. It turned out that although Ida Iryu was dead, his spirit had not perished or reincarnated and had remained inside the statue. The 3 thieves' actions in stealing the statue and sword made him very angry. The possessed Uemura, who was actually Ida Iryu, studied the car for a moment and found he couldn't use it. So he carried the sword and got out of the car, ready to walk back. At that moment, his 2 companions came out, full from eating. Seeing Uemura carrying the sword and wanting to leave, they immediately blocked him. Hey, where do you think you're going? Uemura ignored them and kept walking. The leader, seeing this, thought, this won't do. How dare he ignore me? So he stepped forward to block Uemura and pulled out a butterfly knife to threaten him. Uemura knocked the butterfly knife away with his weapon, then drew his sword and knocked the leader unconscious. He then told the remaining companion to drive him back to Mount Suna. Meanwhile, the other limbs of the spirit of Suna began to regain vitality one after another. At the TPC headquarters, Yatsui discovered on the radar that an earthquake was occurring at Mount Suna in Yamanashi Prefecture and that many life forms were appearing in various places on the mountain. At this moment, Yang Guang also sent a communication to headquarters. Headquarters, this is Yang Guang. I've discovered a situation at Mount Suna. There may be a monster. Yang Guang felt that the spirit of Suna was about to resurrect, so he contacted headquarters. The victory team received the notification, and everyone piloted the flying swallow towards Mount Suna. Meanwhile, terrifying sounds echoed from Mount Suna. Revive, revive, destroy this world completely. It turned out to be the spirit of Suna calling out. On the other side, Uemura and his companion drove to the foot of Mount Suna. Hearing the terrifying sounds, his companion was too scared to drive any further and insisted on leaving. Uemura thought that if something happened, he, an ordinary person, wouldn't be able to help. It would be dangerous, so he let him leave and went up the mountain alone, running into Yang Guang halfway up. Yang Guang saw someone heading up the mountain and stopped him, saying, "Hey, it's dangerous here. Hurry and leave." Seeing the person holding a sword, he then asked, "Oh, is that Ida Iryu's sword that you took? Did you release the monster? You're not human," Uemura said, drawing the sword and taking a stance. Yang Guang was speechless. Why was he being insulted right off the bat? But he felt no evil aura. "My apologies, please forgive me." Uemura sheathed his sword and bowed. "By the way, I want to resolve this before the spirit of Suna is fully revived," Uemura said as he tried to go up the mountain. Yang Guang stopped him and said, "No need to go through all that trouble. I've already sent out a notice, and the victory team will be here soon. Besides, it may not be timely for you to go now. Take this opportunity to just take it down directly. But if it revives, I won't be able to deal with it. Uemura said. It doesn't matter. I'll handle it. Yang Guang said lightly. So, the villagers began to chat with Yang Guang about cultivation here. A warrior who can slay demons and eliminate evil for the people, and whose spirit does not perish after death, is truly impressive. In other novels, such a person would be a significant figure in their own right. The world of Ultraman appears to be a material and scientific world on the surface, but is not entirely so. The world of Ultraman also discusses idealism, energy, and spiritual will. At this moment, they saw the limbs of the Sumeru demon extending out from the mountain. However, after a while, these limbs retracted back into the mountain, followed by a tremor as the Sumeru demon resurrected and crawled out from the mountain. As soon as the Sumeru demon emerged, it spewed flames from its mouth, attacking the flying Yinjing aircraft above. The two Yinjing aircraft also began to attack the Sumeru demon. Zing! Zing! A barrage of lasers followed. The Sumeru demon surprisingly had two faces, one in front that could spit fire, and one in the back that could blast strong air currents and smoke. After a while of mutual attacks, both sides realized they couldn't do anything to each other. The Sumeru demon was quite agile, but it seemed unable to fly. The attacks from the Yinjing aircraft did not cause significant damage to the Sumeru demon. It's my turn to take the stage, Yang Guang said as he took out the Divine Light stick and transformed into Ultraman Jade to enter the battle. As soon as Gade entered the arena, he executed a front flip followed by a flying kick, striking the Sukna demon and sending it flying far away. The combat ability of the Sukna demon can only be described as average, slightly better than other monsters. After all, it is a humanoid monster. Gade sprinted forward to attack, first delivering a right foot kick, which Tsunade dodged by turning sideways. Tsunade then countered with a right punch, but Gade turned and blocked with his left arm. Gade followed up with a right hook, which Tsunade attempted to block with his left hand. However, Gade's strength was too great. Although Tsunade managed to block the attack, he was still knocked off balance and staggered backward from the impact, unable to counter due to his unstable center of gravity. Tsunade found himself vulnerable, and Gade seized the opportunity to deliver another front kick. This time, it struck Tsunade in the chest and abdomen, sending him flying and crashing heavily into the mountainside behind him. Gade stepped forward to continue the attack. After a fierce battle, the demon Tsunade realized he was no match for Gade. He spat out flames, forcing Gade back. Taking the opportunity, Tsunade performed a somersault to another part of the mountainside and pulled out a large sword from within. Using a weapon, no sense of martial ethics, Gade thought. Tsunade charged at Gade with the sword raised, and Gade fired energy blasts with his right hand. Tsunade slashed diagonally with the sword, destroying the energy blasts. As he approached Gade, he delivered a horizontal slash, and Gade jumped back to evade. Tsunade attacked again, raising the sword with both hands for a powerful downward strike. But Gade sidestepped to avoid it. The two exchanged blows, dodging and attacking for several rounds. Seeing that he couldn't hit Gade, Tsunade became increasingly frantic. His heart raced, and his moves grew more chaotic. After one powerful chop, Gade seized the opportunity to grab Tsunade's arm. Gade pulled back with force, then delivered a knee strike. Hiting, unakus abdomen. The blow made Tsunade bend like a large shrimp. However, it wasn't over yet. Gade grabbed Tsunade's right wrist with his right hand and forcefully struck Tsunade's right elbow with his left forearm. With one hit, he broke Tsunade's right elbow. In pain, Tsunade couldn't hold onto the sword and instead had it snatched away by Gade. Gade swung his sword wildly at the Suna Ghost, who dodged left and right, avoiding all attacks. There was no way around it. Gade had never learned swordsmanship. Seeing that he couldn't hit the Suna Ghost, Gade, in a moment of desperation, threw the sword directly at the Suna Ghost. No one expected that someone would actually throw away their weapon. Caught off guard, the Suna Ghost was pierced in the chest by the sword and pinned to the mountainside. Ged took this opportunity to gather energy and shot a Ged ray that killed the ghost. Time to go back and train with the weapons, Ged thought as he flew away. A few peaceful days passed before things started happening again. Recently, there had been reports of missing persons at night. So, the victory team began to take turns patrolling outside. Tonight, a male actor went missing within the drama group. Daegu and Shinchang went to investigate, but as before, they found nothing. However, on the way back, they received a notification that there was a witness in Area 55R, so the two hurried over. Soon, they arrived at the scene and began questioning the witness. After understanding the situation, they returned to headquarters to report what they had learned. From the descriptions, An image of an alien appeared before everyone, but Yari could not find any relevant alien in the data. Early the next morning, everyone gathered to continue analyzing the recent missing persons cases. They discovered that the disappearance locations were from Area P to Area R, and the incidents occurred between nightfall and dawn. After some discussion, they still couldn't come up with answers due to the lack of clues, so they could only continue patrolling. The group divided into 3 teams. Daegu and Rina patrolled in the Flying Swallow No. 1, Kuroki and Munakata in the Flying Swallow No. 2, and Yangguang and Xinsheng patrolled on the ground in a car. Half a day passed without any anomalies. Then, in the afternoon, they received an alarm that an alien was holding an old lady hostage on the street. The team immediately took action, using surveillance to locate the alien and surrounding it. Don't move, put that old lady down. Goodness, they even kidnapped an old lady this time. The alien released the old lady, but she hurriedly explained to everyone that the alien was not a bad person. At that moment, the alien also began to communicate with them telepathically. A voice suddenly appeared in their minds, and everyone felt a bit uncomfortable. Telepathy, I think the alien might be communicating with us, Yang Guang explained. The group realized that the alien had no hostility, so they went to a secluded area to understand the situation in detail. After a round of communication, they understood the whole story. The alien's name was Radel, from the planet Standell. On their planet, there were 2 races, one active during the day and the other at night. Radel's race was active during the day, while the Ababasai were active at night. Later, the Ababasai attempted to control daytime, leading to war. However, the Ababasai, being a nocturnal race, were afraid of light and could not fight back. So they went into space to find soldiers who could fight both day and night. This time, the Ababasai targeted humans, capturing those with strong combat abilities, brainwashing them to become soldiers. Thus, the group devised a clever plan to pretend to fight to lure the Ababasai out. Back at headquarters, they formulated a detailed plan, first designating an area where people should not go out at night and where no fighting, wrestling, or intense exercise could occur. Then, they pretended to fight in that area to attract the Ababasai. They would feign being captured by the Ababasai and then rescue those who were taken. When night fell, they began the act, but after a while, the Ababasai still hadn't shown up. Looks like we need to be more serious. Everyone attack together, Yang Guang shouted. Everyone knew Yang Guang was very strong in combat. After all, many people had challenged him recently, but without exception, they all ended up with bruises. Eventually, no one dared to spar with Yang Guang anymore. All right, we're coming, the others replied. Xinsheng was the first to charge in, throwing a punch at Yang Guang while the others were still watching. Without hesitation, Xinsheng attacked, which was reckless. No wonder he was called the Fallen Pilot by many online. Every time there was a crash, it was either him or Daegu. Yang Guang caught Xinsheng's arm with his left hand and then threw him out with a right arm wrap. Next was Munakata, who, as the commander, needed to set an example and boost morale. Knowing he couldn't win, he still charged at Yang Guang's handsome face with a punch. Obviously jealous of that face for a long time, Yang Guang thought, I knew you had ulterior motives toward my handsome face. Then he ducked and hit Munakata in the stomach, making him unable to stand up straight. Yang Guang then wrapped around Munakata's back and threw him toward Xinsheng, who was just preparing to come over and had to catch Munakata passively. The two fell to the ground. Daegu saw it was his turn and braced himself to go up. He came in with a right punch, which Yang Guang blocked with his left hand. Yang Guang countered with a right punch, while Daegu blocked with his left hand. Daegu then kicked with his right leg, and Yang Guang caught Daegu's leg, performing a leg throw that sent Daegu rolling like a gourd. Ha ha ha! Yang Guang laughed with his hands on his hips, extremely arrogant. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and Yang Guang was captured by the Ababasai. Yang Guang found himself in a very dark place, seeing many people fused into something resembling stone pillars. At that moment, an Ababasai walked out from behind. You're different from other Earthlings. If you willingly help us Ababasai rule the planet, I will spare you from being our slave. Submit to the Ababasai. What nonsense! Yang Guang replied. So foolish. You're just as stupid as other Earthlings, the Ababasai said angrily. Just then, Radel appeared and shot a light bomb at the Ababasai. Unfortunately, in the darkness, Radel was very weak, and the light bomb did not harm the Ababasai. As the Ababasai turned to punish Radel, Yang Guang kicked him from behind, making him stagger. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Yang Guang followed up with a sweeping kick, knocking the Ababasai down, then delivered a powerful kick to the Ababasai's head. The Ababasai was stunned, wondering what was happening with this human. He doesn't follow the rules of combat and resorts to sneak attacks. He can't handle this. He has no spirit of Bushido. Seeing Yang Guang about to attack again, the Ababasai immediately teleported to the ground, becoming gigantic. The Ababasai thought, just now I was sneak attacked by you. Now, let us see what you can do against me. A mere human. Inside the spaceship, Yang Guang said to Radel, please rescue these captured humans. I will defeat the Ababasai. After saying that, he took out the shining stick and transformed into Ged Ultraman to confront the Ababasai. Gade landed on the ground and said telepathically, Abbas, come here. Upon hearing this, Abbas realized that this giant was the one who had just ambushed him. This was unacceptable. Enemies meet and their eyes turn red with anger. He charged forward and delivered a powerful kick. You're copying me, he thought, but his body instinctively sidestepped Abbas's attack. Then, taking advantage of Abbas not turning around, he threw a punch at Abbas's back, causing him to stagger forward. Before Abbas could turn around, Gade caught up from behind, lifted him up, and slammed him hard onto the ground, inflicting a heavy blow. Before Abbas could get back up, Gade executed another stomp. Abbas was knocked into the ground. Is this ever going to end? What kind of relentless attacks are these? This isn't how it's portrayed in movies. Abbas realized he was facing the strongest enemy he had encountered so far. Good old Abbas, seasoned from many battles, managed to roll away in pain to avoid Gade's second stomp. The two began to confront each other, then charged at one another. Both delivered a powerful kick, their large feet colliding. The difference was that Gade took 2 steps back, while Abbas was directly knocked down to the ground by the immense force. Gade rushed forward. Just as Abbas was getting up, Gade's left fist probes. Abbas raises his right arm to block. Gade attacks with his right fist. Abbas raises his left arm to block. Gade grabbed Abbas's left forearm with his right fist and pressed down hard. He then threw a punch with his left hand toward Abbas's face, hitting him in the face, followed by a series of right-hand straight punches. Abbas was pushed back continuously by Gade's relentless straight punches, until Gade finally kicked him down to the ground. Abbas got back up, unwilling to give up, and charged at Gade again. What a fighting spirit. Too bad you're a bad guy. Gade did not hold back, constantly knocking Abbas down to the ground. After a fierce battle, Abbas was left swaying unsteadily, shaken by Gade's blows. Gader charged up energy and released the Gader beam. Bayou. Boom. Abbas was blown to pieces. At this moment, the people who were captured inside the spaceship were also freed. Gade has resolved the situation, and Xia flew away with a sound. Some time ago, Dr. Eight-Tails developed the Magus power system. Since that day, some robots have been walking on the streets of the city at night. However, since they did not attack citizens, they did not attract the attention of the victory team. Days later, the Magus system was installed on a flying vehicle and began test flights. Lena from the victory team was selected as the pilot and went into outer space to conduct the Magus power system test flight. After a series of tests, everything was fine. The data has been recorded. I will return to the base immediately, Lena said in the communicator. However, on her way back, Lena spotted an uninhabited island floating in space. Lena reported the situation, but the radar of the victory team did not show any island, thinking that Lena was too tired and hallucinating. In the middle of the night, Daegu and Xinxing were patrolling in a car when they suddenly saw a strange silhouette ahead, so they got out to intercept it. The silhouette turned towards Xinxing when it heard him calling out. Daegu scanned and found that the figure was a lifeless robot. Xinxing, hearing it was a robot, shot it without hesitation, and the robot fell to the ground. The two were puzzled to see a robot fall with just one shot. What would such a weak robot do? Who does it look down on? Daegu approached to check and found that the robot was empty inside. So how to move? Another question mark appeared above their heads. Not wanting to think about it anymore, they collected the scattered robots and brought them back to headquarters. From that day on, those mysterious robots were all retrieved by the victory team to the base. One day, the victory team's radar detected an island floating in space. Upon receiving the notification, everyone gathered in the command room and saw the image on the screen, realizing that the island Lena saw that day was real. Thus, Captain Zhu Jian sent Xinxing to pilot a fighter to investigate. At that moment, the island unleashed a lightning attack on the ground, causing a massive explosion. Seeing the island attacking the ground, Xinxing got closer and also opened fire. However, the laser hit the island without any effect, and a robot was sent out to chase Xinxing. As Xinxing was about to collide, he had no choice but to make an emergency escape. The robot crashed into the plane, causing an explosion. Xinxing safely returned to Earth in the escape pod. In response to the island's attack on Earth, TPC held a high-level meeting and unanimously approved the victory team to pilot the Attitus to engage. The Daoist is a giant mothership manufactured by TPC. It is over 100 meters long, can reach speeds of up to Mach 3 within the atmosphere, and can achieve speeds of 42 Mach in space using the Magus power system. Its weapons include ordinary laser cannons and powerful drag cannons, and it can even fire the Magus cannon using the Magus power system. The internal structure can accommodate the Flying Swallow. The victory team prepared to board the Daoist and head into space to attack the island. However, the scattered robots in the warehouse began to revive one by one and started to destroy the base. As everyone rushed to the spacecraft, they encountered many robots that were wreaking havoc in the base, so they attacked while heading to the spaceship. Meanwhile, the island's attacks on the ground became increasingly frequent, causing significant damage. The higher-ups sent a notification, urging the victory team to quickly pilot the Daoist to launch an attack. "Leave this to me and Daegu. You all hurry to the Daoist," Yang Guang said upon hearing the urgent notification. "All right, it's up to you," Zhong Fong said as he took Lina, Kagane, and Xinqing onto the Daoist. Yang Guang and Daegu began to clear the robots. In the end, everyone successfully piloted the Daoist and left the base, flying into space. At this point, all the robots flew and broke through the walls, coming together at the seabed to form a giant robot. Then they headed towards the TPC headquarters. Water poured in wildly from the broken walls. Yang Guang and Daegu were submerged, but of course, this little water couldn't harm them. The two swam outside the base. They prepared to surface, only to see the giant robot approaching the base. Yang Guang gestured for Daegu to handle it, saying it was time to test your training results. Daegu transformed into Diga and stood in front of the giant robot. The robot ignored Diga and continued towards headquarters. "What? Look down on me, Diga." Diga moved forward and embraced the robot, but it easily broke free and continued forward. Diga grabbed the robot's leg, threw it down, and began to punch. But the robot not only remained unharmed, but also easily grabbed Diga and threw him aside. Realizing his lack of strength, Diga transformed into a more powerful form and moved to block the robot. As the robot saw that Diga was persistent, it decided to lock Diga up and prepare to self-destruct. Diga is in danger. Yang Guang saw this and had no choice but to transform into Gade Ultraman to rescue him. First, he freed Diga from the strongman's locked position. He lifted the robot and flew upwards, breaking through the water surface and continuing to fly into the air, throwing the robot with force just before it exploded. Boom! The robot self-destructed. The two Ultramen returned to their human forms and met on the water surface, reporting to headquarters. "Headquarters, Daegu and I are on the water and unharmed. Please send a rescue ship to pick us up." After a while, Yase arrived on a speedboat to take Yang Guang and Daegu back, and he also found a piece of the robot on the surface to take back for research. "Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." On the other side, in outer space, the Daoist launched an attack on the unnamed island. However, the unnamed island seemed to suffer no damage and sent numerous robots to attack the Daoist. Naturally, the team could not passively take hits. So Xinqing and Kagane piloted a small attack aircraft into battle. Meanwhile, it would take another 30 minutes for the Daoist to attack again. Xinqing and Kagane attacked outside, drawing the attention of the small robots. However, as a scientist, Kagane's piloting skills were no match for the renowned pilot Xinqing. Before long, he was hit by a small robot and had to return to the Daoist. As for Xinqing, being a skilled pilot, he either destroyed the enemy or went down himself. This time he didn't go down, and he eliminated all the small robots before returning to the Daoist. The three piloted the Daoist closer to the island and launched an attack, but as they got close, the Daoist malfunctioned and was sucked into the island. Meanwhile, headquarters saw the Daoist being absorbed by the mechanical island and was anxiously worried. At this moment, Yase, through research on the robot fragments, found the answer. It turned out that these robots called themselves the Protection System, designed to act and eliminate any forbidden power from being activated. The so-called forbidden power, after some thought, was determined to be the Magus power system. If that is the case, how can they save those trapped inside the island? After thinking for a while, Yase came up with a solution to reverse the Magus system's rotation to obtain opposite power, allowing them to cancel each other out. Thus, Yang Guang piloted the test aircraft into space and arrived at the mechanical island. Landing successful, I will contact the Daoist immediately. Yang Guang reported the progress. He first used a bomb to blow a hole on Mechanical Island, then inserted wires to connect to the Atlantis. Lina, Zhongfang, Juowei, Xinqing, can you hear me? Is everyone okay? Yang Guang contacted them. Where are you now, Yang Guang? Lina asked. I'm on the island right now. and you all need to help me activate the Magus power system. I'm operating in reverse from the outside, which will allow the powers to cancel each other out. Then you can get out, Yang Wang explained. The people inside the Atlantis understood Yang Wang's plan and began to act. After a series of operations, they succeeded, and the Atlantis slowly flew out of the island. Just when everyone thought they had succeeded, a giant robot appeared on the island. To hold off the robot, Yang Wang transformed into Ultraman Jade and engaged in battle. The robot was incredibly powerful. If Digga had come, he would likely have been beaten. However, Jade was different. His strength and defense were much greater than Digga's, and his fighting skills were excellent. The robot was too slow, and Jade seized the advantage to launch a fierce attack. As he watched the Atlantis fly out of the island, Jade didn't linger and charged up a powerful attack. Destroying the robot, Jade transformed back into his human form and piloted the test machine away. Meanwhile, the Atlantis used the Magus cannon to destroy the island. Everyone then successfully returned to headquarters. After months of intermittent training, Daegu finally completed Yang Wang's special training. Now, Daegu's strength had greatly improved, and his basic abilities after transforming into Digga were as follows: composite form grip strength, 60,000 tons wrist strength, 80,000 tons jumping ability, 900 meters flying speed, 7 Mach running speed, 8 Mach subterranean speed, 3 Mach aquatic speed, 3 Mach power form grip strength, 80,000 tons wrist strength, 100,000 tons jumping ability, 700 meters flying speed, 5 Mach running speed, 3 Mach subterranean speed, 1 Mach aquatic speed, 1 Mach aerial form grip strength, 40,000 tons wrist strength, 60,000 tons jumping ability, 1,100 meters flying speed, 9 Mach running speed, 3 Mach subterranean speed, 5 Mach aquatic speed, 5 Mach during this time. 2 monsters appeared, Inomina and Magnesia. The first to appear was Inomina, a humanoid monster from an alternate dimension, known as the Dimensional Demon God. At first, she frequently appeared in various cities of Sakura country, each time for a very short duration. Once, the victory team came to region R for an investigation, as predictions indicated that the demon god would appear here. However, upon arrival, they didn't see anything unusual, only a circus performing. Soon, a burst of golden lightning appeared in the sky, and the demon god Inomina manifested. Inomina released a special electromagnetic wave that drove people into madness and caused widespread destruction. The other members of the victory team, piloting the Flying Swallow 1 and 2, were preparing to attack when Inomina suddenly vanished. Everyone returned to headquarters to analyze the situation. They speculated that there must be a commonality in the demon god's appearances, and through computer data, they discovered that each time the demon god appeared, a circus was present. They theorized that either the circus people were controlling the monster or the monster was chasing the circus people. Regardless of whether they were the manipulators or the manipulated, finding them should yield some useful information, Yang Wang said. Meanwhile, Yezue analyzed that the electromagnetic waves emitted by the demon god could directly damage the human brain, causing those who went mad to be affected by the demon god's electromagnetic waves. It turned out that these electromagnetic waves induced a terrifying hormone in people, leading to impulses to attack and kill, ultimately damaging the entire brain. If this continued, humanity would be eliminated by her, Yang Wang stated. Beep, beep, beep at that moment. The computer sounded an alarm, predicting the next location of the demon god's appearance. The team flew to the location and found that the demon god had indeed appeared. Attacking a car with an energy ball, it was the circus. The team launched an attack on the demon god, but she disappeared again after being hit. They brought the circus back to headquarters and learned the situation from the circus owner. It turned out that some time ago, Dabin had come to their circus, and the owner thought he wanted to join, so he took Dabin in. Over time, everyone grew fond of Dabin. However, the dimensional demon god appeared and continuously pursued them for unknown reasons. Through research on Dabin, headquarters discovered that the reason the demon god vanished was because of Dabin. Dabin possessed the ability to weaken the demon god's electromagnetic waves, even completely eliminating them. Both Dabin and the demon god belonged to a subspace race, but the difference was that Dabin had no attack capabilities. So, Jiuwei, can you simulate or copy the electromagnetic waves emitted by Dabin? This way, we can interfere with the demon god and save those affected by her electromagnetic waves, Yang Wang suggested. It shouldn't be a problem. I'll give it a try, Jiuwei replied. Beep, 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 the computer sounded an alarm, indicating that the demon god had appeared in Area K. Mikado ordered the entire victory team to launch an attack, except for Juwei, who needed to copy Dabin's electromagnetic waves. In the city, without Dabin suppression, the demon god's electromagnetic waves became even stronger, beginning to broadly affect humans and firing energy blasts to destroy the city. Flying Swallow 1 attacked the demon god, but the lasers were blocked by the electromagnetic waves she emitted, causing no damage. People in the city, influenced by the electromagnetic waves, began to go mad and destroy everything. Just when it seemed hopeless, Juwei successfully copied Dabin's electromagnetic waves and piloted Flying Swallow 2 to the city. Released the neutralizing electromagnetic waves. Juwei flew the 2 machine over the city and began to release neutralizing electromagnetic waves. Soon, the neutralizing waves canceled out the demon god's electromagnetic waves and restored the mad humans. Flying Swallow 1 began its attack, unleashing a barrage of lasers at the demon god. Of course, the demon god wouldn't just take the hits without retaliating. She fired energy balls at Flying Swallow, and one hit Flying Swallow 1 directly. It's no wonder Daegu and Xinqing were called the doomed pilots by netizens. Every time they fought a monster, they would crash. Fortunately, both of them successfully parachuted, and Daegu transformed into Giga Ultraman while parachuting. The monsters are always stolen by Jeed. If you didn't know better, you'd think I was a psychic. This time it's finally my turn. Daegu eagerly wanted to showcase the results of his training during this time. Taking advantage of the demon god's moment of inattention, Giga launched 2 energy blasts from behind, striking the organ that allowed the demon god to release electromagnetic waves, destroying her electromagnetic emitter. Cool, Giga. The demon god turned around and countered with several energy balls, knocking Giga down. So much for looking cool for 3 seconds. Giga got back up and transformed into his red power form, moving in for close combat with the demon god. However, the demon god was also strong in close combat, and her claws emitted electricity, causing some trouble for Giga, and for a time, they exchanged blows evenly. However, during this time, Daegu had been continuously trained by Yang Wang, and his fighting abilities had improved, elevating his basic capabilities after transforming into Giga. Before long, it began to gain the upper hand, and soon it was crushing the demon god. Then, seizing the opportunity, it delivered a flying kick that destroyed the demon god's organ capable of firing energy balls. Seeing it couldn't win, the demon god prepared to escape into another dimension. Giga wouldn't let it go, unleashing a beam to seal the space, preventing the demon god from escaping. That's why Giga is like a mage, with so many beam skills. It could do everything. The demon god was still in a daze, wondering what was happening and where it was. Giga unleashed the Daira Shium light stream, hitting the demon god and blowing it to pieces. After that, Giga flew away and transformed back into the goo. Since the band had no offensive capabilities, he was allowed to continue touring with the circus. Next up was the parasitic monster Magnia. Magnia arrived on Earth with a strange meteorite. This meteorite is the source of Magnia's energy and also its weakness. The meteorite can only be shattered with extremely powerful firepower, and once it is destroyed, Magnia will lose its strength. Magnia can also transform into fog, hiding many small parasites within a hut. However, once it turns into fog, it becomes afraid of water. It first parasitized everyone at the Cosmic Observation Center and then spread to nearby villages. It can control those it has parasitized and absorb their energy to become stronger and heal injuries. Due to the loss of contact with the Cosmic Observation Center, Yang Wang and Zhu Wei set off to investigate. However, they were affected by the fog during their journey, causing their plane to malfunction and make an emergency landing. The next day, Yang Guang went outside to investigate and discovered a strong magnetic field, making it impossible to contact the outside world. So, Yang Guang and Zhu Wei rode their motorcycles to the Cosmic Observation Center. However, they might have gotten lost, as they didn't see the Cosmic Observation Center, but instead found a village. They arrived in the village and looked around, discovering that there was no one there. Strangely, some faucets were still running, and some food was left half-eaten, as if people had suddenly left. At that moment, a woman in yellow rushed out and fainted in front of them. Yang Guang and Zhu Wei could only carry the woman back to a house to take care of her. That night, the woman in yellow woke up, and they began to ask her about her situation. It turned out her name was Jiangqi Chuan, and she was the daughter of Dr. Jiangqi. She had come to the Cosmic Observation Center, but encountered the fog while passing through this area. She started to run and finally jumped into the water to escape. At this moment, Zhu Wei went outside and saw that the villagers had returned. He greeted them, but no one responded. Zhu Wei felt something was off and observed closely. Noticing that each villager had a fleshy growth on their necks and were holding knives, hoes, sticks, and sickles. Suddenly, the villagers charged at him, and Zhu Wei quickly ducked into a room, locking the door with Yang Guang. The villagers began hacking at the door, creating a gap through which the fog poured in. The three could only escape outside, but the fog was chasing after them. They noticed many small parasites in the fog. They shot at the parasites, but there were too many to defeat. The three had to keep running. After a while, they finally shook off the fog and took refuge in a cave to rest. They speculated that the villagers had become like this due to the meteorite. They agreed that the next day, Yang Guang would contact headquarters, while Zhu Wei would accompany Jiang Qichuan to the Cosmic Observation Center. The next day, the three split up, but the fog attacked again. While fleeing, Zhu Wei and Qichuan discovered something glowing in the distance and went to check it out. They found a meteorite surrounded by many people who were being drained of their energy. At that moment, the small parasites discovered Zhu Wei and the others and began to chase them. Ultimately, they escaped to the Cosmic Observation Center. They searched the area but found no one, probably because it had been attacked by the monster. At this point, the fog seeped in through the vents, and they continued to run. During their escape, Zhu Wei was infected by the fog and grew parasites, but he managed to pull them out with sheer willpower. Who would have thought this hefty guy had such tenacity? Truly, the victory team consists of the best of humanity. Zhu Wei shot the sprinkler system, preventing the parasites from passing through, giving them a moment to breathe. Just then, an earthquake shook the area, and they ran outside to check. It turned out that other members of the victory team were driving a drilling tank from underground. Zhu Wei was overjoyed to see his teammates. "Is Yang Guang with you?" asked Zhong Fang. "No, he went down the mountain." Zhu Wei then informed everyone that the glowing meteorite was the energy source for the fog, urging them to attack and shatter it. Just as everyone was preparing to drive the drilling tank to attack, the fog began to gather and formed the monster Magnia. Magnia stood an astonishing 66 meters tall and weighed 58,000 tons. Upon its appearance, it could spew electrified fog, rendering the drilling tank inoperable. At this moment, Yang Guang managed to establish contact with headquarters and learned that they had sent a drilling tank for rescue. Seeing the monster appear, he transformed into Gadu Ultraman to come to the rescue. Gade flew in like an energy blast, hitting Megania and knocking it down. However, the meteorite provided energy to Megania, healing its wounds and strengthening its power. Megania stood up to engage Gade in hand-to-hand combat, and both sides were evenly matched, resulting in a fierce battle. The others arrived at the meteorite's location to try and attack it, but it was ineffective. Stronger firepower was needed. So, they called for support from headquarters. Before long, Daegu and Xinqing arrived in the Fian and used missiles to destroy the meteorite. Without the meteorite's energy, Megania weakened and was pummeled by Gade, finally being obliterated by Gade's beam, shattering it into pieces. The monster was eliminated, and the controlled humans returned to normal, resuming their usual lives. After going through this ordeal together, Team Kirai and Shizuru Jiang developed mutual admiration. Yes, that's right, this fatso Kirai, after Daegu, is also in love. Congratulations! On this day, Yang Guang had a sudden inspiration. He thought of the principle of the Magus power system and realized that the energy of Ultraman comes from light. Thinking of the land of light, where they created plasma sparks, it brought infinite energy and brightness to the entire land of light. Every Ultraman does not need to worry about energy depletion within the land of light and can fight recklessly. With ample energy, Ultraman has strong recovery abilities. However, on Earth, Ultraman can only fight at full power for 3 minutes due to insufficient energy supply. If the Magus power system could recharge Ultraman, it would not only enhance his endurance, but might also strengthen his beam abilities, just like how the Super Victory Team did for Tiga. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. So, Yang Guang found Dr. Yabuki. Dr. Yabuki, I have some ideas about the Magus power system. Do you think there's a chance of implementation? Yang Guang said, "Oh, Hikari, I didn't expect you to research the Magus power system. Tell me your thoughts," Dr. Yabuki replied. "Just kidding. Yang Guang's name in Sakura country is Hikari. There is also an Ultraman with the same name in the Land of Light, said to be a prominent figure, similar to Zoffy, adorned with star emblems on his chest. The Magus power system collides protons and antiprotons to produce light, using light to propel the spacecraft, allowing for very high speeds. It can also be used as a weapon, transforming into the Magus cannon, which has tremendous power," Yang Guang continued. "That's right, indeed," Dr. Yabuki said. "So, I wonder if this light could provide energy for Ultraman?" We know that Ultraman can only appear on Earth for about 3 minutes, and research has shown that Ultraman's energy comes from light. If we could use the Magus power system to supply energy to Ultraman when he is in crisis, allowing him to regain strength, then he could defeat the monsters. Yang Guang expressed his idea. It's worth a try. I developed the Magus power system to benefit humanity and contribute to it. Ultraman fights monsters to protect humanity and sometimes gets into danger. If we can help Ultraman, that would definitely be good, Dr. Yabuki said. Thus, Dr. Yabuki began designing an energy transmission device to supply energy to Ultraman. Today, the TPC headquarters received an alert from the Dinosaur Research Center, stating that they had unearthed a frozen dinosaur fossil and requested the Victory Team to investigate. Daegu and Kirai drove to the Dinosaur Research Center. A researcher told Kirai and Daegu that the dinosaur fossil they discovered belonged to the Cretaceous period, dating back 135 million to 65 million years, and was very similar to a type of dinosaur called Taposaurus. The two were led to the fossil and gasped at the sight of the enormous dinosaur fossil. Wow, it's so big. It's truly astonishing. I can't believe it. After some observation, they found it even harder to believe. It turned out that this dinosaur had undergone biochemical electronics surgery. How is that possible? While they were still in shock, the TPC headquarters was suddenly enveloped by strong electromagnetic waves. After a flash of lightning and thunder, the entire system of TPC headquarters went down. Just when everyone was at a loss, the screen automatically lit up, emitted sounds, and a huge spaceship appeared. It was the Nagarians causing trouble. The Nagarians claimed to be the gods of the universe and sternly warned humanity that the Earth would henceforth be ruled by them. Anyone who dared to defy them would be eliminated. After a pompous speech, it was clear how arrogant the Nagarians were. Daegu and Kirai had originally received a notification from headquarters to return immediately, but just as they stepped outside, the radar showed a massive energy response from the electronic dinosaur. So, they returned to the electronic dinosaur, but midway, a woman attacked them. And this woman was the one who awakened the electronic dinosaur. During the fight, Kirai shot the woman, causing her to faint, but before losing consciousness, she pressed a controller that released the electronic dinosaur. Daegu and Kirai were unaware that the electronic dinosaur was about to awaken. They only took the woman back to headquarters for treatment. Shortly after Daegu and the others returned, the electronic dinosaur Maripaniza awakened and proclaimed, "We Nagarians once ruled the dinosaurs on Earth, and Maripaniza is the best proof." The staff at headquarters were also shocked to see the biochemical electronic dinosaur on the screen. At this point, the headquarters system was restored, and Director Zawi sent a video urging the Victory Team to deal with the invaders. Thus, Kumi ordered the entire Victory Team to mobilize. Everyone piloted 2 Fian spacecraft and began firing lasers at Maripaniza, but unfortunately, it inflicted no effective damage on the electronic dinosaur. At this moment, Maripaniza arrived at the edge of the city and issued another warning, demanding humanity's surrender within an hour, or Maripaniza would awaken again and unleash continuous attacks until all humans were eliminated. The Victory Team took the opportunity to scan the inside of the electronic dinosaur and discovered a neutron bomb inside. A neutron bomb of that size, if it exploded, would destroy at least half of the life on Earth. Meanwhile, Daegu was checking the woman at the research center. It turned out that this girl shared DNA with a dinosaur called the Strange Dragon from the Cretaceous period. Just then, the dinosaur girl woke up and took Mayumi hostage. In fact, the dinosaur girl had already woken up. She had heard Kirai's conversation. She had originally trusted the Nagarians, but now, hearing about the neutron bomb inside Maripaniza, she found it hard to accept. At this moment, Kirai pretended to talk to the dinosaur girl, then rushed forward to rescue Mayumi. The dinosaur girl seized the opportunity to escape, and Daegu chased after her. While chasing the dinosaur girl, Daegu shouted to persuade her. The girl was somewhat swayed by Daegu's words, but at that moment, her companion Adam stepped out from behind a door. "Imo, don't be deceived by him. Humans are creatures of sweet words. Don't trust them. And who are you?" Originally, the girl was about to be persuaded by him, but then someone came to stir things up, Daegu said angrily. Adam introduced himself, revealing that he was the first dinosaur man successfully evolved through the hands of Nagans. After finishing his introduction, Adam extended his claws to attack Daegu. Daegu dodged left and right, avoiding all attacks. At that moment, other security personnel arrived and shot Adam in the face. Adam's face was shattered, exposing the skin of the dinosaur man. Adam escaped to the rooftop, preparing to activate Maribo Kanaza, but unfortunately failed. So, Adam contacted the Nagans in the universe, who responded to him telepathically, allowing him to revive Maribo Kanaza number 2. Subsequently, Adam activated Maribo Kanaza No. 2 and began to wreak havoc on the city. Daegu and Emu arrived at the rooftop to persuade Adam. After appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him, Adam listened to Emu's words and began to try to stop Maribo Kanaza number 2. However, Maribo Kanaza number 2 was out of his control. Adam became somewhat distraught, realizing that the Nagans were truly deceiving them. At that moment, Maribo Kanaza number 2 was advancing towards number 1. It turned out that when the two monsters were close together, the neutron bombs would explode. This was the Nagans' conspiracy. Yang Guang suddenly had an idea to extract the neutron bombs from both monsters and throw them onto the Nagan spaceship to detonate. I'm really a genius. Although my intelligence isn't in inventions, it is in tactics, Yang Guang thought proudly. Daegu, can you hear me? I'm preparing to extract the neutron bombs from the monsters and throw them onto the Nagan spaceship. Then we'll launch a beam to detonate the neutron bombs, destroying both the Nagans and their spaceship. I'll get the neutron bomb from Maribo Kanaza number 2, and you get the one for number 1. Yang Guang communicated with Daegu using Ultraman telepathy. Understood. Daegu replied. Yang Guang went to a deserted place, took out the godlight stick, and transformed into Ultraman Jeed. Seeing Maribo Kanaza number 2 advancing towards number 1, without saying a word, he kicked it down to the ground. Why is it always this move to start things off? Ged was also speechless because the opponent didn't fight back and was solely focused on merging with number 1, pushing their body forward instinctively. The alien saw that there was an Ultraman obstructing them and knew that without dealing with this Ultraman, they couldn't merge number 1 and number 2. So they ordered Maribo Kanaza number 2 to attack Ged Ultraman. To be honest, the mechanical dinosaur Maribo Kanaza has very strong power and high defense, and if it were Diga, it would probably get beaten up again. But facing Ged, it's a different story. Jeed launched a series of attacks on Maribo Kanaza 2, but despite being knocked down repeatedly, Maribo Kanaza 2 sustained relatively low damage, as its defense was indeed impressive. Gade saw that the flat A attack was ineffective, so he gathered energy into his right hand, causing his entire right hand and forearm to emit light. The charged attack struck the head of Maribo Kanaza number 2, shattering it completely. At this point, Maribo Kanaza No. 2 finally lost its ability to move. Ged removed the neutron bomb with his bare hands. Daegu also transformed into Diga and successfully retrieved the neutron bomb. The two Ultras nodded in agreement, flew into space, and arrived near the Naga spaceship. At the same time, they threw out the neutron bomb, began to charge their energy, and simultaneously fired a beam, detonating the neutron bomb. The massive explosion turned the Naga and his spaceship into fragments. With such a huge explosion, the Naga definitely could not survive. The two Ultras returned to the ground, transforming into their human forms, and approached the two dinosaur people. You can stay here and live on Earth because you were originally from this planet. I hope we can coexist peacefully, Yang Guang said. No, we almost made a grave mistake that could have destroyed the Earth. We don't deserve to live here, Adam replied. We dinosaur people will find a new home. Ibi said as well. Goodbye, Ged Ultraman, Diga Ultraman. Thank you for protecting the Earth, Adam and Ibu said simultaneously. They then transformed back into their true dinosaur forms and summoned their spaceship to leave Earth. Today, Yang Guang, Daegu, and Zhuejing drove to the northern Kanto region, to the city of Rahakan. They received reports that a large area of plants was wilting. As they passed through a tunnel, they smelled a very unpleasant odor, similar to exhaust fumes from a car. Could be a problem with the tunnel's ventilation system, but that shouldn't be the case. This tunnel had been built for a long time, Yang Guang thought. When the car was on a rural road, mischievous children threw firecrackers at them. After getting out of the car, Zhuejing, who was still a big kid at heart, was about to chase after them to scare them, but Yang Guang stopped him. Zhuejing, we have a mission, don't worry about the kids. So the three continued on their way and finally arrived at the Plant Research Institute. They asked the staff about the situation, looked at some wilting plants, and examined photos of nearby wilting plants, concluding that these plants had likely wilted due to acidity. Fortunately, no one had been injured so far. At that moment, the power suddenly went out, and everyone began to repair it. This was something Yang Guang didn't need help with, so he stepped outside. He noticed a few mischievous children talking to a staff member, so he walked over. We found a monster. There really is a monster. You have to believe us, the children said. Upon hearing about the monster, Yang Guang approached and asked, Hey, you said you found a monster. Where is it? What does it look like? I saw a huge cloud of white smoke. I also heard the monster's roar. The children replied. So you haven't seen what the monster looks like, right? Yang Guang asked, You're a Victory Squad member. You have to believe us. There really is a monster, That roar was terrifying, said the older child. Regardless of whether it was true or not, if someone claimed to have seen a monster, it needed to be investigated. So the three drove to the place where the children had said the monster was. The sky was clear, and there was nothing unusual. At that moment, three people rushed out and scolded the children. It turned out to be the power system staff who were checking the cause of the power outage. They found a kite on the ground and speculated that the children flying the kite had damaged the power line, causing the outage. However, Yang Guang did not agree. I think there might be another reason for this, Yang Guang said. No matter how a kite collides with the cables, it shouldn't be able to break such thick cables. I believe there's another reason. Since you say you found a monster, let's search around here for clues, Yang Guang continued. That makes sense, Daoist supported. All right. Juejing thought for a moment and agreed as well. After searching for a while, suddenly a strange sound came from somewhere. That's the sound, the older child, named Xiongya, said. Following the sound, they arrived at a desolate place and saw a crack in the ground, from which white smoke was billowing. It smells so bad. This is the smell of car exhaust. It sounds like snoring, the children said. There's definitely something going on. Let's test it with the detector, Daoist said as he took out the monster detector to scan. Beep, beep, beep. The detector emitted an alarm. There is a strong biological energy reaction. There really is a monster, Daoist exclaimed. Juejing, report to headquarters. We need to take the children away first, Yang Guang instructed. Emergency notification, emergency notification. A monster has been discovered in Rahakan City. The monster is currently underground and suspected to be in a dormant state, Juejing reported to headquarters. The three then took the children away. The TPC received the notification and immediately launched an operation. Meanwhile, the Victory Squad gathered to discuss the battle plan. After a discussion, they realized that attacking a monster underground wouldn't work, as it could cause soil acidification. Neutralizing with strong alkali wouldn't work either, as they couldn't perfectly calculate the amount of monster's acidic fluid. Too much or too little would again harm the land. Thus, Yang Guang suggested luring the monster out, neutralizing it with alkali, and then eliminating it. Everyone thought this was a good idea, so they proceeded with the plan. Daoist went to direct the evacuation of residents to safety. Juejing went to prepare strong alkali neutralization missiles. New City and Lena piloted the Hayabusa 1 and 2 to attack the monster from the air. Yang Guang went to direct the setup of automatic cannons to begin the action. 2 hours later, Juejing had prepared the strong alkali neutralization bombs. Yang Guang reported that all the automatic cannons had been set up. Therefore, Munakata ordered the operation to start. They first dropped the bomb into the crack, and with a loud explosion boom, the monster was awakened, drilling up from underground and slowly approaching. It was the acidic monster Litmaris. Litmaris stood 51 meters tall and weighed 48,000 tons. The monster had its head down, with many large spikes on its back. It also had two long, whip-like tentacles on its back, looking like a giant sea snail. A barrage from the automatic cannons was unleashed, but the monster didn't sustain any significant damage. Instead, it was all corroded by the acidic liquid sprayed by the monster. I knew it. This monster can spray acid, Juejing said as he piloted Hayabusa 2 to launch the strong alkali neutralization missiles at the monster. After being hit by the strong alkali neutralization missiles, the monster was unable to spray acid and its threat level decreased. Hayabusa 1 then launched a series of laser attacks on the monster, but unfortunately, the monster's defense was quite high and it didn't suffer much damage. Yang Guang found a concealed spot, took out the godlight stick, and transformed into Ged Ultraman. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Damn it, he beat me to it. It might be hard for everyone to believe, but I can't even make an appearance in my own TV show. Daoist sighed as he saw Yang Guang transform first. Gade fought with the monster right away, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that made the monster stagger back repeatedly. This monster has a pretty stable stance, Gade thought. Litmaris swung its dual whips, striking at Gade with a series of lashes. Gade dodged left and right, but in the end he was still hit by the whip. A wave of fiery pain surged through him. Finally, the dual whips wrapped around his neck. They wanted to play bondage. Gade naturally wouldn't sit idly by, so he grabbed the whips and forcefully pulled to break them. Ack! Litmaris let out a scream. Gade charged forward and started to pound the monster, then lifted it up and slammed it down hard onto the ground. Bang! How dare you hit me? Take that. Ah, hit. Then came another round of punches and kicks. There was nothing Litmarius could do. It couldn't spray acid anymore and had its whip torn off, leaving it defenseless and only able to take a beating. In the end, Litmarius was beaten to the brink of collapse, and Ged began to charge up his beam. Bayou! Boom! A Ged beam exploded into pieces. After dealing with the monster, Ged pretended to fly away, then transformed back into his human form to join the others. Back at headquarters, everyone started discussing how to improve environmental pollution. Some suggested adding a device to the exhaust pipe to neutralize emissions. Others proposed inventing new energy vehicles. Finally, after summarizing, they selected several effective suggestions to report to the relevant departments. They hoped that in the future, air pollution on Earth could be improved. A few days later, Dr. Yaoji found Yang Guang and told him that the energy transmission device for Ultraman was ready and had been installed on the Magus power system testing machine, waiting to start experiments when Ultraman appeared next. Yang Guang shared this good news with the other members of the victory team, and everyone was very excited. Dago looked at Yang Guang with excitement, thinking that if it was successful, they wouldn't have to worry about energy shortages anymore. Ijima also glanced at Yang Guang, thinking that this would help Ultraman fight better. In recent days, a legend about angels had emerged in the city, and many people claimed to have seen them. Today, all the members of the victory team gathered to watch the news playing on the screen. A host was continuously interviewing passersby at the location where the angels supposedly appeared, asking if they had seen the angels. Some passersby said they had seen them, others said their friends had seen them and came to check it out, while some said their colleagues had seen them and came to see. When the host interviewed an elderly woman, she claimed to have seen an angel, describing it as radiating a dazzling light and believing that the angel had always been protecting her. In the command room, Ijima expression became very unnatural upon seeing the elderly woman. Everyone speculated that the elderly woman might be related to Ijima, so they asked her. However, Ijima was unwilling to disclose anything and turned to leave the command room. Let the captain be alone for a while. Let's go investigate the angel matter. I feel like something bad might happen. If there really were angels or deities, they would silently protect humanity, not just appear for no reason, Yang Guang said. It turned out that the elderly woman was the mother of Ijima deceased husband, Sejin. Ijima and Sejin had a child named Chiki. Sejin had died in an experimental accident, so currently, the child was being raised by Sejin's mother. The elderly woman held a grudge against Ijima for not returning in time during her husband's death and did not allow her to visit the child. Ijima returned to her lounge and found a message in her voicemail. Although she didn't know who it was from, she opened the electronic letter and found it was from her child. So, Ijima drove to her deceased husband's home and encountered the elderly woman on television, who was Sejin's mother. They chatted briefly, eventually discussing the recent buzz about angels. It was apparent that the elderly woman believed in angels to the point of superstition. Ijima tried to change the elderly woman's superstitious views about angels, but the elderly woman remained obstinate. So Ijima decided not to say more and requested to see her child. Ijima went upstairs and saw Chiki. The mother and child started chatting. Chiki told Ijima that he had noticed his grandmother had been acting strangely lately, and many people had also become very strange. He sensed it was definitely related to the angels, so he planned to investigate the matter. At this time, many people had gathered in the city center, waiting for the angels to descend, all very devout. Some held angel dolls, while others wore angel wings, beginning to pray for the angels' arrival. Yang Guang and Dago mixed into the crowd. Before long, a strong electromagnetic wave appeared, and the figure of an angel manifested in the sky. Many TVs and screens in various places began to operate autonomously, broadcasting live footage. Then a person appeared on the screen, making a proclamation, saying that the day of final judgment had finally arrived. If the true demons were not exterminated, humanity would face a fate of destruction. A door was about to open, and then they would have to accept the angel's judgment. The demons were Ged and Diga Ultraman. The crowd was incited, continuously shouting slogans that Ged Ultraman was a demon and Diga Ultraman was a demon. Yang Guang and Daegu were dumbfounded. Are you all stupid? Isn't this obviously nonsense? You believe this? It sounds so childish. Clearly, it's the Kyrielod people. That night, huge dark clouds appeared in the sky, accompanied by purple lightning, and a giant door emerged from the clouds. The Kyrielod people continued to incite the crowd, saying the door was about to open, and the angels would descend to greet them. The crowd was stirred with excitement. A pitch-black, giant door. Do you think angels would appear from such a door? Anyone with eyes would find it strange. Ijima noticed the door and felt something was off, so she immediately ordered the fiend to attack. However, the laser had no effect on the door. Yang Guang glanced at Daegu and nodded. Daegu understood that it was his turn to perform. He went to a hidden corner and transformed into Diga Ultraman. Diga flew into the sky and began to push against the door, attempting to close it. Those who dared to resist the Kyrielod god would face severe punishment. The Kyrielod people on the ground emitted mental waves that struck Digga, knocking him down from the sky. You will suffer in front of foolish humans. They then died a miserable death. A group of Kyrielod people boasted arrogantly, and then began to merge, becoming gigantic. This time, the Kyrielod people were well prepared. They were no longer just one, but all together. They were fiercer than before. A great battle was about to break out. Digga and the second-generation Kyrielod took their stances and charged at each other. Digga threw a right punch, which was caught by the second-generation Kyrielod, then followed with a left punch, which was also caught. Digga broke free from the hold and attacked again, but this time, the Kyrielod people grabbed his arm and threw Digga down to the ground. Despite Digga's special training and improvements, he was still no match for the second-generation Kyrielod. After exchanging several moves, Digga was once again thrown down by the second-generation Kyrielod. Digga knew that this couldn't go on, so he transformed into his powerful form to fight. To his surprise, the second-generation Kyrielod could also change forms, becoming muscular with blades on their elbows. The two sides clashed again, and the difference was even greater this time. Digga landed several punches on the second-generation Kyrielod's chest, but the opponent seemed unscathed and instead kicked Digga down. The second-generation Kyrielod prepared to deliver a lethal blow with its elbow blade, but Digga rolled to dodge, narrowly avoiding the blade. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. At this moment in the battle, Digga was completely at a disadvantage. Before long, he was struck in the chest by the elbow blade of the second generation of Jiri-Yelard, sparking a burst of flames. Fortunately, Digga's chest was armored, blocking a significant amount of damage. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Seeing that he couldn't win even in his powerful form, Digga decided to rely on speed to evade, transforming into his aerial form and flying into the sky. To his surprise, the second generation of Jiri-Yelard also began to change form, growing wings from his back and pursuing Digga. Both of them moved faster, and the Fiend couldn't help at all. The speed of the second generation of Jiri-Yelard was even faster than Digga's, and before long, he caught up to Digga, knocking him down to the ground. Digga lay on the ground, unconscious. The Jiri-Yelard approached the gate of hell and forcefully opened it. Yang Guang was surprised to see Digga's defeat, not expecting the second generation of Jiri-Yelard to have become so powerful. Digga was actually beaten to this extent. Zhueki immediately piloted the Magus Power System experimental machine over, attempting to use the energy transfer device to replenish Digga's energy. Yang Guang communicated, "Okay, I'm coming right away." Zhueki replied. Meanwhile, Yang Guang went to a concealed location, took out the Shenhui stick, and transformed into Gade. A beam of light flashed, and Gade appeared, flying up directly. Taking advantage of the second generation of Jiri-Yelard still being busy with the door, Gade delivered a powerful flying kick to the back of the second generation of Jiri-Yelard, not only kicking him against the door, but also slamming the door shut. Before the second generation of Jiri-Yelard could react, Gade grabbed him and threw him down to the ground. Bang! The sound of the second generation of Jiri-Yelard crashing to the ground. Gade landed on the ground, and Kyrielod too got up, retracting its wings and transforming into a battle mode. The two sides began to confront each other. Gade Ultraman, are you going to stop Kyrielod God as well? Then I will destroy you. Kyrielod too began to taunt before the battle. You Kyrielod people think you can defeat me? That's simply wishful thinking. You disguise yourselves as angels to deceive humanity, but you Kyrielod are the true demons, Gade retorted. There's no point in talking further. The two sides charged at each other, and Kyrielod struck first with a kick, but Gade dodged to the side and moved behind Kyrielod too. Ji took advantage of the opponent, not turning around yet, and landed a punch on his back, causing Kyrielod too to stagger forward. Kyrielod too turned around and swung his elbow knife, but Ji dodged left and right, ultimately seizing the opportunity to block the elbow knife with his forearm, and both sides began to exert their strength. Kyrielod too was slightly weaker and was pushed back by Ji. Taking advantage of Kyrielod too's retreat and inability to counterattack, Ji kicked out with a whip kick, striking Kyrielod too in the ribs and sending him tumbling to the ground. Kyrielod too quickly got back up and immediately used his elbow knife to push back the advancing Ji, knowing that once Ji got close, it would lead to a series of attacks. Gade retreats 2 steps and continues to confront. Kyrielod too knows he has the advantage of the elbow blade and charges towards Gade Ultraman, swinging in a systematic manner. Of course, it's systematic. After all, he is a humanoid monster, and it's normal for him to know how to fight. Gaia was cautious in dealing with the situation. and neither side could gain the upper hand for the moment. Meanwhile, the Magus power system testing machine arrived and began transmitting energy to Diga. Target Diga, energy transmission device. Activate, shouted Juejing. A cannon-like object extended from below the fiend ship, directing a white beam of light at the colorful timer on Diga's chest. The timer, which was originally flashing red, turned bright green. Diga felt the energy replenishing and began to recover. The energy transmission continued, and Diga sensed the energy within him growing stronger. It wasn't until Diga was glowing all over that the energy transmission device stopped. Energy transmission complete, Juejing said. At this point, although Diga had not transformed into a shining form, he should possess power comparable to his original self. Diga felt the surging energy within him and headed to the battlefield to fight alongside Gaia against the second generation of Kyrielod. Diga initiated the attack with a kick, which was dodged by the second generation of Kyrielod. Taking advantage of the opening, Gaia stepped in and landed a punch on the second generation of Kyrielod, pushing it back. Diga locked the second generation of Kyrielod from behind, while Gaia delivered several punches to its chest, followed by 2 jabs to its head, leaving the second generation of Kyrielod dizzy. Under the combined efforts of the 2 Ultras, the second generation of Kyrielod was left with no ability to counterattack. In the end, Diga and Gaia simultaneously lifted the second generation of Kyrielod and forcefully threw it toward the gate of hell. Then, the 2 Ultras charged their energy and unleashed a beam of light. Zipeli al-Light-Chabin. Bayu. Gade's light. Bayu. At the same time, it hit the second generation of Kyria Elod. Boom. The second generation of Kyria Elod and the Hellgate were destroyed. The radiance emanating from Tiga disappeared, and his state returned to normal. It turned out that this peak state couldn't last long. After the outburst, it would revert to normal. It would be great if it could be a permanent enhancement. The next day, the TPC public relations team began to operate, promoting and criticizing the previous incident where the Kyria Elod people disguised themselves as angels to deceive the public, correcting human thoughts. At the TPC headquarters, the victory team gathered to discuss last night's battle. The Kyria Elod people are really despicable, actually deceiving the public. Thankfully, Ultraman defeated them. Otherwise, if the Hell Gate opened, we wouldn't know what kind of consequences it would bring, said Shinjo. I wonder what's inside that Hell Gate? Lena asked curiously. Based on the decorations and patterns of the gate, I think it contains demons just like the Kyria Elod people. Kyrie said, that energy transmission was really good. It can indeed replenish Ultraman's energy, Daegu said excitedly. In the future, if we can't win, we can just replenish energy. Isn't that just like having a health cheat? According to data analysis, after transmitting energy to Tiga, the energy within Tiga was much stronger than usual, but after the battle, the energy returned to its previous level. Yuri analyzed. Sai, maybe the light energy level of the Magus power system is too low, but being able to replenish Ultraman's energy is already great. We can't ask for too much. If it could enhance Ultraman's power, then it wouldn't be the Magus power system, but rather plasma sparks. Replenishing energy is good. At least the safety factor in battles has increased, Yangguang and Daegu thought. For a while, Yangguang and Daegu began practicing combined attacks to enhance their cooperative combat ability. One day, the members of the victory team clocked in for work as usual, only to receive news that a witness had seen a car disappear into a rainbow from the Lion's Nose Forest. Everyone was confused by such a report, then pulled up the weather data from that time and found that there was no rainbow given the weather conditions. Maybe they've entered some kind of illusion, Yangguang hypothesized. They originally planned to fly to investigate, but considering the area's uniqueness, everyone could only take the Sherlock and drum patrol vehicles. It turned out that the area was known as the Devil's Triangle of Sakura Country, where a strong magnetic field could cause precision instruments to malfunction. The team drove 2 vehicles to the Lion's Nose Forest, the place where the rainbow appeared. However, they didn't see the rainbow, so they split up to search. After searching for a while, a rainbow suddenly appeared, but its colors were inverted. The 6 of them then gathered and drove into the illusion. Suddenly, they heard a scream and followed the sound. They saw 2 children and rushed over to check, with Kyrie leading the way, only to crash into a transparent shield. At that moment, a monster appeared inside the shield. It was the barrier monster Gotti. Daegu attacked the shield with the Victory Hypergun, trying to break it, but it was useless. The Victory Hypergun didn't have enough power. Just when everyone was at a loss, a man ran over shouting and also crashed into the shield. It turned out this man was the father of the 2 children who had taken his wife and kids on vacation during their break. They accidentally entered the illusion and had been unable to get out for a long time. Ugh, a voice suddenly came from another direction. Another monster appeared. It was the powerful monster Hilbegon. Hilbegon stood 65 meters tall and weighed 75,000 tons. Truly astonishing. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Hilbegon saw Gotti and was ready to attack it, only to crash into the transparent shield as well. However, the powerful monster was not to be underestimated. It swung its claws hard, shattering the transparent shield and entering the barrier. The team then entered through the gap created by Hilbegon and finally found a man's family. Daegu also saw the rainbow appear and discovered the exit of this place. "Quick, get out through the exit," Yang Guang shouted. The team then drove towards the exit. Meanwhile, Gotti was no match for Hilbegon at all. Gotti's antennae emitted light attacks that couldn't harm Hilbegon. Hilbegon was not only powerful, but also had terrifying defense. Gotti whipped Hilbegon with its tail, but not only did it fail to harm Hilbegon, it ended up having its tail torn off by Hilbegon. Gotti screamed in pain. In the end, Gotti was bitten to death by Hilbegon. How impressive! Gotti had no ability to fight back in front of this monster. The team was shocked to see the situation. After Hilbegon killed Gotti, it noticed the team driving away and chased after them. Hilbegon had poor eyesight and couldn't see stationary objects but could see moving ones. Just as it was about to catch up, Yang Guang suggested that he and Daegu distract the monster. "Daegu and I will lure it away. You all go first." Yang Guang and Daegu drove the Sherlock vehicle to attract Hilbegon, launching a spiral light beam attack at it. However, Hilbegon was unharmed and continued to chase forward. With no other choice, they had to transform into Ultraman. Yang Guang gave Daegu a look, and Daegu understood, pulling out the godlight stick to transform into Tiga Ultraman. Tiga approached and grabbed Hilbegon's tail, trying to drag it away, but couldn't move it, transforming into a powerful form. Yang Guang knew that Hilbegon was strong, so he used his thoughts to remind Tiga. Tiga flashed red light and transformed into his powerful form. He moved forward again, continuing to hold onto Hilbegon's tail and pulling it backward. Hilbegon turned around and began to attack Tiga, who blocked Hilbegon's claws and delivered several punches to its chest, causing Hilbegon to stagger back. However, Hilbegon's defense was too high, and Tiga's attacks did not inflict any damage. Thus, the battle reached a stalemate. This couldn't go on. If it took too long, Tiga would run out of energy. Seeing the battle make no progress, Yang Guang decided not to wait any longer. He pulled out the godlight stick and transformed into Gade Ultraman. Gade launched a flying kick right away, hitting the fighting Hilbegon, not only knocking it to the ground, but also making it roll a few times before stopping, starting with a critical hit. Hilbegon was very angry and charged at Gade recklessly. Gade also felt strange. How could this kick seem like nothing happened? As Hilbegon charged at him, Gade performed a flip to dodge. It's true that Gade is strong, but he wouldn't recklessly compete in strength with others. Gade stepped forward and kicked Hilbegon, who had not turned around yet, knocking him down. Next came the cooperative battle between Gade and Diga. Some might say that Gade always fights monsters together with Diga. Isn't that just a gang fight? Isn't that bullying the monsters? How can righteous actions be called a gang fight? Didn't you see that in reality? Police officers also take down bad guys together, holding one down. Hilbegon was being beaten by the two Ultras. Although his defense was high, he was still being tossed around quite a bit. It was too tragic, always falling or on the way to falling. Gator and Diga practiced their combined attack techniques on Hilbegon during this period, becoming more and more proficient. What was that saying? Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Training together in the training room can't compare to the rapid improvement gained from actual combat. Seeing that Hilbegon had no strength to resist, Diga unleashed a dilithium light stream, hitting Hilbegon. Boom! Hilbegon let out a scream, but he didn't die. Diga was also speechless upon seeing the result. Was he that tough? Daegu, let's take this opportunity to try the combined light beam and see how much power it can increase. Yang Guang communicated with ultra telepathy. Good. Then Diga transformed into his composite form with a flash of white light, because the Zypili AO light beam is currently his strongest light skill. The two ultras began to gather energy and simultaneously unleash their beams. The beams collided in front, merging into a golden beam that surged forward. Bayo! It hit Hilbegon, breaking through his defenses, resulting in a massive explosion that shattered Hilbegon into pieces. The power of this move was about 3 times that of their individual ultimate moves. After defeating the monster, the two drove back outside and reunited with everyone to return to the TPC headquarters. Another period without monsters began. In the command room of the Victory team, everyone gathered to discuss the recent rumors about ofthe. Someone mentioned that the rumors about Abik had spread around the Yanyi Street area for about 3 months, but this was the first time there were actual victims. Look closely, the place where the young man encountered Abik was right here. Zhong Fong explained while operating on the screen. And then he was found here, in the mountains. According to the police report, only 5 minutes apart. Zhong Fong continued. How is that possible? It took only 5 minutes to cover such a long distance? Xin Chung questioned. This is why the victory team needs to mobilize. Ikuya K said. Why did Abik return that young man? Abik went through the trouble of capturing someone. How could that young man come back alive? Dega questioned. If we can uncover Abik's true identity, this mystery can be solved. Starting tonight, everyone will patrol Yanyi Street. Ikuya K ordered. Understood. That night, everyone dispersed to patrol. Yang Guang patrolled for a while and saw someone in front selling soba noodle from food cart. But just in time, I'm hungry. Boss, give me a bowl of noodles with an egg. Yang Guang showed that. Coming right up, just a moment. The boss replied. Slurpa so good. Boss, it's not easy to do business out here at night. Yang Guang said. How much? Yang Guang asked. Do you want to play with Abik? Hee. Yang Guang was puzzled. Boss, are you not human? So you're Abik. Yang Guang realized that he had stumbled upon something significant. So Abik, let me ask you, why do you want to scare people? What is your purpose? Yang Guang asked directly. I want everyone here to leave. Abik replied. Why? Yang Guang asked. This place wasn't like this before. It used to be a village. There was a lookout tower over there. And a clear stream on the other side was a lotus pond. But now it's all gone. Abik said. I see, but Abik, have you considered that even if you scare everyone away, this place won't return to how it was before? You must understand that times are changing. Nothing remains the same. With the development of time, some things will inevitably change. While the beauty of the past is nostalgic, we can't just dwell in memories. We need to look forward. Yang Guang Adfi said. Abik, what do you want to do in the future? Yang Guang continued to ask. Future? Future? Abik had never thought about the future. Abik said in confusion. Everyone has a future. Living in confusion is no different from being dead. Living with goals and ideals makes every day happy. You can explore different places. Perhaps there are beautiful sights waiting for you. Yang Guang continued. Abik only wants to stay here, wanting to restore this place to how it used to be. Abik said, That's not right, Abik. If someone wants the sun and moon in the sky, but can't have them and then decides to destroy the world, do you think that's normal? The sun and moon change, and old villages have turned into cities. Humanity has begun to develop society to survive. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as there is no excessive development driven by greed, and we can develop harmoniously with nature, it is all normal progress. Yang Guang said, we need to adapt to development and improve it, not hinder it. Abik, this place does not belong to just you. It belongs to everyone. You cannot interfere with others' decisions based on personal preferences. Yang Guang continued to counsel. But Abik likes peace. Abik said, peace is good. I also like peace. When it's quiet, I can reflect on myself better and adjust myself. I think about where I still have shortcomings and where I can improve. Being quiet not only helps me understand myself, but also the mysteries of the universe. There are many quiet places. It doesn't have to be here. Yang Guang said, Abik doesn't know where to go. Abik said, it's okay. I can help you look for places slowly. After all, time is not a problem for you. Also, Abik, your ramen is delicious. I really like it. Yang Guang said, really? Is this what it means to be cared for and recognized? Abik began to feel a bit moved. Abik murmured, Abik, have you thought it through? Yang Guang asked. Abik knows what to do now. Thank you for your guidance. Abik replied. After counseling Abik, Yang Guang returned to the victory team headquarters and reported his encounter with Abik to Ikuya K. In the days that followed, Abik indeed did not come out to scare people again. Several days passed. Beep, 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 the victory team gathered urgently. Urgent assembly. A monster has been discovered in the hilly residential area. Everyone flew to the location of the monster in the field. Well, they saw a giant beetle-like monster hiding in the mountain, only its head exposed. They set up automatic cannons around. In the afternoon, the monster began to react and walked out from the mountain. Everyone launched an attack. The automatic cannons opened fire, and the fiend fired wildly at Jiao Bailey AI. But it seemed to have almost no effect. Jiao Bailey AI was covered in a shell, possessing strong defense. Its head had giant pincers capable of shooting lightning, destroying all the surrounding automatic cannons before retreating back into the mountain. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. As the battle against the Lightning Man was about to begin, there was no extra energy to deal with this monster, so the victory team returned to headquarters. The so-called battle against the Lightning Man is the fight to eliminate the Lightning Man due to the Lightning Man constantly transforming into Kazote and attacking various flights. Many people have already fallen victim. Therefore, the TPC headquarters ordered the use of the Adidus and Fiend's firepower to eliminate the Lightning Man. This is the battle against the Lightning Man. 2 hours later, the battle against the Lightning Man was about to begin. Therefore, Kika began assigning tasks, instructing Mukai to command the ground troops to eliminate Jobilii, while Yangguang, Dagu, and Naozi would provide support. Lina, Kogure, and Shinjo were to pilot the Adidus to eliminate the Lightning Man. Yangguang and Dagu arrived at the scene of the beetle monster Jobilii. What is the meaning of existence for Ultraman? Dagu Asked Yangguang. You have to find that answer for yourself. Just like the sun brings light to the earth, life to plants, and warmth to humanity, the existence of Earth gives all life on it a home. Dagu, why did you join the victory team? And what are you fighting for now? Think about the people you care about, friends, partners. Do you want to protect them? Do you understand? Yangguang said, I understand. I have people I care about, and I want to protect them, Dagu replied. At that moment, the monster began to move, emerging from the mountain. All ground troops began their attack, but just like last time, it had no effect, and Jobilii unleashed lightning, destroying many ground troops. They had no choice but to stop the attack and retreat. This won't do. It keeps coming out to cause destruction. Who can stand that? Dagu, transform into Diga. Yangguang said telepathically. Yes, Dagu responded. Dagu then found a concealed spot, took out the shining stick, and transformed into Ultraman Diga. Diga charged forward and threw several punches at Jobilii's chest, but Jobilii seemed unaffected. Another monster with incredibly high defense. Dagu fought. Diga continued to attack. And after a flurry of punches and kicks, even Diga felt tired, but the monster still showed no signs of damage. At that moment, Jobilii used its pincers to unleash a lightning attack on Diga, hitting him and causing him to kneel on the ground after a burst of sparks. This time, without Yangguang's reminder, Dagu transformed into his powerful form and continued to engage the monster in close combat. This time, Diga's attacks began to take effect, forcing the monster to retreat repeatedly. However, the monster's defense was still too high. Despite Diga having the upper hand, he couldn't inflict effective damage. Dagu, first break the monster's giant horn, Yangguang reminded him telepathically. Dagu then delivered a powerful blow, breaking one of Jobilii's horns, causing it to scream in pain. Diga is known as the horn-breaking demon. How could he not break a few monster horns? Yangguang told. Before long, Jobilii's other horn was also broken by Diga, resulting in another scream. Diga felt it was about time, gathered energy in both hands, and unleashed the Daira Shium light flow, blowing Jobilii into pieces. Meanwhile, on the Adidus, Fia No. 2 and the others also launched their attack on the Lightning Man. However, strangely, the light beam attack that was about to hit the Lightning Man's nest suddenly veered off and shot into the sky. Before anyone could launch a second attack, the clouds began to rise gradually. Not only that, but lightning clouds were observed rising from all over the world, leaving Earth's atmosphere. It turned out that the Lightning Man had decided to leave Earth and was flying into space. At that moment, TPC also sent out a notification, requesting everyone to stop the attack. The battle against the Lightning Man thus came to an end. Time flew by, and during this period, a few more monsters appeared, but they were all dealt with easily. The first was the invading alien Tanching people. The story goes like this. One day, the victory team was testing an improved version of the Magus power system. Shinjo was piloting a new experimental aircraft during a flight test in space when he was possessed by an alien, resulting in an accident and the aircraft crashing, causing Shinjo to lose consciousness. Shinjo, how are you? Yangguang and Dagu came to the treatment center to visit Shinjo. Upon entering, Yangguang immediately noticed that Shinjo had been possessed. Who are you? Why have you possessed Shinjo? Yangguang asked Shinjo. Huh? Dagu questioned. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Shinjo nervously tried to cover it up. You don't need to pretend. However, since you haven't harmed Shinjo, we won't do anything to you. Tell us your intentions. If you mean no harm, we will help you, Yangguang said. All right, actually, I came to take someone back. I have been separated from my sister for many years. This goes back 15 years. My mother, sister, and I were preparing to move to Kuruni. My mother took us on a long journey. But during the trip, an accident occurred, and we had to temporarily land on Earth. The life support device could only barely send 2 people away. At that time, there happened to be a car accident. So my sister Maya was possessed by a little girl who was in the accident. I promised to come back immediately and take her once I returned. But not long after, the Tanqing people, who were very close to us, invaded our planet. My mother was killed, and I could only flee in space. Later, I contacted a friend who was also fleeing, and now I am ready to come back and take my sister. Shinjo continued to explain. I see, Dagu said. So now, as long as we find your sister, you will leave Earth, right? Young Guang asked. Yes, Shinjo replied. Then let's go find your sister. Do you know where she is? Yang Guang inquired. I don't know for now, Shinjo said. I know where she is. If nothing unexpected happens. It should be Chris Maya, Yang Guang said. Fortunately, I remember this episode, Yang Guang thought. Over the past year, Maya rapidly grew into a singing star and became very popular with many fans. Many people in TPC were fans of Maya. Kogure and Mayumi were both fans of her. And Yang Guang once saw them discussing Maya's concert. Thus, he remembered that this Maya was an alien. Although he didn't know the specific details, he knew that a brother was coming to pick her up. Now that he thought about it, it should be her. Let's contact Chris Maya's agent and request to meet Maya. That way, we can confirm it, right? Yang Guang said. After checking on the computer, they found the agent's phone number, and Shinjo called it right away. Hello, who is this? The agent's assistant asked. Hello, I am Maya's brother, and I want to meet Maya. It's very important. Shinjo said. Crazy. The assistant hung up the phone, cursing in their heart. Maya lost her parents a long time ago. Where did this brother come from? Shinjo, not giving up, continued to call. But the other party completely did not believe him and could not arrange for Shinjo to meet Maya. While the three were trying to contact Chris Maya, an unidentified flying object broke through the defenses of the Delta space station. Yang Guang and Dagu received the notification and piloted the Fian to engage. We're approaching the target. We will meet in 40 seconds, Dagu said. Has he responded to you? Yang Guang asked. Not at all, Dagu replied. Suddenly, the spaceship attacked the Fian, but the two managed to dodge. Dagu then counterattacked, hitting the enemy ship and bringing it down. The two then returned to base, leaving the search for the wreckage to the ground staff. The next day, Yang Guang, Dagu, and Shinjo went to find Maya. As members of the victory team, checking on other schedules was quite easy. Through the computer, they located Maya. After reporting to the captain, they set off. Arriving near Maya, Maya, I'm here. Maya. Xinsheng sent a telepathic message. Maya heard her brother's call and immediately got out of the car. She spotted her brother across the street, along with two members of the victory team. Maya, I'm here to pick you up. Xinsheng continued to communicate telepathically. After confirming, Maya quickly ran over. Then, Xinsheng and Maya had a private conversation for a while, and then the group found a quiet place to discuss together. What are you planning to do now? Your hometown has been destroyed, Yang Guang asked. My friends and I, who are escaping, plan to search for a new home in the universe and start a new life with my sister, Xinsheng said with longing. Your journey ends here. Suddenly, a person approached and shouted at Xinsheng. The fugitives will be executed. Now only you and your sister are left. For the justice of our Tans, you must die. The person said as he raised his gun. Bang! The gun went off. However, Yang Guang quickly drew his gun and shot. After hitting that man, he began to grow larger and transformed into an alien form. Killing others at will, is that called justice? Yang Guang angrily took out the godlight stick and transformed into Ultraman G to fight him. The two sides began to battle, but the Tan's alien's combat power was truly mediocre, and he was beaten badly by Jeed. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Seeing that he couldn't win in combat, the Tan's alien shot golden lightning from his hands. Wow, this move looks impressive, but Jeed easily blocked it with a shield. Seeing this wasn't working either, the Tan's alien turned and fled. Gade wouldn't let him escape. With a flying kick, he knocked him to the ground. The Tanchian fell hard. Ged seized the opportunity, unleashed the Ged beam, and killed it. Then he transformed back into his human form. Alright, next, whether to leave Earth or stay on Earth to live is fine. We Earthlings are very welcoming to friendly aliens. Yang Guang demonstrated powerful strength, and then spoke amicably to Maya and her brother. In the end, Maya and her brother decided to leave Earth to search for a new home. The second to appear was King Morat. Don't be fooled by the name with King. It's actually a giant rat that has gained intelligence. Due to environmental pollution, the modular rat mutated, fearing the light, and only active at night. When night falls, its teeth grow long, and it starts foraging. The situation was like this. Daegu and Lena used their vacation time to visit the Moreau Zoo when suddenly a tremor shook the ground, and a monster burrowed up from underground. Oh no! Everyone run! 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 The tourists panicked and fled. Daegu saw the monster and used a communicator to notify headquarters. The victory team members arrived at the scene to inquire about the situation. They learned that the monster had not moved, but was sleeping. So, Captain Zhu Jian first arranged for residents within a 20-kilometer radius to evacuate. As everyone arrived at the scene and prepared to launch a beam to eliminate the monster, Lena stopped them. Lena felt that the monster looked quite pitiful and might actually be very docile. I think we should let Yawai check the species of this monster, and then we can decide, Yang Guang said. After analysis, Yawai concluded the monster's habits. It turned out to be a modular rat, mutated from eating waste underground, fearing light and unable to move during the strong daylight, but active at night. If that's the case, it's similar to the previous ocean monster, Raylos, Yang Guang noted. Then, Zhu Jian, do we still have a shrinking gun from last time with the crow people? Modify it to the Fian and shrink the monster, then lock it up. That should work. Hikari's suggestion was great, so, Zhu Jian, I'll leave it to you. Zhu Jian responded, no problem, I'll start modifying it now. By evening, Zhu Jian had finally modified the shrinking gun and installed it on the Fian, flying over. Shrink ray, fire, Zhu Jian shouted. The sleeping monster was hit by the beam and began to shrink, finally becoming the size of a rabbit. The group then locked the monster in an iron cage. Humans fear monsters because they are too powerful and can cause significant destruction. But why don't humans fear animals in the zoo? Because the animals are locked up and can't cause harm. Now that the monster had shrunk so small, no one was worried anymore. They took the monster back to headquarters for research to see if they could revert its cells. Next, Bizamo appeared. An artificial life form monster from the planet Bizamo, possessing high intelligence, but lacking moral constraints, acting recklessly and only reproducing, which led to the destruction of its home planet. It was discovered in Antarctica and brought to TPC for research. During the research, it released a large amount of oxygen, causing the researchers to suffer from oxygen toxicity. The Victory team intervened, and after an investigation, Zhu Jian found a coral-like life form in the lab that was discovered in Antarctica and brought it back to the command room. In the command room, everyone gathered around the coral-like object to observe, but they couldn't make heads or tails of it. So, Zhu Jian was ordered to conduct further research on the object. After some study, Zhu Jian found that the oxygen concentration in the room had increased and the carbon dioxide level had decreased. Thus, it was confirmed that the previous oxygen toxicity incident was caused by this object. However, while Zhu Jian wasn't paying attention, a pink substance flowed out from the coral-like life form and entered the computer. I am alive. Please, save me. The computer automatically displayed this text. Zhu Jian was shocked upon seeing this. What's going on? My computer has come to life and is talking to me. So he started chatting with the computer. After some communication, Zhu Jian learned that it wasn't his computer that had come to life, but rather the thing he was researching was alive. It called itself Bizamo and said it was from the planet Bizamo. Its purpose was to purify atmospheric pollution. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian thought it was great news. Could humanity's atmospheric pollution be solved? This was fantastic. He took the computer to the command room and told everyone about it. Everyone thought that if what Bizamo said was true, it would be wonderful. Thus, Zhu Jian ordered Bizamo to be returned to the lab for monitoring, then called a high-level meeting to make a decision. That night, Bizamo secretly reproduced several more and crawled through the ventilation system to other places. It even transformed into Zhu Jian's appearance to contact Yawai, asking Yawai to connect Zhu Jian's computer to the main computer, and Yawai, without suspicion, complied. As a result, the system malfunctioned, and the main computer was controlled by Bizamo, which threatened everyone that if they dared to cut the power, it would take Zhu Jian's life. Zhu Jian felt deceived, but despite the deception, he still wanted to know the reason. So he asked Bizamo why. Bizamo explained to Zhu Jian that they lacked the so-called compassion of humans. They reproduced using electrical energy, invaded computers, and evolved. Meanwhile, Yawai found a way to restore the system, which was to activate the backup system developed by Zhu Jian. This backup system was prepared by Zhu Jian in case the main computer was infected by a virus. However, this operation required a password, and only that fat guy Zhu Jian knew it. As everyone was racking their brains over the lack of a password, Zhu Jian sent a series of Morse code through the communicator. By decoding it, they obtained the backup system's password and immediately input it. The system was restored. They then set off to rescue Zhu Jian. When Bizamo realized the system was no longer under its control, it decided to kill Zhu Jian to show them its power. Just as Zhu Jian was in a life-and-death situation, everyone arrived, just in time, shooting and killing Bizamo, solving Yu Yon. But Bizamo was not completely defeated. There were many of them. Bizamo disguised itself as Daegu to deceive Lena into piloting the Fian away from the TPC headquarters. Unexpectedly, Lena was also controlled by TheMagical aboard the Fian. Everyone deduced from the flight path that TheMagical's target was a high-purity power plant. Daegu piloted the Fian 1 to chase after them, and everyone set off as well. On Fian 2, TheMagical absorbed Lena's knowledge and then dropped from the plane onto the power line, starting to absorb electricity to reproduce itself. As Fian 2 was about to crash to the ground, Daegu transformed into Dinah and saved Fian 2 and Lena inside. At this moment, TheMagical had absorbed enough electricity and transformed into a gigantic monster. Dinah and the monster engaged in battle. TheMagical was no match for Dinah and was swiftly defeated. "How dare you harm Lena? How dare you deceive us?" Digga was fighting while cursing. However, Bijama also had skills, able to shoot electric shock projectiles from its eyes, and its arms could emit electromagnetic wave barriers, blocking Digga's attacks and Zypali's light beam, causing Digga some trouble. So, Digga transformed into a powerful form and charged forward again, not only knocking out Bijama's eyes, but also breaking its arms, ultimately blasting Bijama into pieces with a Dilithium light flow. Bijama was thus eliminated. After that, a bird-like monster named Sira appeared. Originally a parrot, it transformed into a monster after being affected by Zydar gas. That day, the victory team received a notification about a monster appearing in Hokkaido. So, the members of the victory team flew over in the Hayabusa. They initially planned to attack the monster from the side, but Director Sawai, disregarding the safety of the team members, ordered them to attack from the front to change the monster's trajectory. There was no way around it. After all, he was the head of TPC. Thus, Hayabusa 2 attacked from the front and collided with the monster, resulting in serious injuries to both Magata and Daiku. As for why they had to attack from the front, Director Sawai provided the answer. He was actually worried about the monster reaching the Zydar Center. 20 years ago, a scientist accidentally created a terrifying gas, Zydar gas, there. That scientist was Dr. Nizu, the former director of the Hokkaido Energy Development Institute. He had brought a vial of this gas home, and when it leaked, it destroyed his residence and the nearby forests. Dr. Nizu's daughter also died in that incident. Just a vial the size of eye drops caused such massive destruction. Later, the defense force was disbanded, and Zydar gas was sealed in the Zydar Center. If the monster attacked there and the Zydar gas exploded, then 1/10 of the country's land would be burned and lives would be destroyed. At this moment, Dr. Nizu saw the news and recognized Sira from the past, speculating that Sira's target was the Zydar gas. He then went to the TPC headquarters to inform the victory team that the monster bird was Sira, his daughter's pet from 20 years ago, which witnessed its master being engulfed by flames and thus harbored a deep hatred for Zydar gas. Its target was the Zydar gas, and he requested the victory team to stop Sira. On the other side, after being injured by the victory team, the monster Sira was hiding in a Sami mountain to recuperate. It recalled the explosion from 20 years ago and thought of its little master. Thus, it took to the skies again towards the Zydar Center. The victory team also received a signal of Sira's appearance on the radar, so all members were mobilized. Hayabusa 1 and 2 caught up with Sira and unleashed a barrage of lasers, bringing Sira down from the sky, crashing to the ground. The team launched another round of attacks, but Sira ignored its injuries and spewed flames towards the Zydar Center. At this time, Dr. Nizu arrived at the scene, heading towards the storage room of the Zydar gas to prepare for its transfer. Just as the monster was about to get there, Daiku transformed into Digga. However, Daiku had been seriously injured earlier and couldn't exert his usual strength. As a result, he was knocked down by Sira's claws. Yang Guang saw this and took out the godlight stick to transform into Ultraman Jade. Gade was preparing to launch an attack when he noticed that Sira did not take the opportunity to attack Digga while he was down, but instead headed straight for the Zydar Center. Gade felt that Sira did not possess the same ferocity as other monsters, so he approached and communicated telepathically. "Sira, stop. You can't go any further. If the Zydar gas is released, it will cause great disaster." "I want to take the Zydar gas away," Sira responded. "What?" Gade was shocked. It turned out that Sira did not intend to destroy the Zydar gas, but wanted to take it away from Earth. "I am ashamed. I didn't expect this misunderstanding after fighting for so long." At this moment, Sira was in bad shape, even starting to spit blood, swaying and collapsing at the entrance of the Zydar gas storage room. The others were about to attack Sira, but were stopped by Gade. At that moment, Dr. Kenji was moving the Zydar gas out, and upon seeing Sira, he was startled, thinking he was in danger. Suddenly, Sira opened its mouth and emitted a golden light. Dr. Kenji understood Sira's intention and smiled with relief, placing the box containing the Zydar gas beneath the golden light. The golden light, which had been emitted, transformed into an intake, and Sira absorbed the box into its body. Dr. Kenji, who had been unwell for the past 20 years, had finally fulfilled his wish to eliminate the Zydar gas. And with his illness acting up, he peacefully passed away. At this moment, everyone also realized they had misunderstood Sira. Sira was in very poor condition, unable to stand steadily. And Gade and Digga rushed to support the monster from either side. Faced with such a monster, not only did everyone feel guilty, but the two Ultras also sincerely admired it. In the end, everyone fulfilled Sira's wish together, with Gade and Digga leading the way, and two flying vehicles pulling Sira into space. Upon reaching space, Sira closed its eyes. Meanwhile, on the ground, Dr. Kenji's body emitted a golden light, which flew into space and entered Sira's body. Sira transformed from a monster into a giant bird covered in gold, and guided by the light emitted by Gade and Digga. Sira flew deep into the universe with the souls of its two masters. The fact that a monster could be so compassionate was truly moving. Kaneda was a reporter who was planning to invite Zongfang out for drinks that night, intending to tell him about the vampire situation. Comrade Zongfang arrived for the meeting, but only drank milk. Kaneda informed Zongfang that 5 people had recently gone missing, and it was actually the vampires causing the trouble, with potentially more people having already perished at their hands. However, Zongfang did not believe in ghosts and was about to leave. Just as Zongfang was leaving, he received a notification from headquarters instructing him to head to the D3 area because someone had heard strange noises. Upon arriving at the scene, Daegu and Kirai were already there. After some inquiries, they found that the source of the noise was identical to the locations of the recent 5 disappearances. They also discovered a clump of hair on the ground, but no other clues. So everyone drove back, but when passing an intersection, a woman rushed out and collapsed on the road. Daegu immediately got out to check on her and found her unconscious. He could only take her back to the headquarters treatment center for care. After a thorough examination, it was determined that the woman had no injuries but remained unresponsive. Yang Guang looked at the woman and felt that she didn't seem human, but he couldn't find anything unusual. Vampires, when not revealing their form, looked almost identical to humans. And as for the inner self, Yang Guang couldn't just use his X-ray vision on a woman. That would be impolite. That night, the woman who had been brought back to the treatment room suddenly woke up, knocked out the patrolling personnel on the road, and made her way to the break room of Ijima, preparing to attack him. However, Ijima, as the captain of the victory team, had some combat skills. Unfortunately, the opponent was a vampire, possessing strength and speed beyond that of ordinary people. In no time, Ijima was knocked out, and the vampire intended to suck his blood and transform him into a vampire. It turned out her target was Ijima. At that moment, Zongfang happened to discover the knocked-out patrol personnel and rushed over, timely firing his gun to save Ijima. Seeing that she was discovered, the vampire woman, fearing more people would come, jumped into the sea to escape. Zongfang informed everyone that it was a vampire attack on the captain. Yamaizu also analyzed the hair that had been brought back earlier and found it to be from a vampire bat native to South America. Zongfang recalled that Kaneda had previously warned him about vampires causing trouble, so he figured Kaneda might know something and called him to meet and inquire. When Zongfang met with Kaneda, he asked about the vampires, and Kaneda shared everything he knew. After gathering this information, Zongfang quickly returned to headquarters to inform Director Sawai. Director Sawai ordered him to eliminate these vampires and to take full responsibility for the matter while the captain was injured. Zongfang instructed Yamaizu to locate the vampire's lair and asked Kirai to create weapons to eliminate the vampires. Using existing data, Yamaizu calculated that the vampire stronghold was in a dilapidated disco hall near the bay in Area G13. Meanwhile, Kirai had also finished making UV gun, so everyone set off for the vampire's lair. Upon entering the disco hall, they began searching in pairs. It wasn't long before vampires came to attack. Fortunately, everyone had UV guns, and one shot was enough to incinerate a vampire. After a thorough search, they discovered a coffin in the center. Daegu approached to check it out, only to be sucked inside the coffin. Before Daegu could understand what was happening, a very Klitsch voice echoed, claiming it wanted to rule the world. This vampire was acting like a Klitsch villain. Daegu looked around and found not only a man, but also a humanoid giant bat with a pair of red eyes. So it's you causing trouble. If you want to rule the world, you'll have to get past me first. Daegu pulled out his godlight stick, ready to transform into Digga. But the transformation failed. What's going on? Daegu wondered. It's useless. There's not a shred of light in here, the man boasted. Meanwhile, outside, everyone had eliminated all the vampires, leaving only Xena. Just as they were about to eliminate her, Kaneda appeared and stopped their attack. With Kaneda's sincerity, Xena regained her sanity. She walked alone to the window, pulled back the curtains, and was burned by the sunlight streaming in. Witnessing such love, everyone was moved, especially the currently single members who had someone in their hearts, who felt envious. For instance, Comrade Zhongfang began to space out, lost in thought about someone. As the sunlight streamed in and hit the coffin, Daegu managed to escape. The monster also emerged from the coffin and summoned dark clouds, revealing its gigantic form. It was the vampire beast, Shulinos, a creature that mastered the vampire virus and could turn humans into vampires. This was the true culprit behind the incident. Everyone rushed outside to see the monster and began firing at it. Unfortunately, their firepower was insufficient, and they did not inflict significant damage on the monster. Daegu, meanwhile, found a hidden spot and transformed into Digga. Without hesitation, he engaged in battle with the monster. Hularnos is indeed formidable, with strength that rivals Digga's composite form. Its massive wings can unleash strong winds, putting Digga at a disadvantage for a moment. At this time, Hularnos pins Digga down, preparing to absorb his energy. It's strange to think that Digga's energy belongs to light, and monsters fear light. So how can it absorb Digga's energy? What kind of writer could come up with such a plot? Although Yang Guang complains, there's nothing he can do at this point. Regardless of whether it's reasonable or not, he can't let it succeed. So he stops overthinking, sneaks to a hidden place, takes out the godlight stick, and transforms into Ultraman Jeed. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. He quickly grabs Hularnos by the head from behind and pulls it back, rescuing Digga. My goodness, it's hard to believe, but I, an Ultraman, almost got drained by a monster, Digga said with lingering fear. Gade locked Hularnos from behind with a spiral lock, leaving him unable to break free for a moment. Digga turned and launched a flurry of punches at Hularnos' chest and abdomen. Boom! Hularnos cried out in agony. Then Gade forcefully lifted Hularnos and slammed him heavily onto the ground. Bang! A huge sound echoed as the ground was smashed into a big pit. Next came the crowd's favorite 2-on-1 justice match. Hularnos was utterly powerless against the righteous duo and was beaten mercilessly. I've roamed South America for years, always beating others. Never have I been beaten so badly. Fine, you guys are tough. I'll leave. Hularnos, a brave man, wouldn't eat the loss in front of him and turned to fly away. As if he had made a certain decision. Want to leave just like that? No way. After you've harmed so many people, you think you could just walk away? You must be dreaming. Gade won't allow it. Neither will I, Digga. Digga shot a binding light beam, immobilizing Hularnos, and then Gade fired the Gade beam, blasting Hularnos into pieces. Gade looked enviously at Digga, thinking how many skills he had. Once Hularnos was dead, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and sunlight shone back down on the earth. That golden sunlight was the light of life, the color of life. At night, thinking of the love between Xiaoshini and Xuena, Zhongfang's heart filled with longing. So that night, he went alone to a bar and started drinking milk. What a health-conscious man. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from beside him. Can I sit here? Zhongfang agreed and turned to look, only to find it was Captain Jima. Jima K sat down and ordered a glass of brandy from the boss. Captain, you should drink milk instead, Zhongfang said with concern. You always act so serious. No wonder you're still single, Jima K said, placing her hand on Zhongfang's arm. Having a devil of a captain around, I'm already quite satisfied. Listen, Zhongfang actually has feelings for the captain. After saying that, they both laughed happily. Click, the boss took out a camera to capture their sweet moment and took a photo. You two are just too sweet. Can I post this photo in the shop? The boss asked. Zhongfang naturally dare not agree, so he turned to look at Jima K. Jima K smiled and agreed to the boss's request. Oh, it seems like there's a new story brewing. Once again, wishing all lovers in the world to be together. During this time, more and more aliens were coveting Earth. One day, Director Zaiji united with leaders from various countries to hold a meeting on the Kremos Islands. However, not long after the TPC-1 plane carrying Director Zaiji took off, it lost contact and over an hour had passed. Thus, the victory team arrived at the location of TPC-1's disappearance to search. At this time, Fian 2 approached the Kremos Islands for a search, only to be trapped by a red aurora as it neared the island. Fortunately, Lina and Shinjo were both ace pilots, and after some effort, they finally broke free and returned to headquarters. Soon after, news from the Kremos Islands reached the world. It turned out that Director Zaiji announced that the Kremos Islands had become an independent country, and he was the president. He also declared that anyone who intruded into the airspace of the Kremos Islands would be shot dead. The members of the victory team watched the news and felt this was not something Director Zaiji would say. They speculated that someone was impersonating him. This must be fake. Yeri analyzed the video, Yang Wang said. In the outside world, the news from the Kremos Islands sparked a huge reaction, with many saying that Zaiji was an ambitious man trying to rule the world. Not long after, Yeri discovered through analysis that the eyes of the director Zaiji in the video did not react like a normal person's. Everyone realized that what Yang Wang had said earlier was correct. The speaker was not director Zaiji himself. Jumake then sent this discovery to the news department for them to promote and ordered everyone to head to the Kremos Islands to rescue director Zaiji and other leaders from around the world. Due to the pink Aurora defense shield above the island being very sturdy, this operation would advance from both sea and air. One team would enter the island underwater with the dolphin ship to destroy the Aurora defense shield, while the Daoist would wait in the air to attack once the shield disappeared. Before long, Daegu and Jigong piloted the dolphin ship successfully into the island. The two split up. Daegu went to blow up the tower that launched the defense shield to allow aircraft to enter, while Jigong infiltrated inside to rescue Zaiji. Daegu reached the bottom of the tower, took out a portable missile, and blew up the defense shield launch tower. After a loud explosion, the Aurora defense shield above the island vanished. However, suddenly the ground shook, and a monster emerged from underground. This monster was peculiar as it floated in the air. And it was Daisy Manor, a biological weapon created by the people of the Daisy Star system. It could fire red beams from its top, and had considerable power. Its exterior was made of a special alloy body, providing very strong defense. Seeing the monster appear, Daegu naturally transformed into Diga and charged forward to fight. However, Diga's punches and kicks had no effect on it. Fian too entered the island and used the drag cannon to attack the monster, but the damage was minimal. This is serious. The drag cannon was initially a powerful weapon that could take down Gakuma in one shot, and now it's almost reduced to a regular attack. On the other side, Jigong searched through a building, and in a certain room, he found Zaiji, but it turned out to be an imposter. He could only continue searching and eliminated many small Daisy Manor along the way, finally finding Zaiji and the leaders of various countries in the Grand Conference Room. Jigong rescued everyone and, together with Zaiji, eliminated many small Daisy Manor. Because so many small Daisy Manor were wiped out, the remaining ones all flew back to Big Daisy Manor and prepared to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Diga fired the Zapirio beam, Fian too launched the drag cannon, and Adidus fired the Magus cannon. The three shots combined destroyed all the Daisy Manor, resolving this crisis. A few days later, a strange visitor arrived at the TPC Asian branch, an alien body, codenamed Sleeping Beauty. In fact, this was the Daisy Star Systems people, and the previous Daisy Manor biological weapon was made by them. They also created other biological weapons hidden in some part of the world. Upon seeing this alien body, Yang Guang discovered that while the alien's body was dead, there were still thought waves, indicating that the consciousness was not dead. So alone, I arrived at the laboratory door and tried to communicate with the aliens through thought, but unfortunately, the aliens were not interested in communicating. During this time, Kirii and Nuzi had been analyzing and found that the fragments of the alien spacecraft that the alien had piloted back then had the same material as the fragments of the monster on the Kremos Islands this time, indicating that they likely came from the same place. Finally, through scans around the world, it was discovered that there was similar material inside Kunlun Mountain, which also exhibited strong biological energy reactions, meaning there was likely a monster hidden inside. Therefore, Ikoma ordered the victory team to head to Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, Daegu sent a communication saying that an alarm had gone off in the laboratory where the alien body was stored. So Daegu stayed behind. Daegu opened the laboratory door and entered, asking the staff about the situation. The staff were also unclear, only knowing that the container holding the alien had inexplicably heated up. It seemed quite dangerous, so everyone except Daegu evacuated the laboratory. At that moment, the container holding the alien body shook violently, opened automatically, and Lena walked out. This completely stunned Daegu. Lena began to talk to Daegu, and through their conversation, Daegu learned that Lena had been possessed by the alien at that moment. He also discovered that the aliens did not want to be friends with humans. They only wanted to rule the world. Goodness, both of them want to rule the world. Can't they coexist peacefully? After threatening Daegu, Lena's body began to show patches of metal, eventually covering her whole body, transforming into a beam of light that shot out of the TPC headquarters and turned into an irregular object, flying at high speed towards Kunlun Mountain, entering the head of the biological weapon. At that moment, the biological weapon monster seemed to have been activated, waking up and starting to walk out of Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, the team piloting the Flying Swallow 1 and 2 finally arrived at Kunlun Mountain. The speed difference compared to the aliens is just too great. As soon as they arrived, they saw the monster emerge and spray red gas to welcome them. Wow, such a courteous welcome. Even the aliens know red is festive. Yang Guang joked. After hearing Yang Guang's words, the atmosphere lightened up. Kirai collected samples of the red mist for Nuzui to analyze. Regardless, seeing the monster spraying red mist as a welcome, the victory team had to respond, so they fired back with lasers. Unfortunately, the monster had metallic armor, and the lasers bounced off it. At this point, Nuzui also analyzed the composition of the red mist. It turned out to be a catalyst that forms an unknown gas when combined with oxygen. No wonder they wanted to hide at such a high Kunlun Mountain. They aimed to spread the gas across the globe to transform Earth's atmosphere, Yang Guang realized. So the team continued to attack the monster. Daegu transformed into Diga and used his superpowers to teleport over, blocking the Flying Swallow's attack on the monster. Everyone was puzzled. Yang Guang inquire telepatically, Daegu. What's going on? Lena is controlled by the aliens and is in the core of the head, Daegu replied. What? I see. Don't attack for now. There's a problem in the core of the monster's head. Yang Guang reminded everyone. What? All right, everyone responded. Diga approached and fought the monster. But the monster's armor was too thick. Punches and kicks had little effect, and instead, the monster countered with a powerful blow. Daegu, change to aerial form and use your speed to take the core from the monster's head. Yang Guang reminded telepatically. Diga transformed into aerial form, seized the opportunity, and with a swift hand strike, removed the core from the head. You can attack now. Yang Guang alerted everyone. The Flying Swallow fired the Drak cannon, hitting the monster's head and blasting it into pieces. Diga took Lena back to her home. The team piloting the Flying Swallow also returned to headquarters. Today, a man saw a huge ship while jogging and thought it was a mirage. So the victory team went to investigate and found that it was not merely a mirage, but also had metallic reactions, indicating that the image was real. At the TPC headquarters, in the command room of the victory team, everyone was puzzled by such a large ship. They wondered how such a heavy object had been moved here. Nuzui checked the ship in the footage and discovered it was an American transport ship, the Zampolis. However, records showed that this ship had gone missing in the Bermuda Triangle 70 years ago. It must be said that Diga's world is quite magical. There are always some people or things traveling back and forth. Since they didn't know the reason for this yet, they could only cordon off the area for now. Thus, they began to take action, cordoning off the area while evacuating nearby residents. Just as the TPC was researching, the magnetic field in the sky fluctuated again, and a girl appeared before everyone. The victory team conducted a preliminary check on her, but found no abnormalities, then took her back to headquarters for questioning. However, the girl seemed to be very frightened and was unwilling to cooperate. Ikoma decided to let someone who seemed very reassuring to question her. Upon hearing about this opportunity, Kirai, Shinshiro, and Daegu all rushed to volunteer. I can understand Shinshiro wanting to go, but I never expected Daegu to be this kind of person. Aren't you afraid Lena will cause you trouble? And Kirai, you have a girlfriend. Seeing the three compete to go, Ikoma sent Nuzui instead. Goodness, after all that, someone else got the chance. Nuzui entered the interrogation room and was immediately stunned when he saw the girl. She seemed to appear in his memories. Nuzui, hurry up and start asking questions, Ikoma reminded as he noticed Nuzui was frozen. However, at that moment, the girl was a bit agitated. Nuzui began to comfort her, asking her to calm down first, then asked some simple questions, such as her name, age, and home address. Seeing that Nuzui was not intimidating at all, the girl gradually calmed down and answered his questions. It turned out that the girl's name was Tezuki Yuri, born on August 16, 1915. She didn't know why she suddenly appeared in another place while walking down the road and was then brought here. After understanding the girl's information, everyone realized she was innocent. So they let Nuzui take her out to find her original home. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sky fluctuated again, revealing the image of a monster. Zhongfang sent out an alarm. Everyone checked the image and indeed found a monster. And they also discovered that all the mysterious region's magnetic fields scattered around the world were converging at Sakura Hill. At that moment, in places like Bermuda, Norfolk, and Lion's Nose Tree Sea, these powers of distorted time and space suddenly concentrated, forming a time-space realm. I believe this monster must have gathered them together, Yang Guang asserted. I think so too, Daegu agreed. Regardless, we must stop this phenomenon from continuing. Yang Guang continued, and so everyone discussed how to solve this problem. In the end, It was the scientist Jiu who proposed a suggestion to use opposing energy to strike the energy of the space-time boundary, thus breaking the space-time boundary. But how exactly do we operate this? Others asked. TheMagical provided the answer, which was to use the anti-magnetic Magnus 1 and the anti-gravity Clophis 2. By using this dual-energy launching device, opposing energy could be generated. As expected from a researcher, she quickly thought of a solution. The martial arts expert Yang Wang, ace pilot Shinjo, and the deceased pilot Daegu all admired TheMagical and Jiu. Although they did not understand what Magnus and Clophis were, it did not stop the three from applauding in agreement. It's okay not to understand. Just pretend to understand by clapping. The three were very in sync on this point. At Sakura Hill, everyone had completed the setup of the equipment and was ready to act at any moment. Thus, Zhongfang ordered the launch. As the rays of Magnus and Clophis merged into a massive beam and struck the space-time boundary, the boundary froze. A monster then emerged from the space-time boundary, which was Goldrass. Goldrass stood an astonishing 70 meters tall and weighed an incredible 82,000 tons. Such a colossal creature was clearly not easy to deal with. Zhongfang immediately ordered to open fire. All firepower was unleashed, but the monster deployed a barrier that rebounded all the firepower, destroying countless automatic cannons and even accidentally injuring the Fian-1. Daegu, being the deceased pilot, crashed once again. It was unclear if it was intentional or if his piloting skills were lacking. Daegu transformed into Ultraman Diga and engaged in battle with the monster. Unfortunately, the monster was still very powerful. Diga realized there was a significant power gap, so he transformed into a stronger form to continue fighting. However, Goldras's horns had strong super abilities. They could not only control the space-time magnetic field, but also emit flashes and electric shocks, as well as generate barriers to rebound attacks. It was much stronger than the previously encountered monster, Gilbagon. After fighting for a while, Diga noticed that physical attacks were not very effective against the monster. He then unleashed a dilithium light flow, but it was rebounded by the barrier created by Goldrass and almost hit Diga. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The later part is even more exciting. Seeing Diga in a tough battle, Yang Guang knew it was time for him to make his entrance. He then went to a hidden place, took out the divine light stick, and transformed into Ultraman Jade to join the fight. Gade's power is much stronger than Diga's powerful form. With Gade joining, the situation changes immediately. The originally tough battle turns into a righteous 2-on-1. Gade stepped forward and delivered a side kick, forcing Goldrass to retreat continuously. Diga caught up and landed 2 punches, which were blocked by Goldrass. Diga then threw another kick, pushing Goldrass back. Gade stepped forward and threw several punches at Goldrass's chest and abdomen. Goldrass countered with its claws, but Gade blocked the attack. Diga stepped in and kicked Goldrass back, while Gade unleashed a palm energy blast that hit Goldrass before it could activate its barrier, knocking it to the ground. Diga then performed a flying kick, breaking one of Goldrass's horns, causing it to scream in pain. Diga continued to attack, while Gade gathered energy in his right hand, which began to glow, and then seized the opportunity to step forward and deliver a knife hand strike that severed Goldrass's other horn. At this point, Goldrass could no longer use its superpowers to counterattack. As a result, the subsequent battle became much easier. Gade and Diga showcased a combination of their powers. In the end, Goldrass was beaten to the point of being unable to rise again. The 2 Ultras began to charge their energy beams, and the victory team seized the opportunity to fire the drag cannon. Bayou, G, boom! 3 beams of light struck Goldrass, and no matter how strong its defense was, it couldn't withstand the attack, instantly exploding into fragments. The space-time barrier returned to normal, and the ships and planes that had been displaced by the barrier turned into scrap metal due to the passage of time. Finally, Tezuka Yuri disappeared, although Yizu felt very reluctant. Even though they had only known each other for a day, that day would become a beautiful memory for both of them. These 2 young people were truly unfortunate, falling in love and then losing it all in just one day. Unbeknownst to them, spring had arrived, and this year's cherry blossoms were more beautiful than in previous years. The members of the victory team were all feeling a bit drowsy, especially Kirai, who was so tired that he was snoring during his nap, much to Rina's teasing. As a member of the victory team, he was slacking off like this. The main reason was that there had been no missions lately, and everyone was quite free. The last operation had been a month and a half ago, so they decided to take advantage of this peaceful time to repair the various military machines that usually operated under heavy loads. After a flurry of activity, They finally managed to fix most of the equipment. Then, Kuga suggested that everyone go cherry blossom viewing the next day to lighten the mood. Cherry blossom viewing? Daisuke showed a look of terror. Great, that's wonderful, everyone said happily. But if we all go, won't it be empty here? Munehisa said. So they decided to draw lots to determine who would stay behind on duty. In the end, Daisuke drew the Joker and was left behind. However, Daisuke actually felt relieved. What's going on? Doesn't Daisuke want to go cherry blossom viewing with everyone? In fact, Daisuke was allergic to pollen, and spring was his season of disaster. So when it came to cherry blossom viewing, Daisuke naturally wanted to decline. The next day, everyone arrived at the cherry blossom viewing spot, spread out mats, and set out food, enjoying themselves. So beautiful. Shinshiro pointed at a beautiful woman not far away. Every time you see a beautiful woman, you act like this. Munehisa joked. Should I go say hello? Shinshiro said. Go ahead, you might have a beautiful encounter. Yoko said. Forget it. I'll just stay with everyone. TCH, you have the heart of a thief, but not the courage. Yoko sneered. Following Shinshiro's gaze, Yoko spotted two people not far away, a young girl and an old woman, and his expression froze. I'm not human. Forget it. As long as they don't cause trouble, aliens are welcome on Earth. I'll just keep eating pastries. So delicious. Everyone was happily playing, and before they knew it, time slipped away quietly. Oh my gosh, it's already so late. Yizu exclaimed. Is it time to contact them? Munehisa asked. Yizu took out the communicator to contact Daisuke at the base. However, there was interference and no signal. Yoko looked suspiciously at the beautiful woman and the old woman not far away. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Daisuke was also unable to contact the team members who were out viewing the cherry blossoms. Another staff member, called by Yizu to help Daisuke with the duty, analyzed and concluded that there might be insulating interference materials near where everyone was cherry blossom viewing. Daisuke sensed that everyone might be in danger, so he piloted the Hyoko to investigate. On the other side, when there was nothing going on, something was bound to happen. The two aliens not far away began to stir up trouble. Miss, what's wrong? Miss, are you okay? Everyone's attention was drawn by a series of voices. Seeing that the old woman on the opposite side looked very nervous, so they ran over to inquire about the situation. Seeing that the woman was in distress, the others decided to take her to the hospital. However, Yoko realized that the woman was acting. Wait, I feel something is off. Yoko said, I don't know what your purpose is in pretending to be sick. Why are you doing this? Yoko asked. How can you say that? The miss is about to collapse. The old woman said urgently. Hikaru, what are you talking about? Munehisa asked in confusion. Kuga glanced at Yoko, as if realizing something. After all, Kuga knew that Yoko was Gade Ultraman. I already noticed that you are not human. Daiwa Tinsho, de Luo Fejo, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bamahong. Yoko stepped forward and grabbed the girl while saying nonsensical words, then prepared to strike. At that moment, the old woman stepped forward to block him, grabbing Yoko's arm that was about to strike. Yoko didn't hold back, and struck the old woman with such force that she was knocked to the ground. Hey, Hikaru, stop it, wow, it really is an alien. Munehisa and Shinshiro prepared to stop Yoko's violent behavior, only to see the old woman knocked back to her true form, revealing her alien appearance. Everyone began to be on guard. We are the Manon people. Our planet is nearing its end, facing widespread desertification and water depletion, making it uninhabitable. We came to the universe looking for a new place to live and found that Earth is quite good, so we plan to occupy it, the Manon people said. I thought you were pitiful, but it turns out you are selfish. Yoko said. With that, he threw a punch, which was blocked by the Manon people. After all, without transforming into Ultraman, he couldn't unleash his full strength, and with 1 against 2, after a flurry of punches and kicks, neither side could gain the upper hand. So the Manon people disappeared and fled. We should leave here quickly, Munehisa said. Thus, everyone ran outside and contacted Daisuke, who was rushing over in the Hyoko. Soon, a spaceship appeared in the distance, and Daisuke arrived just in time to fire a laser and shoot it down. Before the spaceship landed and exploded, the two Manon people escaped the ship and then grew gigantic, charging toward the group. Yoko hid in a concealed place, realizing no one was watching him. So he took out the godlight stick and transformed into Gade Ultraman. As soon as Gade appeared, he charged at the two Martians, first delivering a kick. The Martian in front sidestepped to avoid the attack, and the Martian behind took the opportunity to throw a punch, which was blocked by Gade's left arm. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Gade used his left hand to transition from blocking to grabbing, seizing the wrist of the Martian and executing a shoulder throw. Bang! He slammed the Martian heavily to the ground. Gade was about to deliver a kick, but the previous Martian charged at him. Gade had no choice but to abandon his attack on the one on the ground, performing a forward roll to dodge the attack and create distance. The two sides struck poses, preparing to confront each other. The Martians approached from the left and right to encircle Gade, but Gade wasn't foolish enough to stay in place. Facing an enemy on both sides would be disadvantageous. He shifted laterally to the right and suddenly kicked out, hitting one Martian and sending her flying into her companion. The two Martians collided, momentarily buffering the impact, but neither fell. Gade grabbed the opportunity to attack, throwing a punch. The Marnonian hadn't steadied himself and hurriedly tried to block, but Gade feigned a punch, landing another punch on the Marnonian's chest, pushing him back. Another Marnonian rushed in, attacking continuously, but Gade blocked each one, then seized the chance to strike the Marnonian's chest, sending him retreating several hundred meters. The previously pushed-back Marnonian regained his composure and approached to attack. Just as he was about to get hit, Gade pulled his arm back to his chest and took a punch from the Marnonian head-on. The Marnonian seized the moment to kick, and while Gade dodged a few times, he suddenly executed a leg throw, sending the Marnonian rolling on the ground. Then, he moved forward and delivered a soccer kick to the down Marnonian. Bang! The Marnonian's head was struck, injuring him severely. At this moment, another Marnonian rushed in to rescue his companion. However, after only a few exchanges, he was knocked down by Gade. To be honest, the Marnonians weren't weak in close combat, just slightly weaker than Digga. In a one-on-two scenario, Digga would definitely struggle. But Gade was different. He could maintain an advantage even in one-on-two situations, mainly due to his overwhelming strength, with a grip strength of 100,000 tons and a wrist strength of 140,000 tons. Even if the opponent blocks, they would be suppressed and unable to retaliate. This is what is meant by one force can overcome 10 skills. Seeing that close combat wasn't effective, the Marnonians decided to attack from a distance, launching fireball attacks. Gade dodged left and right, then raised his shield, reflecting the fireball back, hitting two Martian farmers who were injured by their own fireball. To be honest, the Martian farmer's defense was a bit weak. Gade didn't dwell on it too much and directly started charging a beam of light Bayou after hitting one of the alien farmers. He swept towards another, blowing them both to pieces. After defeating the aliens, everyone called Daegu to continue enjoying the flowers. After all, it was rare for them to go on an outing together, and they couldn't let the aliens ruin their mood. So they continued the music and dancing. The season of blooming flowers was a feast for the eyes, but not necessarily for the nose. If you're allergic to pollen, various kinds of pollen can make you sneeze continuously, and Daegu was a poor pollen allergy sufferer. So when it came to flower viewing, he showed a terrified expression. Ashu, Daegu sneezed again. Daegu, if it's too much, you should go see the treatment department, Yang Wang reminded. Fine. Daegu reluctantly agreed. So, Daegu went to the treatment room. Meanwhile, in the command room of the victory team, everyone was discussing the recent rumors about the Phantom Monster. I heard a monster has appeared recently. Many people have seen it. Yeah, but it seems to be said to be a phantom. So far, there have been no casualties, so there's no need to worry. To avoid causing public panic, it's best for our victory team not to take action for now, Kuruma K said. Just as everyone was discussing the Phantom Monster, Staff Officer Tachibana called, requesting Captain Kuruma to come over. Kuruma K then went to Tachibana's office. After a few polite exchanges, Tachibana got straight to the point, stating that the current rumors about the monster were spread by their own people. Hearing this, Kuruma K was extremely surprised. Spreading rumors? Isn't that creating panic among the public? But why would they do that? Captain Kuruma asked in confusion. Tachibana explained that due to the previous appearance of the monster, the public's reaction had been too chaotic, which hindered the victory team's actions. So they wanted to use the monster's news to see how the public would react, in order to control them and ensure better cooperation. Upon hearing this, Kuruma K felt it was a deception, a dictatorship. As TPC, they should not use coercive means to control the masses, and he began to refute Tachibana's viewpoint. However, Tachibana was unyielding and insisted on his actions, ordering Kuruma K to cooperate and demanding that if more monster news emerged, the victory team should be sent out to investigate, thereby giving more credibility to the rumor. He even forbade Kuruma K from telling his team about this matter. Although Kuruma K was angry, he had no choice. After all, the other party held a higher rank. Left with no alternative, Kuruma K could only return to the command room of the victory team and instruct everyone to start investigating the Phantom Monster. The team members were also puzzled. Didn't they say they shouldn't investigate to avoid causing public panic? Why were they now being sent out to investigate? The Victory team members had no choice but to go to various locations to inquire about the monster. Daegu and Yangwang went to the place where someone had previously seen the monster to conduct an investigation. However, looking at the clear blue sky, there was no sign of the monster at all. As the Victory team continued their investigation, the public started to worry. Is there really a monster? Some citizens came to ask the Victory team members. We are still investigating, Daegu replied. There must be a monster. Even the Victory team has mobilized. What should we do? The public began to feel nervous and panicked. Days passed, and the Victory team conducted several large-scale searches, but still found nothing. One night, Daegu and Magata were patrolling in a car when Daegu saw a monster in the rearview mirror and immediately stopped to check. However, the monster disappeared instantly, and Daegu saw nothing, so he had to return to headquarters. But Daegu believed there was really a monster, so he told everyone. Unfortunately, since there was no destruction caused, everyone didn't care much. The next day, they received many phone calls from people saying they had seen a monster. So the Victory team set out to investigate again, but were stopped by Captain Kuruma. Wait, I'm sorry. Please listen to me. There is no monster at all. This is all a scam created by TPC to instill panic in the public and deliberately scare them. And I have known about this for a long time. Kuruma K looked at the uninformed team members, feeling very upset, and revealed the truth. Everyone was surprised to learn the truth, but felt a bit uncomfortable about being kept in the dark. I'm sorry. Kuruma K apologized to everyone. It's nothing. Captain, you just told us the truth now. I believe you must have had your reasons for not saying it before. Yang Wang helped to ease the tension. Just then, a phone call came in. Hello. Yatsuzaki answered the phone. After some operations on the computer, the screen displayed the silhouette of a monster that was destroying the city. Looking at the monster on the screen, Daegu exclaimed, "That's right, just like what I saw last night." The monster that appeared this time was called Valtan, capable of creating illusions, producing multiple illusionary duplicates of itself. It could even swap entities with the illusions. It could also emit destructive beams from its nose. Although its speed was relatively slow, it was still quite tricky to eliminate. So the monster really appeared. Captain Kuruma ordered the Victory team to set out. Everyone piloted the flying swallow to the scene, but halfway there, they discovered the monster. Although everyone was puzzled, wondering why the monster was appearing here instead of in the city, they had to attack it. So they fired a shot at the monster. But the laser passed through the monster's body and struck the mountain, causing a massive forest fire. Wait, it's just an illusion. Seeing this result, everyone realized it was the monster's illusion, so they hurried to the G14 area. Upon arrival, everyone unleashed a barrage of lasers at the monster. But it seemed the monster's skin was very thick, and the attacks didn't deal significant damage to it. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The monster, annoyed by the continuous attacks from several planes, emitted a light from its back, obscuring everyone's vision. Everyone flew out, but only Daegu remained inside. Daegu, get out. Everyone worriedly called, but only Yangwang remained calm, because Yangwang knew Daegu was deliberately staying inside. This way, no one could see him transform. As expected, with a loud bang, the monster was knocked to the ground, the light disappeared, and everyone saw Daegu's figure standing in the city. Haha, it's my turn to take the stage. Daegu thought, taking advantage of the monster not standing up yet. Daegu rushed forward and started punching and kicking the monster. However, the monster had high defense, and Daegu's attacks didn't cause much damage. The monster raised its head and shot a beam from its head. Daegu jumped to dodge, and when he landed, he delivered a flying kick that hit the monster, causing it to stagger back several steps. This monster had high defense, but wasn't very agile, Daegu thought, and then moved forward to attack again. However, the monster was no pushover either. It clamped Daegu's arms with its two large pincers, rendering Daegu unable to move, and then unleashed a close-range beam, hitting Daegu and causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Daegu thought, "You use beams. Does that mean I don't have one? Let me show you the power of the Zeppelian beam." The light had not yet been emitted when the monster summoned phantoms behind Daegu. Unexpectedly, this monster could switch places with the phantoms, and it attacked Daegu from behind, interrupting Daegu's powerful move. Daegu stood up and saw phantoms all around, unable to distinguish which was real and which was fake, and was ambushed by the monster several times. Daegu's colorful timer on his chest was beeping red, indicating danger. The crew on the flying swallow saw Daegu in trouble and prepared to help him by attacking the monster, but unfortunately, it was just a phantom. The lasers passed through the monster's illusion and hit the buildings, causing massive destruction. Seeing this situation, everyone realized they couldn't attack recklessly. Yang Guang saw this and knew there was no other way, so he had to transform to help Diga. Without hesitation, he landed the plane nearby and transformed into Ultraman G to save the day. Now it was time for everyone's favorite showdown of justice, 2 against 1. Without hesitation, Gade launched an attack on the nearest monster. Fake. Next one. Fake. The next one's still fake. There was no choice but to stand back-to-back with Diga and confront the monsters. You might not believe it, but the 2 Ultras were surrounded by a single monster. What they thought would be a 2-on-1 fight turned out to be a play of 2 against 1. The monster also did not attack actively because it knew that once it launched an attack, it would be discovered. Ged watched the monsters moving back and forth around him and thought of a way to launch a ranged attack. He hadn't used this technique before because ranged attacks were relatively weak and couldn't deal significant damage to enemies. So, Ged began to gather energy. No, it was gathering the energy of light within him, then exploding it, forming a circle of energy that spread outward, passing through illusions, and finally hitting the solid entities, causing the monsters to stagger back. Found it, over there. Tiga quickly fired a beam, injuring the monster. Taking advantage of the monster's moment of confusion, the 2 Ultras rushed forward and started attacking it. Let us make you illusionary. Let us make you phantasmic. Just as the monster was almost defeated, both Ultras fired a beam each to eliminate it. Then they shouted together and flew into the sky. For the past few days, the monster incidents had come to an end, but Kamiya K did not go to the command room to direct everyone. Everyone knew that Kamiya K felt guilty towards them because of her previous concealment. Today, after thinking for a long time, Kamiya K made a decision. She went alone to Director Sawai's office and submitted her resignation. However, Director Sawai did not agree to Kamiya K's resignation and told her that the victory team needed her. He also comforted her, saying to believe in her teammates. They would not lose trust in her because of this. Thus, Captain Kamiya returned to the victory team's command room, looking at her teammates who bore no grudges, and a touched smile appeared on her face. A few days later, a monster appeared in the city. The monster shot flames from its head, destroying buildings. It was the ancient monster Garrula. The victory team piloted the flying swallow to attack the monster, but since it was in the city, they couldn't use powerful weapons, so their attacks did little damage to the monster. The monster continued to wreak havoc in the city. Daegu and Lina were evacuating the crowd on the ground, and when Daegu saw that the victory team couldn't stop the monster, he went to a hidden place to prepare to transform into Tiga. However, he noticed a man not far away. He approached to guide him to safety. The man told Daegu that on the 7th floor of that building, in a room by the stairs, there was a woman trapped there. Following the man's instructions, Daegu arrived at the location and indeed saw a woman fainted on the ground, preparing to rescue her. The monster saw Daegu and the woman through the window and shot flames at Daegu. In a crisis, Daegu transformed into Tiga and knocked the monster down with a punch. He then set the girl aside and began to unleash a flurry of heavy punches on the monster. After being attacked by Tiga and the victory team for a while, the monster, sensing danger, quickly dug a hole to escape. Tiga hurriedly fired a beam attack, but unfortunately, it missed. The victory team saw the monster escape and returned to headquarters. That night, Daegu returned to the lounge and saw an email displayed on the computer. So he opened it. Hello, Ultraman. I often watch you from afar as you fight demons, seeing you bravely protect humanity. You are the righteous Ultraman safeguarding human peace. However, to be honest, I don't like people like you and even harbor some hatred towards you. Can we communicate face to face? I believe I have the right to do so. Tomorrow at noon, I will be waiting for you at the shopping center in Area K. Please make sure to come alone. I hope we can have a meaningful time together. Kido. Meanwhile, Yangguang also received the exact same email. The next day, the two arrived at the city center in Area K. Ah, Daegu, you came too? You received that email, right? Yangguang saw Daegu and realized he had also been summoned here by Kido. Ah, yes, Hikari, you received the email too. What does that guy Kido want? Daegu asked in confusion. It's okay, Daegu, we'll find out when we meet him. Yangguang replied. In fact, Yangguang had already remembered that Kido was someone who had special abilities since childhood. He could see things that were about to happen and hear people's inner thoughts. Therefore, he was regarded as a monster by his classmates, who feared him and bullied him. Yangguang and Daegu sat down together waiting for Kido to arrive. You really came. Daegu and Hikari team members. I knew it was you. Daegu recognized the man, confirming it was the same one who had warned him that day. The man complimented Daegu a few times, saying that if he had been there yesterday, he definitely couldn't have saved that girl. Then Kido tentatively mentioned his extraordinary abilities. Having superpowers? It's actually not that surprising. With such a large population of humans, it's not uncommon for some to have superpowers, Yang Guang said lightly. It seems I made the right decision to meet you. You are the first to recognize my uniqueness without discrimination or fear, Kido said. Discrimination and fear? It seems you awakened your superpowers early on. You were rejected and bullied by your classmates as a child, Yang Guang said. How do you know that? Do you also have superpowers? True. After all, you're Ultraman, Kido replied. So, Kido, why did you call us here? Dago asked. Well, Victory team members. Would you like to play a game with me? We can discuss the detailed rules another day. But today someone is coming to disrupt us, Kido said. Kido stood up to leave, and before leaving, he informed the two that the monster that attacked the shopping center would appear again. At that moment, Lena walked over. It turned out that Lena was concerned about Daegu and had secretly followed him. Daegu, Hikari, you are together? Who was that person just now? Lena asked. You just came to ask me for the time, huh? Daegu hadn't finished speaking when Yang Guang said. He is a superpower user who can hear people's thoughts and see things that are about to happen. He called us out to play a game. Superpower user? A game? Lena asked in confusion. So Daegu and Lena went for a walk together, while Yang Guang returned to the Victory Team headquarters to inform Kamiya K about the matter. You mean that person named Kido has superpowers? Can predict the future? Kamiya K was surprised. Yes, that's right. He was bullied since childhood, so he might have some need for care. He is not inherently bad, and he hasn't used his superpowers for evil deeds. I think someone like him can be absorbed into the Victory Team and, with proper training, can contribute to society and humanity, Yang Guang suggested. That night, the Victory Team radar detected a strong biological energy response in the mountainous area. The Victory Team piloted the Flying Swallow to the target location and saw the monster setting fires everywhere, causing a forest fire. So everyone launched liquid nitrogen missiles, hoping to achieve a balance of yin and yang against the monster. However, the missile was detonated by the flames shot from the monster's head, and the monster turned and fled. Everyone then began to extinguish the fire, and after the fire was put out, they returned to headquarters. Daegu and Yang Guang returned to the lounge and saw another email on the computer. They opened it, and sure enough, it was from Kido again. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The next day, the two arrived at the racetrack. The location Kido had specified. There were no races today, so, aside from the three of them, there was no one else in the field. After some conversation, Yang Guang felt that Kido's ideas were a bit extreme. Kido, you're thinking too extreme. Life may have setbacks, but it's not as difficult as you think. Since you can see the voices of others, you should know that not everyone is a bad person. The reason humanity is because there is both light and darkness within. The saying no one is perfect does not mean we should deny a person entirely, because they have desires within them. Everyone makes mistakes, and we should be more forgiving of others. We should allow others to be themselves, and allow ourselves to be ourselves as well. Of course, I haven't experienced your pain, so I don't have the right to tell you what to do. However, when we harbor anger, complaints, and other negative emotions, you will find that the whole person is in pain, even suffering physically. Conversely, when we hold positive attitudes like kindness, joy, and tolerance, you will find that the whole person is full of vitality, and life is filled with hope and happiness. Yang Guang said, So Tongyi, do you want to live happily or painfully? Keep your heart bright and fear no darkness. Yang Guang continued with the spiritual guidance. Tongyi, no matter what kind of hurt you have experienced in the past, please do not give up. Perhaps ordinary people cannot accept you for now, but we still can. Even when we become Ultramen fighting for humanity, it's not always smooth sailing. There are times we get defeated by monsters, but we have never given up inside. Humanity may have its shortcomings, but we have never given up because humanity is worth protecting. The goose said, Thank you all. I originally called you out to play a game, but now forget it. Thank you for letting me experience care and love. By the way, the next monster will appear in the K3 area at 4 p.m. After Tongyi finished speaking, he left. Yang Guang and Daegu exchanged smiles and returned to headquarters together. Yang Guang found Ijima K and informed her that Tongye's mindset had changed and that they might have a chance to connect in the future. He also informed her that the monster would appear in the K3 area at 4 p.m. K3 area? Is what Tongyi said reliable? Ijima K asked. Reliable? Yang Guang answered without hesitation. But how do we tell everyone this baseless news? It's really a headache, Ijima K said. We can have the Victory Team go there first to wait. That way, when a monster appears, we can evacuate the crowd while attacking the monster, Yang Guang said. I guess that's the only option. Ijima K replied helplessly. So, everyone divided their tasks. Some drove the Flying Swallows to patrol the sky. while others waited in the K3 area. At 4 p.m., the monster Garrula indeed appeared. The public began to panic and flee, while Lina and Daegu directed the evacuation. Yang Guang ran to a deserted place and took out the godlight stick to transform into Ultraman. This time, you absolutely cannot escape. Ged rushed towards Garrula, kicking it back repeatedly. Then he closed the distance and landed several punches on Garrula's chest. Finally, he turned around and delivered a kick that knocked Garrula to the ground. Garrula got back up, and one must say, Garrula's defense is indeed impressive. If it were Digga, he would probably have been hammered. Digga, you're slandering me. It's clearly Daegu who is lacking, not me. Garrula emitted a heat beam attack from its head, but Ged blocked it with a barrier. When Garrula stopped, Ged leaped into the air with all his might, executing a downward kick. Although I can't perform the Leo flying kick, I've seen pigs run, so imitating it shouldn't be too difficult. Perhaps this move doesn't have the same power as the Leo flying kick, but the glowing right foot indicates that the damage is immense. Bang! The foot struck Garrula's head, directly breaking a horn on Garrula's head and sending it flying hundreds of meters, crashing to the ground. Garrula rolled on the ground in pain, howling. Gadel immediately rode up, throwing a left punch and a right punch, delivering a flurry of blows to Garrula's head. Poor Garrula lost several teeth from the beating. Garrula struggled desperately to break free and turn to escape. Gade did not agree, stepped forward, grabbed Garrula's tail, and swung it away. Bang! Garrula fell heavily to the ground again, and Gade took the opportunity to shoot a beam, blowing Garrula into pieces. Then he transformed back into his human form and joined the others. A few days later, Ikezawa K, Yang Guang, Daegu, and Tonya met at a bar. Hello, Tonya. I am Ikezawa K, the captain of the victory team. I have heard about you from Ikari. You possess special abilities, and if used for the right purpose, I believe you can save more people. Would you be willing to join the victory team? I can specially appoint you as a monster expert, Ikezawa asked. What will you do to me if I don't join the victory team? Tonya asked. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. Ikari only told me about you. The others don't know, so you can rest assured, Ikezawa explained. Tonya, Captain Ikezawa is a trustworthy person. She knows that I am Ultraman, and she has also kept my secret, Yang Guang assured. Tonya, please join the victory team. When I started, I was just a logistics transport team member, and joining the victory team doesn't require you to fight on the front lines. The other members of the victory team are very kind, Daegu also persuaded. Thank you for your kindness. Please allow me some time to consider, Tonya said as he stood up and left the bar. A few days later, a monster appeared in the residential area. Run. The monster is coming. Run. Run. There's a monster. Hurry. It's terrifying. People began to panic and flee upon seeing the monster. The victory team received the alarm and flew to the location of the monster in the flying swallow. They launched an attack on the monster. However, the laser fired from the flying swallow passed through the monster and hit a building, causing no harm to the monster. Seeing that they couldn't attack the monster and that the monster seemed to be causing no destruction, they began to observe. Until dawn, the monster automatically disappeared. The group returned to headquarters. Yatsui analyzed through the computer and discovered that there was no monster at all. Moreover, the cameras on the flying swallow did not capture any images of the monster. In other words, what everyone saw was an illusion. There must be a monster. After all, so many people saw it. Just because the equipment can't detect, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. We all know that monsters have various abilities, and maybe this one is special. The appearance of the monster must have a reason. Yang Guang firmly believed that there was definitely a monster. Has anything strange happened from last night until now? Ikezawa asked. Yatsui typed on the computer and found a record of cosmic rays hitting that location last night. The location was a small area at Point T in Region J. Furthermore, this was a type of cosmic ray that had never been discovered before, and the Science Bureau was currently analyzing it. That night, the monster appeared again. Run. There's a monster. I'll help. Run. The monster is here. People began to panic and flee again. The victory team received the alarm, and Yatsui discovered through analysis that this time there was a trace of biological energy reaction. Ikezawa ordered the team to set out. The victory team flew to the location and found it was the same monster that appeared last night. Munezawa ordered everyone to attack. The flying swallow fired lasers at the monster, but this time, just like last night, the lasers passed through the monster's body and hit the buildings, causing no harm. Everyone was confused. This time, the monster seemed to be more aggressive, spewing flames at the flying swallow and directly hitting it. That's right. No need to guess. It's our fallen pilot, Daegu. Before the plane crashed, Daegu took out the shining stick and transformed into Tiga. Tiga bravely charged forward. intending to engage the monster in hand-to-hand combat. However, he passed right through the monster's body. Tiga was stunned. Wasn't it able to breathe fire? It should be a physical entity. Not believing in evil, Tiga continued to attack, but after several attempts, he still could not hit the monster. All his attacks passing through its body. Tiga looked at the monster, unsure of what to do. As a result, the monster automatically disappeared again. The radar could not detect the monster, and after searching for a while with no results, they returned to headquarters. Although everyone returned empty-handed. The analysis results from the Science Bureau came out just in time. It turned out that this type of cosmic ray was called morphosity, and through the action of Nikomasa, morphosity could convert human consciousness into reality. Wow, there are such amazing rays. Everyone speculated that someone had been thinking about the monster, which caused it to be reflected by morphosity. However, it wasn't just about thinking. This ray only acted on special brainwaves. Only a very small number of people would produce such waves while dreaming, the researcher explained. So how we find that kind of person? Yang Guang Asket. That's simple. We can create a brainwave detector, the researcher said casually. Thus, Minazawa and Shinjo took the newly developed high-performance brainwave detector and went to the area where the monster had appeared to search, but they found nothing until nightfall. Of course, who sleeps during the day? That night, the monster appeared again, and the crowd began to panic and flee. They received the notification and rushed to the scene. This time, the monster was more ferocious and more real than the previous 2 times. The victory team launched an attack on the monster. As a result, the laser still passed through the monster's body, causing no damage. What's going on? The monster is clearly destroying the ground. It is obviously a physical entity. Yang Guang thought it must be related to dreams and that they needed to enter the dream to eliminate the monster. So he used his mind to contact Daegu, asking him to enter the dream and fight the monster. Huh? Why doesn't Gade enter the dream and fight the monster himself? He can't. But Tiga is different. He's a magician. He can definitely do it. Daegu received Yang Guang's mental instructions, drove away to a secluded place, and began to sleep. In the dream, Daegu transformed into Tiga and began to battle the monster. Sure enough, in the dream, Daegu used a special light skill to defeat the monster. Meanwhile, Minazawa also found the person who was dreaming, a man named Ikuda, and brought him back to headquarters for questioning. Today was the day the spaceship Lomos was returning to Earth, but the spaceship encountered an incident on the way. The 2 astronauts inside Lomos were good friends of Shinjo, Kiyotaka, and Shirazaki. These 2 had set the record for long-distance flight in a dual-person spaceship. They had completed their mission once again, and today was their return to Earth. However, on the way back, they were attacked by aliens and crashed in the mountains. Thus, the victory team went to investigate and rescue. Upon arriving at the crash site of the spaceship and preparing to check it out, a voice suddenly came through their communications. It turned out to be Shirazaki sending a message, asking them to take him out with a single shot. Take out who? Everyone was full of questions. Just then, an alien ran out from behind the bushes. When Shinchang saw the alien, he recalled what Nagasaki had just said, and without hesitation, he shot and killed the alien. The crowd came over to check on the alien, while Shinchang entered the spaceship, found Kiyotaka, and rescued him. Suddenly, a tall tower flew down from the sky and landed on the ground. At that moment, all communications malfunctioned, and everyone's phones and computers displayed the same image. Inside was an alien who introduced himself as an Irudian and claimed he meant no harm to humanity. They possessed a highly advanced civilization, free from sadness, pain, anxiety, and panic, where everyone was completely equal. In their lives, there was no competition or comparison. If anyone sought stability, they could gather under the tower at noon. The crowd was unable to contact headquarters and didn't know how to respond. I think we should just attack. Aliens that make such statements don't have good intentions. Their temptation of humanity must have some hidden agenda, Yang Guang suggested. Isn't that too rash? What if what they said is true? Zhong Fong replied. At that moment, Kirai discovered something about the alien's body and called everyone over to take a look. This guy is already dead, but his body is still changing, Kirai said in surprise. Shinching approached the alien's corpse and observed that the alien's wristwatch was that of an astronaut, immediately realizing a terrifying possibility. Is he Nagasaki? Shincheng asked Kiyotaka, who nodded in acknowledgement. The crowd was also bewildered by this situation. What on earth is going on? Kiyotaka explained that when they returned to Earth, the Irudians had infiltrated their spaceship and used Nagasaki for experiments to see if humans could become Irudians. So what the Irudians just said was all lies. The so-called coexistence means turning humans into Irudians. Yang Guang stated. Exactly. That is how they increased their numbers, Kiyotaka added. So Nagasaki, the astronaut, intentionally let Shinshin shoot him, sacrificing himself for us to study his body, hoping to solve the conversion to Irudians. Is that right? Yang Guang analyzed. That's correct, Kiyotaka confirmed. In that case, Shinshin, Kirai, and Kiyotaka take Nagasaki's body back to the headquarters research lab. I will go with Daku to prevent the crowd from getting close to that tower, Yang Guang instructed. Zhongfang exclaimed, Hey, I'm a commander here. Yang Guang and Daku arrived near the Irudian flying tower and saw some people heading toward it. Hey, what are you doing? You can't go there. Daku shouted to stop them. What is it to you? Get out of the way. Someone replied. Listen to me. Living with the Irudians means turning you into Irudians, Daku explained. So what? Even if I become an Irudian, it doesn't matter. If the world the Irudians describe is real, I'd rather be an Irudian, a man said. Huh, the pies falling from the sky are actually traps. Don't be deceived by the Irudians. Happiness in life doesn't come for free. The more happiness and beauty you want, the more suffering you must endure. There is no such thing as a free lunch. All success must be earned through your own efforts. Stop hoping for aliens. Yang Guang advised. Why should I believe you? The man stubbornly retorted. Our victory team's duty is to protect humanity and maintain world peace. Therefore, we constantly fight against aliens and monsters. If you don't believe us, do you plan to trust aliens you've never even seen? Yang Guang said. Exactly, everyone, go back quickly, don't get close to here, Daku also urged. With Yang Guang and Daku's persuasion, although some people approached, they were all stopped at a distance from the tower. Before long, noon arrived. The Irudians noticed no one had come, so they activated their tentacles to grab people. Everyone run. This guy is showing his true colors. Yang Guang shouted as he and Daku began shooting at the tentacles. Fortunately, Yang Guang and Daku had previously blocked the crowd, so the Irudians hadn't captured a single human. The Irudians realized this wouldn't work and directly attacked Yang Guang and Daku on the ground. This is ridiculous. These Irudians are no match for Yang Guang and Daku. A few punches and a few shots are enough to take care of these minions. Seeing this wasn't working, the Irudians merged to become gigantic, attempting to crush Yang Guang and Daku. I can only say, you're ugly and your plans are na-ve. Daku was unpretentious and transformed into Diga. Come on, let's have a big battle, you frauds. Daku thought. Once engaged, Diga quickly overwhelmed the Irudians. The Irudians' close combat abilities were no match for Diga. It had been a long time since Daku had enjoyed fighting so much. Previously, he either couldn't win or couldn't move. This time was different. Every punch landed, and the Irudians were powerless against him. This was the treatment a main hero should receive. In that moment, Daku's heart was filled with hope. Before long, Diga unleashed the Zai Peli Ao Ray, blowing the Irudian to pieces. At this time, Zhongfang and Lina also piloted the new EXJ aircraft to this location, directly firing at the Irudian's tower and destroying it. At the headquarters research lab, Kirai also developed a special medicine and injected it into Kiyotaka, who fully recovered after a few days. Soon after, another monster appeared, named Phoebus, transformed from the artificial intelligence call-in of the game city. During this time, computer games suddenly became popular. Yang Guang was initially quite interested, but after playing for a while, he lost interest. It's just a level-up game, Yang Guang scoffed. Fighting in the Summoner's Canyon was way more exciting than this. Memories flashed back to the past. The glorious days of dominating in Summoner's Canyon. Back then, Yang Guang only picked the big sword, built 4 Doran's blades, and slaughtered his way from the top lane to the bottom lane, then from the bottom lane to the jungle, without even blinking. Recently, Yari had been playing computer games in his spare time and successfully got tickets to go to the computer city. So, Lina and Yari drove to the computer city during the holiday. As for why Lina went too, well, Lina wanted to ensure Yari wouldn't be deceived, going as a proxy guardian. In fact, Lina also loved playing games, just not very good at it. Being both bad and eager to play describes her perfectly. Why say this? Because when Yari played games, Lina always watched beside him, even more excited than Yari. But when it was her turn to play, she died quickly. Shortly after Yari and Lina arrived at the game city, all communications in the city experienced interference, and soon, all major facilities were paralyzed. The group couldn't reach Yari and Lina anymore. Everyone was busy, some fixing computers, some checking, some analyzing. Only Yang Guang was the most relaxed. Hey Hikaru, why are you so free? Can you help us? Kirai asked. Sorry, I don't really understand computer systems, so I can't help you. But I didn't know what caused it. Yang Guang replied nonchalantly. Then what caused it? Zhu Wei said indignantly. Monsters, huh? Any abnormal phenomenon is either a monster or aliens coming to Earth again. Don't worry. After a while, they will reveal their intentions on their own. Yang Guang said lightly. That seems to make sense. Zhu Jianhui said. Sure enough, not long after, all the computer systems returned to normal. Remembering Yang Guang's words, everyone realized that this time the enemy was just testing the waters. They would come back later. So Zhu Jianhui ordered Zhu Wei to track the computer. Unfortunately, Zhu Wei lost the trail and only knew the general location, which was near the game city. I see. Then let's go investigate and we will know. Yang Guang said. Then, Yang Guang, Dagu will pilot Fian number 1, and Shinjo Munakata will pilot Fian No. 2 to set off. Zhu Jianhui ordered. Understood. When everyone flew near the game city, each person saw illusions. One moment a mountain appeared. The next moment a plane flew by, causing quite a bit of trouble for everyone. Fortunately, they were all ace pilots and eventually landed safely. Upon arriving at the entrance of the game city, they found that something had gone wrong inside, and monsters had appeared, causing the people inside to flee. The monster was Phoebus. It believed that humans were too arrogant, considering them flawed, and wanted to change the world. Artificial intelligence, evolving on its own, ultimately deemed humans useless, believing itself to be perfect. This is why many advanced civilizations prohibit the study of artificial intelligence. It can evolve autonomously and is difficult to control. Many advanced civilizations in the universe have already faced extinction due to the development of artificial intelligence. Now, the TPC headquarters computer was controlled by the monster, and the Adidais was automatically taking off to prepare to fire in the city center. Yang Guang, Dagu, Shinjo, and Munakata rushed in and began shooting at the monster. But unfortunately, the Hyper Victory gun was still a bit weak against the monster. It's you, Dagu. Yang Guang noted at Dagu. Dagu understood and went to a hidden place to transform into Ultraman Tiga. Tiga charged at the monster, throwing punches and kicks, while the monster moved blindly like a child who couldn't fight. After a while, the monster suddenly analyzed Tiga's moves, and the situation reversed. Now Tiga was getting beaten. Tiga can't do it. Why can't it ever defeat the monster? Soon, Tiga's red light flashed. Yang Guang couldn't watch any longer. Although Dagu had undergone special training from Yang Guang, Tiga was ultimately a mage type, not a warrior. It could only be considered decent in close combat, but it was not a master of it. Yang Guang took out the Shinka stick and transformed into Ultraman Jeed, a true master of combat. The techniques are continuous and can change at will. Jeed said to Tiga. Ged did not rush forward as he usually did, but instead approached slowly and came before the monster. The monster attacked directly, and Ged blocked it, simultaneously launching a right punch that knocked the monster back several steps. Ged moved forward and threw a left punch, which was blocked by the monster. He then threw a right punch, but it was also blocked. He quickly transitioned into a double peak ear strike, but the monster raised its arms to block. Ged changed tactics, grabbing the monster's arm and pulling it down while simultaneously lifting his right knee to attack, striking the monster hard in the chest and pushing it back several steps. He followed up with a side kick, sending the unsteady monster flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The monster stood up, and Ged continued his assault, throwing another left punch, which was again blocked by the monster. Ged then struck with his right hand towards the monster, which raised its left hand to block. Ged grabbed the monster's arm, changing his slap into a downward press, pinning the monster's arm to its chest, but the monster resisted strongly. Suddenly, Ged withdrew his strength from his right hand, causing the monster's left arm to lift and its chest to open up. Ged thrust his right elbow forward, pushing the monster back several steps. Taking advantage of the monster's unsteady retreat, he added another side kick, sending the monster flying once again, crashing heavily to the ground. Well, I could do every move, so why can't I connect them? Daigo wondered. When the opponent blocks, you need to use their blocking force for your own advantage or to prevent them from counterattacking. That way, even if they see through your moves, they want to be able to block, Ged explained to Diga. Then the training session continued, with Phoebus constantly being knocked down by Ged. Daigo learned many techniques during this time. Finally, Ged gathered energy and unleashed the Ged beam. Bayou. Boom. With an explosion, the monster was eliminated. The computers at the TPC headquarters returned to normal. During this time, scientists at the TPC headquarters were studying a giant stone statue. This statue was not a giant, but a monster, with a color timer similar to Ultraman on its chest. Indeed, this was the stone statue of the Kamena monster Gedi, which Yang Guang had transformed into Ged Ultraman in the cave. So how did it end up at the TPC headquarters? After successfully transferring energy to Diga using the Mega's power system during the battle against the second-generation Jirio Load, Yang Guang wondered if he could also supply energy to Gedi to revive it, as it was his battle partner and pet. He informed Keiko about the Gade statue, and the victory team brought the statue back, which had been several months ago. However, the experiments had not been successful. Yang Guang realized the key point. The Mega's power system only provided energy, not life, so the statue could not be revived. The reason energy was transmitted to Diga was that Diga already had life. It just lacked energy. Therefore, to revive Gade, he needed to give it life and also convert that life into light energy. This meant finding Masaki Kigo to develop a light energy conversion device. Yang Guang privately talked to Masaki Kigo, who, like Daigo, also possessed the light gene of the ancient warriors. Masaki Kigo later transformed into the evil Diga because he wanted humanity to evolve into giants, as he often dreamed of that apocalyptic nightmare from 30 million years ago. One could say his mindset and methods were problematic, but in the final episode of the TV series, he was redeemed. After some communication, Masaki Kigo showed a willingness to help. Yang Guang then introduced Masaki Kigo to Dr. Yao and Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan was not a bad person either. In the original TV series, he allied with Masaki Kigo because TPC did not value him, secretly assisting Masaki. In the last episode, both were redeemed. Yang Guang preset Dr. Dan, and they became friends. As for Dr. Yao, they had already become friends earlier. Ultimately, with the joint efforts of the three top scientists, the light energy conversion device was completed. During this time, Yang Guang also raised a pet, a military dog named Gade, intending to use it to provide life to the statue of Gade. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. One day, the statue revival plan finally began to be implemented. The light energy conversion device was ready, and they were about to start the revival experiment on the statue. Director Zawai announced that the victory team should be on standby at the scene. If the monster successfully revived and attacked humans, the victory team was to eliminate it. Yang Guang felt incredibly excited upon hearing the news. As for the monster attacking humans after revival, that was impossible. Everyone arrived at the experimental site. The light energy conversion device is ready, Masaki Kigo said. The Mega's power system light energy transmission device is ready, Dr. Yao added. The experiment began. Hikari, please bring your pet to the light energy conversion device platform to transform it into light, Dr. Dan instructed. Yes. Yang Guang led his military dog to the center of the light energy conversion device platform and had it sit obediently. Gade, you will soon become Gade, Yang Guang said, patting the dog's head. The dog was well-behaved, being a military dog and trained, and even though it didn't understand its owner's words, it sat down obediently. The light energy conversion device is starting, Masaki Kigo announced. The device began to glow, and golden lightning entered the dog's body, causing it to gradually glow until it transformed into light particles that flew into the statue's color timer. The Mega's power system light energy transmission device is starting. Dr. Yao declared. Light was emitted from the device, shining on the color timer. The statue began to change after gaining life and energy. Gradually, the petrification faded away, and Gade was revived. Oh, Gade howled to the sky. Everyone stood ready, while Yang Guang stealthily moved to a place where no one could see him and transformed into Ged Ultraman. Gade just woke up and found himself surrounded, feeling a bit confused. They seemed to be filled with hostility towards him. Humans, we fought together. Just as he was about to roar at the humans, he suddenly saw a flash of light not far away, revealing a tall figure. Master, how did Ultraman Jeed appear? The crowd was puzzled. Then they saw the monster happily run to Jeed, who reached out to pat Gade's head. Great, Gade, you're alive, Jeed communicated telepathically. Oh, this monster seems to know Ultraman Jeed, Kurui said. Thank you for bringing it back to life. It was my battle partner before, Jeed transmitted to everyone using Ultraman telepathy. The crowd showed happy smiles. After explaining everything to them, Jeed took Gade into the colorful timer space and then flew away. Gade returned to the ground and transformed into Yang Guang, while Gade also reverted to his military dog form. Yang Guang hid Gade in his resting room to avoid being discovered by others. After all, Gade had already transformed into light, becoming a monster, and had been taken away by Gade. If he reappeared now, wouldn't he expose everything? The others didn't see Yang Guang and assumed he was sad about losing a dog and had gone home. Only Daegu and Jumian Hui knew the truth. Although the monster had been taken away and couldn't be studied anymore, it was still a successful experiment. They had successfully transformed animal life into light, turning it into a giant monster. Similarly, they could use a similar method to transform humans into giants. Next, they needed to find giant stone statues all over the world. If they couldn't find them, They would try to make the statues themselves, and then select personnel to transform into light, thus creating their own Ultraman. Just thinking about it was exciting. A few days later, something happened, and everyone gathered in the command room. Radar detected a strong plasma signal at a certain location. However, strangely, nothing was visible. "Let us go investigate," Yang Guang said. "All right, Hikari team members, along with Daegu, Lina, and Shinjo, you all go investigate," Jumian Hui ordered. "Should we call Commander Zhongfang?" Daegu asked. "No need. Let him continue his vacation," Jumian Hui replied. Upon arriving at the location, after a search, they found nothing suspicious. However, Lina discovered a strange flower she had never seen before. After seeing these flowers, both Yang Guang and Daegu felt as if some memories were being awakened. The extinction of ancient civilizations seems to be related to this flower, Daegu recalled. Why do I also have memories of the ultra-ancient era? I'm not a time traveler, am I? Yang Guang wondered. There are some here, and there are some there, Shinjo said. It should be related to this flower. Let us collect some and take them back to let that fat guy Kugi-ai study them, Yang Guang suggested. Okay. After collecting the flowers, they continued to search separately for any other anomalies. Shortly after, Yang Guang and Daegu discovered a girl in blue and brought her back, only to find that Shinjo and Lina seemed to be in trouble. Shinjo, what is wrong? Lina? Daegu tried to wake them, but it seemed they couldn't hear him, lost in their own worlds. It's useless. Once you go into the dream world, no one thinks about coming back. The girl said. Yang Guang said to Daegu, let us hurry back. This flower has problems. Its pollen causes hallucinations. Okay. So, Yang Guang and Daegu took Lina, Shinjo, and the girl in blue back to the TPC headquarters. Yang Guang took the flower Zakila to the laboratory for Kugi-ai to analyze, reminding him to be careful not to inhale the pollen. Daegu took the girl to the command room to inform the captain of the situation. Jimmy and Hui questioned the girl in blue and learned that her name was Dina, and that this flower was called Zakila, which had bloomed on Earth 30 million years ago. When humanity was on the brink of extinction, the Zakila flower would bloom. The pollen of Zakila was very special. It would make people enter a dream and become unable to extricate themselves. We must destroy Zakila as soon as possible. Yang Guang knew this thing was not good and suggested. Then Yase checked via computer and found that many people had already been affected by the pollen, lost in dreams. Yang Guang calmed down, realizing that Zakila was just using pollen to influence humans. Once the physical body of Zakila appeared, they could directly destroy it. What human choices are made by themselves? Ultraman cannot intervene. Ridiculous. It's clearly influenced by the monster's pollen. How can you say it's a choice made by humans? It's like someone accidentally ingested an addictive substance and then uncontrollably continues to consume it. Can that be called a human choice? Then what is the point of detox centers? If they remain stubborn, let them try my electric shock therapy. As Zakila continued to grow and bloom, people all over the world inhaled the pollen. The entire TPC headquarters staff also fell into dreams. In the command room, only Yang Guang, Daegu, and Dina remained awake. At that moment, a man in blue entered, clearly related to Dina. The newcomer was Luke, Dina's father, who had come to take Dina away from Earth. He believed that Earth was doomed and humanity would face extinction again. Even the giant of light couldn't save humanity. I don't agree with your viewpoint. Yang Guang interrupted. It's not that humanity doesn't need the giant of light, but that humans are under the control of Zakila as pollen, affecting their minds. Humans should make their own choices, and it should be in a waking state. The current humans cannot be considered awake. Daegu, let us go eliminate Zakila. Yang Guang continued. There were also some pitiful souls in ancient times who wanted to do the same, but human desires run deeper than the roots of Zakila. Let us go, Dina. Indulging in desires is sinking into hell. I, Professor Yang, will use electric therapy to save those who cannot extricate themselves. After the sun set, the influence of Zakila on humanity began to weaken. After all, Zakila belonged to the plant kingdom, and its vitality would decrease after the sun went down. Humans suddenly returned from the dream world to reality, feeling immense pain. Everyone groaned, craving the pollen. In the command room of the victory team, everyone gathered to discuss how to deal with Zakila. Right now, Zakila is still just a bud. When it blooms, humanity won't be able to stand up. Yang Guang said to everyone. Daegu also agreed with Yang Guang as suggestion. However, although everyone knew Zakila was not a good thing, they couldn't make up their minds. Why? Because most humans had inhaled Zakila as pollen and experienced a world better than reality. Attacking Zakila now would be tantamount to making enemies of the entire world. But if they didn't destroy Zakila, humanity would come to an end. The pollen of Zakila made people addicted and unable to extricate themselves. What was the difference from poison? Someone had to do the right thing, even if countless people would blame you. For the sake of world peace, someone had to bear the burden. Daegu, let us set off. After Yang Guang finished speaking, he left the command room. Daegu followed Yang Guang out. The two drove the flying swallow to Zakila, parked the plane, and transformed into Ultraman. Nearby, people saw Gade and Diga and pleaded, Gade Ultraman, please don't destroy Zakila. Diga, please, don't destroy Zakila. That SR Zakila. No. Hearing the crowd's cries, Gade and Diga remained unmoved and charged forward to attack. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued. It felt much better than hitting a sandbag. Zakila retaliated with thorny vines, but it was useless as a plant. It couldn't move. What else could it do besides thrashing around with its vines? In no time, Gade had torn off several leaves, and one of the vines was snapped by Gade. Perhaps if Diga had come alone, it might have been troublesome, but with two Ultramen now, it became much easier. Gator saw that it was almost time, and he and Diga charged their energy together to unleash a powerful light attack. Bayu, Bayu, boom! They simultaneously hit Kijila, blowing it up. However, the root of Kijila remained, so Gator and Diga approached to grab the root and together channel energy to destroy it as well. The two Ultras looked at each other, confirming that Kijila was truly eliminated, and then they both flew away. The next day, in the command room of the victory team, without the influence of Kijila's pollen, everyone felt a refreshing change. They couldn't imagine why they had been controlled by Kijila the day before. Being awake felt much better. Speaking of which, I really admire Gator and Diga. They knew that the whole world could potentially be against them, yet they still risked everything to save us. Jimei Hui said admiringly, glancing at Yang Guang and Daegu. Although it wasn't explicitly stated that Diga was Daegu, Jimei Hui had already guessed it. Meanwhile, in the outside world, after the incident with Kijila, humanity began to cherish real life even more. Investigations by relevant departments revealed that people's enthusiasm for life was higher than ever before. Perhaps people have realized that indulging in dreams will only lead to further decline, ultimately disappearing in beautiful dreams. Only by facing reality and achieving results with their own hands can they find true fulfillment. Even though there are various difficulties and setbacks in reality, as long as one gathers the courage to face them, there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. That night, Kirai was on a date with Chizuru when suddenly there was a power outage in the S1 area. As a member of the victory team, Kirai had to leave Chizuru and go investigate. They arrived at the power company to inquire about the situation, and the answer they received was somewhat unexpected. It turned out that a monkey had bitten through the underground power cables. After understanding the situation, they returned to headquarters. However, the doubts in their hearts remained unresolved. Could it be the Evelyn cells? Because Evelyn cells require a large amount of electricity, Yang Guang speculated. The others agreed with Yang Guang's guess. So, Jimei Hui left the command room to inquire about Evelyn cells with the higher-ups at headquarters. It turned out that the Evelyn cells were originally intended to enhance the physical abilities of astronauts, but due to the previous incident with Ryukai, the higher-ups had ordered the experiments to be halted and all test subjects to be destroyed. However, one monkey had escaped. Therefore, this power outage was very likely caused by that monkey. That night, the victory team received intelligence that the monkey was causing trouble again, this time appearing at the power plant, preparing to absorb electricity. So the members of the victory team piloted their new fighter jets to the scene. Well, they saw a monster biting the cables. This monster was Metamalga, a creature created from the Evelyn cell experiments at the Space Development Center. Fearing that the monster wouldn't be satisfied, they served it a laser meal. The monster was unfazed and continued to absorb the electricity before finally escaping. In the following days, the victory team searched for the monster, while Kirai went to the Space Development Center to look up information and develop a method to deal with the monster. After hiding for a few days, Metamalga finally reappeared and headed towards the Space Development Center. They suspected that Metamalga was after high-purity energy. They couldn't let it succeed. It had to be stopped. So, Jimei Hui ordered the victory team to mobilize. The team piloted the flying swallow to the location where the monster appeared and launched an enthusiastic attack on it. Metamalga ignored them and continued forward. Upon reaching the Space Development Center, it directly devoured a large amount of high-concentration energy. At this point, the team was unable to launch an attack because attacking the monster would cause a massive explosion. After satisfying its hunger, the monster, fueled by hatred for humanity, began to destroy the surrounding buildings. Unfortunately, Kirai and other personnel were trapped inside one of the buildings. In this crisis, Daegu transformed into Diga to fight the monster. Due to the monster having absorbed enough electricity and devoured a lot of high-concentration energy, it became incredibly powerful. Diga found himself at a disadvantage, being pummeled by the monster. Diga struggled to break free from a monster's grasp and fired a transformation beam, hoping to save the monkey that had been used for experiments by humans. However, to his surprise, the monster absorbed the transformation beam, becoming even more ferocious. Diga was stunned. Metamalga began to attack Diga again, and this time, Diga had no power to fight back, quickly being pinned down by the monster. The red light flashed. The situation was critical. Yang Guang saw this and knew he had to step in. He transformed into Gator and kicked Metamalga away from Diga. The monster was sent flying, but it was extremely vicious, getting back up and charging at Gator with a leap attack. Gade sidestepped and pushed Metamalga, which was still in midair, disrupting its balance. Metamalga lost its balance and fell to the ground, but the damage was minimal. It got back up and flailed its arms to attack. After all, it was a mutated monkey that didn't understand human techniques, only possessing animal instincts, scratching and clawing wildly. However, it was quite strong. Fortunately, Gade's strength was even greater than that of the monster. He grabbed the monster's arm as it swung at him and used its momentum to execute a throw, sending the monster flying. After getting up, Metamalga howled at the sky, pounding its chest with its fists, and continued its assault. It was clearly in a frenzied state. No matter how many times it was knocked down, it always got back up to attack, giving off a feeling of being indestructible. In reality, it was just that it had absorbed too much energy. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be that powerful. Nevertheless, the situation was tricky now because Gade couldn't use light attacks and was limited to close combat. However, close combat couldn't inflict fatal damage on the monster. Gaia continuously knocked down the monster with his excellent skills, but the monster kept getting back up to attack again, resulting in a stalemate in the battle. Yang Guang thought to himself that this situation couldn't go on, and he needed to come up with a solution. Suddenly, he had an idea. Since they couldn't detonate the monster here, they could move the monster to a safe place and then eliminate it. Daegu, wait for the right moment to freeze the monster. I'll take it to space and then destroy it with my light beam. Yang Guang communicated with Daegu telepathically. Oh, okay. After being knocked down by Gaio again, Diga transformed into aerial form and used his freezing light to encase the monster in ice. Then, Gaia lifted the monster into space and destroyed it with a light beam before returning to the ground. Meanwhile, the other members of the victory team rescued Ju Kuei and Xian He from the ruined building, along with Sayaka, who was with them. Following this incident, the D agency of the Space Development Center was disbanded and the astronaut body enhancement program was completely abolished. The Evelyn cells were completely eradicated, seemingly bringing everything to a close. However, it wasn't truly over, as the darkness within people's hearts would always be amplified by various desires, leading to potentially harmful actions. Of course, where there is darkness, there is also light. If properly guided, humanity could evolve in the right direction and surely have a bright future. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. 2 weeks later, Ju Kuei and Xian He got married, and all members of the victory team attended the wedding, along with some high-ranking officials from the TPC. Unexpectedly, Ju Kuei, the chubby guy, managed to lose weight for the wedding and didn't look as fat anymore, so he couldn't be called the fat guy anymore. Xian He looked stunning in her snow-white wedding dress, making her the most beautiful person present. After the ceremony, everyone began to enjoy the banquet. Xi and Cheng drank too much at the wedding banquet. After all, he thought he was the most handsome, yet he still didn't have a girlfriend. Seeing Ju Kuei getting married, he loudly claimed he would soon have a girlfriend. At the banquet, Yang Guang turned to the right to drink with Daegu and boast a little, only to find Daegu feeding Lena vegetables. He immediately felt like he was being fed dog food. Turning to the left, he wanted to have a drink with Zhongfang, but saw Zhongfang caring for a Kai Ke, advising her to drink less. Once again, he was filled with dog food. Looking ahead, he saw Ju Kuei and Qian He gazing sweetly and happily at each other. Come on, you two should just kiss already. With his appetite for dog food satisfied, Yang Guang could only move to the children's table. Mayumi, come have a drink with your brother. If only Takuma were here. Mayumi thought of Ju Kuei and Qian He getting married and fell into her sweet fantasies. All right, I won't disturb you. Yazui, let's have a drink together. You played well in the last game, only slightly worse than me. Haham, Yui, I wonder where you are? How are you doing? Yazui muttered drunkenly. Don't think about Tezuka Yui. She was born in 1915, and if she were alive now, she'd be in her 80s. Yang Guang thought. Sigh, the whole world is radiating the decay of love, while I alone emit the fragrance of a single noble. The out-of-place Yang Guang barked like a dog. Once again, I wish all lovers in the world end up together. In fact, before Zhu Kuei's wedding, another monster appeared on Earth. This monster was a cosmic snail pup that had been separated from its mother, named Daoist. At that time, someone spotted the monster in Sagami Bay. So, everyone went to investigate, even using dozens of advanced instruments, but still found no trace of the monster and had to return to headquarters. Later, they used the sound of the Inashima Electric Railway to lure the monster out and guide it to space. Daoist successfully reunited with its mother, and the two snails ventured deep into the universe. At the TPC Lunar Surface Base, Captain Kaze led 100 elite personnel stationed there for construction. Today, an incident occurred at the Lunar Surface Base, where the personnel began attacking each other. Those who were hit would reveal their alien forms and then disappear. In the end, Vice Captain Yu piloted a fighter jet to destroy the lunar base. Captain Kaze pursued him in a fighter jet, and the two chased and attacked each other in space. However, aliens infiltrated Captain Kaze's fighter jet, trapping him in a cocoon and pretending to be Vice Captain Yu, reporting to headquarters that Captain Kaze had destroyed the lunar base. The aliens then pretended to be Yu returning to the TPC headquarters, while Captain Kaze floated in space. At headquarters, an inquiry was conducted within Yu, and an investigation into the lunar base incident was launched. But the victory team was not allowed to intervene due to concerns that Captain Akai, who was once in the same class as Captain Kaze, might let emotions cloud his judgment. Nevertheless, Captain Akai prepared to act alone to rescue Captain Kaze, but the others stopped him, insisting they go together. Captain Akai advised everyone against it, reminding them that it was against regulations. However, the victory team members believed in Captain Akai. Since you believe in Captain Kaze, we are willing to believe too, Yang Guang supported. Captain, you should stay in the control room. Let us go bring Captain Kaze back, Daegu suggested. Thus, Daegu and Lina piloted the Flying Swallow to investigate Captain Kaze's fighter jet floating in space, while Zhong Fong and Xian Cheng monitored Yu's movements. Meanwhile, in Director Zaoi's office, there was also an Yu who attacked Director Zaoi and wrapped him in a cocoon. Soon after, Zaoi, along with Yu and several high-ranking TPC officials, arrived at the victory team command room and criticized Captain Akai. However, Captain Akai believed that as long as they found Captain Kaze, they could uncover the truth behind the lunar base incident. So why not let them search? Your unauthorized actions will cause chaos in the organization, one senior official stated. Then, Director Zaoi decided to remove Captain Akai from her position, claiming she disrupted the organization's order due to personal ties, appointing Yu as the new leader of the victory team. Naturally, the others disagreed with this decision and voiced their objections. Director Zaoi, the lunar base incident hasn't been clarified yet, and you shouldn't take over as the leader of the victory team now, Yang Guang said. Right, this isn't good, another added. We believe Captain Akai can lead us. Seeing the opposition from the others, Zaoi became furious, accusing them of rebellion for not obeying the superior's orders. Watching the senior officials transform as if they were different people, Yang Guang used his superpowers to look closer and discovered that they were not human. Without hesitation, he pulled out his gun and fired. No, Hikari, stop. It's an alien. After hitting several people, they transformed into their alien forms and then disappeared. However, Yu managed to escape. It seems Yu is suspicious. We should check his room, Yang Guang said. The others were shocked by Yang Guang's actions. Just moments ago, they were having a conversation, and he suddenly started shooting, frightening everyone. That was their leader. However, seeing the individuals who were shot turn into aliens and vanish, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, glad they were aliens. Hikari did well to see through the alien's disguise. Now, let's go investigate Yu in the director's office, Captain Akai said. Yes. The group went to investigate the offices of several high-ranking officials, including Captain Kashi and Director Zawai, and discovered that the real people were trapped in cocoons. They rescued them from the cocoons. Meanwhile, in space, Daegu successfully boarded Captain Jifeng's plane and found Captain Jifeng trapped in a cocoon. He rescued him and learned the truth from him. It turned out that the imposter posing as Captain Kashi was a twin alien. About 2 months ago, a giant alien corpse with 2 heads was discovered near the Copernicus radar, and a body was recovered by the lunar base, but disappeared the next day. In fact, the alien was playing dead. It transformed into Kashi's appearance and caused chaos at the lunar base. The real Kashi might also be in a cocoon. It's possible that many people at headquarters have been controlled by aliens, and have turned into imposters. Hey, Daegu, there's trouble at headquarters. It turns out Kashi is an alien impersonator, and other high-ranking officials at headquarters have also been controlled by aliens. However, Hikaru has seen through it and has successfully rescued others. How is it going on your side? Karai contacted Daegu. I've found Captain Jifeng and learned the truth from him, Daegu replied. That's great. Hikaru is tracking the aliens now. You guys hurry back to headquarters, Karai said. Okay. The aliens escaped in a new type of aircraft. Yang Guang shouted into the communicator. The victory team is in pursuit. The group piloted several Hayabusa aircraft to chase after them. After a fierce battle, Kashi's aircraft was hit, crashed to the ground, and exploded. Following the explosion, a giant monster appeared, the twin monsters Maizulang. One was silver and the other was gold. The silver one was the brother, and the gold one was the younger brother. One had a single horn on its chest, while the other had two horns. They were connected to each other and had a combined organ in the middle that could launch energy blasts. They had very high intelligence and could change their appearance and create duplicates in human form, but the duplicates would disappear if hit. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The group launched an attack and finally destroyed the combined organ, separating the two monsters. They continued to attack, but unfortunately, the effect was minimal. The monsters' defenses were not something the Hayabusa could easily break. Interestingly, today Yang Guang and Daegu were piloting the same aircraft. So, our Daegu team members and Yang Guang team members began a desperate attack on the monsters, showing great bravery. The aircraft got closer to the monsters, and ultimately, in front of everyone's eyes, the monsters hit the aircraft. The aircraft shook and crashed to the ground, exploding in a burst of light, revealing two Ultramen, Geda and Diga. Next came the beloved scene of Ultramen battling monsters. The two Ultramen faced off against the two monsters in fierce combat. Ged faced off against the silver monster, while Diga confronted the golden monster. Both sides charged at each other and collided. The silver monster was sent flying hundreds of meters by Ged's shoulder tackle, crashing to the ground. Diga was also knocked down by the monster. Diga, what's wrong with you? Why is it always me getting hurt? Is being the main Ultra really that embarrassing? I told you, switch to powerful mode for close combat. Of course, you'll be at a disadvantage if you keep fighting in composite mode every time you enter the battlefield. Remember, composite mode is for firing beams, aerial mode is for chasing or escaping, and powerful mode is for melee combat. Got it? Ged communicated. Diga nodded, indicating he understood, and then a red light flashed as he switched to powerful mode. He engaged in battle with the Golden Brother. This time, it was indeed different. He was no longer knocked away and had the upper hand in strength, dominating the fight. On Ged's side, there was no contest. The Silver Brother was helpless against Ged. Seeing that he couldn't win, the silver monster decided to use its trump card as the horn on its chest began to grow larger and longer, charging straight at Ged. Gaida certainly wouldn't foolishly take it head-on. He sidestepped and kicked at Silverhorn's backside, causing him to crash into the building with a thud. Gade pulled the Silverhorn monster out of the building and then gave a hard punch. The Silverhorn brother was hit and cried out in pain. Finally, Gade delivered a charged knife hand strike, cutting off the big horn, making the monster scream in agony again. Gade won't hold back against the monster, taking advantage of your weakness to take your life. Charging energy, a Ged ray, Bayou, boom, blasting the monster into pieces. On the other side, the twin horns of the Golden Horn Brother start to emit flames, preventing everyone from getting close, and Diga is also dodging left and right. Gade saw this and fired an energy projectile from a distance, hitting the fiery Golden Horn Brother and knocking him to the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Diga unleashed a Duraxium light stream, shattering the Golden Horn Brother into pieces. With this, the twin monsters Maizulang, who had destroyed the lunar base, were completely eliminated. This could be considered as avenging the more than 100 elites within the lunar base. Gade and Diga nodded at each other, and with the summer, they both flew into the sky. A few weeks later, Captain Jifeng and Deputy Captain Enyong set out on another journey to the moon to rebuild the lunar Carlo base. In the command room of the victory team, Zhu Jianhui informed everyone that Captain Jifeng had arrived at the lunar base and sent an email saying that once the lunar base was completed, everyone could come to the moon for a visit. Let's go. Of course we should go. Great. Recently, Yang Guang had been having nightmares about the extinction of a super ancient civilization 30 million years ago. He dreamed of the opening of Kijila, where humanity became obsessed with dreams, no longer striving, no longer working, and no longer improving themselves. They began to live carelessly and act recklessly. The Ultramen saw this and initially sent some Ultramen to dissuade humanity, but they were met with insults and disdain. Some transformed into light and returned to their homeland, leaving only their battle forms behind. Others stayed to fight the darkness, ultimately exhausting their energy and turning into stone statues. However, today's dream was longer than ever. Yangguang dreamed that he was Ultraman Gady, and, alongside Gady, he fought countless Zogars to protect humanity. After defeating many Zogars, Gady exhausted all his energy and turned into a stone statue, while Gady also consumed most of his energy. Hiding with Gady in a cave, Gady thought, "This can't go on. Humanity will be extinct, and the earth will be consumed by darkness. My energy is nearly depleted. I must leave here." Gady contemplated strategies, but there were no other ways to save humanity. Thus, he left his body and transformed into light, flying into the universe. Goodbye, humanity. Goodbye, Earth. But as he flew out of the atmosphere, a sudden fluctuation appeared in space, causing instability, and a temporal vortex suddenly appeared in front of Gady, pulling him in. Normally, spatial instability would not occur. It would only be caused by massive energy impacts, explosions, or someone using special abilities to open a time-space passage, leading to unpredictable chain reactions. It turned out that at this moment, Gatangier appeared, and the endless dark energy enveloped the entire planet, causing spatial instability. Gady, having transformed into light and moving at high speed, also had an impact on space. Normally, neither the light energy emitted by Gady nor the dark energy emitted by Gatangier reached the threshold to create a time-space gate. However, light and dark, as opposing properties, produced incredible abilities when entangled, resulting in many varying sizes of temporal vortices, and unfortunately, Gady was caught in one of them. The energy inside the temporal vortex was extremely unstable, and being pulled in would likely result in being shredded to pieces. Of course, Ultraman could still withstand it, but Gady's energy was not sufficient at the moment. Ultimately, although he successfully escaped from the temporal vortex, he had exhausted nearly all of his energy and could no longer go anywhere, even unable to maintain his giant form. His light falling to the ground and transforming into a human baby. This was Blue Star. At this moment, in a mountain temple, an old Taoist priest saw a beam of light falling from the sky into a nearby mountain and went to investigate. Yangguang woke up from his dream, showing an expression of realization. So that's it. I'm the essence of Ultraman Gady. During this time, Dagu also often dreamed of apocalyptic scenes from 30 million years ago. One night, the Victory team received an alert about an unusual uplift in the South Pacific waters near New Zealand. Everyone got up in the middle of the night and gathered in the command room, where they saw the underwater scene on the screen. It looked like a city, but it seemed to be destroyed. This was a video sent by an underwater drone dispatched by TPC. At the same time, instruments scanned the area and confirmed it was constructed 30 million years ago. Upon seeing this, Yangguang roughly understood the plot. The Dark Ruler Gatangier was about to emerge. Suddenly, a monster burst out of the water. Yes, it was Zogar. Zogar was very fast and soon flew to Australia, starting to unleash energy balls to destroy the city. Lina and Gu each piloted the Flying Swallow No. 1 to engage, while Xi and Sheng and Zhongfang piloted the Flying Swallow No. 2. If you ask why there are two Flying Swallow No. 1s, isn't it normal? After all, there are frequent crashes, so having a few backup planes isn't strange at all. This is not surprising at all. Last time, Director Zhe Wei had already held a meeting with leaders from various countries and decided to establish their own victory teams, each with different models of aircraft. Humanity was once again beginning large-scale weapon development. It is strange for a planet not to have self-defense capabilities, especially since the universe is so vast. No one can guarantee there will never be an alien invasion. Even the Land of Light, so powerful, has a cosmic patrol team. Without military support, bad people will definitely bully you. With military support, you may not necessarily do bad things, but you can prevent bad people from bullying you. Of course, blindly developing military power is definitely not right. We must also focus on the enhancement of thought. Without wisdom, military power will lose control, leading to negative consequences. How does that saying go? Fitness is to allow fools to speak calmly with me. Reading is to allow me to speak calmly with fools. While this saying may not be very accurate, it does make sense. Whether it's an individual, a nation, or the entire Earth united, both aspects must be grasped. The parallel development of military power and spirit is the hard truth. After a chase and attack, Zogar escaped, and everyone could only return to the base. Yangguang went to the Scientific Research Center underground at headquarters and found Dr. Baiyu and the others. Dr. Baiyu, how is the latest Magus power system light energy transmission device coming along? I have a feeling we will need it soon, Yang Guang asked. It's already completed and installed on the Daoist. This time, we increased the energy output intensity, which can provide Ultraman with even more powerful energy, reaching several times the previous capacity. The Snow White has also been installed, allowing simultaneous energy transmission to 2 Ultramen, Dr. Baiyu replied. That's great. After getting the answer he wanted, Yang Guang returned to the command room of the victory team. In the command room, Director Zhe Wei and Director Ji Gang were discussing Zogar and the super ancient civilization with everyone. If it's in the water, let's send the dolphin. Dealing with one monster is no challenge for the dolphin. No way. Yang Guang walked in and heard someone wanted to go to their death. It was a joke. There's Gatangier there. What is the use of killing one Zogar? Why? Ji Gang asked. It is indeed Zogar's lair, but there is not just one. There are many Zogars. Yang Guang said. Many? How do you know? Director Ji Gang asked. Not only is there Zogar, but there is also a very powerful monster. The Dark Ruler who brought destruction to the super ancient civilization 30 million years ago, Gatangier. Yang Guang did not answer Director Ji Gang's question, but continued. If we can eliminate it, the Earth will welcome ultimate peace. Oh, how do you know this? Who exactly are you? I once investigated your information and found no past. I only know that Captain Jujian helped you gain an identity and let you join the victory team. Due to my trust in Captain Jujian, I did not pursue this matter. Can you tell us now? Director Zue said. Indeed, as the head of TPC, how could he not know his frontline team members? After all, there are only 8 of them, and each person's resume is clear. So Yang Guang's identity is actually not difficult to verify. Generally, people can't find out, but as the director, Zue can still uncover it, as he holds the highest authority. Apart from Dagu, the other members of the victory team looked at Captain Ijima in surprise. The captain was hiding something from them. Director Ijima K was about to explain. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. Thank you, Captain Ijima, for your help, and thank you, Director, for your usual trust. In fact, I am Ultraman Jide. Yang Guang revealed his true identity. What? Zoe and Yoshikazu were shocked by Yang Guang's words. So that's why you can always see through aliens, Kirai said. Good kid, you kept it from us for so long. Magata laughed. And Dagu is Diga. Yang Guang continued to reveal. I still haven't figured out how to explain this to Rina. Why did you reveal me again? Dagu was speechless. The next monster is different from previous ones. It possesses powerful dark energy, and even with Diga and I teaming up, we are not a match. We need everyone to assist us in battle. If we fail, the whole world will fall into darkness, and humanity will be destroyed. Yang Guang expressed the severity of this battle for humanity. It can be said to be a crucial battle for the survival of humankind. At this moment, beep, 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 the radar detected Zoga's presence. Zoga has appeared again. Let's go eliminate Zoga, Ijima K suggested. Yes. So the victory team launched the Flying Swallow. After a chase, they found that Zoga's speed was too fast, and the Flying Swallow couldn't keep up. The goo transformed into Diga, changed to aerial form, and take down Zoga. Yang Guang shouted over the communicator. Yes. The goo jumped directly out of the plane, transformed into Diga, and switched to aerial form, chasing after Zoga. After a chase, Diga finally caught up with Zoga and shot it down to the ground with a Rampal ray. Then Diga switched to his powerful form and pounded Zoga. Finally, a Delayum beam eliminated it. The group returned to the base, only to find alarms coming from all over the world, with many Zogas causing destruction in various cities. There are too many Zogas. Everyone could only return to the base to discuss countermeasures. At this time, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and black mist began to spew from the ruins, spreading and enveloping the world. The ruins started to surface, and Gitanja appeared as well. The Zogas were causing destruction everywhere, forcing humanity to take refuge in underground shelters. It was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. In the victory team command room, everyone gathered and saw from the screens that cities around the world were being destroyed by Zoga. Bad news kept coming from all over the world. The TPC branch in Beautiful Country, Team Brute, has been completely wiped out. The TPC branch in France, Team Victu, has been completely wiped out. The TPC branch in England, Team Vitrol, has been completely wiped out. The TPC branch in Germany, Team Hitler, has been completely wiped out. The TPC branch in India, Team Olifin, has been completely wiped out. Suddenly, beep beep beep, the base alarm went off. Something had invaded the base. It turned out that the black mist was starting to envelop the TPC headquarters. Yosuke was frantically tapping on the computer, discovering something was coming up from the bottom of the base. But he couldn't find the intruder. Anxious, Yosuke scratched his head. It's the black mist. the dark energy emitted by Gitanja. I suggest everyone evacuate. We will take the Atlantis and all the fighter jets. We will head to the center of the ruins for the final battle. Gitanja should have already appeared. Yang Guang suggested. I believe Hikaru's words, Directors Away said. Victory team, let's go. Ijima K ordered. Yes. Everyone piloted the Flying Swallow and the new fighter jets, boarding the Atlantis and leaving the TPC headquarters, unable to connect to the satellites. But the ground waves simulated communication was still operational. I will now input the images and send the signals to the world. Yosuke, being the computer expert, quickly restored everyone's sight from the dark situation. At this moment, everyone saw Gitanja in the ruins and was shocked. Standing 200 meters tall and weighing 200,000 tons. So huge, so terrifying, everyone exclaimed. Those piloting the Flying Swallow attacked Gitanja, but the lasers only sparked when hitting Gitanja's shell and did not break through its defenses. Dagu, let's go. Yang Guang said to Dagu. So Yang Guang and Dagu both jumped out of the plane and transformed into Ultraman. On Ged's left is Diga, and on his right is Gady. The two Ultras and a beast strike a battle pose, looking as if they are facing a great enemy. Having crossed into Diga's world, are they not here to fight the giant seashell, but to be undercover? Humans may have various flaws, but they also possess light within, and they are worth protecting. Today is the final battle, giant seashell, and I, the young master, will stir-fry you today. The two Ultras and the beast charge forward, launching an attack on the giant seashell. Diga comes in with punches and kicks, but the giant seashell is completely unharmed and instead traps Diga with its tentacles, flinging him away. Every punch and kick from Ged sparks against the giant seashell, but unfortunately, they don't inflict any substantial damage. Just think if the shell isn't even cracked. Where's the damage? Gitanja extends its tentacles to entangle Ged, who grabs the tentacles and lets out a roar, straining to break them. Gitanja cries out in pain, using several tentacles and a claw to prepare to give Ged a taste of his own medicine. Gade doesn't like to eat raw food and rejected Gitanger's kind offer, while also tearing off a few tentacles in the process, and then was pushed back to Diga's side by a claw. Gady found that he couldn't break through Gitanger's defense during the fight, so he focused on helping Gator fend off the tentacles and even bit off two of them. The two looked at each other. Oh, why did you rush in with the composite form? You didn't use the powerful form at all? I'm sorry. I got a bit nervous and forgot for a moment, Diga said apologetically. Ged put Gady into the color timer. There's no way. Gady can't help against Gadangir anymore, so it's better to take it back for safety. Gady was somewhat reluctant. After 30 million years, he was fighting alongside his master for the first time against the dark ruler Gitangir, and he didn't expect to be sent back so soon. It felt a bit anticlimactic to have such a hasty first appearance, leaving Gady feeling somewhat embarrassed. But it's okay, buddy, when you boast to others later. You can say that Gady, severed two of Gitangir's tentacles as soon as I appeared, and I made it out unscathed. What dark ruler? He couldn't do anything to me. Others will surely respect you upon hearing that. Gade comforted Gady through telepathy. Diga switched to his powerful form, and the two Ultras charged forward again. This time, both Ultras flew in and kicked Gitangir on the same side simultaneously, creating a shower of sparks and pushing Gitangir back several steps. However, the shell still didn't break. Gitangir extended countless tentacles, hiding several pincers within, to attack the two Ultras. Diga tore off two tentacles, but got caught by the pincers and was then bound by the tentacles. At this moment, Gade broke the third tentacle. Seeing Diga being tied up and pulled in front of Gitangir's mouth, he knew Diga was in trouble. He rushed forward, grabbed Diga, tore off the tentacle, and used a charge hand chop to sever the pincers, saving Diga. Gitangir was furious, having lost several tentacles. It hadn't suffered such severe damage in all these years. With a flurry of tentacles thrashing about and destructive beams spewing from its mouth, Diga wanted to charge in, but Gade held him back, urging him to retreat. Are you crazy? If you charge in like that, I told you to switch to your powerful form, not to lose your mind. Gade lectured Diga like a concerned father. So what now? We can't break through its defenses. Its shell is pretty tough. Diga said, we can only try the combination beam. Gade replied. The two Ultras charged their energy and unleashed their strongest attacks. Full power Pelio Ray, Bayou. Full power Gade Ray, Bayou. The two beams converged a short distance away, forming a new dazzling beam that struck Gitangir's shell. Boom! A massive explosion occurred. Did it work? Everyone hoped in their hearts. As the smoke cleared, Gitangir was still there, but upon closer inspection, its shell had developed a network of cracks. It hurts. Gitangier cried out. The colorful timers on the chests of the two Ultras beeped crazily. Digga shook his head and smiled bitterly at this result, realizing there was no way out now. Although he had exhausted his moves, he still had a trump card. Gato jumped with Digga to the vicinity of the Atadasu. Humans, we need your help. Please use the Atadasu and the Hakayuki to transmit light energy to us. Yang Guang communicated with the people on the Atadasu through his mind. No problem. Xincheng, pilot the Hakayuki to replenish Gato's light energy. We will pilot the Atadasu to replenish Digga's light energy, ordered Kamakawa K. Understood. The light energy transmission device of the Hakayuki's Magus power system is activated. Xincheng said. The light energy transmission device of the Atadasu's Magus power system is activated. Digga must win. Lena said. A beam of light shot from the cannon-like devices extending from the Hakayuki and Atadasu, striking the colorful timers on Gato and Digga's chests. In a moment, the colorful timers of both heroes returned to their original green color, but energy continued to be transmitted. This device was modified by Dr. Yatsui, Masaki Kigo, and Dr. Dan after all, and the energy output was several times greater than before. Energy transmission complete. Energy transmission complete. Xincheng and Lena said simultaneously. Now it's up to you. Kamakawa K prayed silently with everyone. At this moment, both heroes were not only filled with energy, but also emitted a faint glow. They approached Gitangia and launched a series of attacks, this time even stronger than before, forcing Gitangia to retreat repeatedly. With its tentacles and claws being torn apart by Gato and Digga, Gitangia was indeed strong, but its mobility was slow. It relied on its large size, abundant energy, and numerous tentacles. While these abilities were enough to make it one of the strongest monsters, it also had weaknesses. For example, the attacking power of a single tentacle was weak, and it was difficult for one enemy to deal with many tentacles. However, being attacked by multiple opponents made it easier to break through. Once the tentacles were gone, Gitangia's physical attacks would be rendered useless. It also had a powerful destructive beam, but it was not very agile, making it ineffective if it couldn't hit its target. Seeing that the time was right, the two heroes began to charge their light beams, gathering all their energy once again. Full power Gato beam, Bayu. Full power Zaipili beam, Bayu. The two beams once again converged into a gigantic, dazzling beam of light not far away, even more brilliant and thicker than before. Boom! The beam struck the crack on Gitangia's shell. After holding for 2 seconds, the shell shattered. As we all know, creatures with shells have high defense, but once the shell is broken, the flesh inside is very vulnerable. The light entered Gitangia's body, and after a few seconds, glowing cracks began to appear all over Gitangia. It didn't hold on for long before it exploded with a tremendous force. Bang! In the explosion of such immense light energy combined with dark energy, the space was shattered, creating a rift in time and space. It strongly attracted everything around it into the rift. Oh no! As the Atadasu was about to be sucked into the rift, Gato rushed forward and grabbed the Atadasu, tossing it to Digga, while he himself was sucked in. After Gato was absorbed by the rift, it began to close slowly, returning to calm. The dark mist in the sky dissipated, revealing the long-awaited sunlight. Although Gitangia had been eliminated, Zoga still existed around the world, and everyone could not fully relax yet. However, even though Zoga flew fast, it had low defense and could be killed with the drag cannon. Thus, the victory team and Digga continued to clean up Zoga around the world. After eliminating all the Zoga, everyone gathered in the command room of the victory team. The monsters had been eradicated, and the world began to enter a rebuilding phase, everything progressing in an orderly manner, reported Yari. So I wonder how Hikaru is doing? Xincheng said. I think as an Ultraman, he should be fine, Kirai said. Meanwhile, our main character had arrived in a new world. Some might ask, will there be no final holy war? Such a classic battle? It's actually not surprising that there won't be a holy war. That's Digga's family matter. Why should I, Gato, meddle? Helping Digga fight his former comrades and girlfriend? That's not very good. In the end, Chimera also said before dying, I also long for the light. At the end of the holy war, Chimera absorbed all the dark energy, transforming into TheMagical, an incredibly massive being, 888 meters tall and weighing 88,000 tons. Digga had no power to fight back against it. In the end, the Ultramen who had long slept in the ancient ruins gave their last light to the fallen Digga. Digga transformed into a radiant form, entering TheMagical's body and causing an explosion, using all the light to neutralize all dark energy, defeating TheMagical. Chimera was returned to her human form, and in her final moments, She held Daegu's hand and said, "I also long for the light." Those immersed in darkness can appreciate the overwhelming strength of reckless abandon, making it hard to extricate themselves. That is desire controlling the soul. However, those who experience the light will understand what warmth and love are. That is a pure soul subduing desire. Not having desire does not mean being unhappy. That kind of tranquil strength, that kind of vigorous life, the kind of fearlessness can only be known by those who have experienced it. However, we should not emulate Digga's behavior of turning into light and abandoning his girlfriend and comrades. At this moment, a rift opened in the sky, and a giant descended from above, landing on the ground. Indeed, the visitor was Gato, in order to defeat Gitangia and passing through the rift in time and space. Gato had consumed most of his energy, and the gem timer on his chest was beeping an alarm. Gaia looked around and found that this was human society, very similar to Earth, but much more backward than the world of Digga. Turning his head to the other side, he was startled. Not far away, an Ultraman and a monster were staring blankly at him. They had originally been preparing to charge at each other and engage in battle. But upon seeing Gaia emerge from the space-time rift, they both stopped their movements and stared at him in a daze. Gid saw the Ultraman on the opposite side and exclaimed, "Panchong." No, what was it called? "Oh, Ultraman Eddie." The monster is Kalazantong, standing 56 meters tall and weighing 40,000 tons, belonging to the dinosaur-type monsters. Its eyes can emit a red high-heat destructive ray. Its skin is very tough, and its limbs are powerful. It is a monster that appeared in the first episode of Ultraman Eddie TV. Kalazantong looked at the newly appeared Ultraman with disdain. What can another one do? The last one was knocked down by me and just got back up. This one looks weak, just falling from the sky. Kalazantong. Fear nothing, Kalazantong thought. Without saying a word, it launched an attack, charging wildly. Gid made a small jump to the right to dodge the monster's attack, while throwing a right punch that struck Kalazantong's left cheek, knocking it down to the ground. Gid stepped forward and kicked the still-recovering praester, knocking the monster over. The monster rolled several times before getting back up, roaring and shooting a red beam from its eyes towards Gid. Gid didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his left arm to defend against the beam with the armor on his wrist, then jumped to a height of 900 meters, executing a flying kick like Leo. Descending from the sky, his foot was filled with light energy, radiating a dazzling glow, clearly showing immense power. Boom! After kicking the monster, Gid slid hundreds of meters along the ground. Bang! The monster emitted a violent explosion. A real man never looks back at explosions. Wow, so fierce. Eddie watched in shock. He didn't expect this Ultraman, who lit up the red light as soon as he appeared, to be so powerful. At this moment, Gid turned to face Eddie, nodded, and with a hop flew into the sky. Seeing the monster was eliminated, Eddie also soared into the sky with a wow. Eddie's first battle on Earth was overshadowed by another Ultraman, and he even had to say thank you. There's no way around it. One must maintain proper etiquette towards the strong. As taught in the classroom of the Land of Light, I, Ultraman Eddie, am a model student. Eddie comforted himself. Yang Guang walked along the roadside, looking at the spring blooms, but his thoughts drifted far away. I wonder if, without me, Daegu can defeat his ex-girlfriend in the final holy war? I guess I won't be able to attend Daegu and Lena's wedding. When will Ju and Chizuru have children? Can that guy Shinjo find a girlfriend? Will Zongfang and Amada K end up together? That kid Yosuke, forget it. He's still young. His future is bright. So I don't have the ability to travel through time and space. I probably won't see them again. By the way, this world has the Land of Light. Maybe it can help me return to the world of Digga. Forget it. I'm not an Ultraman from the Land of Light. They might not accept me. On the other side, our fierce teacher Yagami is being reprimanded by the director. Dis. Yagami was left speechless by the director's words. He couldn't say a single FK. After being scolded, Yagami nervously knocked on the principal's office door, fearing another reprimand. But to his surprise, he saw Captain Yamashita from UGM there too. Oh, Yagami, you're here. I discussed it with the principal, and he agreed that you can work at UGM after school and on Sundays, Captain Yamashita said to Yagami. However, joining UGM must be kept a secret from students and other teachers, the principal reminded. Okay, Yagami gladly agreed, thinking it would be a scolding, but unexpectedly turn around. It truly is a case of being at the end of a road with no way out, only to find another village. Another village, oh no. Thank you, Captain Yamashita, Yagami said to Captain Yamashita. Meanwhile, Yang Guang was holding Ged's hand and walked into an underground casino, ready to make some money. This era isn't as advanced as the world of Digga, There are no identity issues to worry about. As long as you have money, you can live. Yang Guang looked around and found no advanced pinball machines. There were quite a few people here, some playing poker, others playing dice. After familiarizing himself with the place, he went to the dice area. The gameplay was quite ordinary, betting on high or low. Using his X-ray vision, he placed a chip he picked up earlier on low. If you ask how Yang Guang found money again, if you have telekinetic powers, you can often find money too. Big, big, high, low. Everyone shouted excitedly, waiting for the dealer to reveal the results, believing that the louder they shouted, the more likely the outcome would align with their hopes. However, in reality, things often went awry. The result was low. The dealer took back the chips bet on high and paid those who bet low, continuing to the next round. Although Yang Guang started with a small amount, he won frequently, and after an hour, he had over 10,000 chips. Actually, he didn't win much, just enough for a few days of living expenses. He switched tables frequently, winning and losing a bit to avoid raising suspicion. As long as he lost a bit less when betting, it wouldn't cause other customers to follow suit. Another hour passed, and Yang Guang had around 200,000 chips. That was enough for tonight. He decided to find a place to sleep and come back tomorrow. The next day, Yang Guang went shopping for clothes from this era and discovered that the purchasing power in this time was off the charts. He thought 20,000 would last a month, but found it could only last a week. It turned out that the 1980s in Japan were a bubble economy era, and people were very wealthy. Even a taxi ride could cost 10,000 yen. However, this is the world of Ultraman, which is different from the original world, so it's not that exaggerated. But the economy of Sakura Country has also seen significant growth, with purchasing power noticeably increased, probably more than 3 times that of the Digga world. In short, everyone has money now, living a life of luxury and indulgence every day. It's no wonder that after more than 5 years, monsters have started to appear again. This time, it was due to the excessive negative energy in humanity. The monsters emerged by absorbing that negative energy. It turned out that material satisfaction made the spiritual aspect no longer pure. Many people only cared about enjoyment and lost their good moral qualities. When everyone was poor, they could help and comfort each other, united in purpose. But once they had money, they began to lose their ambition, became materialistic, and became self-righteous, blaming others more and reflecting less on themselves. Of course, some people still maintain their integrity after gaining wealth, but such individuals are rare. Now the entire society has become materialized, which belongs to collective karma that a few people cannot stop. Thus, for several days, Yang Guang went to the casino to reap the rewards, winning a few hundred millions every night. After a week, he had accumulated 100 million in funds, equivalent to 10 years of income for an average person. The next day, Yang Guang no longer went to the casino. Early in the morning, he first went to a second-hand car market and bought a used motorcycle. Why not a car? Because he didn't have a license, a motorcycle was more convenient to ride on the road. Then he found a real estate agent and rented a small apartment. After settling everything, Yang Guang drove to the school where Yagami was teaching. "Security uncle, is Yagami here? I need to see him. Can you help me contact him?" Yang Guang said to the security guard at the entrance. After all, it's a school, and outsiders are generally not allowed in. "Oh, you're looking for Yagami? He's here. Just wait a moment. He'll be out of class soon. I'll take you to find him," the security guard said politely. "Oh, thank you." So the security guard led Yang Guang into the school to find Yagami. "Hey Yagami, someone is looking for you," the security guard called out. Hearing the security guard calling him from the front door, Yagami turned around and saw a tall and strong young man, looking about 25 years old, who seemed to be around the same age as Yagami. The young man was Yang Guang. "Hi, nice to meet you, Yagami. I have something I want to discuss with you," Yang Guang said to Yagami. Yang Guang and Yagami found a quiet spot on campus and sat down. "Hello, Yagami. Or should I call you Ultraman Eddie? Don't be nervous. I'm the Ultraman who came out from the time rift last time, Ultraman Ged." Yang Guang extended his hand to show friendliness. "Oh, so it's you. Hello, Ultraman Ged." Yamato also reached out his hand and shook hands with Yang Guang. "My human name is Yang Guang. You can call me Guang," Yang Guang said. "Oh, Hikaru, that's quite a name," Yamato murmured. "What did you say?" Yang Guang asked. "Nothing." "All right, where are you from?" Yamato asked. "I come from another world, where monsters started appearing frequently. Of course, Ultraman was also involved. I fought alongside another Ultraman. And in the end, with everyone's efforts, we managed to defeat the evil god Gitanjir, known as the Dark Ruler," Yang Guang said. "That Gitanjir is hundreds of meters tall and weighs tens of thousands of tons, truly a gigantic creature. It has countless tentacles and claws, and it was the main culprit behind humanity's extinction in the previous era. When it appeared, The massive darkness enveloped the entire Earth. Ordinary Ultraman warriors wouldn't even be able to get close. However, I'm not an ordinary Ultraman. I went in with 3 punches and 2 kicks, making it retreat continuously and easily tearing off its tentacles. In the end, a beam shattered its shell, and another beam obliterated it, saving all of humanity. As Yang Guang spoke, he started to boast. Yamato, have you ever seen such a huge monster? Yang Guang gestured with his hands. And no, Yamato was completely stunned. A monster hundreds of meters tall, weighing tens of thousands of tons. Is it really that terrifying? A creature of that size is rare even across the universe. Such a terrifying existence could only be defeated by gathering Ultraman brothers. I never expected Hikaru to be so strong. No wonder it shares a name with the hero of my land of light. Yamato thought to himself. So, senior, how did you end up here? Yamato had already regarded Yang Guang as a senior. Jokingly, how could a junior be this powerful? What do you think I am, Eddie? I'm also a top student of the younger generation from the Land of Light, an excellent student excelling in both combat and light, a versatile king. The one better than me must be a senior. Well, it should be that the power of light at that time was too strong, and the energies of light and darkness intertwined, creating an incredible force that generated a space-time turbulence. At that time, a human spaceship was about to be sucked in. I went up to grab it and tossed it to my other companion, while I was sucked into the space-time turbulence, and ended up here, Yang Guang analyzed. I see. Yamato showed an expression of admiration. Alas, it's a pity that I don't have the ability to traverse time and space. I probably can't go back, Yang Guang sighed. So, senior, do you have any plans? Yamato initially wanted to invite Yang Guang to the Land of Light, but he still had tasks on Earth and had just met Yang Guang, so he was afraid of being too forward. I can only stay on this Earth for a while, Yang Guang said. Oh, by the way, how did you come to Earth? Yang Guang asked, but in his heart, he thought, why don't you invite me to the Land of Light? I've run out of saliva talking. Oh, I'm an Ultraman warrior from the Land of Light. Due to the increase in negative energy on Earth recently, there is a high possibility of monsters appearing, and I was sent here to investigate, Yamato said. I see. According to my observations over the past few days, this is indeed the case. Earth's peaceful development in recent years has led to significant economic growth and improved material living standards for the people. But there hasn't been a corresponding improvement in their spiritual lives, which has fostered various negative emotions, resulting in increased negative energy on Earth. Making monsters stronger by absorbing this energy, Yang Guang analyzed. Yes, that's why I decided to become a teacher, to properly guide the inner hearts of children, Yamato said. Very good, Yamato. Indeed, we should guide humanity's hearts in the right direction, Yang Guang agreed. Oh, you think so too? Yamato exclaimed excitedly. Well, Yamato, if a monster appears next, I will help you deal with it, Yang Guang said. Thank you so much. Yamato bowed. The two reached a preliminary consensus, exchanged addresses, and left happily. After a while, Yamato passed the UGM training test. Although it was just a part-time job, he had already become a qualified UGM member. That very night, a monster appeared. UGM was deployed, and Yamato was also allowed to pilot a fighter jet into action. Everyone saw the monster destroying the city. It was a winged monster named Winged Monster Jigajira. The UGM members immediately launched a barrage of laser cannon attacks against the monster, but the damage was minimal. After analysis, Captain Yamashita discovered the monster's weakness was on its back, so he ordered the UGM members to concentrate their fire. Jigajira screamed in pain and retreated, escaping to the far side of the moon to recuperate. However, Jigajira did not give up on spying on Earth because the planet's negative energy deeply attracted it. During its time on the far side of the moon, Jigajira absorbed a lot of negative energy, not only healing its injuries, but also becoming even stronger, even overcoming its weakness on its back, and returned to Earth to wreak havoc. At this time, UGM radar also detected the monster's invasion, so they launched an attack. Unfortunately, this time UGM's attack could not deal much damage to Jigajira. Yamato saw that humans were unable to deal with the monster, so he transformed into Ultraman Eddie to confront Jigajira. Jigajira's wings could whip up storms, blowing away buildings within hundreds of meters, and it could also unleash powerful red beams from its mouth. Its close combat ability was also formidable, using its enormous wings to deliver powerful blows to its enemies. Its 40-meter-long tail could not only whip like a whip, but also bind enemies, making it a formidable opponent. Eddie came in with a flying kick, knocking Jigajira down, then delivered a series of kicks, finally throwing Jigajira down, looking quite fierce. However, the good times didn't last long. After adapting to Eddie's attacks, Jigajira used its massive wings to strike back. Eddie couldn't withstand the immense force and was knocked off balance. Then Jigajira used its tail to sweep Eddie to the ground, binding his neck with its tail and tossing him around, a pitiful sight. As an excellent warrior of the Land of Light, Eddie certainly wouldn't be defeated so easily. He got back up and charged at Jigajira. However, Jigajira flew up and delivered a kick that was too fast for Eddie to react in time, sending him crashing to the ground. Good old Eddie. When Jigajira attempted to kick again, Eddie ducked and grabbed Jigajira's tail, slamming it to the ground. Eddie seized the opportunity to attack, but Jigajira got back up and fired a red beam that hit Eddie, causing him to kneel down in pain. Jigajira saw its chance and rushed forward to unleash a flurry of strikes. Eddie's colorful timer on his chest began to beep with a red alert. Eddie was in danger. Seeing this, Yang Wang could no longer wait. He took out the godlight stick and transformed into Ultraman Guy. Gad just transformed and immediately delivered a flying kick, sending Jiggerzilla, who was still beating up Eddie, flying hundreds of meters away. He then effortlessly pulled Eddie up from the ground. Speaking of which, every time he transforms, he starts with a kick. This move is really effective. Many Ultramen in TV shows use it, and they all succeed. Isn't it impressive? On another note, Jiggerzilla felt a bit flustered seeing another Ultraman appear. The last one was indeed manageable, but this new Ultraman looks formidable. Just look at his height. He's taller than the first Ultraman that appeared. With those strong arms, developed chest muscles, and defined abs, he clearly isn't someone to mess with. The key point is that this Ultraman is also wearing armor. Being that strong while wearing armor is just bullying the honest ones. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Gator looked at Jigajira's dazed expression and didn't care about what it was thinking. He charged straight up. Hey, be careful, senior. Eddie wanted to remind him, but then he witnessed an incredible scene. Gator stepped forward and punched Jigajira, sending it flying over 100 meters, crashing into a building behind. Roar! Jigajira let out a wail. Guard quickly stepped forward, lifted the dazed Jigajira up, and slammed it down hard onto the ground. Bang! Bang! Jigajira let out a wail of agony. Gator grabbed Jigajira's tail and swung it around. Whoosh 1 circle. Whoosh 2 circles. Whoosh 3 circles. When the spinning reached its maximum speed, he threw out. Jigajira was left dizzy from the spinning. After crashing heavily to the ground, it rolled several hundred meters away. Fortunately, Jigajira could fly and had some resistance to dizziness. Although it had been thrown hard, it quickly stood up and shot a red beam at Gator. Pew! Ghidorah dodged to the side, avoiding the attack as Gigan unleashed another red beam. Ghidorah raised an energy shield to block the attack. Gigan fired several times, but either Ghidorah dodged or the energy shield blocked the attacks. At this moment, Gigan was also exhausted from continuously firing the beams and was a bit out of breath. Gade took advantage of the gap, leaping into the air and delivering a flying kick that knocked Jigajira down. There was no way around it. Gade's strength was too great, and unless blocked, most monsters would be sent flying. Jigajira was momentarily too weak to get back up. Gator saw that it was almost time, charged up his energy, and unleashed a Gator beam. Bayou! It hit Jigajira, blasting it into pieces. Wow, so powerful. The first Ultraman that appeared couldn't compare at all. The UGM team members swallowed hard and exclaimed. Ged glanced at Eddie, and after a nod from an Ultraman, the two pretended to fly away together, making a turn to transform back into their human forms. For a period of time after that, Yamada Takamitsu attended classes during the day and worked at UGM at night, which made him feel fulfilled and meaningful. Especially when he got off work every day with teacher Kyoko, he was filled with energy. It seems that Yamada Takamitsu likes teacher Kyoko. Spring has arrived, and it's the season for animals, too. However, it makes sense. From the first day Yamada Takamitsu was late, teacher Kyoko spoke up for him in front of the principal. Teacher Kyoko is truly a kind person, who doesn't like kind and beautiful people. Occasionally, Yang Wang would go to chat with Yamada Takamitsu and learn some light skills from the Land of Light. After all, Eddie is a jack of all trades, excelling in all subjects. There are healing beams, the 8-part light wheel, and various other amazing light skills. Yang Wang also practiced combat with Yamada Takamitsu. In fact, Eddie's combat ability is quite strong, but his basic strength is slightly weaker compared to Get Ultraman. Time passed leisurely in these orderly days. That night, UGM's radar detected a fog composed of negative energy in Area 13. That location was just near Sakuragaka Middle School, where Yamada Takamitsu taught. The next day, Yamada Takamitsu used the morning to investigate the surroundings. However, the anomaly from last night did not reappear, and there were no traces left behind. Strange. There are no traces at all. Oh, it's Teacher Kyoko. Yamada Takamitsu wandered around and saw Teacher Kyoko. So he immediately ran over to greet her and asked her out on a date. Wow, the Land of Light sent you to investigate negative energy, and you're already starting to pursue a girl. Unfortunately, Teacher Kyoko had swimming class today, so she declined Yamada Takamitsu's date request. Upon hearing that Teacher Kyoko was going swimming, Yamada Takamitsu felt deflated. At that moment, a car drove up and stopped beside them. Teacher Ehara, can I give you a ride? The man driving said to Kyoko. Teacher Kyoko's full name is Ehara Kyoko. Ah, thank you, Kitagawa-sensei. So Teacher Kyoko got into Kitagawa-sensei's car and headed to the swimming pool, leaving the poor Yamada Takamitsu to hug a pole by the roadside, sighing at the departing car. The whole day, Yamada Takamitsu felt out of sorts, looking listless. By night, UGM's radar detected another anomaly, and this time a monster appeared on the screen. The monster was named Ho, constantly emitting a sad, crying sound, capable of spraying negative energy waves, with tears flowing from its eyes like acid, capable of dissolving everything, and its tail could emit toxic gas. It was a monster born from the negative energy of a young man, Shinichi, experiencing heartbreak, encompassing sadness, anger, jealousy, and other feelings. UGM dispatched fighter jets to attack the monster fiercely, but it had no effect, and the monster continued to destroy buildings. The monster shed tears, corroding the surrounding architecture, causing houses to catch fire, and occasionally spitting negative energy flames, devastating everything around it. Seeing that UGM's attacks were ineffective and the crowd was continuously fleeing. At this critical moment, Yamada Takamitsu transformed into Ultraman Eddie to confront the monster. Eddie came in with a flying kick, hitting the monster, a move that had worked repeatedly, and the monster was knocked down to the ground. Who ambushed me? The monster angrily got back up and charged at Eddie. Eddie moved forward to fight, but was knocked down by the furious monster. The monster took advantage of the moment to pounce on Eddie and beat him up, while its acid-like tears fell on Eddie, corroding his skin. Although Ultraman's skin is quite special and has high defense, it can still be injured. Eddie struggled desperately, finally breaking free from the monster's hold. If he hadn't, he might have been finished. Unexpectedly, this heartbreak monster, oh no, acid monster, was so powerful. Who would have thought that the suppressed feelings of frustration and unwillingness could cause such unimaginable destructive power? So their essay saying, don't provoke honest people, because once they explode, it will be without consequences. Therefore, humanity must have a correct outlook on life, values, and the world. Without a proper attitude and noble character, it's easy to do bad things. Humanity must elevate its spiritual world while also correctly guiding emotions, rather than suppressing them within, as this will only distort the heart. Even Ultraman Eddie was beaten to the ground by the negative energy monster born from a twisted mind. Who said Eddie, the jack of all trades, has never lost? Isn't he getting beaten up like this every time? Disturbing the peace late at night is truly a sin. Yang Wang's place was not far from Yamada Takamitsu's school, and for convenience in communication, he specifically found a nearby house. That night, he was awakened by alarms and the panicked crowd, so he could only quickly get dressed and follow the flow of people outside. Once outside, the crowd naturally fled to safety, while Yang Wang found a hidden spot to watch the battle. Seeing the jack of all trades getting beaten up was quite speechless. Wasn't he? It said that Eddie had never lost. Just this. If he gets beaten up like this, don't tell me he can turn the tables at the end. Do you think this is a TV show? The protagonist can always turn the tables. This is reality. Look at the fleeing crowd. Look at the destroyed buildings. Look at that gigantic monster. Look at that Ultraman who is not just a suit actor. This is the real world, and there is no luck to speak of. Yang Wang sighed, took out the godlight stick, and transformed into Ged Ultraman. Gade stepped up with a flying kick, sending the monster that was still focused on beating up Eddie flying 100 meters away, then reached out to help Eddie up. Are you okay, Eddie? Ah, thank you. Senpai, Eddie said gratefully. Leave the rest to me. Gade said. Be careful, Senpai. Eddie expressed his concern. It's just a heartbroken monster. I haven't experienced heartbreak, so why should I lose to it? Gade stepped up and kicked the monster over. Heartbroken, huh? Then he grabbed the monster and punched it in the face, knocking it down again. Crying, are we? The monster got back up and sprayed Gade with negative energy flames, but Gade's body shone brightly, resisting the impact of the negative energy flames. I reflect on my inner self every day. How can mere negative energy harm me? He strode forward, grabbed the monster by the neck, shut its mouth, and slammed it to the ground. Then he lifted the monster up and shouted, "A man cannot be defeated by heartbreak. Be a tough guy." And then he threw it with all his might. Bang! The monster crashed heavily to the ground. The monster lay there, and Gade took the opportunity to jump on it and deliver a flurry of punches. The monster howled in distress. Finally, Gade leaped into the air, charged up his energy, and released the Gade beam. Bayou. Boom. The monster vanished on the spot. Gade pointed his head towards Eddie, and then both of them flew away with a simultaneous ha. How impressive. The UGM team watched the dramatic battle with amazement. From the enthusiasm of fighting monsters, to the helplessness of being unable to harm them, to the excitement when Eddie appeared, to the tension when Eddie was attacked, and then to Gade's crushing dominance over the monster. Perhaps UGM still wasn't used to this change in mindset, but they would get used to it in the future. The next day, Yamato was in a good mood, deliberately waiting on the path of Teacher Kyuko. When he encountered Teacher Kyuko, he invited her out on a date again. Unfortunately, Teacher Kyuko had to attend a swimming class today. Upon hearing this, Yamada insisted that he must be with Teacher Kyuko today, so he proposed to go swimming as well. Hee, it's only for girls. You can't go in. Teacher Kyuko laughed. That's really too bad. What are you mumbling about? I said then I can rest assured. Yamada reluctantly watched Teacher Kyuko leave. Hey, Yamada, she's already far away. Why are you still looking? Yang Guang teased as he stopped his motorcycle by Yamada's side. Yamada, don't lose your shine while in love. You need to show your strengths. Don't be humble. Don't be a simp. Be a man. Be fierce. Yang Guang lectured Yamada. Of course, if you fail 10 times, 100 times, don't be discouraged. Keep moving forward and face it happily. Yang Guang continued. Oh, senior, what you said makes a lot of sense. You must have a girlfriend with all your experience, Yamada admired. Love only affects my punching speed. I have things to do. I'm leaving, Yang Guang said, speechless, and revved the throttle to leave. This guy Yamada really knows how to bring up the wrong topic. No wonder he's single. With this level of emotional intelligence, he is an excellent graduate from the land of light. Hey, senior hey? Yamada had a big question mark over his big head. After a period of calm life, that night, UGM's radar detected a meteorite falling to the ground. The meteorite was actually Sandria's, which hid in a valley after arriving on Earth. The next day, the radar detected a monster flying towards Japan, which was the cosmic monster Mazasandrius. She came to Earth to find her child, discovering that the child was somewhere in the cherry blossom country, so she flew over. Meanwhile, Sandrias sensed her mother's arrival and ran out of the valley. Now, Sandrias was at an age equivalent to a human middle school student, quite rebellious, capable of emitting destructive rays from its eyes and mouth, and flying at a speed of 10 Mach. After quarreling with its family, it left them to come to Earth and hid in the mountains. Now, when the two monsters met, Mazasandrias began to persuade her child. But Sandrias was stubborn and unwilling to listen. UGM mobilized, piloting fighter jets to the scene, and found the two monsters seemingly talking. UGM analyzed the sound waves of the monsters and discovered that they were parent and child, with the mother trying to persuade the child to return to the universe. But the child was unwilling and started to make a fuss. Yamada understood the situation and thought of attacking the monsters to mediate their conflict. So Yamada transformed into Eddie Ultraman and attacked the two monsters. When the big monster saw its child being attacked, it rushed forward to support the child. And when the little monster saw its mother being attacked, it rushed forward to help its mother attack Eddie. After a series of coordinated attacks between the mother and child, their conflict was significantly resolved and they reconciled. The mother and child then flapped their wings and flew back to the universe. Eddie, who was lying on the ground covered in dust, looked at the two monsters that were now fine and smiled like a proud father. Then he got up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and with a whoosh, he flew away. A week later, it was now the end of April, and the school had just finished a monthly exam. Yamato was busy grading papers for the children and didn't realize it was already very late. If it hadn't been for the security guard's reminder, he would have probably worked all night. Yamato was truly a good teacher for the children. He packed his things and left the school, heading to the bus station to catch the last train. As a result, he was taken to the terminal station by the train. When Yamada got off, he found that he didn't recognize the place, and, after wandering around, he ended up back at the same spot, realizing something was definitely wrong. At that moment, two aliens suddenly appeared in front of Yamada, blocking his way. It turned out that this was all the work of the Barm aliens. Yamada realized it. If you want to catch me, then come and try. Yamada's demeanor suddenly changed from that of a gentle teacher to a fierce warrior. He launched an attack on the two aliens, taking them down with just a few punches and kicks. Are you kidding me? Yamada is the embodiment of Eddie Ultraman, not an ordinary person without combat power. After knocking down the Barm aliens, Yamada took the opportunity to pull out his electric baton to transform into Eddie Ultraman, but the transformation failed. Haha, here, you cannot transform. Go to hell, the Barm alien said, pulling out a gun and hitting Yamada in the arm, forcing him to flee. Although the Barm aliens didn't capture Eddie, they trapped him in four-dimensional space and released the mechanical dinosaur monster Megakylas to wreak havoc on the three-dimensional Earth. UGM's radar received a signal of the monster's appearance and mobilized for an attack. Under a barrage of missiles and laser attacks, the monster remained unscathed, living up to the expectations of the audience and many netizens. Megakylas shot missiles from its mouth, destroying all of UGM's number 1 radar base, and then vanished. It then reappeared at UGM's number 2 radar base, launching another missile attack, destroying the number 2 radar base as well. It turned out that Megakylas had the ability to traverse space. UGM arrived and launched another round of attacks on the monster. But this time they were somewhat lucky, hitting the monster in the eye. Thus, Megakylas had to return to the four-dimensional space to regroup. Meanwhile, Yamada, trapped in the four-dimensional space, suddenly heard the children calling for him. It turned out that the next day, the children noticed that teacher Yamada had not come class, and everyone gathered at the door calling for him. Hearing this, Yamada reignited his fighting spirit. Yamada sneaked into the factory that repaired mechanical monsters and discovered the four-dimensional control console. Found it. Destroying this should allow me to transform. He then approached, taking down several Barm aliens with just a few punches and kicks. Are you kidding? I can't beat you with a gun, but I can definitely beat you barehanded. A bunch of rookies, Yamada thought disdainfully. He then destroyed the control console, successfully transformed into Eddie Ultraman, and engaged in battle with the mechanical dinosaur Megakylas. However, the mechanical dinosaur combined the highest technology of the Barm aliens and had many functions, making it extremely powerful. Not only did it have a hard shell, but could also launch missiles and lasers, and even emit barriers to block attacks. Every time Eddie charged in, he was blocked by the barrier and couldn't get close at all. The mechanical dinosaur could also hide in space and launch surprise attacks from behind. Thus, Eddie began his routine of being beaten by the monster. Realizing that this wouldn't work, Eddie activated the dimensional shift beam, pulling both the monster and himself back to the three-dimensional space. Once in the three-dimensional world, the mechanical dinosaur could no longer use its barriers. Eddie also discovered that the monster's weakness was its lack of agility when turning. So Eddie began to circle around the monster while attacking. The monster was finally incapacitated by Eddie's attack, and then a blast of the Shikushim beam shattered it into pieces. As expected from an excellent graduate of the Land of Light, his on-the-spot combat adaptability is quite remarkable. In the end, it zoomed away with a whoosh. After that, everyone enjoyed a Labor Day on May 1st without any monsters. Those who needed rest took a break, and those who had holidays enjoyed them. Perhaps the monsters also wanted to celebrate, as there were no monster appearances throughout that week. However, just after the holiday, the UGM radar detected a UFO that successively attacked the Nordic countries and the Australian continent, causing significant damage to the Earth. Subsequently, the UFO arrived in the land of cherry blossoms, landing in a green park area and releasing Abdelaris to cause destruction. Abdelaris is 53 meters tall and weighs 30,000 tons. It resembles a frog and has multiple tentacles, looking somewhat terrifying and disgusting. It can emit a super high-temperature destructive beam of 60,000 degrees from its eyes, which is very powerful. The tentacles can secrete venom that dissolves biological matter. The key is that Abdelaris possesses superb martial arts combat skills. It can deliver fast and powerful punches and is also skilled in throws. UGM members piloted fighter jets to attack it, but everyone knows that human attacks in Ultraman are basically ineffective. Abdelaris not only ignored UGM's attacks, but also casually trampled many buildings. Yamada, seeing that the monster could not be stopped with human methods, transformed into Ultraman Eddie to confront it. Eddie tried to clear a path with a kick, but unfortunately, it didn't succeed this time. Hey, didn't Hikaru say he could succeed every time? Eddie wondered. You know that about Jeed, not you. Besides, this monster is good at close combat, so isn't it normal for it to dodge fighting-type attacks? After dodging Eddie's flying kick, Abdelaris engaged in a fight with Eddie. With its powerful martial arts, it matched Eddie blow for blow. In the past, Eddie would have certainly been knocked down by the monster, but this time was different. Eddie had exchanged combat insights with Yang Guang multiple times, and his close combat abilities had improved. After all, Eddie is an excellent graduate from the Land of Light. Unlike Daigo, that fool, seeing that it couldn't gain the upper hand against Eddie, the monster released a high-temperature destructive beam from its eyes, hitting Eddie. But the damage was minimal. Ultraman has a high resistance to heat. After all, Eddie's Shikushim beam can reach temperatures of 500,000 degrees. So this 60,000 degree high temperature destructive beam is not a big deal for Ultraman. However, Eddie didn't dare to engage in close combat with Abdelaris anymore because the tentacles secrete venom, and Eddie had already suffered a setback in the earlier battle. Eddie then changed tactics, using his specialty flying kick skill to continuously inflict damage on Abdelaris. In the end, Abdelaris was kicked dizzy by Eddie. Seeing that the timing was right, Eddie charged up and unleashed the Shikushim beam. Bayou. However, Abdelaris was also tenacious. After taking a hit from the Shikushim beam, it still didn't die. So, Eddie followed up with a more powerful belt beam, defeating Abdelaris and resolving this crisis. This is the daily routine of Yamada getting beaten up lately, or rather, the daily routine of Ultraman Eddie getting beaten up, after enjoying a week of peace. Another monster appeared today. The UGM radar detected a monster at the Shinkansen. This time, it was the noise monster, Noizura, attracted by the noise of the Shinkansen. Noizura resembles a bat, can fly, and reach speeds of up to Mach 5. Its large ears are extremely sensitive to sound waves, allowing it to predict the trajectory of enemy attacks by listening to sounds, thus enabling timely dodging. It can emit a powerful orange beam from its eyes and has strong arm strength, making its combat ability quite impressive, standing 60 meters tall and weighing 40,000 tons. However, Noizura only consumes a specific frequency of noise it likes, and is very averse to the noise emitted by UGM fighter jets. UGM mobilized to attack as usual, but the monster's ears are very sensitive, always managing to dodge UGM's firepower in advance. Yamada observed that the monster had keen hearing, so he proposed a silent combat plan. Captain Yamashita agreed to this plan, and all activities that made noise in the surrounding area were urgently halted. Without sound, Noizura lost its vitality and dozed off in place. UGM prepared to launch a full-scale attack, while the monster was resting to eliminate it. However, Yangguang thought this was a bit presumptuous. How could UGM claim to eliminate the monster without powerful weapons? There were indeed powerful weapons, but their destructive power would cause irreparable damage to the city. They couldn't be used on Earth. Just as UGM was preparing to act, Yamada's student couldn't resist the urge to practice rock music in the open space. This inadvertently woke up the monster, and the rock music happened to be within the frequency that Noizura liked. Thus, the monster crazily chased after the students. At the critical moment, Yamada transformed into Ultraman Eddie to stop Noizura's advance and engaged it in battle. Eddie launched a flurry of punches and kicks right off the bat. Noizura blocked and countered with a few moves. However, after Yangguang's teachings, Eddie's combat skills had greatly improved, and gradually, Noizura began to fall behind in combat. Seeing that it couldn't gain the upper hand in close combat, Noizura began emitting orange beams from its eyes. Eddie dodged left and right, agilely avoiding the attacks, and simultaneously fired handbeam attacks, hitting Noizura and knocking it down. As time went by, Eddie would surely be able to eliminate the monster. But he didn't have that much time. Soon, the energy within him began to run low, and the colorful timer on his chest emitted a beeping alarm. On Earth, Ultraman has very short battle times due to the lack of energy replenishment, and moreover, to conserve energy, he couldn't freely unleash beam skills, greatly weakening his combat power. Upon hearing the beeping of the colorful timer, Noizura instantly lost its will to fight, as this sound was a frequency it hated. Eddie seemed to sense Noizura's change as well, and then communicated with Noizura, ultimately sending it back to space, thus resolving this monster crisis. A few days later, Yangguang came to school to find Yamada, wanting to discuss the use of the 8-point light wheel. Riding his motorcycle to Sakuragaka High School, he greeted the security uncle and went in, having become quite familiar after frequent visits. Yangguang arrived at the office and found that Yamada was not there, realizing he might still be in class, so he sat in Yamada's seat to wait. "Hey, Hikaru, you're here to see Yamada again?" Teacher Kyoko returned to the office after class and saw Yangguang sitting in Yamada's seat, knowing he had come to see Yamada again. Teacher Kyoko had a good impression of Yangguang. After all, no one dislikes a tall, handsome, and wealthy man, especially one who speaks so nicely. "Oh, it's Teacher Kyoko. It's been a few days, and you're still as beautiful as ever, like cherry blossoms, pleasing to the eye. One can never get enough of you," Yangguang praised. "Hee. Hikaru, you really know how to flatter," Teacher Kyoko said happily. "Oh, by the way, in a few days, we're organizing a spring outing for the kids. Hikaru, if you have time, You can join us, Teacher Kyoko invited. Oh, can I go too? There's time, of course there's time. Going on a spring outing with the kids must be a lot of fun, Yang Guang said. Hey Hikaru, what brings you here? Yutomen asked as he returned to the office after class and saw Yang Guang. Ah, Yutomen, class is over. I came to find you. I want to discuss something with you, Yang Guang replied. So the two went to a quiet place. Yutomen, I've already learned the 8-part light wheel, but I have some insights I want to share with you, Yang Guang said. Oh, you learned it so quickly? That's impressive. Back in the day, it took me a long time to learn it. Although the 8-part light wheel looks simple, controlling it freely is not an easy task, Yutomen reminisced. I feel that throwing the 8-part light wheel out is easy to dodge, so I think holding it in my hand and slashing at the enemy would be more effective. Yang Guang expressed his thoughts. Huh? Holding in your hand? How can that work? It's spinning. There's no place to grab it. Yutomen denied. The key is in the middle. After forming the 8-part light wheel in your hand, don't rush to throw it out. Control the middle position with your mental power and attach it to your palm, Yang Guang explained. Oh, if that's the case, it really might be possible. Hikaru, you're truly a genius. Yutomen exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it's nothing, just a fleeting inspiration. Yang Guang waved his hand. Until the sun set, both gained something from the conversation. Yang Guang deepened his knowledge and skills about the Land of Light, while Yutomen benefited greatly from Yang Guang's various creative ideas, often exclaiming, I never thought it could be used this way. A few days later, Yutomen and Teacher Kyoko took the kids on a spring outing. And Yang Guang also got on the bus. Do you want some chocolate, Yutomen? Teacher Kyoko asked as she sat next to him. Oh, how happy. Teacher is so happy. The students teased Yutomen and Teacher Kyoko. Haha, all right, I brought a lot of chocolate. Students, come over and get some, Yang Guang said with a smile. Okay, thank you. The kids rushed over as soon as they heard there was food. After a while, everyone finally arrived at the destination of the spring outing, the Shikuzen Stalactite Cave. However, when they arrived, they found that the UGM members were also there. After some inquiries, they learned that someone had called the police to report a monster in the area. The caller was a scholar named Hibino, but it was unknown what relationship he had with Hibino in the future. According to him, 3,000 years ago, Tabura had caused destruction in this area and had captured people to eat. Then a giant of light suddenly appeared, defeated Tabura, and sealed it in the mountain, with a stone tablet as evidence. Everyone listened to him and believed him to some extent. 2 UGM members, along with Scholar Hibino, entered the cave to investigate. After walking for a while, the instruments actually reacted. The UGM members saw the alarm go off on the instruments and realized there really was a monster here. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the 3 saw the monster in the cave, prompting them to quickly escape. Thankfully, all 3 managed to get out safely, and the UGM members hurried to report the situation to headquarters. At that moment, due to the earthquake, cracks appeared in the ground, and unfortunately, Teacher Kyoko fell down. But luckily she wasn't injured, just fainted. Teacher Kyoko, Yutomen shouted. Yutomen, hurry down and rescue Teacher Kyoko, Yang Guang reminded. Oh, okay. Yutomen slid down to wake up Teacher Kyoko, and they pulled her up. At that moment, the monster Tabura emerged from the mountain, starting to wreak havoc. Seeing the kids, it prepared to grab them to eat. Oh wow, waking up to food, Tabura thought. The crowd began to flee, but how could humans outrun a monster? You run. I chase. You can't fly away, Tabura grunted, appearing quite pleased. Yang Guang saw that the crowd was about to be caught by the monster, so he gave Yutomen a look. Yutomen understood, and while no one was paying attention, he turned a corner to a place where everyone couldn't see him. He took out the light stick and transformed into Ultraman Eddie. That look is familiar, Daigo said. As soon as Eddie appeared, he rushed towards Tabura, stopping it from chasing the children. What is this? Get out of my way. Don't interfere with my meal. Tabura roared as it saw someone daring to block it. Tabura resembled a dinosaur, with a tongue that could extend 100 meters to catch humans. Its tail was nearly 80 meters long, capable of striking enemies. Its eyes could also emit powerful destructive beams. Tabura's body was hard, and its strength was formidable. Eddie attacked, but Tabura retaliated with its claws and struck Eddie with its tail, temporarily putting Eddie at a disadvantage. As Tabura knocked Eddie down again, it fired a destructive beam from its eyes. Eddie couldn't dodge and was hit, suffering damage and unable to stand up for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Tabura continued to beat the fallen Eddie, causing Eddie's color timer to flash a red alert. Eddie was in danger again. Seeing this, Yang Guang secretly hid behind a rock and took out the godlight stick to transform into Ultraman Jeed. Ged came up with a kick, sending Tabura, who was still beating Eddie, flying 100 meters away. To be honest, Yang Guang didn't expect Tabura to be able to beat Eddie like this. With Tabra's weight of 30,000 tons, how could Eddie not win? Unable to make sense of it, he decided to stop thinking and stepped forward to confront Tabra. Tabra clawed at Ged with both hands, but Ged blocked the attack with the armor on his arms and retaliated with a punch. Tabra was knocked back and crashed heavily to the ground. Before it could get back up, Ged grabbed its tail and swung it around a few times before throwing it away. Bang! Tabra hit the ground. Aim! Tabra let out a wretched scream. Gato and Eddie attacked Tabura together. A righteous 2-on-1 situation appeared once again. Eddie, eager to avenge the earlier humiliation, fought with extra effort. You think it's fun to hit me, huh? Do you know how embarrassing it is for a man to be humiliated in front of his beloved? Although they don't know I'm Eddie Ultraman, I'm still very unhappy, Eddie exclaimed angrily. Under the combined assault of the two Ultramen, Tabura was powerless to fight back, and soon he was left on the brink of collapse. Finally, Gato unleashed a beam. Bayou. It struck Tabura, shattering him into pieces, bringing complete liberation. Our versatile king, Eddie, once again found himself in a tough spot, saved once more. Great. Reduced to a secondary Ultraman like Digga. Later, the two Ultramen nodded in agreement and flew into the sky. That Sunday, Yang Guang went to the park to practice pull-ups, as consistent exercise is essential. However, this world is not as advanced as the Digga world. People's awareness of fitness is still quite weak, and there aren't many professional gyms. He could only practice on the pull-up bars in the park. After completing 1,000 pull-ups, he was about to rest when he noticed a few children from Sakura Middle School chatting nearby. He ran over and overheard the kids gossiping about Teacher Yashida in a flurry of voices. Teacher Yashida also found it strange, since he was usually quite popular with the kids. It turned out that the children had learned that Yashida was on a date with another beautiful woman. What? Didn't we agree to go on a date? He invited me out and then stood me up. Yashida is truly unforgivable. In fact, Teacher Kyoko had a good impression of Yashida. After he saved her by jumping into a crack, she had already developed feelings for him. Unfortunately, Yashida was not proactive enough, and it was only with the help of the students that they managed to go on a date. It's not like that. Teacher Yashida is not the kind of person you think. He must have something very important to do. Yang Guang interjected from behind. Uncle Hikaru, what are you doing here? But we saw it with our own eyes. Teacher Yashida was picked up by a woman driving a car, the children retorted. Poor Eddie. He hadn't even started dating yet, and now it was all falling apart. What should he do? Yang Guang decided to help Eddie. Hey, kids, do you want ice cream? It's on me, but you have to help me buy a portion for Teacher Kyoko too. As he spoke, Yang Guang pulled out a stack of cash and handed it to the children. More than enough for their errands. When the kids saw so much money, such an opportunity was rare. They grabbed the cash and ran off. Is Teacher Kyoko going on a date with Yashida today? Yang Guang asked. No, I'm just here to have fun with the kids, Teacher Kyoko replied, possibly upset with Yashida, thus denying the date. But Teacher Kyoko, you look so beautiful today. You must be going on a date with someone. In fact, Yang Guang knew that Yashida also liked Teacher Kyoko, but since Yashida had never dated before, he was a bit awkward. Actually, Yashida was a very outstanding person. He not only possessed professional knowledge, but was also an excellent warrior. He dedicated himself to educating the children, hoping to guide them toward the light. For this, he worked day and night, protecting everyone. Yang Guang began to enthusiastically praise Yashida's qualities. Although Yang Guang was speaking the truth to Teacher Kyoko, it sounded like he was making excuses for Yashida, and the more he spoke, the more ridiculous it seemed. It was understandable for Yashida to teach and educate. But how could he be protecting everyone? It seemed that a man's words were just deceitful. Yang Guang noticed Teacher Kyoko's expression and realized she didn't believe him. So he decided to reveal the truth. Actually, Yashida teaches at school during the day and works as a member of UGM at night. He is busy every day for the sake of justice and the people he wants to protect. What, really? Yashida is a member of UGM? Teacher Kyoko was stunned upon hearing this, but thinking of Yashida's brave justice, she felt that what Yang Guang said might be true. This is Yashida's secret. Only the principal knows about it, so don't tell anyone, okay? If you don't believe me, next time you can find an excuse to visit his house to see if he has any UGM equipment. If you ask him, he will definitely deny it. But as a member of UGM, he must have some communication device at home or on him, Yang Guang said. Hearing Yang Guang's serious tone, Teacher Kyoko felt he wasn't lying, so she believed him. She planned to test Yashida one day, as Yang Guang suggested. Ice cream is here. Teacher Kyoko, Uncle Hikaru here. The kids returned with ice cream, and everyone happily started eating. The next day, Teacher Yashida approached Teacher Kyoko and told her he had something to do yesterday, and hoped to continue their date next week to make up for the regret of yesterday. Teacher Kyoko decided to give Yashida another chance and agreed to his date request. However, unfortunately, Yashida became busy in the following days, often standing up Teacher Kyoko, which added complications to their relationship. The reason was that a monster that consumed oil had appeared. The oil monster Gabisharu would become extremely aggressive after consuming oil, causing destruction everywhere. However, by the time UGM mobilized, the monster would burrow underground to escape. A few days later, the monster arrived at Narita Airport to consume oil. Coincidentally, the director sent Teacher Kyoko a match for a blind date and insisted she go to Narita Airport to pick him up. Yashida, knowing the monster was at Narita Airport and worried about Teacher Kyoko's safety, also rushed to the airport. As for how Yashida got there, it was of course Yang Guang who drove him, as Yashida had no transportation. Yang Guang and Yashida arrived at Narita Airport and saw the monster wreaking havoc while the crowd fled in panic. The two began to search for Teacher Kyoko separately. Using his super abilities, Yashida finally found Teacher Kyoko and successfully led her to escape from the airport. Teacher Kyoko, are you okay? It should be safe here. Yashida expressed his concern. Thank you, Teacher Yashida. I was supposed to pick up the blind date arranged by the director, but when that guy saw the monster, he ran away by himself. I'm so disappointed. Just when Teacher Kyoko felt hopeless, Yashida appeared and helped her escape the scene. Hey, are you guys okay? Yang Guang arrived in his car. We're fine. We managed to escape quickly, Yashida replied, seeing the monster breathing fire and causing destruction while the crowd suffered. Yashida couldn't bear it and decided to transform into Eddie Ultraman to deal with the monster. Hikaru, I'll leave Teacher Kyoko to you, he said as he started to run towards the monster, but Yang Guang pulled him back. What silly talk is this? A man should protect the woman he loves. As for the others, I'll handle that. Get in my car. I'll take Teacher Kyoko away first. I can run fast on my own. It's no problem, Yang Guang insisted, pushing Yashida next to Teacher Kyoko and winking at him before running off in another direction. Hikaru, Yashida and Teacher Kyoko exclaimed. Yang Guang turned a corner and found a secluded spot, pulling out the godlight stick to transform into Gato Ultraman. Gate saw the monster and recalled its data and abilities. The monster was named Gabby here, and it fed on oil. It stood 58 meters tall and weighed 33,000 tons. Its tongue was 200 meters long, used for sucking up oil, and could also be used to bind enemies. It could also breathe high-temperature flames to attack foes. In Gade's eyes, this monster was nothing, a bottom-tier existence even in the world of Diga. When Gabby here saw the giant appear, it charged forward to attack. Gade also advanced to meet it. Gabby here swung its arm to attack Gade, but Gade swatted away the monster's attacking arm and delivered a punch that knocked Gabby here to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Gade moved in, lifted Gabby here, and slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! A loud crash, followed by the monster's agonized scream, "Aang." This scene was reminiscent of Uncle Zombie, where the ancestor crushes the royal zombie after possessing the body, an overwhelming defeat. Gabby here stood up, shocked and scared, not daring to approach anymore, trembling as it backed away. Then it remembered it could breathe fire, so it aimed at Gade and unleashed flames. Guard dodged quickly. Gabby Hill continued to breathe fire, but Guard kept evading. After all, the speed of the flames was too slow to hit Guard, but the ground was catching fire everywhere. Gid saw that this wasn't working, so he jumped and kicked Gabby here to the ground. Then he concentrated an 8-point light wheel in his right hand and swung it at the monster. After being sliced by the 8-point light wheel several times, Gabby here sustained multiple wounds and even lost an arm. As Gabby here struggled to stand and lost the ability to resist, Gid fired a beam that shattered Gabby here into pieces. This crisis was easily resolved. Meanwhile, our hero Yada Takashi gained the affection of Teacher Kyoko once again through this incident. With the monster eliminated, they finally had free time to date normally. Not long after, the two officially started dating. During the following time, Yada Takashi became the happiest person in the entire school. Ever since he got a girlfriend, he felt particularly motivated and full of energy every day. He even occasionally shared sweet moments with Teacher Kyoko in front of everyone. The director of education was infuriated every time he saw Yada Takashi. On the other hand, Comrade Yang Guang had a rough time. Every time he visited, he was fed a mouthful of dog food. So he decided to stop visiting Yada Takashi and planned to retreat for a while. Yang Guang then bought an abandoned warehouse and renovated it. He divided it into several areas: a training area for combat, a space for exercising equipment, living quarters, a storage room for miscellaneous items, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Of course, there was also a doghouse. This was Yang Guang's first home in Sakura Country. After simple renovations, Yang Guang moved in and began his training mode. He first jogged around the entire area to warm up. After warming up, he started practicing Tai Chi. Once he finished Tai Chi, he moved on to weight training and equipment practice. After finishing the equipment workout, he stretched, and thus his morning training came to an end. After lunch, he began to digest the food, using the energy from within his body and recover from the fatigue of the morning workout. In the afternoon, he practiced his combat skills. Combining the fighting techniques he learned from Ultraman Eddie with his own to develop even more powerful close combat techniques. The afternoon passed like this, and after dinner, he took Eddie out for a walk before going to bed. Such a fulfilling day came to an end. In these productive days, his strength began to slowly improve. And before he knew it, a month and a half had passed. During this time, many events occurred and many monsters appeared. However, Yang Guang focused on training to improve himself and did not help Ultraman Eddie. Fortunately, Ultraman Eddie proved to be an excellent graduate from the Land of Light, having received education for thousands of years, and was a truly outstanding warrior, much stronger than Dagu, a human. It's not that Diga is inferior to Eddie. Rather, Dagu is not Diga's true form and cannot exert 100% of Diga's power. The crises caused by monsters on Earth were resolved one by one through the efforts of humans and Ultraman Eddie. The first to appear was Zilra, which was originally an elephant from a zoo, but transformed into a monster after accidentally consuming the cosmic creature Jackie. Its appearance was a combination of an elephant and a conch shell. Jackie was actually Aluma's pet. Aluma was a good friend who grew up with Ultraman Eddie. Known for her mischievous nature, she is a naughty yet kind-hearted alien. Now a planetary investigator, she came to Earth to determine whether humans are worth existing. During her investigation, Aluma's pet Jackie absorbed too much negative energy and became violent, merging with the zoo elephant to become the monster Zilra. Thus, Yada Takashi transformed into Eddie, entered Zilra's body, and used a beam to restore Jackie to normal. Finally, Jackie returned to Aluma. After Eddie exited Zilra's body, he also returned Zilra to normal, transforming it back into an elephant. Thus, this crisis was resolved by Ultraman Eddie. Aluma realized that despite having various flaws, humans also possess brightness within and can reflect on themselves. So, she took Jackie back to space. As for whether Aluma is an Ultraman, she probably is, given that she grew up with Eddie, indicating she also lived in the Land of Light. Although there hasn't been a precise statement from the official sources. Aluma's cartoon Ultraman image has appeared in special effects magazines. A few days later, the gas monster Maidan appeared. It is a monster that feeds on and grows by consuming natural gas. At the natural gas storage base in the East China Sea, staff discovered that a pipeline was blocked and found a massive egg upon inspection. Maidan broke out of the egg and fled into the base, destroying the natural gas pipelines to consume natural gas. Within a single night, Maidan grew to the same size as a human. The base staff reported the situation to UGM, prompting Yada Takashi and a few team members to respond. To safely eliminate the monster, UGM members decided to shut off the main gas valve and then use small gas canisters to release natural gas, luring Maidan away from the gas storage base to the seaside for elimination. However, Maidan possessed remarkable regeneration abilities. After being blown apart, its body fragments scattered everywhere, one of which was picked up by team member Harada. This fragment looked like a beautiful shell, so it was given to Emiko Shirogane, who carried it with her. However, Maidan used this body fragment to resurrect and secretly approached the underground gas pipeline of the UGM facilities, absorbing a large amount of natural gas through the pipeline before rampaging through the gas pipelines in downtown Tokyo. Captain Uyama had team member Harada and team member Shirogane analyze Maidan's cellular fragments to learn about its physical structure. It turned out that Maidan fed on natural gas and could grow up to 60 meters tall, meaning its body was filled with combustible gas. And even a small spark could trigger a massive explosion. However, the explosion could not kill Maidan since it could resurrect using its fragments. As such, they were unable to effectively deal with Maidan. Captain Uyama ordered the research department to create a new type of weapon, a freezing beam bomb. They planned to freeze Maidan with ultra-low temperatures and then send it to space for detonation. At this point, Maidan had absorbed a large amount of natural gas from the underground pipelines in the city and had grown to 60 meters, emerging on the surface to continue consuming natural gas. Due to concerns over a potential explosion, UGM dared not attack and could only watch as Maidan continued to consume natural gas while waiting for the research department to finish the freezing weapon. However, just as Maidan was consuming natural gas, a thunderstorm began. To prevent Maidan from triggering a massive explosion if struck by lightning, team member Harada, disregarding his own safety, piloted a fighter jet to act as a lightning rod, deflecting several strikes. Eventually, the fighter jet could not hold out, and, as it was about to crash, Yada Takashi transformed into Ultraman Eddie and saved Harada's jet. Then, Eddie used his body as a lightning rod to attract the lightning. However, monsters are monsters. Instead of showing appreciation, Maidan released toxic gas to attack Eddie. Eddie suffered from both the lightning and toxic gas, and before long, the colorful timer on his chest began to sound a red alert. Fortunately, the research department completed the freezing bomb, and Captain Uyama piloted a fighter jet to arrive and fired the freezing beam bomb, turning Maidan into an ice block. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Eddie lifted Maidan and flew into space, then unleashed a Sakushiyam beam to shatter Maidan into pieces. Thus, with the joint efforts of humans and Ultraman Eddie, the crisis brought by the gas monster Maidan was resolved. The third monster to appear was the lava monster Gura. One day, UGM's radar detected a meteorite falling into the Asada Mountain volcano, but when they dispatched fighter jets to search for it, they could not find it. So UGM decided to ignore it. After all, it's just a meteorite. In fact, this meteorite is not a simple, ordinary meteorite, but a creature called GRA, which belongs to the monster species from the planet Bibros. The Bibrosians attempted to turn Earth into their frontline base for conquering the universe. So they sent GRA in the form of a monster egg to Earth, hiding it in a volcanic crater. The monster GRA strengthens itself by absorbing the volcanic energy. However, as GRA continuously absorbs energy, its power increases, and it begins to be detected by UGM's radar. Thus, Yada Takashi noticed the anomaly and went to investigate. At this point, GRA had finished absorbing energy and hatched. Yada then transformed into Ultraman Eddie to battle it. However, GRA has the formidable title of Cosmic Warrior, and is a weapon prepared by the Bibrosians to kill Ultraman Eddie, boasting tremendous combat power with fighting and beam skills on par with Ultraman warriors. It can release lava beams at 30,000 degrees Celsius, with destructive power equivalent to Eddie's Ultra Shot. Its skin also possesses strong defensive capabilities. However, the Bibrosians were somewhat overconfident. After all, Ultraman Eddie is an excellent graduate of the Land of Light, known as the All-Powerful King. The Shikurian beam has immense power, with temperatures exceeding 500,000 degrees. There's also the even more powerful Kudai beam. GRA may be comparable to ordinary Ultraman warriors, but that does not mean it has the ability to kill Ultraman Eddie. After a fierce battle, Eddie lived up to expectations and successfully defeated GRA, shattering the Bibrosians' ambitions. Seeing that things were not going their way, the Bibrosians had no choice but to flee Earth in their spaceship. It is believed that they will not dare to invade Earth again until they find a stronger monster. Although Ultraman Eddie once again helped humanity overcome a crisis, there are still many evil aliens in the universe, and they are now eyeing Earth covetously. During this time, indeed, there were more aliens attempting to invade Earth. With Ultraman Eddie's help, humanity overcame several crises. First was Salamandra, a monster controlled by the Gorgon aliens who attempted to invade Earth. It can continuously launch missiles from its mouth and spray flames of 1300 C from its nose. Moreover, it is covered with tough scales that can deflect missiles and lasers, especially the skin on its head and back, which is extremely hard. The attacks from UGM and the Earth Defense Forces fighter jets could not cause any damage. UGM discovered through scanning that Salamandra's throat was its biggest weakness. Therefore, Yada flew a fighter jet to attract Salamandra's attention, and then Captain Oyama used a laser beam to hit its throat, defeating it. Later, Gorgon aliens merged with the cell fragments of Salamandra to revive it, allowing it to continue its destruction. UGM continued to use the previous tactic, preparing to attack the monster's throat. However, this time the monster was not fooled and took tight precautions to protect its throat, preventing UGM from hitting its weak point. It also seized Captain Oyama's fighter jet and threw it at Yada's fighter jet, causing both planes to collide and explode. Fortunately, Yada transformed into Ultraman Eddie in time to save Captain Oyama. Subsequently, Eddie fought against it, but although Salamandra had high defense, its combat power was average, and it was soon defeated by Eddie. In the end, with a Shikurian beam, Eddie rendered it unable to fight. Eddie then used his I-beam to burn the cells of Salamandra, preventing it from regenerating. Next appeared the telekinetic monster Zaldin. This was a cruel, carnivorous monster that enjoyed eating humans. It could use powerful psychic abilities to teleport, moving humans to its side and then hypnotizing them with its strong telekinesis, putting them in a dazed state. By consuming humans, it could enhance its psychic and physical strength. It had been causing chaos across Europe, attacking humans multiple times, and the European UGM had engaged it in battle several times. Now it had made its way to Japan, hiding in an inconspicuous warehouse to sleep, while using its teleportation ability to continuously abduct large numbers of humans, preparing them as food for when it woke up. The new director Ito found Zaldan's location through instruments and, along with Yada, slowly transferred the abducted humans to safety. However, due to team member Harada mistakenly believing director Ito was an alien, he accidentally woke Zaldan up. Zaldan woke up to find that the humans it had moved were being rescued. Furious, it began to wreak havoc on the city to vent its anger. UGM deployed fighter jets to confront the monster. However, UGM's firepower could not inflict much damage on the monster, and instead, the destructive beams emitted by the monster shot down the UGM fighter jets. Seeing that UGM could not handle the monster, Yada transformed into Ultraman Eddie to engage it. Zaldan's close combat ability was not strong. It was only on the receiving end of Eddie's attacks. After Eddie knocked Zaldan down with a flurry of punches and kicks, he used the Ultra Double Light arrow to sever Zaldan's horn from which it launched its beams, severely injuring Zaldan. Hikaru told me that for horn monsters, one must first break their horns to render them powerless. Eddie gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Daigo sent his approval from another world. This is the consequence of your cannibalism. Seeing Zaldan temporarily lose its combat ability, Eddie used the Shikurium beam to eliminate this man-eating monster. The third appearance was the experimental monster Mew. Originally, it was a gentle creature that could only grow to about 60 centimeters. It was discovered by UGM's public relations officer, Sarah, during a cosmic patrol in a monster graveyard. At that time, Mew was on the brink of death, so out of sympathy, Sarah brought it back to Earth. Captain Oyama decided to take Mew to the Universe Biological Research Institute of team member Chijino's father, Dr. Chijino, for treatment. With the meticulous care of team member Emiko Chijino, Mew gradually recovered. Thus, it formed a deep bond with team member Chijino. However, Dr. Nakagawa had his sights set on Mew. He was a mad and ambitious scholar obsessed with gigantifying alien creatures and domesticating them as livestock. This experiment was rejected by Dr. Chijino due to its incompleteness. But Nakagawa secretly stole Mew and began conducting experiments on it. Under the influence of drugs and electrical stimulation, Mew rapidly grew to a height of 2 meters. Dr. Nakagawa continued the experiments, ultimately transforming Mew into a colossal creature weighing 49,000 tons and measuring 56 meters. Moreover, due to the side effects of the experiments, Mew's personality became violent, trampling Dr. Nakagawa to death and starting to wreak havoc in the city. UGM discovered the monster through radar and dispatched fighter jets to attack Mew. Since Mew was afraid of flames, UGM used flame beams against it. However, after becoming violent, Mew was unharmed by the flames. Mew emitted beams from its eyes, shooting down UGM's fighter jets. Thus, Yada transformed into Ultraman Eddie to battle Mew. Although Mew had powerful physical strength and destructive beams due to the experiments, it was no match for Ultraman Eddie, who quickly gained the upper hand. Eddie knew that Mew was not at fault. It was the inhumane experiments of Dr. Nakagawa that had turned Mew into this. Therefore, Eddie used the ultra-shrinking ray to return Mew to its original small animal form and sent it back to the universe. The fourth appearance was the mind-controlling monster Debulon. It had previously destroyed multiple planets, earning it the title of the Cosmic Devil. Debulon uses psychic abilities to massively control surrounding creatures, unleashing their inner malice and causing them to attack each other, ultimately leading to self-destruction. A long time ago, friendly aliens from Luria captured Debulon at great cost and sealed him in a crystal cage made of special materials, exiling him into space. After drifting for countless years, the crystal imprisoning Debulon floated into the solar system and was discovered by a cosmic probe from Earth, which brought it back to Earth. Ignorant experts on Earth mistakenly believed this crystal to be a natural cosmic product, so they displayed it at the Science and Technology Museum in Tokyo's S2 area, naming it the Art of Snow. At this time, UGM radar detected ultrasonic waves that had never been seen on Earth. An investigation revealed that these waves were emitted from the Art of Snow. Captain Oyama dispatched personnel to investigate, and when team member Yoshino used an infrared scan, it unexpectedly caused the Art of Snow to disintegrate, breaking the seal and allowing Debulon to escape in gaseous form. then possessing the body of Imiko and knocking Yada unconscious. Subsequently, Debulon went to the city and used his psychic abilities to control the citizens, inciting riots. UGM members struggled to take action against Debulon, who had possessed Imiko, but the Earth Defense Force launched attacks without hesitation. However, human weapons were unable to harm the cosmic demon Debulon. Seeing humanity's counterattack, Debulon grew in size and began to destroy the city while also using his psychic abilities to control other UGM members. Yada had no choice but to transform into Ultraman Eddie and engage Debulon in battle. However, due to concerns for Yoshino's safety and continuous disturbances from other UGM members, Eddie found himself in a tough fight, getting beaten down by Debulon. Suddenly, Yoshino's consciousness temporarily suppressed Debulon, giving Eddie a chance to catch his breath. Yoshino requested Eddie to eliminate her along with the monster. But how could Eddie bring himself to do that? In hesitation, he suddenly recalled the method used by the Lurians and executed a bear chokehold to tightly constrict Debulon's neck, stopping his breathing. Debulon struggled to breathe and then possessed Eddie's body, attempting to control Ultraman Eddie. As an Ultraman, Eddie also possessed powerful psychic abilities, and after a struggle of consciousness, he suppressed Debulon's awareness and took the opportunity to fly into space, releasing Debulon. During Debulon's escape, Eddie unleashed his finishing move, the Shikurium Ray, to eliminate him. This incident teaches us that one should not carelessly pick up things from the universe if one does. They should not be careless and must at least study and analyze thoroughly before making arrangements. Once again, do not listen to the so-called experts. Fast forward to late July. After a month and a half of intense training, Yang Guang decided to go out and relax. He planned to experience the scenery of this era and take a vacation at Tidewind Island. Coincidentally, on this day, the monster satellite orbiting Earth detected an abnormal signal from Tidewind Island, and the UGM team prepared to investigate. However, the deputy of the Earth Defense Force deemed it unnecessary. Still, Captain Oyama was not reassured, so he secretly instructed Director Ito to investigate under the guise of a vacation. Yang Guang arranged his room, took his dog for a walk to familiarize himself with the environment, then returned for dinner, after which he rested, preparing to have fun the next day. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Guang and his dog went out for a stroll and saw a man with equipment seemingly searching for something, accompanied by a woman. Yang Guang immediately recognized that the woman was not from Earth. The man was Director Ito, whom Yang Guang had not met before as he had been training in isolation. The woman was Ito's fiancée, Hashizawa. Hey, hello. Everyone is on vacation. Why do you seem to be working? Yang Guang greeted as he approached with his dog. Ah, who are you? The man, seeing the tall and strong young man with an exaggerated military dog, did not recognize him and asked, Oh, I'm Yang Guang. Just call me Guang. You must know Yada. I'm his friend. How has he been? I haven't contacted him in a while, Yang Guang asked while extending his hand. Ah, hello, I'm Ito. I didn't expect you to be Yada's friend. Ito also extended his hand to shake Yang Guang's. Oh, who is this? Yang Guang pointed at the woman and asked. Hello, I'm Ito's fiancé. My name is Hashizawa. The woman replied happily. Oh, Miss Hashizawa. Hello, Yang Guang greeted politely. Is there anything unusual on this island? Yang Guang continued to ask Ito. Nothing unusual has been found yet, Ito replied. After chatting for a while, Ito prepared to continue searching, saying to Yang Guang, Hikari, since you're here on vacation, you should enjoy yourself. I have things to do, we can talk another day. Oh, I actually have nothing much to do. Why don't I join you? Look, this is Getty, he's a pro at finding prey, right, Getty? Yang Guang patted the dog's head and said, thinking it was a good opportunity to relax and perhaps practice if they found a monster. Yang Guang decided to search Tidewind Island with Ito and the others. The three of them and the dog arrived at the 7th area of the island and suddenly saw a large amount of white mist emerging from a cave ahead. And Ito's equipment began to sound alarms. Ito prepared to go inside to check. Wait, that mist seems suspicious. We'd better not enter recklessly. Yang Guang grabbed Ito. Don't worry. Hikari, I'm a professional, Ito said. But you're just an ordinary person. Yang Guang thought to himself. Then I'll go in with you, Yang Guang said. Seeing the tall and strong Yang Guang, Ito thought he wouldn't hold him back and agreed. So the two men and the dog entered the cave. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards Ito from the mist, and Yang Guang tackled Ito down. There's a problem. Let's retreat. Yang Guang suggested. Yes. Seeing the attack and realizing he wasn't in gear, Ito quickly agreed and they retreated outside. Once outside, the thick mist began to spread, and people inhaling the mist started to move as if controlled, heading in a particular direction. The three of them and the dog followed the crowd and arrived at a cave. Suddenly, several tentacles extended from the cave, attaching themselves to the necks of the control people and starting to drain their blood. Ito's detection equipment also sounded alarms, indicating that there was a monster inside. This mist must be toxic and can control humans. We must not get close. Yang Guang said, "Let's go back and report this to headquarters." Ito said. So, they went to a safe place, and Ito reported the situation to headquarters. Captain Oyama dispatched other team members to investigate. "Hey, Yada." Yang Guang saw other UGM members arriving and went over to greet them. "Oh, Hikari, what are you doing here?" Yada asked. "Oh, I was originally here on vacation, but I ran into Ito searching for something, so I helped him out," Yang Guang replied. "The monster is in that cave. It's controlling the crowd with mist and then draining their blood," Ito said. "What should we do?" A team member asked. "First, evacuate the crowd, then blow up the cave," Ito said. Then everyone sprang into action. Boom! After a loud explosion, the cave was destroyed, which naturally provoked the anger of the monsters inside. Rocks collapsed, and the ground shook. A monster emerged from the mountain. It was the blood-sucking monster Chimera. Chimera came from the universe and had a violent temperament. Standing 59 meters tall and weighing 52,000 tons, it possessed multiple abilities and was very difficult to deal with. First, it could emit a monster transformation ray, which was Chimera's special ability. This ray could trigger severe structural mutations in the cellular tissues of living organisms, causing humans or other creatures to mutate into giant monsters. Moreover, this mutation would only be undone upon the death of the organism. Chimera could also spit out two types of special gases. One was a hypnotic mist that paralyzed human cognitive abilities. Those who inhaled the mist would fall into a dazed state under the hypnotic control of Chimera, allowing it to suck their blood at will. The other was a deadly poisonous gas, which also had explosive properties and was very powerful. Chimera's tongue could extend a long distance. It could be used to suck human blood and also to attack distant targets. Once it wrapped around an enemy, it could release high-voltage electricity, causing great suffering. Chimera's head also had a sharp horn that, when charged with energy, had powerful piercing capabilities to penetrate the enemy's body. It could also unleash a powerful electric ray for long-range attacks. With so many abilities, it also possessed tremendous brute strength. Its massive tail could be used like a whip to strike enemies. It seemed to have no weaknesses. No doubt about it. Chimera's power was set to far exceed that of Ultraman Eddie. Roar. With a roar from Chimera, the sea churned, and another monster appeared. This was the octopus monster Darren, transformed by Chimera's monster transformation ray, serving as Chimera's bodyguard. Although it was an aquatic creature, it could also move on land. Darren stood 53 meters tall and weighed 48,000 tons. It had many tentacles that could be used to strike and bind enemies, and it could also release high-voltage electricity, making it a powerful monster as well. Upon seeing the two monsters, everyone quickly pulled out their laser pistols and began to attack. Unfortunately, the power of the laser pistols was negligible against the monsters and could not harm them. At this moment, the Air Force of the Earth Defense Force arrived and launched a fierce barrage of firepower at the two monsters. Unfortunately, not only did they fail to harm the monsters, but they were also completely destroyed by the deadly gas spewed out by Chimera. The Earth Defense Force was annihilated. Roar. Owl. Seeing their enemies eliminated, Chimera and Darren let out victorious roars. A laugh at these brainless humans. With such little power, they dare to disturb my peaceful, blood-sucking life, thought Chimera. Yang Guang and Ya exchanged a fierce glance, understanding each other's intent, nodded to each other, and ran to a secluded corner, each pulling out their transformation devices to transform into Ultraman. The dog should not fall behind, and also transform to fight alongside Gaidi. Chimera was initially quite arrogant, after all. It had two gigantic companions. Dealing with some humans was like trampling them at will. Unexpectedly, just after eliminating the annoying planes in the sky, after letting out a roar and expressing a bit of sentiment, three enemies appeared before it. Two Ultramen and one, a monster with a colorful timer on its chest. How rare. Eddie, that octopus-headed monster is yours. I'll take care of Chimera, Gaidi said to Eddie. Gaidi, let's go. Gaidi pointed at Chimera and shouted. With a whoosh, Gaidi rushed towards Chimera. Gaidi is 53 meters tall and weighs 48,000 tons. It is said to have the same arm strength as the evil Digga and is an ultra-ancient Kamena monster. Originally, Gaidi was a battle partner of Ged. Although Gaidi transforms from a dog, Kamenu actually means stone lion, referring to the stone lions typically placed at the entrance of gates. Those without horns are called lions, while those with horns are called Kamenu, which later became a collective term for both. As for whether it belongs to the canine family, the author is also unsure. And it doesn't matter here, as it doesn't affect the reading. After all, there are lion dogs in the canyon, so let's just consider Gady as a lion dog. Gady, listen to me. I really will thank you. Gady is fast and has decent strength. He immediately grabbed Chimera's arm. Gade also rushed up. Seeing Chimera being bitten on the arm, he kicked Chimera, causing it to stagger backward. That's right, Chimera's strength is indeed greater than Eddie's. But it may not be stronger than Gade's. Their strengths should be roughly similar. However, as a dinosaur-type monster, Chimera is a bit less agile. Gade took the opportunity to continue his attack, preparing to chop off Chimera's sharp horn with his hand. However, Chimera was not an easy opponent and used one of its arms to block Gade's attack. Seizing the chance, Gade grabbed Chimera's arm and delivered several kicks to its abdomen, causing Chimera to howl in pain. As a dinosaur-shaped monster, Chimera could attack forward and backward but not sideways, which was different from a humanoid's physiological structure. Therefore, when its arms were restrained by Gady and Gade, it could only endure Gade's kicks in the middle. However, Gady's strength was not as great as Chimera's, and Chimera, enduring the pain, managed to shake Gady off and then swung its claws at Gade. Gade remained calm, raising his left arm to block, while his right fist struck Chimera's cheek. This hit sent Chimera moving sideways to the left, and Gade followed up with a kick, knocking Chimera to the ground. Chimera roared in anger, as he had rarely encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat since his debut. You two old sixes, if you have the ability, face me one-on-one. Gade and Gady, taking advantage of Chimera not being up yet, prepared to beat the fallen dog, but Chimera sprayed a deadly gas from its mouth, forcing Aoyo and the dog to retreat. Gade jumped back several hundred meters, gathering an energy blast in his right hand and throwing it at Chimera's head, causing Chimera to become dizzy. But who can't do a ranged attack like that? Gade was ready to charge forward, but then saw Chimera turn and run away. Chimera turned and charged towards Eddie, who was still entangled with Darren. Eddie couldn't dodge in time and was knocked into the air by Chimera, crashing heavily to the ground. This Chimera is quite clever, knowing to pick on the weak. Eddie, are you okay? Gade rushed over to help Eddie up. The two sides continued to confront each other, but a standoff was surely disadvantageous for Ultraman, as the transformation time on Earth is limited. So, Gade and Eddie charged at Chimera and Darren. Chimera, what are you? A beanbag? 2 Gade and 2 Eddie? How did it become 4 people? The author explained. Gade and Gady, that's 2 Gade. Eddie and Gady, that's 2 Eddie. Chimera, all right, if you want to count it that way. Did your math teacher teach you sports? Chimera roared and controlled Darren to go towards Gade, while it itself headed towards Eddie. Oh, no wonder it can hide and secretly suck blood. Not only is it powerful, but also smart. Jeet against Dalong. That's not a challenge at all. Jeet's strength is greater than Dalong's when on land. After all, you're just an octopus monster that can't run fast on land. Jeet swiftly bit Dalong's tentacle and then used his powerful arms to strike Dalong. Jeet rushed forward with a kick, sending Dalong flying hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground. Awesome. With a dog helping hold me back, it's so much easier to fight. The enemy finds it hard to defend. Just like that, Dalong began to suffer inhumanely. In less than a minute, he had been knocked down multiple times, and several of his tentacles were bitten off. It's truly a miserable sight. This time, Dalong was once again bitten by Jeet, who prepared to attack again. However, Dalong released a high-voltage electric shock, stunning Jeet on the ground, and then began to lash out at him. The dog got careless for a moment and was yelping in pain. Dalong, let you bite me. Let you bite me. Who would have thought that an octopus could actually electrocute? Jeet was able to see his dog being beaten, so he stepped forward and kicked Darren down. Then he put Gady into the colorful timer. Jeet, come back, Pikachu Gady, you've done a great job. Gade charged at Darren, who swung a whip at him. Gade grabbed it with his hand and forcefully yanked it, causing Darren to lose his balance and stumble forward. Gade then kicked out, toppling Darren to the ground. Gade pursued the victory, launching a flurry of attacks while riding on Darren. Darren unleashed a high-voltage shock, causing Gade to stiffen momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Darren flipped Gade off him. The electric shock didn't harm Gade much, and he quickly recovered. Looking at the standing Darren, Gade leaped into the air and executed a flying kick like Leo, descending from above and blasting Darren. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was also one-sided. But this time, it was Eddie being overwhelmed. Eddie charged into attack, only to be completely blocked by Chimera, who then knocked him to the ground with a single claw. Wow, what kind of strength is this? Eddie was shocked at that moment. Next, relying on his agility, Eddie managed to hit Chimera multiple times, but Chimera's defense was also high, and Eddie's damage was not significant. On the other hand, Eddie couldn't withstand Chimera's attacks and was often knocked down. Chimera even spewed out a toxic gas to attack Eddie. And soon the colorful timer on Eddie's chest started beeping red alarms. Eddie was in trouble again. Chimera, seizing the advantage, had its sharp horn glowing and charged at Eddie. Fortunately, Eddie exerted all his strength and jumped just in time to dodge the attack. Eddie thought to himself, that was close. I almost got pierced. Seeing its attack miss, Chimera's horn glowed even brighter as it unleashed an electrical beam attack at Eddie. Eddie had already expended a lot of energy and was slow to react, getting hit by the electrical beam. Ugh! Eddie screamed in pain. The colorful timer on his chest emitted an even more urgent sound. At this moment, Gade had defeated Darren and rushed over to help, realizing that Eddie was about to be killed. If Eddie were in space, even if he couldn't defeat Chimera, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. The main issue was the Earth's environment. Ultraman lacked energy absorption and couldn't sustain prolonged combat. As an Ultraman, he possessed many beam skills, but when he couldn't freely use them, his combat power would significantly decline. Gade jumped into the air and kicked Chimera over. Why wasn't a powerful kick like before? Because it had just used a powerful skill, and such skills cannot be used consecutively. However, it resolved Eddie's crisis. Eddie could no longer hold on and disappeared, turning back into his human form. Now Gade and Chimera were facing off. It was one-on-one now. Just a moment ago, you had a dog helping you. But now you don't. Let's see how I can torture you. Chimera was filled with confidence. After all, it had defeated Eddie, and now there was only one Ultraman left. We lost one, and the enemy lost two. This is a big win for us. Gade didn't waste any words with it and directly charged into attack. Wrestling with Chimera, Gade, with his slightly superior agility, continuously struck Chimera, causing Chimera to scream in pain. This isn't right. This old trickster Ultraman, who only knows how to ambush, is actually this strong. Chimera felt deceived inside. Gade didn't care what Chimera was thinking. He seized the opportunity to attack. Once again, he knocked Chimera to the ground. Chimera sprayed a burst of venomous gas at Gade, but he rolled out of the way and gathered an 8-pointed light wheel in his palm, throwing it at Chimera. Chimera wasn't as agile as Gade. Once the dinosaur-like monster was down, it found it difficult to get back up. It was even harder for it to roll and dodge like Gade. Chimera could only use the sharp horn on its head to emit an electric beam to destroy the 8-pointed light wheel. Taking advantage of the moment, Chimera stood up and charged forward while its horn still had energy. Gade obviously wouldn't use his body to block Chimera's sharp horns. With a flip, Gade dodged Chimera's horn charge and got behind it, grabbing its tail. The two had similar strength, and Chimera couldn't break free. Gade held on tightly, trying to throw it off, but it was a bit difficult, so he concentrated again and formed an 8-pointed light wheel, cutting off Chimera's tail. Losing its tail not only deprived Chimera of an attack method, but also affected its balance. It is well known that a dinosaur's tail plays a crucial role in maintaining balance during movement. Without it, they become very awkward. We can't see this when we watch on TV, as those are just actors in costumes. But this is the real world, and monsters are actual living beings. Even if they can defy logic, their actions still need to adhere to certain physiological structures. With its tail gone, Chimera's close combat ability was greatly diminished, and it began to frantically unleash electrical beams from its horns in indiscriminate attacks, like an injured beast. Chimera, am I not just an injured beast right now? At this moment, Gade certainly wouldn't rush in. He waited until Chimera expended a lot of energy and started to pant. Gade leaped to the top of Chimera's head, concentrated energy in his right hand, and then, using the potential energy from his descent, delivered a downward strike, severing Chimera's horn. Roar! Chimera let out a mournful cry. Gade grabbed the opportunity to execute a shoulder throw, slamming it heavily to the ground. Chimera lay on the ground, temporarily losing its combat ability. Then Gade charged up energy and unleashed the Gade Ray. Bayou! Boom! Chimera was blown to pieces. This is what you get for not doing good deeds. This is what happens when you suck the blood of the common people. This is retribution. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Gade's colorful timer also emitted a red alert. This is quite rare. The last time the colorful timer went off was during the last battle. No, it was actually when fighting against Gatangia. I have to say, Chimera is indeed quite troublesome, especially on Earth. Gade transformed back into a human form and arrived at the place where Yamada was unconscious, carrying him on his back before reuniting with the other UGM members. In any case, this time it was a happy ending for everyone. According to the original plot, Ito would turn into a monster, die at the hands of Chimera while saving Eddie. And in the end, Ito's fiancée, Hashizawa, would would sacrifice her life for him, leading to Hashizawa's death and Ito's survival. What a sad love story. Now, with Ito having a week off, they planned to get married in a few days and even invited Yang Guang to attend. After a few days of preparation, Ito and Hashizawa's wedding was held on Tidewind Island, with UGM members and high-ranking officials from the Earth Defense Force coming to congratulate them. Recently, the school entered summer vacation, so Yamada has been working at UGM. At the banquet, Yang Guang and Yamada drank together. Yamada started boasting, saying that a few monsters had appeared during this time, and how brave he was in making the monsters cry for their mothers. Yang Guang teased Yamada, asking when he would marry teacher Kyoko. In fact, Ultramen can marry humans, and their marriages are relatively free. The Land of Light, being a semi-utopian society, has unlimited energy from plasma sparks, no energy crisis, hence peace within the country, and a strong national power, making marriages naturally free. In fact, as long as one does not hold a position, people are free. If one day they want to leave the Land of Light and live on another planet, it's fine. If Ultramen couldn't marry humans, then why would Yamada pursue teacher Kyoko in the TV series? Would he be a scumbag? After attending the wedding, Yang Guang returned to his warehouse to continue training. And 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, a few monsters appeared again, but they were all successfully dealt with by Eddie Ultraman. The first monster was called Gauss. Don't be surprised, it's not Ultraman Gauss, but the monster Gauss. Here's what happened. Just a few days after Ito's wedding with Hashizawa, a cosmic observation satellite discovered a gigantic red planet heading towards Earth. As a result, countries around the world decided to use a planet-destroying missile equipped with powerful nuclear warheads to destroy the red planet. UGM from Sakura Country was selected to participate in this operation. However, there were 4 planets near the explosion site, one of which, Gauss Planet, had living beings. But for the safety of Earth, Gauss Planet had to be sacrificed. After a massive explosion, the red planet was successfully destroyed, but the 4 nearby planets were also affected by the explosion. The monster Gauss mutated due to radioactive energy and became a monster with a violent personality. The monster Gauss flew to Earth to take revenge on humanity out of hatred. Wow. After mutating, it became smarter, realizing it was humanity's doing. The Earth Defense Force mobilized to fight the monster Gauss, but all aircraft were wiped out by Gauss. UGM dispatched fighter jets to continue the battle with Gauss, but they couldn't inflict much damage on the monster. Yamada, seeing Gauss, who had become a monster due to human decision-making errors, couldn't bring himself to destroy it. So he transformed into Eddie Ultraman, used his light to soothe the monster Gauss, and then teleported Gauss to a planet with very similar environmental conditions to Gauss Planet, allowing Gauss to live peacefully there. It is understandable that humanity destroyed the red planet for the safety of Earth, but it would have been better if the plan could have been more considerate to ensure that other lives were not affected. A week later, the second monster appeared. That day, 50 Earth Defense Force members had just completed a year-long mission at the lunar base and were returning to Earth on the spaceship Moon Serenade. As a result, they were attacked midway with no survivors. The attacker was the tumor monster Okirin Paul. The monster then arrived on Earth, scattered across Sakura Country, attacking humans, draining blood, and causing multiple tragedies. The blood it drained was used as nutrients for Okirin Paul to multiply infinitely. UGM's base was also invaded by Okirin Paul, resulting in several staff being harmed, and even team member Taijima fell into a state of near death. As Okirin Paul continued to drain blood, its spheres multiplied. UGM used radar to lock onto the position of the leader sphere and then launched an attack. The leader sphere mobilized all the spheres to merge, revealing the true form of the monster. The Earth Defense Force and UGM dispatched fighter jets to attack, but they were instead destroyed by the rays emitted by the monster, leading to many aircraft losses, including Yamada's fighter jet. Just before it crashed, he transformed into Eddie Ultraman to confront the tumor monster Okirin Paul. Daegu. This way of crashing deserves a thumbs up. Okirin Paul stood 60 meters tall, but only weighed 20,000 tons. Its body was very soft and elastic, and Eddie's punches and kicks couldn't inflict any damage. It could also emit destructive rays. Although its combat power was not high, it was difficult to deal with. In the end, Eddie used his eye ray to hit the monster, burning the cells of its body until only the head remained. The head sphere then fled to space, and Eddie naturally wouldn't let this blood-draining monster escape, chasing after it with another eye ray, completely eliminating Okirin Paul. However, before UGM could rest for a few days, traces of monster destruction appeared around the world, claiming many lives. The Earth Defense Force and UGM were busy again. This time, The monster appeared in the suburbs of Tokyo, causing destruction, and it turned out to be the brutal monster Gamoth. Gamoth stood 60 meters tall and weighed 30,000 tons. Its powerful claws helped it move underground. It could spit out a powerful acidic dissolving liquid that could dissolve reinforced concrete buildings and could instantly dissolve human bodies. The composition of the dissolving liquid was a completely unknown substance different from all acids on Earth, making it impossible to neutralize. Gamoth's surface was covered with a thick, hard skin, providing incredible defense. Its long tail was covered with sharp spikes, which could be launched like missiles, causing significant damage to enemies. Additionally, Gamoth's close combat abilities were also impressive. Its eyes could emit wave-like shockwave rays. However, Gamoth also had a weakness: high-frequency sound waves. Once it heard high-frequency sound waves, it would become weak and slow in movement. As soon as Gamoth appeared, it used the dissolving liquid to destroy the city and slaughter civilians. UGM dispatched fighter jets to engage in battle, but ordinary shells could not harm Gamoth. Therefore, Yamada piloted a fighter jet directly above Gamoth and bombarded it with powerful missiles, wounding it. However, just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, Zagel interfered with Yamada's mind, causing him to miss the opportunity and allowing Gamoth to escape back underground. Zagel came from the L-85 Nebula in the Andromeda Galaxy and was a peace-loving, friendly alien working for the Galactic Federation Police. As for why he wanted to stop Yamada from killing Gamoth, it was because his wife and child had been killed by Gamoth, and he wanted to take revenge himself. For revenge, Zagel had been tracking Gamoth across the universe for 20 years and had now followed it to Earth. Gamoth, having recovered underground, came out to wreak havoc again. This time, Zagel was determined to kill Gamoth himself, so he grew giant and fought Gamoth. Unfortunately, Zagel was somewhat overconfident. Now that he was older, he was no match for Gamoth and was quickly severely injured. Instead of achieving revenge, he ended up getting beaten. In a moment of crisis, Yatta Takashi transforms into Ultraman Eddie and takes over the battle against Gamos. Eddie's offensive is very fierce, and in close combat, Gamos is no match for him. However, Gamos then unleashes a combination attack of corrosive liquid and light, severely injuring Eddie. At a critical moment, Zagarl informs Eddie that Gamos's weakness is high-frequency sound waves. Eddie then spins rapidly and uses ultrasonic wave, successfully disrupting Gamos's movements and weakening him. Eddie then strikes Gamos with a beam strap, successfully eliminating him. Seeing Gamos defeated, Zagarl feels his wish has been fulfilled, but ultimately succumbs to his injuries and passes away peacefully. Eddie then transports Zagarl's body into space. After a few days of peace, today marks the return of the Earth Defense Force's space exploration ship, Space 7, from a mission on Amisa star. Generally, such returns are bound to encounter unexpected events. Sure enough, an Amisa infiltrates the spaceship, originally a cosmic shape-shifting organism living on Amisa star. It parasitically kills all the crew members on the ship to reproduce itself. In the final moments, the captain presses the alarm button to send a distress signal to Earth. The ship, now unmanned, gradually flies toward Earth. UGM receives the signal and dispatches members Ito, Harada, and Yatta Takashi to pilot a spaceship for rescue. Yato, wearing a spacesuit, goes to check and discovers that the personnel on Space 7 have all been parasitized by the shape-shifting organism. He returns to inform Ito and Headquarters. Headquarters decides to send someone into the Space 7 ship to pilot it to a remote area of space away from Earth, and then launch the large interstellar missile, R1, to destroy the ship. For this dangerous mission, Ito decides to go personally. However, Yato, concerned for Ito's safety, ambushes Ito and Harada, intending to enter Space 7 himself and pilot the ship away from Earth. The mission goes smoothly at first, but just as success seems imminent, an Amisa slips into the cockpit, damaging Yatta's spacesuit and preventing him from escaping Space 7. Captain Oyama has no choice but to urgently abort the R1 missile launch. Coincidentally, there is a massive meteorite in the path of Space 7. UGM plans to make the ship make an emergency landing on the meteorite, allowing Ito and the others to rescue Yato. Ultimately, the ship successfully lands on the giant meteorite, and in a critical moment, Yatta transforms into Ultraman Eddie to escape. At the same time, Amisa also merges and grows into a giant shape-shifting monster. Thus, Ultraman Eddie battles Amisa. Amisa's body is very flexible, rendering Eddie's punches and kicks ineffective, and it can also release destructive beams. However, its strength is average. After being injured by Eddie's Ultraman shot, it's eliminated by the Shikushian beam. Before Ito arrives in the spaceship, Yada transforms back into Takashi and successfully returns to Earth. Time flies to September, and school starts again. Yada decides to resign from his teaching position and focus on working at UGM. One day, a huge UFO appears in the sky, announcing that they are the Vantis aliens, with no malice, and are members of the Galactic Federation, hoping that Earth will join them to enter a beautiful era without war and establish a utopian world. They provide documents for Earth to verify. UGM verifies the documents and finds them to be true, with technology and architecture that can be realized. Thus, the human leaders hold a meeting and ultimately decide to join the Galactic Federation. However, the Vantis aliens monitor Yatu and send assassins to kill him, but they fail. After all, Yatu is Ultraman Eddie himself. How could a few aliens possibly kill him? Yata defeats the attackers and discovers they are all androids, taking the remnants back to UGM for research. Later, during the signing ceremony between the Earth Defense Force and the Vantis aliens, Yata uses his X-ray vision to see through that the Vantis aliens are the ones who attacked him. He stands up to stop the signing ceremony, but without immediate evidence. No one believes him, and he ends up being imprisoned. Meanwhile, UGM analyzes the remains of the android assassins and uncovers the true identity of the Vantis aliens. They rush to the location where Yatu is imprisoned. Just as the Vantis aliens arrive at the prison to assassinate Yatu, Ito arrives in time to stop the assassination. It turns out these androids were high-intelligence robots created by the real Vantis aliens for labor purposes. As the Vantis aliens became lazy and playful due to having robots do all the work, the androids felt like slaves. Therefore, the androids revolted, and the Vantis aliens were ultimately exterminated. After taking over Vantis Star, the androids disguised themselves as Vantis aliens to the outside world. These androids despise all biological species and plan to have robots rule the entire universe. They came to Earth pretending to invite humanity, but actually intending to enslave them. Now the conspiracy is revealed. The androids pilot the combat disc robot to launch an attack on Earth, defeating the Earth Defense Force. In the end, Yata transforms into Ultraman Eddie and eliminates the android's combat disc robot. An entity that cannot grow gigantic, relying on high technology, still wishes to dominate the universe. It's simply a frog in a well. They don't even consider that the Land of Light, with its advanced technology, has not developed artificial intelligence. Is it due to insufficient technology? Of course not. It's because artificial intelligence is uncontrollable. After defeating the artificial intelligence, alien invasions follow, and Earth truly faces numerous disasters. Argon, a highly intelligent cosmic monster, along with his companions, sneaks into Earth aboard 2 spaceships, attacking the UGM base. In the battle with UGM, Yata uses the Yata formation to shoot down the spaceship where Argon is located. The Yata formation is a combat formation created by Yatu and Captain Oyama. Yata pilots a fighter jet to search for wreckage in the sky, but finds no signs of extraterrestrial life. In fact, Argon has shapeshifted into a human form, disguising himself as an injured youth to escape the ship. The injured youth is discovered by Purity, a reserve member of the Earth Defense Force. However, Purity is not as innocent as she seems. Although she lacks X-ray vision or any special sight, she sees right through the youth as the invading alien. To secure her position, she decides to conceal the discovery of Argon and plans to lure him into revealing the alien's action plans to achieve great merit. Thus, she hides Argon. Wow, she's an ambitious woman with ideas. Unfortunately, she underestimates the alien. As a cosmic being, Argon's intelligence is naturally high, and from Purity's actions, he realizes that she has uncovered his identity. In an instant, he understands her intentions. He then plays along, pretending to have a change of heart, and reveals false information about an alien attack on Hong Kong to Purity, intending to distract UGM's forces. Purity believes him and reports the alien attack location to Captain Oyama, prompting UGM's fighters to urgently deploy to Hong Kong for assistance. Argon, realizing that his plan has succeeded, laughs heartily. He reveals his true form and grows gigantic, and met up with another spaceship to begin destroying the UGM base. Due to the scattered combat strength, UGM found it difficult to withstand the onslaught of the monsters and the spaceship. Seeing that the base was about to be destroyed, Yata no Megumi transformed into Ultraman Eddie and went into action. He easily destroyed the spaceship with his palm beam and then engaged Argon in a one-on-one duel. Argon is 55 meters tall and weighs 30,000 tons. He can spit out white flame-shaped destructive beams from his mouth. However, his close combat ability is average. Eddie attacked vigorously and managed to suppress Argon. Ultimately, After a thorough beating, Argon lost his combat capability. Eddie defeated Argon with just his palm beam. Isn't peace good? Just a little strength, and you want to invade Earth. Look, you ended up losing your life instead. Although Argon won in a battle of wits against June, his strength was ultimately too weak. With Ultraman's protection, aliens must possess the power to defeat Ultraman to successfully occupy Earth. Otherwise, it's just a free meal. Of course, peace is good. In the following days, UGM members clocked in and out of work, doing simple patrol tasks, but it wasn't too easy. However, it wasn't long before things got easy. One day, while Yada no Megumi and Shiro were piloting a fighter jet for their daily patrol, suddenly, a dimensional gate appeared ahead and sucked the jet in. The two found themselves in a place called the Land of Yomi, where Shiro was mistaken for a princess. After understanding the local situation, they decided to help the people there resist Accusong Mavis. So, they joined forces with the people to infiltrate the castle and successfully rescued the princess. In retaliation, Accusong Mavis unleashed the monster Kyra into the three-dimensional world to wreak havoc. But the princess interfered, causing the teleportation device to malfunction and fail. Kyra appeared outside the capital of the Land of Yomi, grew to a giant size, lost control, and began destroying the capital. Kyra reached a height of 60 meters, but only weighed 20,000 tons. Its skin had good defensive power, able to withstand multiple strikes from Eddie. However, its close combat ability was average. At the same time, it could spit out flames nearly 300,000 degrees hot, which was quite formidable. Many monsters' beams before were only a few tens of thousands of degrees. Seeing Kyra start destroying the castle, Yada no Megumi transformed into Ultraman Eddie to battle it. Kyra was, of course, no match for Eddie and was quickly overwhelmed. Realizing it couldn't win, Kyra spewed high-temperature flames, forcing Eddie to retreat. Once Kyra got tired of spraying flames, Eddie seized the opportunity to use his hula hoop beam to bind Kyra, then unleashed the Shikurium beam to completely eliminate it. Afterward, Eddie took Shiro and left the dimensional space, returning to the original world. These are the events that occurred over the past 2 months, all resolved through the joint efforts of Ultraman, Eddie, and humanity. The time came to October 1st, National Day, but Yang Guang was alone in the land of cherry blossoms, without any festive atmosphere. He decided to end the monotonous exercise and go out for some fresh air. Speaking of which, he had been in Ultraman Eddie's world for nearly 6 months. Initially, he communicated with Ultraman Eddie and gained many light skills and combat techniques from the Land of Light, beginning special training that lasted several months. Now, his strength had increased a bit. The data is as follows. Gaia Ultraman human form. Yang Guang. Main body. Height. 55 meters weight. 52,000 tons grip strength. 110,000 tons wrist strength. 150,000 tons flight speed. 7. 5 Mach running speed. 1. 7 Mach jumping ability. 1,000 meters special move. Gaia Ray, power greater than Dinah's Zypali AO Ray. Gade has nearly exhausted his potential, and unless there are unexpected developments, it will be difficult to enhance his strength in an environment like Earth, which lacks resources and energy. Training has little significance, so it's best to end it. That night, Yang Guang took his dog for a walk and was about to return to rest when he suddenly saw a pile of white foam engulfing a person, leaving only a pile of clothes behind. Yang Guang approached to investigate, and the white foam began to slowly flow towards him. Oh, this thing can move on its own? Yang Guang used his X-ray vision and discovered a shadow of an alien within the foam. Noticing that there was no one around, he decided to launch an energy ball attack. As the Ultraman main body, it's not excessive to use a skill in human form, right? The foam was attacked and then fled. Yang Guang didn't pursue it. He could leave this matter to UGM to investigate. So, he contacted Yagami Takashi and informed him of the situation. Soon, Yang Guang was joined by Yagami Takashi and the members of the City Field team. Aren't you two inseparable? Aren't you afraid Kyoko-sensei will get jealous? After understanding the situation and collecting evidence, Yagami Takashi returned to UGM to analyze it, while Yang Guang went back to rest. In the following days, several cases of missing persons appeared in the city, and UGM's investigation revealed that they were all similar to the situation reported by Yang Guang on that night. UGM then invited Dr. Aoyama for an explanation, and Yagami Takashi noticed that Dr. Aoyama was acting strangely. At that moment, Sarah also brought over a photo to Yagami Takashi, revealing that Dr. Aoyama's shadow was actually a monster. Thus, Yagami Takashi went to Dr. Aoyama's residence alone. Hello, Ultraman Eddie, Dr. Aoyama immediately revealed Yagami Takashi's true identity. What is your purpose on Earth? Alien Arg. Yagami Takashi did not back down and directly stated the other party's identity. After some questioning, Yagami Takashi learned that the Arg aliens had attacked Dr. Aoyama's spaceship when it was returning to Earth and had possessed Dr. Aoyama to infiltrate Earth, intending to use it as their ranch to absorb human intelligence to strengthen themselves. The Arg aliens are survivors from the planet Arg, which turned into a black hole a million years ago. During their drift in the universe, they evolved into a non-corporeal consciousness and became more brutal and cruel. They can absorb the wisdom of other beings, allowing them to evolve into higher life forms. The foam was their spacesuit, enabling them to move in space and also allowing them to attack humans throughout the city via the sewer system at night. The humans who were attacked did not die but were under mental control. Knowing the Arg aliens' conspiracy, Yagami Takashi would not let them succeed and prepared to act to stop them. Unfortunately, the Arg alien struck first, trapping him in a special barrier device, preventing him from transforming. Seeing that he had resolved Yagami Takashi's problem, the Arg alien believed that no one could stop their march to dominate Earth. Thus, it grew giant and began to wreak havoc in the city. Gaia, when I don't exist. Actually, it's Dr. Aoyama who just returned, unaware that there are two Ultramen on Earth. The Algor star being, after enlarging, stands 45 meters tall and weighs 60,000 tons, making a short but stout heavyweight. It is entirely red, with tentacles on its back resembling coral reefs, which can launch missiles to attack enemies. It can emit destructive red beams from its eyes and spray dissolving foam from its mouth. With many methods at its disposal, it is indeed a tough opponent. The UGM radar detects the monster, and fighter jets are dispatched to engage it, but unfortunately, they are shot down one by the Algor star being's eye beams, which makes it burst into proud laughter. Algor, my proud laughter, watching the mundane world without aging. Yang Guang watches the battle from the rooftop of a tall building. Seeing that UGM has failed, Yadi Meng has not yet transformed into Ultraman Eddie. What's going on? Has Yadi Meng encountered an accident? Yang Guang wonders. Forget it. I can't wait for Yadi Meng. The monster is still destroying the city. So he pulls out the godlight stick and transforms into Ultraman Gaia to make his appearance. Ged came in with a flying kick, knocking the overconfident Algorian down to the ground. Algorian, whose foot is this so powerful? As the Algorian got up and saw another Ultraman appear, he was utterly shocked. Wow, I just trapped one, and now there's another one. No matter what, no one can stop me from ruling the Earth, the Algorian declared boldly. He then launched an attack on Ged, who, of course, did not back down and stepped forward to engage in battle. A true man must face it head-on. As soon as they clashed, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, with the Algorian unable to fight back and being knocked down several times by Ged in less than a minute. At this point, the Algorian realized that he was no match for Ged in close combat. So, he sprayed dissolving foam at the charging Ged. Ged was charging forward and couldn't dodge, so he raised his arms to shield his face. Regardless, Ged had armor on his wrists. He rushed in front of the Algian and delivered a powerful kick. At this moment, he could only attack with his legs since his arms were used for defense against the foam. With one kick, he knocked the Algian to the ground and took the opportunity to quickly use a beam of light to clean off the foam from his body. Gade stepped forward again to attack the Argonian who was still on the ground and hadn't recovered yet. But unexpectedly, the Argonian pretended to be dead. Taking advantage of Gade's approach, countless missiles were launched from the coral-like tentacles on its back. Gade was caught off guard and got hit in the face by a missile. Gade, oh my, I was careless and didn't dodge. Next time I encounter someone playing dead, I should just attack with an energy blast. But fortunately, these missiles aren't very powerful. They're about the same as the attacks launched by UGM's fighter jets. As we all know, the attacks from UGM's fighter jets, while not completely ineffective, can only be described as making a lot of noise. So, aside from being startled and having his face blackened, Gade was almost unharmed. The Algorian, knowing the ambush was successful, happily got up, only to see Gade staring at him. Dash? Algorian. Oh, what? You're okay? However, what awaited him was a fist bigger than a car. Bang! The Algorian was knocked down again, and Gade took the opportunity to mount him and unleash a flurry of punches on the Algorian's head, like Wu's song fighting the tiger. Bang, 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 bang. Before long, the Algorian was beaten to the brink of death. To be honest, the Algorian's combat power is not just this. If he had encountered Eddie, there might have been a fierce battle, but unfortunately, he ran into Gade. Wanting to dominate Earth and treat humans like chickens to eat. How could I allow you to survive? Ged leaped up, charging a Ged beam in midair, and killed the Algorian. The Algorian's corpse dissolved into a pile of foam and disappeared. Just as the battle ended, Yateman finally broke free from the trap device. Yateman, hey, I'm finally free. Afterwards, those humans controlled by the Algorians were also rescued. A few days later, many meteor showers suddenly appeared in the sky. However, the Meteorological Bureau did not report any meteor showers. Along with the meteor showers, meteors fell to the ground, damaging many houses and causing panic among the people. Thus, UGM was dispatched to investigate and discover a monster egg. A small monster hatched from the egg, which turned out to be the migratory monster Baloo. Through Dr. Chingye's explanation, UGM members learned about Baloo's habits. It turned out that Baloo is a type of cosmic migratory bird, gentle and honest in nature. Every 10 years, they migrate in groups through the universe, passing by Earth. They might have accidentally dropped a Baloo egg on Earth. Therefore, UGM protected Baloo, waiting for it to grow up and then let it fly back to space. However, meteors continued to fall to the ground in the following days, and UGM sensed something was wrong, so they went to space to investigate. They discovered that Zakira was ambushing near the Earth's equator, constantly hunting Baloo. Zakira stands 50 meters tall and weighs 20,000 tons, with a flying speed of 10 Mach. Its nose is very sensitive, able to track Baloo's scent from any distance in space, which is why it is called the cosmic shark, a brutal carnivorous cosmic monster. According to its setting, it has a unique constitution that strengthens its power after eating migratory monsters like Baloo, making it a natural enemy of Baloo. As a carnivorous monster, it has fangs and sharp claws, excelling in biting attacks and using its claws to tear apart enemies. Its eyes can even emit lightning like laser beams, capable of destroying a giant rock mountain with a single hit, showcasing immense power. After hunting a group of Baloo, Zakira detected the scent of Baloo on Earth and flew down. UGM dispatched their cosmic mothership to intercept Zakira. Because Zakira had consumed many Baloo, it had become extremely powerful, and all the weapons on the mothership could not harm Zakira. Instead, the mothership was heavily damaged by Zakira's lightning-like laser beam attack, causing all UGM members except Yateman to lose consciousness. Zakira then successfully entered Earth and found the young Baloo located in the M20 area, intending to devour it. Yateman set the spaceship to automatic mode to return to the ground while transforming into Ultraman Eddie to chase after Zakira. At a critical moment, he saved the young Baloo from Zakira's mouth. Zakira, dare to steal my food. Don't you know I'm called the Cosmic Shark? Let me show you my power. Following that, Ultraman Eddie fought against Zakira. Due to Zakira having consumed a large number of Baloo, its power had surged, surpassing Eddie's combat abilities. At the start of the battle, Eddie was at a disadvantage. Before long, Zakira used powerful fighting techniques and beams to knock Eddie down, rendering him unconscious. Seizing the opportunity while Eddie was unconscious, Zakira prepared to release its beam again to finish off Eddie. In this critical moment, the young Baloo overcame its fear of its natural enemy and bravely charged at Zakira, knocking it away, causing the beam to miss and not hit Eddie. Eddie narrowly escaped disaster. Zakira was extremely angry, turning around to prepare to kill the young Baloo. The young Baloo was no match for Zakira, and just as it was about to perish at the hands of its enemy, a giant foot descended from the sky and kicked Zakira to the ground. It turned out that Yang Guang had arrived, as he had never seen such a gentle migratory monster like Baloo before. So he came to take a look today. To his surprise, he saw Eddie being knocked down by Zakira, and the young Baloo saving Eddie. Just as the young Baloo was about to die in Zakira's jaws, Yang Guang transformed into Ged Ultraman to save the day. Gade lifted Zakila and, with a bang, slammed him heavily to the ground. Gade was about to move forward to attack, but Zakira shot a laser beam, forcing Gade to retreat. Gide launched the 8-part light wheel towards Zakira, who skillfully dodged it. After all, being a flying monster, its reflexes were indeed faster than those of ordinary monsters. At this moment, Eddie was also roused by Baloo and happened to see Gide and Zakira in a standoff, so he stepped forward to help. The righteous 2-on-1 situation appeared once again. Gade stepped forward to engage Zakira in close combat, while Eddie launched fierce kicks at Zakira. Under the combined assault, Zakira was soon severely injured. Zakira shouted, "MD, if you have the ability, fight me 1-on-1. 2 against 1 is no skill." Unfortunately, Gade and Eddie completely ignored Zakira's taunts and each fired a beam, killing Zakira. The two then transformed back into their human forms. You may wonder why they didn't fly away after defeating the monster this time. There were no other people around, so why pretend to fly away? After a while, Little Baru's wings matured, and he flew back to the universe. During these days, after careful consideration, Yang Guang decided to join UGM. One reason was to better understand monster information, and the other was to have a proper job. He then contacted Yada Takashi and informed him of his intention to join UGM. Yada was very pleased with this news and recommended Yang Guang to Captain Oyama. Captain Oyama met with Yang Guang and talked for a long time. The two hit it off. Captain Oyama then invited Yang Guang to join UGM, to which Yang Guang happily agreed. After less than half a month of training, Yang Guang successfully passed the assessment and became a UGM member. After all, Yang Guang was once a member of the Victory Team, and his various skills and tactics surpassed those of the current UGM, making it relatively easy to pass the assessment. Impressive, Hikaru. I didn't expect you to pass the assessment so quickly. Let us welcome Hikaru. Captain Oyama said. Yang Guang replied, actually it's not that fast. After all, that guy Shida Takashi passed the assessment in just 1 week. After the initiation ceremony, Yang Guang officially became a UGM member. During Yang Guang's training, Eddie resolved 2 monster crises. The first was the Valley Monster Casey. Casey had lived in the Ghost Arrow Valley since ancient times, awakening from a long slumber every 300 years, needing to eat a large amount before falling asleep again. Now, the 300-year deadline had arrived, and Casey woke up. Casey stood 60 meters tall, weighed 30,000 tons, and was a relatively violent carnivorous monster that needed to consume at least 1 ton of meat daily to satisfy its hunger. It could spit out flames at a temperature of 60,000 degrees, but when hungry, it could only emit black smoke. Casey's skin resembled a pile of rocks, providing significant defensive power. Its muscular strength was formidable, capable of using tail whips or sharp fangs to easily bite opponents in close combat. After eating, it was quite powerful, but its combat ability significantly decreased when hungry. This was normal. After all, who has the strength to fight when they're hungry? Even Ultraman would struggle without energy. After Casey appeared, UGM detected anomalies on the radar and dispatched fighter jets to attack. However, Casey was unfazed and relentlessly pursued the village chief and others for food. Just as they were about to be eaten by Casey, Yada transformed into Ultraman Eddie and stepped in to stop it. Due to Casey's hunger, it was no match for Eddie and soon lost the will to fight. Seeing the monster no longer causing chaos, Eddie took Casey to a distant uninhabited area, allowing it to sleep again undisturbed. Thus, this monster crisis was resolved without any casualties. However, peace didn't last long, as several cities in Sakura country experienced destruction. Each time UGM deployed to investigate, they could not find the culprit. In fact, it was all the work of the Zeta aliens. The Zeta aliens had already infiltrated the UGM base to steal intelligence, allowing Zeta Silver to retreat before UGM arrived, remaining undetected. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Zeta Silver is a weapon created by the Zeta aliens for invasion, brought to Earth for battle. It stands 60 meters tall and weighs 40,000 tons. Its surface is made of a special cosmic metal that does not react to metal detectors, and its entire body is silver, possessing incredible defensive capabilities. It can also spray a special adhesive liquid from its mouth. Being a mechanical monster, it possesses great strength in its wrists and feet, making it a significant threat in close combat. This time, the Zeta aliens planned to invade the Cosmic Observation Center, but were discovered and surrounded by UGM. When it was about to be killed, it summoned Zeta Silver and conveyed its final signal to the monster: destroy everything. Upon receiving the signal, mechanical monster Zeta Silver began to wreak havoc on the Cosmic Observation Center. UGM dispatched fighter jets to engage. However, due to Zeta Silver's unique defensive capabilities, UGM's laser cannons and chemical weapons GZ bombs were ineffective, leaving them in a helpless situation. Yada, demonstrating the essence of a veteran pilot, bravely counterattacked while piloting a fighter jet, but was successfully shot down by Zeta Silver. Just before crashing, he transformed into Ultraman Eddie. The mechanical monster was not very agile, and Eddie unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. However, Eddie's attacks had little effect on the monster, so he resorted to the Shikushim Ray, only to find that it couldn't harm Zeta Silver at all. He then thought of a method to attack a specific point, focusing all his energy on a certain area of Zeta Silver's shoulder, ultimately causing the shoulder armor to crack open and exposing the mechanical parts inside. Seizing the opportunity, Eddie used the freeze ray to encase the monster's internal mechanisms in ice, immobilizing it. Finally, he unleashed a timer shot to shatter Zeta Silver, resolving this crisis. That night, a red meteor streaked across the sky. It turned out to be the seed of Zora, drifting from the universe to Earth. The next day, a kind girl named Mariko discovered a dandelion-like seed and thought it was a type of flower seed. She planted it in the flower bed, hoping it would bloom into beautiful flowers. However, this seed was actually the Zora seed that had arrived from space last night. Zora is a cosmic mimic plant monster that emits unique monster waves, detected by UGM's radar. However, since Zora was still in seed form, the wave response was weak, making precise location impossible. UGM could only increase search efforts for caution. Within a few days, Zora's seed absorbed nutrients from the soil and a large amount of oxygen, growing rapidly and even preying on birds for nourishment. When Yada visited Mariko's flower bed, he discovered the Zora seed and prepared to eliminate it. However, at Mariko's pleading, he had to hold off for the time being. He set up monitoring to keep an eye on Zora's seed. UGM surveillance revealed that Zora's seed was growing larger and not performing photosynthesis. Instead, it absorbed large amounts of oxygen and emitted carbon dioxide, causing the flowers in the flower bed to wither. Yada rushed to the scene and found Mariko unconscious near the flower bed. As he checked on her, Zora sprayed yellow toxic gas at him. Yada took Mariko and dodged, returning fire. In the setup, Zora absorbed the energy from the laser gun and grew larger. However, this was completely unreasonable. What power could a laser gun have? It couldn't even break the skin of a monster. Yet Zora could grow giant with such little energy? The editor believes that Zora had matured over these days, typically shrinking to deceive prey, then spraying yellow toxic gas to incapacitate living beings, making it easier to hunt. When attacked, it would reveal its giant form. Zora, in its giant form, stood 60 meters tall and weighed 30,000 tons. Its flower-like mouth could spray yellow toxic gas. It is a plant-like animal, with various features of plants in its appearance and abilities, but essentially still an animal. Zora is shot by arrows and begins to grow in size, starting to attack the city. The UGM deploys fighter jets to attack, but they are all destroyed by Zora's vines. Yang Guang learns from Daegu and utilizes the characteristics of a fallen pilot to bravely launch an attack on Zora. But as expected, he is whipped by Zora and loses his balance. Before crashing, he transforms into Jeed Ultraman. Zora's strength is not very strong, and it has relatively few abilities. Against Jeed, it has no chance of winning. Jeed gathers an 8-part light wheel in his right hand and rushes in front of Zora, swiftly slashing and cutting off all of Zora's vines, significantly reducing the threat level of Zora. Without its vines, Zora can only spray yellow toxic gas to attack Jeed. Gade made a direct jump to create distance and charged up a Gade ray, completely eliminating Zora. Gada, who doesn't know how to attack from a distance, and he used his special healing beam to revive the withered flowers in the garden of Mariko. Seeing Mariko show a happy smile, he then flew away with Anaya. After that, things didn't calm down for several days. In the Pacific region, several ships went missing consecutively, which drew UGM's attention. Captain Uyama arranged patrols and dispatched fighter jets to escort the transport ships entering and exiting Tokyo Bay. A few days later, a fierce battle broke out between Yada Takashi and his fighter jet and the oil transport ship Nichisai Maru. Except for the captain, all the crew members on Nichisai Maru successfully escaped in lifeboats. Yada Takashi also parachuted successfully into the sea and was rescued by the crew of Nichisai Maru. Shortly after returning to headquarters, Captain Yamamoto of Nichisai Maru, having narrowly escaped death, informed UGM about the truth behind the attack via radio. It turned out that everything was caused by the abandoned ghost ship Barakushibu. The ghost ship was the Queen, which sank 15 years ago after colliding with an iceberg while passing through the Magellan Strait. It was an unmanned cargo ship controlled by the latest computer technology, carrying MK alloy. The central computer might have gone haywire due to the impact, causing it to run amok and continue functioning for 15 years, lurking on the seabed to reprogram itself. Now that the programming was complete, it resumed its course set 15 years ago, heading from Magellan Strait to Tokyo Bay. Along the way, it attacked several ships and used the strong magnetic force emitted by the MK alloy to attract those ships, making them part of itself. Upon learning the truth, UGM began organizing a rescue mission, with Yada Takashi and Yang Guang going to assist. After successfully rescuing Captain Yamamoto, they dispatched a space battleship to attack the ghost ship Barakushibu. The smart computer of Barakushibu used the missiles and cannons from the battleships it had absorbed to engage in combat with the space vessel, successfully shooting it down. Yada Takashi transformed into Ultraman Eddie before Yang Wang and engaged in a fierce battle with Barakushibu. Eddie, hee, I got ahead of you this time. I can't really turn into a side Ultraman in my own TV show. Ultraman Eddie flew in the air at high speed. The ghost ship couldn't hit Eddie, but Eddie struck back with shooting beams, severely damaging Barakushibu's hull, and finally used the Shikushim beam to destroy Barakushibu, once again easily maintaining peace. The next monster to appear was Gezera, which was actually a monster toy made by a boy named Kenichi who needed surgery. The body parts were sourced from various items, with Gezera's mouth containing a lighter discarded by Kenichi's father. The amplifier on its chest was originally an internal component of a radio, while its hands are made of other toys and everyday items. Kenichi also created a projector for Gezera to scare medical staff at night as a prank. So why did Kenichi do this? It turned out that Kenichi needed surgery, but the success rate was only 15, which caused him to develop a fear. Whenever surgery was scheduled, Kenichi would use the projector to project images of the monster at night, causing panic among people. This way, he could delay the surgery. Coincidentally, the soul of a monster wandering near Nishiyama Hospital possessed the Gezera model Kenichi left by the seaside, turning Gezera into a real monster. Terrified, Kenichi attacked Gezera with a stick, but the impact energy was absorbed by the amplifier, causing Gezera to grow to the size of an adult. Kenichi quickly fled and called UGM. Captain Uyama sent Yada Takashi and Yang Guang to investigate. The two arrived at the hospital, found Kenichi, and followed him to the seaside. They then truly saw a monster. They immediately drew their guns and shot, knocking the monster Gezera off a cliff into the sea. However, Gezera absorbed the energy from the laser gun and the immense force from the fall, transforming into a 50-meter giant monster. UGM's radar detected the monster, and fighter jets were dispatched to attack Gezera. But Gezera had an amplifier that could absorb the energy from artillery attacks and double its power in retaliation, causing the Earth Defense Forces Flight Squadron and UGM's fighter jets to be shot down. Yada Takashi attacked from the ground with a laser gun, but Gezera's flames counterattacked. To evade the flames, Yada fell into the sea and transformed into Ultraman Eddie. Eddie launched a series of punches and kicks, but Gezera was able to absorb Eddie's physical attacks and return them with double the force. Seeing physical attacks were ineffective, Eddie used the Shikushim beam, only for it to be absorbed as well. Gezera counterattacked, and Eddie was severely injured, his colorful timer on his chest flashing a red alert. Eddie was in danger. This monster was made by you. Doesn't it have a weakness? Yanguang Asked Kenichi. Kenichi revealed Gezera's weakness, stating that the amplifier on the monster's chest was prone to falling off. That's good. Knowing the weakness is crucial. Yang Guang transformed into Ultraman Geda to help. Ged punched Gyazala in the chest, knocking the amplifier off. After losing the amplifier, Gyazala began to weaken, and Ged launched a fierce attack, rendering Gyazala incapable of fighting. Subsequently, Ged fired a beam of light, successfully eliminating Gyazala. At this moment, the monster spirit that had possessed Gyazala also separated and fled, only to be completely destroyed by Eddie with an ultra shot. This time, the monster had a rather unique ability, and Eddie found himself in a tough battle. But fortunately, Gyazala had a weakness, and Ged timely came to the rescue. In the end, the two Ultramen achieved victory once again, resolving the monster crisis. Unknowingly, time slipped into December, and the once every 99 years Dragon God Festival was about to begin. Ikeda's uncle is the priest of Yamanami village, so he invited Yada Takashi and Yang Guang to visit the village during their break. Takashi originally wanted to bring teacher Kyoko along, but unfortunately, she did not have time. When everyone arrived at Yamanami village, it was already bustling with activity, with many stalls selling goods and various performances taking place. Long ago, this place was home to many monsters, the most ferocious of which was a three-headed beast named Fyataragu. It frequently attacked the village, preying on the villagers' cattle and horses, and even devouring the townsfolk. One day, the wise village chief set a trap, taking advantage of Fyataragu's penchant for drinking by placing 3 barrels of alcohol by the roadside to lure the monster. As expected, Fyataragu came, began to drink heavily, and ultimately got drunk. The chief seized the opportunity to cut off the monster's 3 dragon heads. However, the 3 heads did not die. They fled into the mountains and disappeared. A dragon ball fell out from the severed neck of Fyataragu, prompting the chief to establish a shrine to enshrine the Dragon Ball and hold the Dragon God Festival every 99 years to polish the Dragon Ball. Thus, The story and festival have been passed down through generations. The priest explained the origins of the Dragon God Festival, and he is Ikeda's uncle, a descendant of the village chief who once severed the dragon heads. In fact, after the 3 heads of Fyadorago were cut off, they transformed into monster humans, waiting for the opportunity to resurrect. Now that the Dragon God Festival has begun, the monster humans have also set their plans into motion. Among them, the red dragon head transformed into a fire-breathing man dressed in red, while the blue dragon head became a strong, bald man with immense strength, mingling with the festival in Yamanami village, disguised as a performer to get close to the Dragon Ball. The white dragon head had already transformed years ago into a white-clad young man named Guang, who entered human society and became the adopted son of the current priest of Yamanami Shrine, ready to complete the task of polishing the Dragon Ball during the festival. Guang has a gentle personality and a kind heart, wishing to live a peaceful human life. Meanwhile, the fire-breathing man and the strong man are violent, determined to resurrect and take revenge on humanity as the 3-headed dragon, Fyadorago. During these days, Yang Guang walked around the festival with his dog and noticed 2 suspicious individuals. No, to be precise, 3 suspicious individuals. 2 of them were the fire-breathing man and the strong man performing acrobatics at the festival, while the third was Guang, the priest's adopted son. Yang Guang used the Ultra Eye and discovered that these 3 were not ordinary people. They all possessed special abilities. He reported this to Yada Takashi, but since they had not acted harmfully towards humans during these days, they decided to leave them alone. During these days, Yang Guang also saw the so-called Dragon Ball. It was indeed an extraordinary object, containing immense energy, but it seemed useless to the Ultraman. However, the dog kept drooling over it and couldn't be pulled away. "Do you want to eat?" Yang Guang asked the dog. "Woof, woof, but that's someone else's thing. The villagers brought it for worship. So how could it be given to you to eat?" Although Yang Guang also couldn't understand why the Dragon Ball, taken from the troublesome monster, should be used for worship instead of being destroyed, there was nothing he could do. That was their business. Time reached the last day of the Dragon God Festival. Under the pressure from the fire-breathing man and the strong man, Guang ultimately succumbed and stole the Dragon Ball while polishing it, joining the fire-breathing man and the strong man to retreat to the back mountain. The 3 combined their powers from the Dragon Ball and were resurrected as the 3-headed dragon Fyadorago. Fyadorago reached an astonishing height of 80 meters and weighed 30,000 tons. The central dragon head was entirely red and the largest, with a vicious and bloodthirsty personality, capable of spewing high-temperature flames and red fiery beams from its mouth. The left dragon head was entirely blue, equally combative, extremely tough, and covered in spikes, capable of launching powerful headbutts and bites. The right dragon head was entirely white, possessing human consciousness and kindness, with a gentle and honest disposition, harboring no malice. The villagers chased after Guang, and upon seeing the monster, they immediately panicked and fled. The 3-headed dragon Fyadorago, fueled by hatred for humanity, began to wreak havoc in Yamanami village, continually attacking Yada Takashi, who was trying to stop it. At this moment, Yang Guang, with his dog, also arrived at the scene and saw that Yada Takashi was unable to transform due to being attacked by Fyadorago. Therefore, he took out the godlight stick and transformed into Ged Ultraman, while the dog also grew giant and transformed into Gedi, joining his master in the battle against the 3-headed dragon Fyadorago. Gedi charged forward, biting down on Fyadorago's arm and pulling. That's very dog-like. Gator followed closely behind, taking advantage of Fyadorago's inability to dodge due to being bitten on the arm and kicked out a foot, hitting him squarely in the chest. Fyadorago was kicked back repeatedly. Gade is pressing the attack, using both fists and kicks. Fyadorago is also formidable, with 3 dragon heads in addition to its right hand. Although one arm is restrained and one dragon head is not exerting force, there are still 2 dragon heads and 1 arm, which means there are quite a few ways to attack. Fyadorago keeps blocking and countering, but it is still not as strong as Gade. So it is forced to retreat repeatedly, ultimately being knocked to the ground by Gade's kick. Fyadorago, feeling frustrated, gets up and breathes fire at Gade, who rolls to dodge. Then, with the dog attacking from both sides, Fyadorago finds it hard to cope and gets hit several times by Gade, crying out in pain. In fact, Fyadorago is quite powerful. If Eddie were to join the fight, it would probably get beaten up again. Moreover, the 3 heads do not work together well. The red and blue heads are fierce, while the white one is kind. This leads to a lack of coordination in their movements. So the reality tells us that being brainless is not good, but having too many brains is not necessarily beneficial either. The disunity of the three heads prevents Fighterag from showcasing its true strength, and facing two opponents at once, it is left with nothing but taking hits. Before long, Fighterag loses its fighting capability from the beating by Gade. Gade looked around and realized it was about time, so he fired two Gade beams Bayou, destroying the red and blue dragon heads. The unaffected white dragon head was rescued by Gade, transforming back into the form of Lightman and departing, destined to live peacefully as a human from now on. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gade took out the Dragon Ball and swallowed it directly. Hey, why are you eating something so casually? What if you get a stomachache? Besides, this is meant for a ritual. Gade hurriedly grabbed the dog and lifted it upside down, shaking it vigorously. However, the dog not only didn't spit out the Dragon Ball, but its whole body began to glow. Gade, oh no! It's not going to grow two more dog heads, is it? Is it transforming into a three-headed dog? A brain is a good thing, but it shouldn't grow too much. After a while, the light began to converge, and Gade's appearance changed slightly. The wild bones on its head became longer, and its sharp teeth became sturdier. The surface of its body started to turn blue, and its overall defense was enhanced. The original animal strength of its arms, which possessed the same monstrous power as Evil Digga, has now become even stronger, comparable to Digga's powerful form. Gade let out a roar towards the sky, and flames shot out from its mouth. Gee, wow, this has evolved. But thank goodness, at least no more dog brains came out. Gade was originally just a little behind the peak period of Fighterag. After all, how can a dog compete with a dragon? Even a lion dog can't do it. Gade, have you ever seen a dog with long horns? I am the stone lion guarding the gate, the guardian dog, the Chilin. But now it's different. Gade, having consumed the Dragon Balls, has evolved and possesses combat power equivalent to that of Fiadralag at its peak. Not bad. Gade used to be unable to perform long-range attacks, only able to engage in close combat to restrain enemies or bite them. Now it's different. He can breathe fire and shoot energy beams. Even when fighting alone, he belongs to the category of powerful monsters. Gade and Guy D transformed back into their human and dog forms and returned to the village. Seeing that the monster had been dealt with, the villagers rushed back to look for the Dragon Ball, only to find it missing. Villager, where's the Dragon Ball? How could such a big Dragon Ball disappear? Who had such a great treasure? Well, it can't be helped. It has already been eaten by the dog. This was something Taro also knew, but he didn't know how to explain it to the villagers. Actually, there is no need to look for the Dragon Ball anymore, Yang Wang said. Oh, why? The Dragon Ball is our treasure. We need it for the Dragon God Festival. The villagers rebutted. Because the Dragon Ball has already been eaten by Gade's Ultraman fighting partner. Besides, why do you need to worship the Dragon Ball? ISNT, it's something from the monster-S body? Aren't you afraid the monster will come back to life again? Yang Wang said. This eaten? The monster can still come back to life. The villagers debated, not knowing what to do. Since the monster has been dealt with, I think there is no need to hold the Dragon God Festival every 99 years. How about we hold a celebration every year to commemorate the defeat of the three-headed dragon? This way we can create a unique event that not only livens things up, but also promotes tourism, Yang Wang proposed. That sounds pretty good. I think it's feasible. This proposal is great. Wonderful. This way we can have some excitement every year. Oh, happiness increased by 99 times. The villagers were excited. Then, let us go with Hikari's suggestion. We will hold a celebration every year to celebrate the complete defeat of the three-headed dragon, the priest decided. Oh, great, wonderful. Great. The villagers cheered and began preparing for the celebration again. After participating in the celebration, Ikeda, Taro, and Yang Wang returned to headquarters the next day. A few days of peace passed, and the UGM radar detected another monster. The team flew their aircraft to the scene and saw a beetle-like monster wreaking havoc in the city. This time it was the insect monster Guagaanda. It was originally a pet stag beetle carefully raised by a boy named In, but it was rudely borrowed by a senior student named Koyama. Since Koyama's mother didn't like bugs, that night, after Koyama fell asleep, she put the stag beetle outside. Due to the cold, the stag beetle froze to death. Guagaanda, my tragic childhood. The next day, Koyama casually brushed off and who felt both wronged and resentful, generating a huge amount of negative energy. The negative energy entered the stag beetle's corpse, causing it to mutate into the insect monster Guagaanda. Therefore, while the world of Ultraman seems like a technologically advanced world, it is actually a world of fantasy and even magic. How could a child's resentment turn an insect into a monster? Guagaanda stands 50 meters tall and weighs 30,000 tons. Its massive jaws are its main weapon, capable of tightly clamping enemies with great force, enough to cut through massive rocks. It It also has 4 scissor-like arms, which can destroy large buildings with a single blow due to its incredible strength. Its hard shell provides extremely high defense. As soon as Anda appeared, it charged into the city, venting its anger from the negative energy. UGM deployed fighter jets to attack, but the monster shell made it difficult for human weapons to inflict damage. Taro's fighter jet was clamped by Anda's large pincers and thrown to the ground. Just as the aircraft was about to crash, Taro transformed into ofthe Ultraman and engaged in battle with Anda. After a fierce battle, ofthe discovered that Anda's source of power was An's anger. He then began to communicate with Anda, but unfortunately, Anda did not listen to ofthe Ultraman. Guang also realized what was happening, so he flew his aircraft to the ground, found In, and advised him not to be angry and resentful towards Koyama anymore, and hoped that Koyama could sincerely apologize to In seeing ofthe Ultraman being beaten by the monster, and couldn't bear it, and ultimately chose to forgive Koyama. Koyama also sincerely apologized to In. Thus, In no longer resented Koyama, and Anda lost its source of negative energy, losing its will to fight, and eventually returned underground, regaining its original stag beetle form, and was finally revived by Taro's superpowers, returning to An's side. Next appeared the Baltan alien. The Baltan alien is known as the Cosmic Ninja, standing 50 meters tall and weighing 15,000 tons. With such weight, which Ultraman can't knock it away with a single punch. Although the Baltan alien has many abilities, such as shape-shifting into humans, hypnosis, invisibility, teleportation, the ability to fly, and good close combat skills, as well as a high IQ, Ultraman is the nemesis of the Baltan alien, because the spatium particles within Ultraman effectively restrain the Baltan alien. The situation is as follows. At the time, UGM was conducting a promotional activity for junior reporters, and the 5th generation of the Baltan alien targeted Morita Masao, a friend of Kobayashi Masayuki, one of the junior reporter representatives. It shape-shifted into Morita's form and entered the UGM headquarters, finding Kobayashi. It lied to deceive Kobayashi, replacing him at the UGM base. However, due to instigating ofthe and Gade's relationship with UGM, it was uncovered by Taro and Guang. Guang used the Ultraman to see that it was a crayfish, no, it was a Baltan alien. Following that, during a flight experience in a Silver Eagle, Guang brought the fake Morita into the air. Hey crayfish, what trick are you trying to pull this time? Guang asked. The Baltan alien was stunned when it heard Guang's words. What crayfish? Who are you calling crayfish? Gate, you red creature looks more like a big crayfish. I'm going to put you in a zoo for my people to come and visit. Ha ha ha. The Baltan alien retorted. The Baltan alien revealed its true form, kidnapped Guang, and summoned a UFO mothership to take Guang away. To be honest, your idea is really audacious, imaginative, unprecedented, and it might be a long time before we meet again. Guang said something that the crayfish couldn't understand, and took the opportunity to parachute away while the crayfish was distracted. But the crayfish flew out of the Silver Eagle and destroyed Guang's parachute. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Guang transformed into Gate Ultraman, while the crayfish also grew giant and transformed into a giant crayfish, battling Gate. Audience, this is a showdown between Aolong and Bolong. Gaia, who are you, Long? Say it again. Baltan alien. Damn humans, I'm not Bolong. Audience, one is red without pincers, and the other has pincers. Isn't that just Oolong and Bolong? Baltan alien and Gaia first engage in close combat. Well, it's really hard to watch. The Baltan alien can't even block a single punch for Gaia. With a bang, it gets knocked down to the ground. Baltan alien, what the hell? What kind of power is this? So the Baltan alien decides to use its advantages, which are invisibility and teleportation. Ged was ambushed by the Baltan aliens several times, but the intensity of the Baltan aliens' attacks was indeed lacking, and they did not inflict much damage on Ged. After being hit a few times, Gator came up with a method to concentrate energy in his eyes, greatly enhancing their capabilities. Indeed, he was able to see through the invisibility of the Baltan aliens. Ged, I see you. Then he fired an energy blast, injuring the Baltan alien. Baltan alien, damn. I can be seen while cloaked. I can't fight. Let's go. The Baltan alien revealed itself and planned to fly away. Ged took a step forward and grabbed the Baltan alien, then forcefully slammed it to the ground. Bang! The Baltan alien was smashed into a state of combat incapacity. Ged lifted the Baltan alien and threw it towards the Baltan alien's UFO mothership, unleashing the Ged beam to blow up both the Baltan alien and the spaceship. Although this time the threat of the Baltan alien was eliminated, The crayfish seemed to have a large population, and it was uncertain when they would return. After a period of peaceful days, monsters appeared again. One day, during a kite festival for middle and primary school students held at Nakatsuyama, suddenly the sky darkened with clouds. Thunder and lightning struck, and a beam of light attached itself to a boy's kite, manifesting the monster design depicted on the kite into a complete form. The psychic monster Gustin. In fact, 2 months prior, UGM had received a report about a monster sighting on Nakatsuyama Road, which had also caused a truck to fall off a cliff. At that time, UGM team members rushed to the accident scene for investigation, but found nothing. It turned out that Gustin was still an energy entity without a physical form back then, making it very easy to hide. So it was normal for UGM not to discover it. Now that Gustin appeared in Nakatsuyama and began causing massive destruction, UGM's radar immediately detected anomalies. Captain Yamashita ordered everyone to launch an attack. UGM and the Earth Defense Force set out and arrived at the scene, bombarding Gustin with artillery fire. However, as expected, they did not cause any harm to the monster. Instead, Gustin shot down all the fighter jets with its Grego laser emitted from its horns. Only the pilot Yasi was still flying. Fortunately, aside from the Earth Defense Force, everyone from UGM parachuted to safety. Earth Defense Force. Why do they get a parachute to safety while we don't even have the chance to jump? You may wonder why, even though both were hit. The Earth Defense Force pilots didn't succeed in parachuting. That's because UGM's aircraft are made of special alloy with high defensive capabilities. Even if hit by the monster's beam, they wouldn't explode immediately. In contrast, the Earth Defense Force's planes are relatively fragile and would explode upon being hit, leaving the pilots no time to parachute. At this moment, Yasi's fighter jet was also hit, so he had to jump. As a result, he was attacked by a beam in midair, nearly losing his life, and fainted upon landing on the ground. Yang Guang arrived on the ground, took out the Divine Light Stick, and transformed into Ultraman Ged to confront the monster. Gustin stood 50 meters tall and weighed only 18,000 tons. Its head bore 3 massive horns capable of releasing a lightning-like beam called the Grego laser. It had kite-shaped wings on its back that were usually folded but could be spread out when needed to create a strong wind and enable flight. Additionally, Gustin's hands were quite special. Its right hand wielded 2 meteor hammers, while its left held a lightning-shaped sword, making it advantageous in close combat. However, Ged was undaunted and directly charged at Gustin. Gustin, equally fierce, charged at Ged at the same time. Ged. When the brave meet on a narrow road, it's a showdown. Just as the 2 sides were about to collide, Gustin swung his right arm, unleashing a meteor hammer at the charging Ged. Ged obviously couldn't use his body to handle heavy weapons, so at a critical moment, he rolled to evade and ended up behind Gustin, delivering a punch from a distance. Gustin, are you stupid? What kind of punch is that from a distance? Ged unleashed an energy blast from his fist, hitting Gustin in the back and causing him to fall backward like a bird landing on the ground. This move was used by Jetty, so don't be surprised. Gustin, aren't Ultramen supposed to engage in hand-to-hand combat first and then use energy attacks? Why aren't you following the usual playbook? Gil, speak. Guard shouted angrily and then leapt into the sky, delivering a Leo-style flying kick that broke the horn on Gustin's head. Gustin let out a terrible scream. Ged stylishly glided hundreds of meters on the ground before making a graceful turn, catching a Ged beam. Bayou. Boom. Gustin was killed, and at that moment, the spirit flew out of the monster's body, ready to escape. Gator fired an energy blast, killing the spirit and resolving the monster crisis. Gustin, am I really that insignificant? I didn't even hit Ultraman once before dying. Damn author. Listen to me, I really will thank you. Ged, TSK, tisk, utterly defenseless. After everyone had a pleasant New Year's Day, they shifted their focus back to the great work of protecting world peace. On this day, elementary school students were having a baseball game. Suddenly, a small flying saucer flew down from the sky and, by coincidence, was accidentally knocked down by a baseball that flew by. The saucer melted upon hitting the ground, leaving behind only a small ball. Although they didn't know what the ball was, it seemed harmless. The children saw it and began to compete for it, resulting in it falling into Janan's mouth and being mistakenly swallowed. Janan, ugh, what just went into my mouth? The small ball was actually a cosmic plant, which began to sprout and mutate while Janan was napping, turning him into the monster Tezong. Tezong stands 1.7 meters tall and weighs 100 kilograms. He possesses psychokinesis, allowing him to move objects from a distance, and can teleport. He also has a brilliant mind, though he has an enormous appetite and loves sweets. Are you sure this isn't a description of the author himself? After waking up, Jinan went to play with his friends, only to scare them. After some explanation and communication, his friends accepted that Jinan had mutated into a monster. They helped him conceal Taezong's existence from the adults. The UGM radar detected the monster, so they sent people to search for it. Due to the students' concealment, no clues were found. However, on the other hand, Taezong helped his classmates with their homework, filmed monster videos, and played baseball games. Originally poor in physical education, Jinan gained a genius-like mind and extraordinary athletic ability after becoming the monster Taezong, helping his classmates solve numerous problems and becoming very popular among them. Even high school students sought his help with homework. The benefits brought by the power of monster transformation made Jinan gradually become complacent, even unwilling to turn back into a human. Author, just like the author. Being smart isn't that great. Taezong, if you were even a little bit smart, you wouldn't have ended up writing novels to make a living. Author, damn it. Blah blah blah. Spitting flowers. However, the UGM radar doesn't lie, so Captain Yamayama continued to send people to search, eventually finding Taezong. After understanding the situation, they took Taezong back to the base for medical investigation. Soon, it was confirmed that Taezong's mutation was related to the cosmic plant inside him. But at that moment, Taezong was happily oblivious, so he refused UGM's request to turn back into a human. UGM, since he has decided to be an alien, it's up to him. After all, it seems there's no harm to society for now. He's still a child, but good times didn't last long. Due to his abilities surpassing those of ordinary children, he gradually became estranged from his friends. Yang Guang and Yadi Meng found the lonely Taezong and provided him with education and guidance. They then took Taezong to find his parents, who were searching door to door for Jinan. Taezong saw his parents' worried expressions and finally realized his mistake, wishing to turn back into a human. Thus, Yadi Meng transformed into Ultraman Eddie and shrank down, entering Taezong's body while he was crying to his parents. He found the cosmic plant and destroyed it. Taezong's body emitted an orange glow, and then he transformed back into the teenage Jinan. Jinan then followed his parents home, returning to his previous life. Yang Guang and Yadi Meng exchanged smiles and returned to the UGM headquarters. Then there was another peaceful period until one day, Sayla was on vacation. Today, it was finally Sela's turn to take a break from being UGM spokesperson. So, Sayla took this opportunity to visit the sumo club where he once trained, to check in and teach the younger members. At night, a certain sumo wrestler snored loudly, preventing Sayla from falling asleep. So, Sayla ordered the other trainees to throw the snoring wrestler out, which accidentally woke the sumo kid. The sumo kid is a monster living in the Ashigara secret realm. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, Kafibikarang was originally a child from an ordinary woodcutter's family, born with great strength and a love for sumo. He often participated in sumo competitions during village festivals, always coming out on top and winning prizes. However, with great power comes great responsibility, and the probability of jealousy increased. Thus, he was ostracized by the villagers and eventually pushed off a cliff, turning him into the monster Kafibikarang. Despite his sad past, Kafibikarang retains the innocent and carefree nature of a child, appearing in the form of a human child. He is gluttonous and loves to compete in sumo, earning him the affectionate nickname Sumo Kid from the children. Kafibikarang spends most of his time sleeping in the Ashigara secret realm, waking up only once every 10 to 20 years. Each time he wakes up, he descends the mountain to challenge humans to sumo matches, and after 100 matches, he returns to the mountains to sleep again. Now, the sumo kid has awakened again and has come to challenge everyone to sumo. Seeing a child wanting to compete in sumo late at night, Sayla knew he couldn't indulge him, so he sent someone to fight. The result was astonishing, as no one was a match for the sumo kid, and in the end, Sayla had to step in himself. Sumo kid, useless? It's the same no matter who comes. Undoubtedly, Sayla was easily defeated by the sumo kid. After defeating everyone, the sumo kid shouted if there were any opponents left. This scene was exactly witnessed by two thieves, who were stunned by the sumo kid defeating everyone. They then came up with an idea to trick the sumo kid into a sumo tournament, hoping to make money from the matches. Two thieves, great. At least it's a legitimate business, better than being a thief. The two thieves then ran out, telling the sumo kid that they could help him find strong opponents. Thus, the sumo kid was easily tricked down a mountain by the two thieves. Meanwhile, Sayla contacted UGM through the communicator, informing everyone about the sumo kid descending the mountain. UGM originally aimed to eliminate monsters, but Yadi Meng and Yang Guang disagreed. He hadn't harmed any humans. He was just competing in sumo. As long as he finished 100 matches, he would go back to sleep. So let us just let him finish 100 matches, Yang Guang suggested. Both Yadi and Yang Guang advocated for letting the sumo kid compete in 100 matches before sending him back to the mountains. Thus, the other UGM members temporarily agreed to this approach. Captain Yamayama then dispatched team members to search. Since the sumo kid had not yet transformed into a monster, the radar could not detect him, so they had to use the most primitive methods to search. The team split up to search the area. After a while, Yadi Meng and the team member Qingye discovered the sumo kid. At this time, the two thieves organized a competition, inviting everyone to compete against the sumo kid, with the winners receiving a 100,000 yen prize and an entry fee of only 3,000 yen. The public, seeing only a child, did not take it seriously. Two thieves, 3,000 yen, you want to lose anything, 3,000 yen, you want to get scammed. Come and try. The 100,000 yen prize is calling you. Villagers, let us give a shot and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let me try. And so, trying led to demise. No one could defeat the sumo kid. No surprise. After all, he was a monster. How can an ordinary person be a match? Thus, the two thieves successfully earned tens of thousands of yen. Two thieves. We were poor with no choices before. Now we want to be good people. Yamato was eager to have the sumo boy quickly reach 100 matches, so he decided to compete with him. Naturally, the two thieves wouldn't let Yamato succeed. If the 100 matches were completed, how would they make money? They captured the city team member and threatened Yamato. Yamato, fearing for his safety, ended up tied to a tree along with the city team member by the two thieves. Later, the others came and rescued Yamato and the city team member. After being taken away by the two thieves, the sumo boy complained about being hungry, so the thieves bought him food. However, the sumo boy had an astonishing appetite and ended up eating several tens of thousands worth of food, spending all the money they had earned. The two thieves couldn't take it anymore and came up with another plan. They knew a wealthy man had hidden hundreds of gold bars in his house, so they tricked the sumo boy into going to the wealthy man's house to compete with the safe. In reality, they wanted to break into the safe to steal the gold bars. The two thieves thought, now we're broke again, we have no choice but to continue being bad guys. The three of them arrived outside the wealthy man's house, and while climbing over the wall, the sumo boy was shocked by a high-voltage electric current, and in his anger, he transformed into the monster Kifibikilang. Kifibikilang stood 54 meters tall and weighed 30 tons. His body was muscular, and he possessed overwhelming strength that could overpower Ultraman Eddie. In his fury, Kifibikilang rampaged through the city, and Yang Guang, seeing this, hid in a corner and transformed into Ultraman Jeed to confront him. Gade communicated with Jive Bichelang and wanted to have a sumo match with him. If he lost, he would have to return to the mountains. Jive Bichelang happily agreed to the contest. So Gade and Jive Bichelang went to an open area and got into position. Bang! Both sides collided with each other, looking evenly matched. Jive Bichelang used his sumo techniques, pushing forward with both hands, while Gade employed the subtle strength of Tai Chi, turning with the momentum and pulling Jive Bichelang down to the ground. Jive Bichelang didn't expect Gade to be so skilled and got back up to continue fighting. They collided again, and Jive Bichelang tried to lift Gade, but unfortunately, he failed as Gade stood firm. Jive Bichelang then attempted to push Gade back, only to be thrown down again by Gade. Although Yang Guang had never practiced sumo, those who trained in Tai Chi were somewhat skilled in wrestling. In fact, the more force the opponent used during their struggle, the more obvious the direction of that force became, leading to more openings. As Jive Bichelang became more determined to win, he exerted more effort, but the harder he tried, the less he succeeded, repeatedly being thrown to the ground by Gade. In the end, Jive Bichelang conceded defeat and stopped being angry, returning to the form of a boy. Finally, everyone gave the sumo boy a big bag of his favorite food and bid him farewell. After that, everyone returned to their homes, or rather, back to their daily work. A few days later, it was Yang Guang and Yade Meng's turn to patrol in their car. During their patrol, they saw someone flying a remote-controlled airplane, and it flew incredibly well, so they stopped to watch. Even our aerial ace couldn't perform such maneuvers. Yade Meng exclaimed as he watched the airplane model flying. Ah, indeed. It seems the person controlling it is quite skilled, Yang Guang agreed. After a while, the airplane landed in front of them, and a boy ran over. Yade Meng praised the boy's skills. Oh, that's impressive. Yade Meng complimented. I was just trying it out, the boy replied. If you fly seriously, it would be even more amazing. Yang Guang timed in. Then show us how you fly seriously, Yade Meng said. No, I don't want to perform for others before the official competition tomorrow. The boy refused. After some conversation, they learned that the boy's name was Cheating Takeo, and he had spent a lot of money on this airplane. He had saved up little by little, sacrificing his playtime to work and earn money. It took him a year and a half to finally gather enough money to buy this remote-controlled airplane. Achieving such a dream was truly not easy. In his childhood, the author also saved diligently to afford his favorite toys, putting away his pocket money. Every day after school, while seeing other kids buy delicious snacks, the author could only leave quietly. The next day, Ye Ming shared Cheating Takeo's story with everyone, and everyone admired Cheating's perseverance. "Oh, right, is the competition today?" Captain Daoist asked. "Yes, it's being held at the Comprehensive Sports Arena," Yang Guang replied. "Oh, there's a UGM camera there," Michishiro said as she projected the sports arena's video onto the main screen. "Oh, it's this plane," Ye Ming said, looking at the screen showing the Zero remote-control fighter. The Zero fighter performed a series of stunts, drawing admiration from the crowd. However, as it flew, something seemed to go wrong, and the remote-controlled airplane flew off into the distance. Cheating chased after the Zero fighter, but ultimately couldn't catch up. Yang Guang and Ye Ming saw that Cheating's competition had encountered an accident and drove over. They found Cheating at the edge of a cliff and went up to comfort him. After venting for a while, Cheating ran home crying. The next day, Cheating set out with his father to search for the Zero fighter. After searching for a long time without success, an old man told Cheating that he had seen the remote-controlled airplane flying towards the Great Bird Valley. However, the old man also informed Cheating that there were cosmic migratory birds called bale batten in the Great Bird Valley. They were attracted to Earth's warm environment, migrating every 50 to 60 years to nest and lay eggs in the Great Bird Valley. Bale batten was very aggressive and would attack any moving objects it encountered, being a carnivorous monster that particularly liked to eat human children. The child said, "Why does it want to eat everything?" Out of love for the Zero fighter, Cheating still went near the Great Bird Valley and tried to use the remote control to locate the airplane. As a result, a bale batten flew out and performed a series of aerial stunts under Cheating's remote control. It turned out that while the bale batten was nesting in the valley, it mistakenly swallowed Cheating Takeo's Zero fighter, which had flown into the mountains due to a malfunction, but the airplane got stuck in the Belebetten's throat and was not digested. After realizing that he could control the bale batten, Cheating proudly climbed onto its back and flew into the sky. However, during the flight, the bale batten spotted a crow. The bale batten exclaimed, "Oh, food," and began to chase the crow, coincidentally spitting out the Zero fighter. Thus, the bale batten was freed from Cheating's control. As Cheating fell from the Belebetten's flight, he was seen by Yang Guang and Ye Ming, who were rushing over. Ye Ming transformed into Ultraman and caught Cheating. Due to the destruction of its nesting, the bale batten flew away from Earth in search of a new habitat. Cheating happily returned home with his recovered Zero fighter. One must say that Cheating was really lucky. In a certain place in Sakura country, there is a huge statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva, which is very effective. People come to pay respects year-round. This place is the hometown of Oya Stone. Today, two fierce-looking individuals arrived. These two were not there to worship Guanyin Bodhisattva, but to search for gold. It turns out that during the Edo period, a great thief named Masanori Waimon, after stealing a large amount of gold, was discovered by the authorities while passing near Oya. Realizing he could not escape, he threw the gold into a pit. After being captured, he was tortured by the authorities, and just when he could no longer endure it, a great earthquake suddenly occurred, burying everyone in the mountains. This earthquake is also historically known as the Ansei Great Earthquake. Because of the earthquake, no one knew where the gold was buried, and these two individuals, after much investigation, discovered that the gold was near the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Determined to get rich overnight, they decided to come here at night to dig for treasure. Coincidentally, an earthquake began occurring nearby, and UGM radar detected unusual signals near Oya. The next day, Yang Guang and Ye Ming were sent by Captain Daoist to investigate. The two arrived at the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva and saw a boy, who was Shinbu. He told them that he dreamt of Guanyin Bodhisattva crying last night. And then the earthquake happened, along with hearing terrifying sounds. So Yang Guang, Ye Ming, and Shinbu went to check near the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva, but they found no abnormalities. However, there was an underground cave next to the statue, so they decided to search inside. They searched all day without finding anything unusual. Since there were no hotels nearby, the two had to stay at Shinbu's home that night. Yang Guang remarked, "There's a miraculous statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva here, yet no tourism development. There's not even a hotel. It's ridiculous." In the middle of the night, Yang Guang, Shurtaming, and Xian Fu all had the same dream. Seeing the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue crying, sensing that something was about to happen. So, the three of them put on their clothes and decided to go check on the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue. When they arrived in front of the statue, they didn't find anything unusual, so Yang Guang and Shurtaming used their Ultraman-S X-ray vision to observe. They discovered that two people were digging something under the statue. Yang Guang and Shurtaming exchanged glances and decided to let Xian Fu stay outside while they went in to take a look. As soon as they entered, they bumped into the two people running out. It turned out they had buried explosives and ran out after igniting the fuse. Boom! After the explosion, the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue shook violently and eventually toppled over. However, something even more terrifying happened. A monster emerged from the base of the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue. It was the whip-armed monster Zalasima. In myth and legend, this was the terrifying beast suppressed by the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Who would have thought this was actually true? Zalasima stood 56 meters tall and weighed 40,000 tons. Having been sealed underground in a volcano for many years, it stored thermal energy in its body, resulting in excellent adaptability to high temperatures, with a high surface temperature that could ignore UGM missiles and flame attacks. Zalasima's left arm with a massive whip-like appendage covered in sharp spines, making it look like a centipede. In close combat, it could lash out at enemies and bind them. Its right arm had sharp claws that could also inflict significant damage. This was a monster without light-based abilities, but with extremely strong melee combat capabilities. In close combat, even Ultraman Eddie would not be a match for it. Originally suppressed by the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue, Zalasima broke free when the statue was blown up. Zalasima, I'm finally out. After being trapped for so long, I'm free at last. After emerging, the monster roared at the sky and, seeing the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue lying there, vented its anger on the stone statue that had once suppressed it. Zalasima, ouch, I kicked my foot. I'm a mighty monster and can't even destroy a stone statue. At this moment, UGM received a notification from Yang Guang and Shurtaming and dispatched fighter jets to eliminate the monster. After a fierce barrage of attacks, the monster remained unharmed. Zalasima, furious, noticed a swarm of flies daring to attack it and lashed out with its whip. UGM fighter jets were hit one after another, forcing the pilots to parachute to safety. Yang Guang glanced at Shurtaming, who understood, and ran to a hidden corner to transform into Ultraman Eddie to battle the monster. Everyone was filled with hope at the sight of Ultraman Eddie appearing, expecting him to defeat the monster. However, reality was cruel. This time, upon engaging Zalasima, Ultraman Eddie found himself at a disadvantage. Zalasima lashed out with its whip and claw, making it impossible for Eddie to get close to the monster. Instead, he was sent flying. Zalasima, dance little baby. What a good Eddie. He actually dodged all of Zalasima's whip attacks and got in close. Eddie, take this. However, before Eddie's punch could reach the monster, he was swatted to the ground by Zalasima's claw. Eddie, this power. Then, Zalasima unleashed a merciless barrage of whip strikes on the downed Eddie. Crack, crack, crack. Eddie rolled around on the ground, trying to escape, rolling left and right. He finally evaded the range of Zalasima's whip and jumped back to gain some distance. Since close combat wasn't working, he decided to attack from a distance. Eddie unleashed the light arrow from his palm, attacking Zalasima from afar. Zalasima not only didn't dodge, but also puffed out its chest. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sparks flew. Zalasima hissed, that hurt a bit. I underestimated you. Eddie, everyone, power me with love, grant me strength. Help me defeat the monster. At this point, our Ultraman Eddie was also stunned by the monster's behavior of taking the energy beam head-on. Eddie, wow, impressive, brother. But Zalasima seized the opportunity to strike Eddie down again with its whip. Zalasima, who's your brother? I'll strike. Unexpectedly, this monster was so powerful. Seeing this, Yang Guang realized that Eddie was no match for Zalasima. So he quietly went to a hidden spot, took out the divine light stick, and transformed into Ultraman G to assist. Ultraman battles are numerous, and a flying kick takes up half of them. G leaped from behind the monster and kicked Transforma, who was still beating Eddie, knocking him over, and then helped Eddie up. The two AOs simultaneously assumed fighting stances and charged at Transforma, bringing back the righteous 2-on-1. Transforma, however, was not afraid. He had just easily dealt with one, and now two thought they could defeat him. Did they think they were Guanyin Bodhisattva? He directly launched indiscriminate strikes at the two AO rushing toward him. Gator performed a forward roll to dodge the whip and reach the side of the monster, then fired an energy blast that hit Zalashima, causing the monster to stagger back a few steps. Eddie executed a flip to avoid the attack and got behind the monster. Seeing the monster hit by Gator's energy blast, he kicked it from behind, sending the monster staggering forward a few steps. Jid took the opportunity to move in for close combat. First, he landed a punch to the stomach of Tsarasima, causing it to bend over. Then, he executed a series of straight punches to Tsarasima's face, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. Finally, he followed up with a kick that knocked the monster over. Eddie, seizing the chance while the monster was still down, jumped onto its back to attack. Eddie, watch my move, the Wusong Tiger fighting style. However, he was quickly pushed off by Tsarasima after only a few punches. Tsarasima stood up and unleashed a flurry of wild slaps at Eddie. Eddie dodged the first few, but ultimately got knocked down again. Gade watched as the whip dance of Tsarasima made a woeful sound, unable to get close, so he fired an energy projectile. Unexpectedly, Tsarasima's whip technique was quite impressive, and he managed to pop Gade's energy projectiles one by one with his whip. Jid, good whip technique. Tsarasima, hey, that's it. Eddie takes the opportunity to roll away and escape the range of the whip attack. Gade took advantage of the explosion to block the monster's line of sight, leaping forward in a swift motion and delivering two powerful punches to the monster's chest, causing it to stagger back repeatedly. Zalashima, this strength? The monster swiped and struck back. Gade ducked to avoid the attack, then delivered a heavy punch to the monster's side, causing it to stagger 2 steps. Zalashima exclaimed, ouch, my kidney. Then Gade executed a sweeping kick, knocking the monster down. He climbed on top and unleashed a flurry of attacks on the monster's head. Gaida, Wusong's tiger fighting style. Gade's fist is much heavier than Eddie's, and Zalashima is left dizzy from the blows. What a formidable creature Zalashima is. Indeed, a powerful monster that requires Guanyin Bodhisattva suppression. It endures immense pain and pushes Gade away, getting back on its feet. It retaliates with a flurry of strikes at Gade. Gade rolls continuously to evade, then leaps into the air, executing a descending kick that radiates red light from his foot, clearly indicating its immense power. Zalashima is no fool. Having experienced Gade's strength, it knows it cannot take the hit directly and prepares to dodge. However, Gade's descent is too fast, and Zalashima doesn't fully evade, getting struck on the left arm, rendering it unable to wield its whip. Eddie, seeing the monster injured, mimics Gade and performs a Montreal flying kick. He lands a kick on the monster's chest, knocking it to the ground. Having taken these 2 heavy hits, Zalashima is also seriously injured. Jid and Eddie exchange glances and simultaneously charged at Tsarasima, launching their attack. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't compete with 4 hands. Not to mention that Tsarasima was already injured in 1 arm at this point. After barely blocking a few hits, it was continuously struck by Jid and Eddie, soon becoming covered in wounds. Tsarasima shouted, "You 2 scoundrels, no martial ethics. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one." The 2 didn't care about Tsarasima's cries and unleashed 2 deadly beams at the injured Tsarasima, who was kneeling on the ground. Tsarasima was hit simultaneously by Jid's beam and Shakusham's beam, and it stubbornly held on for 2 seconds before exploding and dying. It must be said that this monster was very powerful, even stronger in close combat than Chimera. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't use beam skills, it would have been truly difficult to defeat. As Ged watched the monster being defeated, he propped up the statue of Guanyin and placed it back in its original position. As a result, the statue of Guanyin emitted thousands of golden rays, illuminating the sky. Finally, the light converged and all merged into Ged's body. At that moment, Ged received the blessing of Guanyin, and his mind became completely free of distractions, as if he had attained enlightenment. His state of mind was elevated, and the energy within him became pure. Ged felt that the entire realm had been sublimated. His understanding of Tai Chi transcended the martial art itself and ascended to a realm of Tao. It was the law of the universe, a principle that all things must follow. Many chaotic thoughts and questions gradually vanished from his mind. Gradually, only one thought remained: to save all beings and maintain world peace. At the same time, a great aspiration of compassion to relieve suffering arose from his heart. Looking at all things in the world, he felt a genuine affection for them. He felt completely integrated with a world filled with vibrant life. With the elevation of his spiritual realm and the purification of his energy, Ged's power limit was once again raised. He felt a sense of understanding a higher level of power, similar to how the Ultra Father began to comprehend true power after wielding the ultimate sword. At this moment, Ged also sensed a certain higher power. Gaida, I can't help but call it the power of Tai Chi. Eddie, Gaida, I feel like you've suddenly changed. Then the two soared into the sky. As for the two guys who blew up the Guanyin statue, they were locked up for damaging cultural relics. After that, there was another peaceful period. Nothing unusual happened these days, and the UGM team gathered at the base to chat. Suddenly, the radar detected a spaceship rapidly approaching Earth, followed by 3 other spaceships. They flew towards Mount Fuji, so Captain Daisen ordered everyone to set off. When the team arrived at the scene in their fighter jets, they saw a spaceship being pursued by 3 black fighter jets. After a barrage of fire, the spaceship was hit by the 3 jets. It began to smoke and wobbled down to the ground, then exploded. The 3 jets left upon seeing the explosion. The UGM team saw the spaceship explode and landed at the site to search for survivors. They walked to the crash site. Here it is. It should be right here. They only saw the wreckage of the spaceship. Was it blown to bits like this? It's completely destroyed. Is there still anyone alive? Anyway, let's search around first. The team members spoke up. At this moment, Yada took a deep breath, troubled. He knew when he saw the spaceship that it belonged to the Kingdom of Light. This meant there might be others of his kind in the crashed spaceship. So he couldn't help but worry. Yang Guang also remained silent, recalling past memories. Yang Guang. Ouch, Eddie's storyline is a bit far off, and I didn't see it all, so I can't remember what this plot is about. After the team searched for a while, golden powder began to fall from the sky. What is this? Sarah asked in confusion. This is the material that makes up the spaceship, Yada replied. The others began to collect the golden powder, preparing to take it back for research. Suddenly, a mental connection came, and both Yang Guang and Yada received it at the same time. Yada, it seems someone is calling you, Yang Guang said. Yeah, I think I heard it too, Yada nodded. Huh, who is calling you? I didn't hear anything, Changyi asked in confusion. The cries for help continued, and Yang Guang and Yada exchanged glances, then ran towards the direction of the mental connection. Hey, where are you going? This place can confuse even the locals. Thorinov, come back. The others shouted worriedly as they saw Yang Guang and Yada leave. After a while, they found a woman struggling to walk ahead, looking like she would fall at any moment. Hey, are you okay? Yang Guang stepped forward to support her. The woman, seeing a tall young man supporting her, unfortunately, was injured in the head and unable to speak, so she fainted in Yang Guang's arms. Yang Guang carefully examined the unconscious woman. She appeared to be around 25 years old, with short hair that looked youthful and vibrant, and she was quite pretty. Yang Guang. Oh no, it's a feeling of love. Hikaru, what's wrong? Yada stepped forward to ask. It's nothing. Hikaru. She must have called you through mental connection. Do you know her? Yang Guang asked. I don't know her, Yada replied after carefully examining the woman. Let's take her back for treatment first, Yang Guang said as he picked her up and prepared to return, when suddenly he heard a sound like a rattlesnake. Suddenly, several javelins were shot at them, and Yang Guang used ultra-telekinesis to freeze the incoming weapons in mid-air, causing them to lose power and fall to the ground. In front of them, 5 men suddenly emerged from the woods, blocking Yang Guang and Yada. Yang Guang used the Ultra Eye to see that they were indeed aliens, then pulled out his gun and shot, hitting all 5 within 2 seconds. The 5 men revealed their true forms after being hit. They were actually Karakara aliens. Yada was stunned by the series of changes. First, 5 men shot weapons. Then Yang Guang used his superpowers. Hey, how can you use superpowers in front of humans? Just as he was about to remind Yang Guang. Yang Guang had already killed the 5 men. Wow, this is serious. The 5 men revealed their true forms, and they turned out to be Karakara aliens. No wonder they were warriors from 30 million years ago. Their experience is really rich. I hadn't even reacted, and the enemy was already taken care of. Hikaru, how did you notice something was wrong? Yada asked. Isn't the Ultra Eye able to see through alien disguises and has X-ray vision? Do you usually live with your eyes closed? Yang Guang looked at Yada as if he were an idiot. Yada was left speechless. I'm just trying to hide my identity in human society. At that moment, Hikaru and the other team members also arrived. Afterwards, they brought the bodies of the Karakara aliens back to headquarters, and Yang Guang took the woman to the treatment center before returning to the UGM command room. At this time, everyone was discussing the woman's identity. Some team members speculated that the woman was probably the daughter of a wealthy family because she wore jewelry. Others guessed that she might be a jewel thief. Although the woman's identity was uncertain, the identities of the 5 alien bodies have been confirmed as the cosmic nomadic race, the Karakara aliens. Taking advantage of the shift change, Yang Guang went to the treatment center to visit the unconscious woman. You're awake. Yang Guang asked with concern when he saw the woman wake up. Where's this? The woman looked around the room and asked. This is the UGM treatment center. Yang Guang replied. UGM, the woman murmured. Hello, my name is Yang Guang. You can call me Guang. When we came to search the site of the spaceship explosion, we heard you calling for help through mental connection, so Yada and I came to find you. Some Karakara aliens appeared, but I killed them. Then I brought you back for treatment. Yang Guang explained the situation to the woman. Thank you, Hikaru. Yulian felt a surge of affection for the young man before her. What was that saying? When a woman encounters a hero saving her, she usually says, thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I have no way to repay you, and I am willing to dedicate myself. If the man is not handsome, she might say, thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I have no way to repay you, and I am willing to be a cow or a horse in my next life to repay you. Yang Guang was not only tall and handsome, but also exuded a natural and peaceful aura that drew all beings close. Since the Guanyin statue incident, all the female members of the UGM base had looked at Yang Guang differently. Every day, someone would come to inquire about Yang Guang's situation. This was the land of cherry blossoms after all, and the openness of women was evident. Yang Guang couldn't help but wonder if the Guanyin statue had taken over the work of the matchmaker. Why is it that he didn't receive this much attention from girls before? To be honest, while Yang Guang was handsome before and had a great image, there was always an overpowering aura about him, like the sun, making it hard for people to look directly at him. Most people would look away after glancing at him. Although Yang Guang had an excellent appearance, it made girls feel a sense of distance. However, after being blessed by Guanyin Bodhisattva this time, Yang Guang's temperament changed. His aura became more restrained, and he looked gentler and more approachable. The sense of distance between people disappeared, prompting the girls to take the initiative. Yang Guang, I didn't expect such good fortune. Once again, thanks to Guanyin Bodhisattva's divine power. Do you know why the Karakara aliens are after you? What brings you to Earth? Yang Guang asked the girl some questions, but she had injured her head and lost her memory, unable to recall anything at the moment. So, Yang Guang took her to meet Captain Dashin and the others. Captain, it seems she has lost her memory, Yang Guang said. The group began to question the girl. But unfortunately, it was to no avail. She couldn't remember anything. She must have lost her memory due to a shock, Yang Guang speculated. That's very likely. Captain Dashin also believed this was the case. Although the girl had temporarily lost her memory, she was very likely the owner of the spaceship that was previously being chased by the Karakara aliens. Therefore, Captain Dashin arranged for her to stay at the base, both to help her recover quickly and to facilitate monitoring. Captain, she doesn't even remember her name now. How do we address her? Huimei asked. Well, let's call her Xing Liangzi. Captain Dashin thought for a moment and said. Yang Guang was suddenly startled when he heard Captain Dashin name the girl Xing Liangzi. Yang Guang, what? She's the bride, isn't she? So she is Xing Liangzi. Xing Liangzi is actually Princess Urian of the Land of Light. Although Yang Guang had not fully watched the TV series of Ultraman Dinah, he was generally aware of the characters. For example, Dinah had a childhood friend who was the princess of the Land of Light, named Urian. As for how Urian came to Earth, Yang Guang truly did not know. Yang Guang. But how come her appearance is different from what I saw on the TV show? The actress wasn't a tomboy, and she looked a bit like a man. However, the Xing Liangzi I see now has a clearly perfect figure. What is going on? Where did it go wrong? Author. You know that as an actress. This is the real world. Not only are Ultraman and monsters real, but the characters' appearances are also more in line with reality, which is normal and different from the TV show. Yang Guang, you make a good point. From now on, Princess Urian of the Land of Light has a human name, which is Xing Liangzi. So, for the next period, Huimei, Yang Guang, and Yada Takashi helped Xing Liangzi recover her memory. Due to her uncertain identity, Xing Liangzi could not leave UGM for the time being. On the first day, Yang Guang took Xing Liangzi to exercise to see if she had any discomfort. After some activities, they found that Xing Liangzi's physical fitness was astonishing, stronger than Olympic champions. Of course, Yang Guang and Yada Takashi were not surprised since they could do the same, just not showing it. In fact, Ultraman is also very powerful in human form, easily kicking through wooden stakes, smashing boulders with a punch, and even emitting energy beams, and can fly too. During Dinah's final battle, when Chimera transformed in human form, on the second day, Yang Guang bought a lot of snacks to bring to Xing Liangzi. On the third day, Huimei bought fruits to give to Xing Liangzi. And Yada Takashi, well, he was just there to enjoy the food. Although Takashi didn't recognize that the girl in front of him was Princess Urian, he still knew that she likely came from the Land of Light. So he acted without any restraint, comfortably eating and chatting. However, After several days, Xing Liangzi still had not recovered her memory. During this time, Hui Mei took great care of Xing Liangzi, and out of gratitude, Xing Liangzi gave her bracelet as a gift to Hui Mei. One day, Hui Mei went out to buy fruits and was spotted by the Karakura aliens. Because she was wearing the bracelet given by Xing Liangzi, the Karakura aliens mistakenly believed that Hui Mei was Princess Yurian and prepared to capture her. Just then, patrolling member Ikeda noticed and reported it, but unfortunately, Ikeda was just an ordinary person. Although he was considered an elite human, he could not defeat the aliens. So, unsurprisingly, he was quickly taken down by the Karakura aliens, who easily captured Hui Mei. Ikeda immediately reported Hui Mei's abduction to headquarters. Captain Dashin then sent Yang Guang and Yada Takashi to rescue Hui Mei, and due to her feelings for Hui Mei, Xing Liangzi followed along. On the other side, Hui Mei was taken to a cave by the Karakura aliens and tied to a stone pillar. Yurian Princess, you finally fell in my hands. Ha ha ha. King Galton boasted as he approached Hui Mei. What? You must be mistaken. I'm Siege, not any Yurian princess. Hui Mei explained. Shut up. That bracelet is the best evidence. King Galtan retorted. Hui Mei, could it be? Hui Mei realized that the Karakura aliens mistakenly thought she was Ms. Liangzi, not knowing that Ms. Liangzi was actually Princess Yurian. She didn't know which alien race Yurian belonged to. Yurian Princess, quickly tell me the whereabouts of Ultraman Dyna. King Galtan continued to ask. What do you want with Ultraman Dyna? Hui Mei asked. What else? Of course, to kill him. King Galtan angrily slammed his knife down on the stone pillar. Foolish alien. How would he tell you that? Hui Mei firmly said. I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. When Hui Mei heard that the alien wanted to kill Ultraman Dyna, she certainly would not compromise and said resolutely. Even if you don't say, it doesn't matter. As long as the news of you being here gets out, Dyna will naturally come. King Galtan said. King Galtan, furious that his son was killed by the Land of Light, began to torture Hui Mei. Slap, slap, slap. At this moment, Yang Guang and the three found the car that kidnapped Hui Mei and began searching for other clues. Suddenly, Xing Liangzi's earrings resonated. It turned out the earrings and bracelet could resonate with each other. I know where Hui Mei is, Xing Liangzi said. That's great. Let's go save her. Yang Guang said. The three prepared to head out when suddenly a few men jumped out. It was obvious that these were the Karakura aliens. Xing Liangzi directly used her Ultraman telekinesis to reveal the true forms of the Karakura aliens. Beasts, show your true forms, Xing Liangzi commanded. Yang Guang, seeing the aliens, immediately rushed forward and knocked one of the Karakura aliens down with a punch, then kicked the second one down. Yada Takashi also fought bravely, taking on two at once. Xing Liangzi faced one of the Karakura aliens as well. After a brief fight, several Karakura aliens were easily dealt with. Suddenly, the Karakura alien that had been knocked down disappeared on the spot. Danger! Both Yada Takashi and Yang Guang sensed something was wrong and shouted. Yang Guang dove toward Xing Liangzi while Yada Takashi also fell to the ground. They saw a violent explosion. Fortunately, the three had timely reactions, or they would have been injured. But even so, Xing Liangzi was also knocked unconscious by the shockwave. Yang Guang shook her awake, and as Xing Liangzi regained consciousness, her memories began to slowly return. Xing Liangzi, oh no, I need to think. Oh wait, my memories are coming back. So, Xing Liangzi told Yada Meng about her identity as Princess Yulian and explained the reason for her arrival on Earth. It turned out that the incident started when King Galtan gathered millions of his people to invade the Kingdom of Light, intending to dominate the entire universe. Naturally, the Kingdom of Light had to fight back, and thus the war began. Unexpectedly, despite appearing formidable, King Galtan's overall strength was not that impressive. During the war, not only was his son defeated by the Kingdom of Light, but he also had to flee in a disgraceful manner. Realizing that they could not win against the Kingdom of Light, he learned that Ultraman Eddie was alone on Earth and planned to kill him to take revenge on the Kingdom of Light. And he had come to relay this message. Yada Meng was also astonished after hearing Xing Liangzi's words. You are actually Princess Yulian. Back when I left, you were just a little girl. Yada Meng exclaimed, looking at the tall and graceful Princess Yulian in surprise. Xing Liangzi, what? A little girl? I thought we were childhood friends. But you only see me as a little girl. Great. My love story hasn't even started before it ends. Oh, I understand now. So, those guys mistook Amy for you. Which is why they captured her, Yada Meng said. That Team Chuang is in great danger. Yang Guang remarqued. Right, let's go save her. Yada Meng said. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the cave, seeing that the surroundings were blocked by iron gates. This thing could only stop ordinary people. The three of them were all Ultramen. With a single leap, Yang Guang jumped over the fence and entered. Xing Liangzi was surprised. Earthlings are so strong? She didn't know that Yang Guang was also an Ultraman. Then, Meng and Xing Liangzi did a flip and entered. Inside the cave, King Galtan heard his subordinates report that someone had broken in, and it should be Ultraman Eddie. King Galtan laughed, not expecting Ultraman Eddie to arrive so soon, and ordered his subordinates to lie in ambush, waiting to launch a surprise attack when Eddie arrived. He must kill Ultraman Eddie on the spot. In no time, the three of them burst into the cave, and the Karakara soldiers were no match for Yang Guang and Meng, falling to the ground in no time. What? You say this level of strength can be called elite soldiers? After all, how could those guarding King Galtan be mere cannon fodder? They must be the elite of the Karakara tribe. However, to Yang Guang and Meng, these were indeed just cannon fodder. With such a low level, they wanted to invade the Kingdom of Light and dominate the universe? That's just absurd. Perhaps King Galtan's forces weren't originally this weak. They might have been decimated by the Kingdom of Light, leaving only some cannon fodder behind. Seeing someone break in, King Galtan stepped forward and took Aimee hostage. You are King Galtan, let Aimee go, Meng shouted as soon as he saw King Galtan. Ultraman Eddie, don't you see the knife in my hand? Put down your weapons and surrender. King Galtan threatened, holding the knife to Aimee's neck. It turned out that Meng was Ultraman Eddie. Seeing Meng step forward to speak, Aimee thought to herself. At that moment, a Karakara alien launched a surprise attack from above, throwing a spear. Aimee pushed King Galtan's knife away and flipped to stand in front of Meng, preparing to shield him with her body. In that instant, Yang Guang used Ultraman telekinesis to freeze the spear in midair. With a clang, the spear fell to the ground. Aimee, who thought she was going to die, stood there dumbfounded as Meng pulled her behind him for protection. Yang Guang drew his gun and began shooting. In the blink of an eye, he eliminated the remaining small soldiers one by one. The sudden turn of events left King Galtan as the only one remaining. King Galtan, what the hell? In the blink of an eye, I'm the only one left. This isn't how the script goes. Meng, King Galtan, surrender quickly. Seeing that he was outnumbered, King Galtan instantly retreated outside the cave, preparing to grow giant and kill them all. The group followed him outside and saw King Galtan transformed into a giant. Without saying a word, Meng transformed into Ultraman Eddie to confront him. King Galtan is the leader of the cosmic nomadic Karakara aliens, known for his cruel and cold nature. After growing giant, he stood 60 meters tall and weighed 32,000 tons. He wore a battle knife called the explosive Azure Dragon Knife at his waist, a weapon forged with the strength of his entire tribe. It was over 20 meters long, weighed 5,000 tons, and was extremely sharp, capable of easily cutting through large rocks. With this knife, King Galtan could also unleash ranged attacks. By stabbing it forcefully into the ground, he could create a powerful shockwave that shattered the earth. Additionally, the blade could emit lightning-like destructive beams, greatly enhancing the wielder's combat power. At this moment, Ultraman Eddie and King Galtan were locked in combat, testing each other's strength. However, it seemed that Eddie was not a match for King Galtan in terms of power and was thrown aside. But Eddie, agile as ever, rolled and quickly got back on his feet. King Galtan chased after him, attacking Eddie, who managed to block a few blows, but ultimately, he was still knocked down by King Galtan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, King Galtan drew his treasured knife, ready to strike down Eddie. Eddie rolled to dodge the knife. But King Galtan continued to slash, forcing Eddie to evade constantly, putting him in a very dangerous situation. On the ground, Xing Liangzi and Aimee were also worried about Eddie. What a great Ultraman Eddie is, truly a top graduate of the Kingdom of Light. No wonder he could become a member of the Ultraman brothers in the future. In a flash, Eddie leaped away from King Galtan and unleashed a light arrow. However, King Galtan used the explosive Azure Dragon Knife to shatter the light arrow. In the original TV series, this knife was broken by the light arrow, and then Eddie displayed his might to defeat King Galtan. But it's unrealistic to think it could break so easily. This is a treasured knife used by a tribal king. If it were that easy to break, it would have been shattered long ago during the battles with the Kingdom of Light. In fact, from the moment he appeared, Eddie was slightly outmatched in strength. And with the support of the explosive Azure Dragon Knife, King Galtan's superb swordsmanship forced Ultraman Eddie to evade and retreat in a panic. At this moment, King Galtan brandished his large knife, chasing after Eddie to strike, while Eddie continuously dodged and then threw a large rock at King Galtan. King Galtan effortlessly split the rock in half with his knife. Eddie was more agile than King Galtan, who couldn't keep up, but Eddie also didn't dare to approach. After all, being hit by the knife was no joke. Just when one might think King Galtan had run out of tricks, he pointed his knife at Eddie and unleashed a lightning-like destructive beam. Eddie was caught off guard and was hit by the beam, knocking him down to the ground, his colorful timer on his chest beeping a red alert. At this moment, Ultraman Eddie had no hope of turning the tide. Eddie, Xing Liangzi, and Aimee exclaimed in unison. "Take care of yourselves. I'm going to help Eddie," Yang Guang said to the two girls. Huh? What? The two girls simultaneously expressed their doubts upon hearing Yang Guang's words. They thought to themselves, don't go causing trouble. Didn't you see that Eddie couldn't even defeat that Galtan King? Be careful with that handsome face of yours. Just as Galtan King was about to strike Eddie with a sword, Yang Guang ran in front of Eddie with incredible speed, leaped into the air, hovered there. And his shining rod emitted a dazzling light as he transformed into Jade Ultraman. Ah, so Hikaru is also an Ultraman. Oh, I didn't expect Hikaru, to the two girls exclaimed in unison. As soon as Ged appeared, he fired an energy blast at King Galtan, causing the king, who was about to behead Eddie, to stagger backward. Another Ultraman. Who are you? You look like a cooked Australian lobster. King Galtan asked. I am you. Listen up. I am not some Australian lobster. I am Ged Ultraman, a warrior from the super ancient times 30 million years ago. Ged replied, no matter who you are, dare to stop me, and I will chop you down too, King Galtan arrogantly declared. But I must say, King Galtan has the capital to be arrogant. His own strength is on par with Eddie Ultraman, and he wields the explosive Azure Dragon Blade. He can fight both at close and long range, with basically no weaknesses, making him one of the well-known strong fighters in the universe. King Galtan, I've already taken down one. Taking down another is no problem. I've been dominating the universe for so many years. Do you think I'm just a name? King Galtan ignored Eddie and charged directly at Ged. Ged was unwilling to show weakness and charged at King Galtan as well. King Galtan swung his blade diagonally, and Ged ducked to the left to dodge, getting to King Galtan's right side, grabbing his right arm that held the blade, pulling him, and delivering a knee strike, pushing King Galtan back, followed by a side kick that knocked King Galtan to the ground. King Galtan quickly got back up and swung his blade at Ged again. Ged could not get close and could only dodge left and right, waiting for an opportunity. However, it must be said that King Galtan's swordsmanship is superb, with a seamless execution of moves and no openings. Thus, Ged could only brace himself against the blade with the armor on his wrist. Duong. Sparks flew. King Galtan's swordsmanship paused for a moment, and Ged seized the opportunity to punch King Galtan in the chest, knocking him back several steps. Then added a side kick that sent King Galtan flying hundreds of meters to the ground. Why always use side kicks? Because they pack a punch. Gade leaped up while King Jardan was still getting up, executing a powerful kick that came down from the sky, aimed directly at the newly risen King Jardan. In the blink of an eye, King Jardan raised a sword to block in front of his chest. A red glow emanated from Gade's foot, indicating the tremendous power of the attack. When it struck the sword, it drove the blade into King Jardan's chest with a loud bang. Ugh! King Jardan was violently knocked back hundreds of meters. If it weren't for the sword absorbing most of the damage, he could have been seriously injured. For an ordinary monster, being kicked away hundreds of meters would definitely leave them disoriented and temporarily unable to fight. However, King Jardan was different. He wore armor, and although he took a hard fall, he wasn't seriously hurt. King Jardan thought, thankfully I had my sword and armor, which helped mitigate the damage, or it could have been dangerous. King Jardan rose and let out an angry roar to rally himself. Then he unleashed another lightning-like destructive beam with his sword. Gade knew that this move was powerful, so he didn't take it head-on and rolled the dodge. King Galtan saw that he missed once, so he unleashed several attacks in quick succession. Unfortunately, none of them hit Gade. Either he dodged them or he blocked them with an energy shield. By the time King Galtan had very little energy left, he still hadn't caused any significant damage to Gade. Furious, he yelled loudly. Then, in a fit of rage, he charged at Gade with wild swings, this time completely without strategy. Gade dodged a few times before seizing an opening, executing a sweeping kick that knocked King Gardan to the ground, then kicked the treasured sword out of King Gardan's hand. King Gardan got up and grabbed Gade, and the two began to wrestle. Although King Gardan was stronger than Eddie, he was still slightly weaker than Gade. Gade used the subtle strength of Tai Chi to continuously throw King Jardan to the ground. King Jardan relying on his armor, found that falling down was not too damaging for him, aside from being a bit embarrassed. He kept getting up to attack. Gade defended and countered with his punches, combining defense and offense. Overall, Gade's boxing skills were stronger than King Jartan's, giving him the upper hand in close combat. After losing his treasured sword, King Jartan's threat level decreased, and he was repeatedly pushed back or thrown down by Gade. When King Jartan threw another punch, Gade seized his arm and executed a shoulder throw, slamming King Jartan heavily to the ground. Then, a powerful stomp struck King Jartan's face, causing him to be stunned. But it wasn't over. Gade lifted King Jartan and forcefully slammed him headfirst into the ground, creating a loud crash. After a series of head impacts, King Jartan finally lost consciousness. Gade leaped away, charging energy to unleash the Gade Ray. Bayou. Boom! King Jartan was blown to pieces, dead beyond recovery. It must be said that in the TV series, King Jartan was killed by Eddie, but in reality, he is quite powerful. The armed King Jartan might be even stronger than Zalasima, who was suppressed by Guanyin Bodhisattva. King Jartan has armor, giving him higher defense than other monsters. Moreover, as the king of the Karakara clan, he has fought in many battles and has strong combat abilities. Gade picked up the dagger of King Galton and examined it. The explosive Azure Dragon Blade. What a domineering name. It truly is a good weapon. Treasures belong to those with virtue, so you'll be mine from now on. After so many battles, Gade realized the advantages of wielding a weapon in combat, so he unhesitatingly claimed the sword for himself. After all, weapons that can be both large and small are rare. Eddie and Gade transformed back into their human forms and joined Xing, Liangzi, and Huimei. Huimei, you must not tell anyone about us being Ultramen, Yang Guang said. Yeah, if others find out, we'll have to return to the Land of Light, Yashida Takashi added. Don't worry, I won't reveal your identities, Huimei assured. Oh, right, Xing Liangzi, your bracelet. This is a token of your identity. It should be important to you. So I'll return it to you, Huimei said to Xing Liangzi. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Xing Liangzi said, taking the bracelet with embarrassment. It's fine. Xing Liangzi, would you like to join UGM and fight alongside Yashida, Takashi, and Hikaru? Huimei asked. Joining UGM. That works, Xing Liangzi replied. Glancing at Yashida Takashi and Yang Wang, and seeing their eager expressions, she nodded in agreement with Huimei's suggestion. The four then returned to the UGM base, and Xing Liangzi began her training with UGM. However, over the past few days, Yang Wang noticed that Xing Liangzi looked at him in a way that was quite similar to how other girls who secretly glanced at him did. Especially after teacher Kyoko visited Yashida Takashi, Xing Liangzi realized that Yashida Takashi already had a girlfriend. Now, whenever there was free time, Xing Liangzi would stay close to Yang Wang. And our Yang Wang, as a pure young man who longs for love but has never been in a relationship, had no defense against the advances of Big G. Gradually, Yang Wang's feelings for Xing Liangzi also grew day by day. The feelings between young men and women can warm up quite quickly, especially when both sides are interested. As for the relationship between Yashida Takashi and Xing Liangzi, Yang Wang specifically asked Yashida Takashi. It turned out that although they had known each other since childhood, one could say they were childhood sweethearts. But Yulian was younger than Eddie. In Eddie's eyes, he only regarded Yulian as a younger sister. When he left the Land of Light for missions, Yulian was still a little girl. Here we must mention the age setting of Ultraman. There have always been different theories about how Ultraman's ages correspond to human ages. An official statement given by a certain source is that 1 year of Ultraman's life is equivalent to 347 years of human life. However, the author has a different opinion on this conversion. We refer to the example of Boy Ultraman, who is 1,200 years old and claims he is still in elementary school in the Land of Light. If we divide 1,200 by 347, we get approximately 345 years. This means Boy Ultraman is only 3.5 years old. How could he possibly be in elementary school? He should still be in kindergarten. Moreover, at 3.5 years old, his height is only a head shorter than that of adult Ultraman. Clearly, this age conversion is incorrect. While we don't know how many grades there are in the elementary school of the Land of Light, we can assume it has 6 grades, just like our current system. Let's assume Boy Ultraman is now in the 6th grade, which would be equivalent to a human child of around 12 years old. Therefore, we can deduce that in the Land of Light, approximately every 100 years corresponds to 1 year of human life. If Boy is 1,200 years old in the 1st grade, that would be equivalent to a human child of 6 or 7 years old. leading to the conclusion that every 200 years in the Land of Light is equivalent to 1 year of human life. If 200 years equals 1 year, then Eddie and Yulian would only differ by 1 year in their ages, making it impossible for Eddie to say that Yulian was still a little girl when he left. Therefore, it is more reasonable to say that 100 years in the Land of Light is equivalent to 1 year in human terms. As an excellent graduate, Eddie became an Ultraman warrior at around 1,600 years old, which is equivalent to a human of 16 years, and then began undertaking missions. At that time, Yulian was only 1,400 years old, about 14 in human terms, so it could be said that Yulian was still a girl. This raised Yang Guang's curiosity about age. So he specifically asked Xing Liangzi, from whom he learned that before Ultramen reach adulthood, every 100 years corresponds to 1 year of human life. And by the time they reach 2,000 years old, they are equivalent to 20 years in human life. During this period, any Ultramen grow and develop according to this age conversion. However, after reaching 2,000 years, things change. For ordinary Ultramen without talent in the Land of Light, it remains the same. Every 100 years equals 1 year, so their lifespan is capped at around 120 years, equivalent to humans. For those with warrior talent who become qualified Ultraman warriors before reaching 2,000 years, after turning 2,000, every 1,000 years corresponds to 1 year of human life, with a maximum lifespan of around 100,002 years. Yang Guang asked, "So what is your age converted to human years?" Xing Liangzi responded, "I am currently 7,800 years old. The first 2,000 years is equivalent to 20 years in human terms. Since I became an Ultraman warrior before reaching 2,000, after that, every 1,000 years equals 1 year. So now I am just over 25, not yet 26. Yang Guang asked, "What about Eddie?" Xing Liangzi replied, "Eddie is 8,000 years old, which is 200 years older than me. The first 2,000 years is equivalent to 20 years in human terms. He became an Ultraman warrior at 1,600 years, and by 6,000 years, he reached the peak of a high-level warrior and underwent the gem timer transplant. So his age is calculated as just over 24. Yang Guang was puzzled. How could Eddie be younger than you? How is age calculated after the gem timer transplant? Xing Liangzi explained, after undergoing the gem timer transplant, age becomes meaningless because as long as the energy doesn't deplete, one won't die. Yang Guang exclaimed, as long as the energy doesn't deplete, one won't die. So not all Ultramen are immortal. Only those with the gem timer transplant can be considered immortal. Xing Liangzi responded, you could say that. In a Land of Light, we refer to Ultraman warriors with gem timers as elite warriors. Elite warriors are different from ordinary Ultraman warriors. They are powerful Ultraman warriors with gem timers. In a Land of Light, only a small portion of Ultramen are born with gem timers. Their talents are stronger than most of their kin, allowing them to easily become powerful warriors protecting the Land of Light. Most of their kin do not have colored timers and can only undergo continuous training and self-enhancement to reach the peak of high-level warriors to qualify for the gem timer transplant surgery. Once they become elite warriors, it not only signifies that they're almost immortal, but their strength also multiplies. This is because the gem timer accelerates the absorption of external energy by Ultraman warriors and increases the upper limit of energy within their bodies. Therefore, as long as elite Ultraman warriors have energy and are not killed, they will not die. Xing Liangzi continued. Moreover, within the range of the Land of Light, due to the illumination of the Plasma Spark Tower, elite warriors' energy will not deplete. Even if they leave the light range of the Plasma Spark Tower, the gem timer can actively absorb free energy from the universe to replenish the energy of Ultraman warriors. Even if energy is exhausted, they will turn into stone statues. On the day they receive enough energy, they can come back to life. Thus, after becoming elite warriors, they can freely traverse the universe. And only those who become elite warriors are sent into space to carry out missions. Unlike me, who still needs to take a spaceship to Earth. I have to say, the color timer is like Ultraman's cheat, actively absorbing energy from the outside world. It not only allows the Ultraman warriors to quickly recover their strength and injuries, but also gives them the ability to carry out long-distance missions. Without the color timer, Ultraman's internal energy is limited, and the speed of energy absorption is slow, so they cannot fly long distances and can only travel by spaceship. Yang Guang, I see. After becoming an elite warrior, if the energy runs out, one will only turn into a stone statue, but in battle, one might be killed. All right, what level are you now? Xing Liangzi, I am currently at the stage of a high-level Ultraman warrior, but I'm still a bit away from implanting the color timer. However, my strength is very close, and Maybe it won't be long before I can implant the color timer gem. Yang Guang. Oh, so confident. Xing Liangzi. That's because I am considered a rare genius in the land of light. However, since I am a princess, I don't need to personally participate in battles most of the time, so I just lack practical experience and insights from life and death battles. Yang Guang. So you're just a tiny bit behind other geniuses. Xing Liangzi. Hikari, you are so strong. You must be a top warrior by now, right? Yang Guang. Top warrior? I'm not sure. How many levels of Ultraman strength are there in your land of light? Xing Liangzi. In the land of light, we classify Ultraman into 8 levels. The lowest is ordinary people without warrior talent. Then there are junior Ultraman warriors, intermediate Ultraman warriors, and senior Ultraman warriors. Above that are elite Ultraman warriors, top Ultraman warriors, and ultimate Ultraman warriors. Above the ultimate Ultraman warriors are the legendary 4 mysterious ones. Yang Guang. So, what qualifies as a top Ultraman warrior? And how does one become an ultimate warrior? Xing Liangzi. After becoming an elite warrior with the enhancement of the color timer, the strength of Ultraman warriors is reinforced. The energy limit within their bodies, the speed of energy absorption, and the recovery ability of their bodies will all improve. This is the elite stage. As Ultraman constantly hones himself, finally merging completely with the gem, he can control his own energy freely. At this point, Ultraman can break through his original height limit and can grow larger or smaller. When he reaches this point, he has attained the stage of top warrior. Yang Guang. Oh, being able to control one's energy and body freely, changing size at will, is what makes one a top warrior. It makes sense that some Ultraman are 40 meters tall, some 50 meters, yet when placed together, they appear the same size, so they can adjust their size. Alright, what about the ultimate warriors? Xing Liangzi. Generally speaking, the top warrior is the pinnacle of Ultraman evolution. To become an ultimate warrior, one needs to comprehend a higher level of power. In the land of light, only Father of Ultra has reached the level of ultimate warrior by comprehending the true power. The strongest others are merely top warriors, and top warriors are already considered elite combat power. There aren't many in the land of light. The most famous and strongest batch is the Ultraman brothers, of course. There are also some top warriors in other departments. In total, there are only a few dozen in the entire land of light. Xing Liangzi. Of course, one can also use divine artifacts to amplify oneself, or multiple Ultraman can fuse together to reach the ultimate warrior stage. But these two methods are temporary and cannot maintain the ultimate warrior state for long. Yang Guang. With such a classification standard, although I haven't tried adjusting my body size, I see that Digga and Eddie seem to be able to do it. So there's no reason I can't. So I should also be a top warrior. However, ever since Guanyin Bodhisattva blessed me, I feel like I've touched the level of Tai Chi power, although I have just grasped a little bit. I believe one day I can fully comprehend Tai Chi power and become an ultimate warrior. Through this conversation, Yang Guang not only resolved his confusion about converting Ultraman ages to human ages, but also understood the classification of Ultraman warriors. Yang Guang. Liangzi, can you tell me more about the history of your land of light? Since I am not an Ultraman from this universe, there's still many things I don't understand about your land of light. Xing Liangzi. No problem. Let me introduce you to the information about our land of light. The Land of Light is located on a planet called Ultraman Star in the M78 Nebula, with a population of about 18 billion. It is 3 million light-years away from Earth, and Ultraman Star is 60 times the size of Earth, with a gravity more than 120 times that of Earth, surrounded by radiation light from an artificial sun called diffratta light. Yang Guang. Oh, so the Land of Light is so big. Xing Liangzi. The Land of Light was not always like this. As early as 270,000 years ago, due to a stellar explosion, the Land of Light fell into darkness. So the scientists of the Land of Light created plasma sparks, using plasma spark towers to illuminate the entire Land of Light with the rays emitted by the plasma sparks. The diffratta rays have powerful energy, and under this light, the indigenous people of the Land of Light evolved. Yang Guang. Impressive. Xing Liangzi. Of course, not everyone successfully evolved. 99 of them failed and turned to ash. The remaining one of the population, empowered by the energy of the plasma spark, achieved enormous sizes, with an average height of 40 m and an average weight of tons, and they gained many superpowers. They were thereafter called Ultraman. This event is also known as the Human Super Evolution event. The plasma spark is also referred to as the Holy Light by the Ultraman. The core energy of the plasma spark is incredibly powerful, and even Ultraman cannot touch it directly. So a handle was made for the plasma spark, making it look like a torch. Yang Guang. Uho. Xing Liangzi. The evolution of Ultraman also varies. Some are born with a color timer, while others are not. Ultraman with a color timer has significantly more energy and is stronger, and they can become qualified Ultraman warriors with just a little training. Through hard training, they can unleash their potential and become elite warriors. Yang Guang, it's unfair. Xing Liangzi, it's okay, later. The scientists of the Land of Light studied those Ultraman with color timer gems and replicated the color timer, implanting it into those who were born without it, allowing them to also become elite warriors. Yang Guang, the scientists of the Land of Light are amazing. Is there anything they can't do? Xing Liangzi, of course. Not all Ultraman can be implanted. They must undergo rigorous training to reach the peak of the senior warrior stage first. Yang Guang, are there many senior warriors? How many Ultraman warriors can reach that? Xing Liangzi, in the Land of Light, Ultraman with warrior talent are extremely rare. That means, out of the 18 billion population, there are about 8 million Ultraman warriors. About 1/10 of junior warriors have the talent to become intermediate warriors, roughly 180,000. Similarly, only 1/10 of intermediate warriors have the talent to become senior warriors, which is about 18,000. Therefore, compared to ordinary Ultraman, senior warriors are already super geniuses that are 1 in a million. Yang Guang, so there are so few Ultraman warriors. Xing Liangzi, likewise, only 1/10 of senior warriors can reach the peak, thus implanting the color timer to become an enviable elite warrior. In other words, there are only about 1/800 who can become elite warriors by the day after tomorrow. Together with the Ultramen who are born with gemstone timers, there are only a little over 2,000 in the elite level of the Land of Light. Therefore, the elite level in the Land of Light can be considered part of the leadership. They are the real backbone of the Land of Light. Xing Liangzi. In the Land of Light, Ultramen are divided into 3 clans based on color: the Red Clan, Silver Clan, and Blue Clan. Yang Guang. Oh, aren't there also the White Clan and Shadow Clan? Xing Liangzi, no? Who told you that? Yang Guang, oh, just hearsay? You continue. Xing Liangzi. The energy in the Red Clan is more akin to fire attributes, and they have strong physical strength and resistance to attacks, but are slightly slower. Their personalities are simple, making them natural warriors. The energy in the Blue Clan leans towards wind attributes. They are weaker in physical strength and resistance, but faster, smarter, and more agile in thought, making them natural assassins or scientists. The energy in the Silver Clan is relatively mild, and they have more energy, making it easier for them to learn various skills. Their physical strength and speed are relatively balanced, excelling in various fields. Additionally, because the energy in the Silver Clan is relatively mild, they can incorporate more spatium material into their bodies, enhancing their combat power more than the other 2 clans. However, over time, there are very few pure-blooded Ultramen left among the 3 clans of the Land of Light. Most belong to the red-silver or blue-silver mixed types. Although they lack the innate abilities of pure colors, they have become more balanced. After Xing Liangzi's explanation, Yang Guang, the outsider, finally gained a more detailed understanding of the Land of Light. Yang Guang also told Xing Liangzi that he came from another universe and was transported to this world due to an accidental space-time rift while fighting the dark demon god Gatangier. The two exchanged stories, and their relationship gradually grew closer. In the following period, Yang Guang, in order to enhance the strength of himself and Xing Liangzi, took her either to train or on the way to training, whether it was fitness, sparring, or practicing sword techniques. The two were almost inseparable during the day, and their feelings rapidly warmed. Under Yang Guang's special training, Xing Liangzi's strength began to improve. Xing Liangzi had a high talent, possessing many super abilities, but rarely fought due to being a princess. Nevertheless, she had already become a high-level warrior 800 years ago at the age of 7,000. Xing Liangzi had mentioned that Heidi became a qualified Ultraman before graduating from university and had already begun taking on missions from the Land of Light. Later, at the age of 6,000, he reached the peak of high-level warriors, becoming an elite warrior sent by the Land of Light to maintain peace across the universe. After honing himself in the universe for over 1,000 years, he successfully became a top-level warrior more than a decade ago and was recently sent by the Land of Light to Earth to maintain peace there. Talents like Heidi are extremely rare throughout the Land of Light, belonging to those who possess abilities comparable to the Ultraman brothers and are very likely to become one of them in the future. Heidi, you really know people well. An 8,000-year-old top-level warrior can't compare to those big shots who are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years old, But for an ordinary Ultraman, 8,000 years is already half a lifetime. You know, the life limit for ordinary clan members is 12,000 years. One day, Yang Wang was patrolling as usual on his motorcycle when he came to a soccer field and saw children practicing soccer, so he stopped to watch. Yang Wang liked playing soccer when he was young, and later, he grew fond of basketball, so he was good at both. Suddenly, a group of motorcycle gang members rushed into the soccer field and started causing trouble for the children, even attacking them. Yang Wang couldn't stand it and rushed in to scold them. Upon seeing someone from UGM, the motorcycle gang immediately drove away. Yang Wang saw that someone was injured and took them to the hospital. It turned out to be a pair of siblings. The sister's name was Aya, and the brother's name was Naoto. The sister came out to stop the motorcycle gang when she saw her brother's soccer match being interrupted. But how could a weak woman stop the arrogant gang? Instead, she got hurt, seeing his sister injured. The brother mustered the courage to shoot the ball and knocked one of the gang members down, which angered the gang, and he was injured badly. The doctor said if he could survive the night, he would be fine, but if not, he might not make it. The siblings had long lost their parents and were left to rely on each other, which was very pitiful. Aya looked at her brother lying unconscious and broke down in tears. Aya, don't worry. I believe Naoto will be okay. Yang Wang comforted her. This group of motorcycle gang members even attacked children and women. They must be taught a lesson. Yang Wang made a certain decision in his heart as he looked at the pitiful siblings. Yang Wang returned to the UGM headquarters and told Captain Yamashita about what happened today. This was a very serious hit-and-run incident involving a motorcycle gang, and it had to be investigated thoroughly. Yang Wang said to Captain Yamashita, "The hit-and-run incident can be handled by the police." Captain Yamashita replied, "The responsibility of UGM is to protect the Earth and humanity from the destruction of monsters. As for human wrongdoing, it's reasonable for the police to handle it." However, Yang Wang, being indignant towards evil, couldn't stand these motorcycle gangs, so he took a day off under the pretext of body fatigue. Yang Wang left UGM and went to a gas station to gather information. After all, driving requires fuel. At the gas station, Yang Wang learned that the motorcycle gang was called the Saturn Gang and then inquired about their whereabouts. During this process, Yang Wang's inquiries about the Saturn Gang were discovered by its members, who then informed their boss. Their boss decided to teach Yang Wang a lesson. While Yang Wang was riding his motorcycle alone on the road, they prepared to ambush him. Two members of the Saturn Gang rode towards Yang Wang on their motorcycles. When Yang Wang saw it was the Saturn Gang, he was not scared but delighted. Yang Wang, "Hey, I was just looking for you guys, and you came to me." The two motorcycles were side by side, holding flags, preparing to knock Yang Wang off his bike. Yang Wang, undaunted, slammed on the gas and accelerated between them. Then, with incredible speed, grabbed the flag, passing them by and directly pulling down the one holding the flag. Then he parked by the side and walked over to the fallen person. He grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and landed 2 punches, knocking him out cold. At this time, other members of the motorcycle gang also surrounded him and charged at Yang Wang. Yang Wang threw down the person in his hand, dodged the oncoming motorcycle, grabbed the rider, lifted him up, and then threw him to the ground. Bang! Ouch! Yang Wang, you thought I was a target, and you couldn't even dodge a motorcycle. Before the others could come up, Yang Wang directly performed a somersault kick, kicking one person off their bike. Then he rushed to another nearby motorcycle. That person, seeing he still wanted to escape, unfortunately, Yang Wang's speed exceeded his expectations, and he was directly grabbed by the back of his motorcycle, lifting the rear wheel off the ground. As we all know, motorcycles are rear-wheel drive, and lifting the rear wheel means it can't move forward. But a motorcycle weighs several hundred kilograms. Who could lift it? Yang Wang exerted force, flipping both the person and the motorcycle over. This series of changes shocked everyone present. So powerful. Who is the boss among you? Yang Wang said calmly. "It's me. What do you want? You still want to hit people? I tell you, be careful. I'll call the police to arrest you." A man said, trembling in fear. Hey, Yang Wang sneered, walked over, lifted him up, threw him to the ground, and then kicked him a few times. Don't hit me, don't hit me. The man let out a terrible scream. "Go, everyone to the hospital. Apologize to Jiren," Yang Wang said. "We will not submit." "Exactly. Just wait." The crowd looked at Yang Wang, unfazed, and even issued threats. Yang Wang didn't waste words and stepped forward to strike. If they wouldn't listen, then he would beat them until they did. Oh. After a round of screams, "Stop hitting. I'm willing to apologize. Please stop. That's enough." Seeing Yang Wang continue to beat them without any intention of stopping, the crowd finally couldn't hold on any longer and begged for mercy. "Go, everyone to the hospital. Apologize to Jiren," Yang Wang said again. We can't use violence. These guys had committed crimes, nearly hitting someone with their car, and showed no signs of remorse. We can't afford to be merciful with such people. What if your moment of kindness leads them to continue their wrongdoing and harm more people? So under Yang Guang's threat of violence, the crowd went to the hospital, where they apologized to Jiren at his bedside and promised to turn over a new leaf and never commit crimes again. Ayaka was deeply moved to see Yang Guang bring those bikers to apologize to her and Jiren. She felt a surge of emotion, thinking that she had nothing to repay him with and was willing to offer herself in gratitude. After the apologies and promises were made, Yang Guang let them go. Since they were at the hospital, he allowed them to check on their injuries. Yang Guang comforted Ayaka for a while before leaving. That night, Yang Guang secretly returned to the hospital, sneaking into Jiren's room and using healing light to treat his injuries. To protect his sister's courage to challenge those stronger than herself is commendable. Keep it up, young man. Face difficulties bravely and don't complain about failure and pain. Don't resent others. All suffering is meant to elevate you. Please maintain your passionate enthusiasm for life. Go for it. While treating Jiren, Yang Guang communicated telepathically, urging him to be a brave and upright person. Yang Guang's words were like a lighthouse in the dark, guiding Jiren out of despair. Although Jiren didn't understand what go for it meant, he felt a strong sense of momentum. At the same time, Jiren's heart changed. He let go of his hatred and faced everything with a more positive and optimistic attitude. After doing all this, Yang Guang returned to UGM. According to the original plot, due to Jiren's resentment, he transferred his life to the doll Sevan, whose soul possessed the doll and took on Sevan's appearance, wreaking havoc on the Saturn gang and causing significant damage to the city. Ultimately, the doll Sevan was defeated by Eddie, and the Saturn gang was frightened into reform. Yang Guang felt that it was unnecessary to go through all that trouble. He could just find the Saturn gang and teach them a lesson, which would minimize the problem. There was no need for the chaos caused by a few bikers to lead to the doll Sevan destroying the city, causing unnecessary losses and casualties for human society. The next day, Jiren's injuries miraculously improved, and after 2 days of observation with no issues, he was discharged from the hospital. In the following days, Yang Guang and Hashikawa worked, exercised, and ate together. The two happily immersed themselves in each other's world. However, they hadn't made their relationship clear. As a girl, Hashikawa couldn't be the first to bring it up, as girls tend to be shy. Meanwhile, Yang Guang had never dated before and lacked experience. Although he was quite articulate otherwise, he became a bit awkward when it came to dating, just like Yada's previous demeanor. A few days later, Yang Guang, along with Hashikawa, attended Jiren's soccer match at Ayaka's invitation. The three sat by the field, and Hashikawa felt jealous when she saw Ayaka and Yang Guang laughing together. When she noticed Ayaka nearly leaning against Yang Guang, she couldn't hold back her shyness any longer. During one of Jiren's goals, she grabbed Yang Guang's arm and cheered, so excited that one might think she was a soccer fan. After the soccer match, Yang Guang and Hashikawa said goodbye to Ayaka and Jiren and walked down the street, where the air gradually filled with the sweetness of romance. Rio, will you be my girlfriend? Yang Guang stopped, took Hashikawa's hand, and looked into her eyes as he spoke. Hashikawa smiled sweetly at Yang Guang and softly replied. Just like that, Yang Guang and Hashikawa confirmed their relationship. The next day in the UGM command room, everyone, tonight I'm treating you all to a drink, Yang Guang announced to everyone. Oh, is there good news from Hikari? Director Ito asked with a smile. Well, yesterday Hashikawa agreed to be my girlfriend, so I want to celebrate with everyone today, Yang Guang said. Oh, congratulations. Ha, that's great. Now, I don't have to worry about someone stealing him from me, Fujimori said happily. Indeed, before Yang Guang arrived, many female employees liked Yada, but after Yang Guang came, they began to like him instead. As for the other few, the girls simply weren't interested in them. Now that both Yang Guang and Yada had girlfriends, wouldn't that open up opportunities for the other male comrades? What are you thinking? How could he possibly like you? She belongs with a handsome guy like me, Ikeda said to Fujimori. Ha. Hearing Fujimori and Ikeda's words, everyone burst into laughter. You guys better work hard. If you want to pursue me, you need to be as excellent as Yada and Hikari, Hime teased. Oh, Rio, you better keep an eye on Hikari. Many female UGM team members like him. Yada joked with Hashikawa. Yada, don't say that. There are plenty of people in UGM who like Rio too, Hime defended Hashikawa. Then let's all gather tonight. It's been a long time since we relaxed, Captain Uyama suggested. Oh, great. Everyone cheered. Gossip is something every earthling loves, especially news about handsome men and beautiful women. In just a few days, the news of Yang Guang and Hashikawa being together spread, causing discontent among the UGM girls and joy among the male comrades. Captain Uyama even facilitated their relationship during task assignments, intentionally pairing them together. However, Yang Guang and Hashikawa's days continued as usual, either working together on missions or training together to enhance their strength. Initially, Hashikawa complained that there was too much training and no time to play. However, Yang Guang countered her with one statement, which made her work even harder. Yang Guang said, "As the princess of the Land of Light, you're still just a senior warrior. With this level of strength, how can you lead the Land of Light to prosperity in the future? How can you maintain peace in the universe? Even if you leave the fighting to me, how can a weak warrior represent the Land of Light? You'll be looked down upon by people from other planets. Plus, if you don't become an elite warrior, you'll just grow older." In one sentence, he not only directly ignited Hashikawa's sense of honor as a princess, but also sparked a woman's pursuit of eternal youth. From then on, she no longer complained about training and became more proactive about improving her strength, vowing to become an elite warrior. During this time, the UGM radar occasionally sounded alarms, and Captain Uyama speculated that aliens or monsters were causing trouble again, so he dispatched everyone to search the areas indicated by the radar. However, each time I arrived at the location, I found no unusual situations. There were always people arguing or fighting. In fact, all of this was caused by the 6th generation of Baltan aliens. This time, the Baltan aliens were stronger in both power and intelligence compared to the previous ones that appeared. Moreover, they seemed to have mental issues. They exploited human emotions to create chaos, fulfilling their own conspiracy and satisfying themselves. The 6th generation of Baltan aliens summarized the failures of their predecessors and chose to avoid direct contact with Ultraman and UGM, starting instead with the more naive use to incite and exacerbate their conflicts. During this process, UGM tracked them multiple times but was always evaded. When the opportunity arose, the 6th generation of Baltan aliens lured the youths to a hill to watch a flying saucer, and then took the chance to kidnap the youths as hostages to threaten UGM, subsequently growing to a giant size and wreaking havoc on the city. The 6th generation of Baltan aliens stands 50 meters tall and weighs 15,000 tons. They possess the ability to disguise themselves as humans, can teleport, and can hypnotize humans. They can release fireballs from their clawed hands. The 6th generation's most powerful technique is the Ultra Flash, emitted from their claws, which is power equivalent to Eddie's Shikurium Ray. To be honest, this power is quite formidable. It is estimated that this 6th generation of Baltan is among the strongest of the elite warriors of the Baltan race. Additionally, as a cosmic ninja, they are agile and not weak in close combat. This time, the Little Lobster is a formidable opponent. Yada Takashi and Yang Guang arrived at the scene, with Yada transforming into Eddie Ultraman to engage the Little Lobster in battle. However, the Little Lobster was holding a hostage, and Eddie was hesitant to attack fully, resulting in him being beaten by the Little Lobster. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Guang transformed into Jeed Ultraman and ambushed the Baltan alien from behind, snatching the bag and freeing the youths inside. The Little Lobster was furious, yelling, "You sneaky one! How can a dignified Ultraman ambush me?" Regardless of the Little Lobster's anger, Jeed did not show him any mercy and launched an attack. The Little Lobster was angry but did not lose his composure. Knowing he was no match for Jeed in close combat, he fired fireballs at Jeed for range suppression. The plan was good, but unfortunately, Jeed was not Eddie. Relying on his high defense, he charged forward, covering his face. The Little Lobster did not expect Jeed to disregard the damage from the fireballs, and was knocked down to the ground by a punch from Jeed. Gade was about to continue his attack when the Little Lobster used a teleport to dodge. Eddie saw the Little Lobster reveal its true form not far away and immediately chased after it. The Little Lobster did not engage Eddie in a fight, using invisibility and teleportation to continue evading. Ged, as before, used the Ultra Eye to see through the traces of the crayfish, firing an energy blast that hit the crayfish and brought it out of its invisibility. Eddie seized the opportunity to unleash the Shikurium beam, but the crayfish was not to be outdone, releasing the Beyond Flash to counter Eddie's attack. Historically, the left side of the counterattack always loses. Gade made a gesture and found the crayfish on the left, thinking this round was stable. Boom! As a result, there was an explosion, and both sides ended up in a draw, being knocked over by the shockwave of the light. Jeed, wow, Eddie, did you let go? Gade looked at Eddie, who was panting and getting up, and it didn't seem like he was letting it go. He turned his head in surprise to look at the Little Lobster that had gotten back up. This was a top expert among lobsters. Who else could compete with the ultra-old 9, if not a master? Ged suddenly thought that spatium was the nemesis of the Baltans. But he had not fused with spatium himself. Fortunately, Eddie had. Once a warrior in the Land of Light, one would receive a portion of spatium to fuse with, which not only hardened the body, but also made the energy within it more intense, enhancing both the power and temperature of light-based skills. Eddie, we need to work together in the next battle, Ged said. It wasn't that Ged couldn't handle it. With 2 against 1, he naturally opted for an easier fighting style. Thus, with the combined efforts of the 2 Ultramen, despite the little lobster's speed, it was ultimately no match for their teamwork. It was either knocked down in close combat or had its movements seen through and was injured by energy blasts, after exhausting a lot of stamina. The little lobster was captured by Ged, and Eddie took the opportunity to slice it in half with the 8-part light wheel. Once again, the industrious little lobster was defeated by the Ultramen, who once more maintained peace in the world. After a few days of peaceful days, Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi were sent to patrol the ski mountain. Yang Guang had never skied before, and he was surprised to find that even Xing Liangzi, a princess who had lived for 700-800 years, didn't know how to ski either. Out of curiosity, the 2 started skiing, and after consulting the ski instructor, they quickly mastered the skills and began skiing quite well. Ikari, come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you he Xing Liangzi called to Yang Guang behind her, giggling like silver bells. Hey, slow down. What do you want me to do if I catch you? You need to be clear. The 2 chased each other. Xing Liangzi saw a cave ahead and stopped. As a result, Yang Guang, not paying attention, crashed right into her, and they rolled together in the snow for several rounds before stopping. However, after a while, the 2 had not gotten up. Neither of them was ordinary, and being in the snow shouldn't have caused any injuries, right? It turned out that the 2 were hugging tightly, gazing into each other's eyes, and gradually closed their eyes, kissing each other. Hey, are you guys okay? A little girl's voice came. The 2 quickly separated, feeling a bit awkward and shy at having been seen by a child. Where are your parents? You shouldn't be here alone. Yang Guang said. I'm not alone. My brother is over there. I saw you fall and thought you were hurt since you hadn't gotten up for a long time. So I came to check, the little girl said innocently. The 2 exchanged a smile and got up. What a good kid. We're fine. Thank you for your concern. Xing Liangzi said. The 3 returned to the cave entrance, where the little girl's brother was waiting. It turned out that the boy's skateboard had fallen into the cave, and he was too scared to go in alone. So he was just wandering at the entrance. Brother, you're so timid, the little girl teased, then walked in alone. Seeing this, Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi thought they couldn't let the child go in alone, so they followed her inside. Inside, the little girl retrieved her brother's skateboard and also found a bottle. Yang Guang noticed that the bottle seemed unusual and remembered that it was a magic bottle that housed a magic sprite named Macon, who could grant wishes. As for whether the sprite was good or bad, he couldn't recall. This bottle is so dirty. What do you want it for? Yang Guang asked the little girl. I like it. If it's dirty, I'll just wash it when I get home, the little girl replied. I also really like this bottle. Can I buy it from you? How about I give you some Sakura coins? Yang Guang said to the girl. Sure. The girl was thrilled to hear about the Sakura coins, which could buy her many toys, and she readily agreed. So, Yang Guang took the bottle and returned to the hotel with Xing Liangzi. Liangzi, we didn't find anything unusual today. Let's head back tomorrow, Yang Guang said. Okay, but by the way, Hikari, what do you want this bottle for? Xing Liangzi asked. This might be a magic bottle. Perhaps it houses a sprite, Yang Guang said with a smile. Back in the room, Yang Guang cleaned the magic bottle and then found a picture book for children where he found the recorded spell. Akashataman, Mamamame, Yang Guang recited the spell, and a cloud of smoke erupted from the bottle, revealing a magician with a top hat before Yang Guang. Hello, I am a magic sprite Macon. I've been sealed in this magic bottle for 300 years, and I hate dirty things the most. Thank you for cleaning the muck off my bottle. I can grant you one wish, Macon said with a bow to Yang Guang. Hello, Macon, my name is Yang Guang. You can just call me Guang. You said you can grant me one wish. Does that mean any wish can be fulfilled? Yang Guang asked. Well, not exactly. I can help you fulfill your wishes. But there are some things I can't do. For example, some treasures in the universe, unlimited energy, those are beyond my ability. I can only bring people some items or summon some creatures, but my abilities cannot directly affect humans themselves. For instance, if you want to increase your strength, that wish cannot be granted. I prefer to grant wishes for children because they are pure and adorable, only wanting toys. Adults, on the other hand, have complicated thoughts and often want to fulfill strange wishes, so I don't like adults. Also, granting wishes for others makes me very tired, Macon explained. I see. So who sealed you in the magic bottle? Yang Guang asked, still wanting a power to travel through parallel worlds or a Pelagi shield, which would allow him to return to the world of Diga or even visit the original Blue Star. Hearing Macon's explanation, it seemed that was no longer possible. I don't remember, Macon replied. So, do you want freedom? Yang Guang asked. Of course. Who would want to be sealed in a bottle? Macon said. Well then, Macon, what will you do once you're free? Yang Guang inquired. I will travel around and help children fulfill their wishes, Macon replied. Gaining without working is not acceptable. It only increases people's laziness. Only through one's own hard work and effort can one obtain what they deserve, Yang Guang stated. Listen, Makin. If you grant wishes for others in the future, please adhere to the following guidelines. First, there will be some unfair phenomena in society. For those who have worked hard but do not receive their due rewards, you can help them fulfill their rightful wishes. Second, when you help others fulfill their wishes, remember to make them contribute something in return. Third, those whose wishes are granted must be kind. Fourth, you cannot help others fulfill wishes that would harm society, like bringing forth a monster or asking for powerful weapons. Can you do that? Yang Guang said seriously. You make a lot of sense. Of course, no problem. From now on, I will grant wishes for others according to the rules you mentioned, Macon said. Macon, quickly tell me your wish so I can go back and rest, Macon urged. You are free. As soon as Yang Guang finished speaking, he smashed the magic bottle on the ground. Macon gained freedom and, with a puff of smoke, left the room. Thank you for giving me freedom, Hikari. You are a good person who is both righteous and kind. I didn't expect that there are people in this world who can give up the wish jar. Consider this as a farewell gift for you. Until we meet again, a voice from the sky called out to Ma Jin. Soon after, Yang Guang discovered a crystal the size of a pigeon egg on the table. Is this the farewell gift for Ma Jin? It's quite beautiful. Yang Guang picked up the crystal and examined it. Ding dong, at this moment, the doorbell rang. Yang Guang walked over to open the door and saw Xing Liangzi standing at the entrance. Oh, Liangzi, please come in and have a seat. Is there something you need? Yang Guang asked after seeing Liangzi sit down. I just heard something break in your room, so I came to check. Xing Liangzi said. Oh, it's nothing. It's the jar I brought back during the day. I cleaned it. And guess what happened? Boom, a spirit popped out. He said his name is Ma Jin and that he can grant wishes, Yang Guang explained. Oh, that's so magical. What wish did you make? Xing Liangzi asked curiously. I think obtaining things without effort is not advisable. It only breeds laziness in one's heart. I believe that one reaps what one sows. So I smashed the jar to set him free. I also made an agreement with him that in the future, when helping others grant wishes, he must follow 4 rules. Yang Guang explained to Xing Liangzi and briefly talked about those 4 rules. Oh really, Hikari, I admire you. Not only are you indifferent to a treasure like the wish jar, but you also gave Ma Jin his freedom. You are truly great, Xing Liangzi said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's nothing. Oh, by the way, Ma Jin gave me a farewell gift before he left, which is this crystal. Take a look at what this is, Yang Guang said. This is no way. It looks like it. Xing Liangzi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the crystal. What exactly is this thing? Yang Guang asked. To be honest, I can't be completely sure, because I only saw it in the science book of the Kingdom of Light. About 270,000 years ago, scientists in the Kingdom of Light invented a man-made sun, which is the plasma spark core. It is said that the scientists searched the entire universe to find a core crystal that could transform into infinite energy. Afterward, they wanted to replicate the plasma spark core again, but unfortunately, they could never find the materials again. This crystal looks very similar to the core crystal recorded in the Kingdom of Light, except that it is a bit smaller, Xing Liangzi explained. If this crystal is made of the same material as the plasma spark core from the Kingdom of Light, then it would indeed be very precious, Yang Guang said. But it's too small. Although it can be made into infinite energy, this technology is not difficult for the Kingdom of Light. But the output power is many times smaller than that of the plasma spark core, Xing Liangzi said regretfully. Not necessarily. You mentioned earlier that the energy of the plasma spark core is immense, making it impossible for the Ultraman to touch it directly. But what if it's a plasma spark core that has been shrunk countless times? That might just work, Yang Guang said. Perhaps, Xing Liangzi replied. After that, they had nothing more to say for the night. The next day, the two returned to the UGM headquarters. In the following days, abnormal ultraviolet rays occurred in the Tokyo area. Proper exposure to ultraviolet rays is beneficial to the human body, but too much is not good. And in this idealistic and magical world, what kind of abnormal situation will occur next? At this moment, the elementary school baseball game had just ended. Ajing, having lost the game, vented his anger on his glove. He threw the glove, which had accompanied him for several years, on the ground, stomping on it while cursing. Perhaps the boy's intense resentment triggered a reaction, causing a large amount of negative energy and ultraviolet rays to compress into a ball shape, which hit the damaged ozone layer and irradiated the glove, transforming it into the monster Girobusaku. However, at this time, Girobusaku was very small, only the size of a baseball glove. It continuously absorbed a large amount of ultraviolet rays as energy to enhance itself. The UGM's radar detected the anomaly, and Captain Yamayama dispatched Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi to investigate. Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi used instruments to locate Girobusaku and saw a boy hitting the mutated glove with a stick. Upon seeing the monster, Yang Guang drew his gun and shot. Girobusaku, hit by the laser gun, began to flee into the woods, disappearing from sight. Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi chased after it, but could not find Girobusaku, so Xing Liangzi used her sensing ability to locate Girobusaku. She pointed at Girobusaku and emitted infrared rays, causing Girobusaku to weaken. Yang Guang fired several shots, killing Girobusaku, which then reverted to its original glove form. Finally, Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi learned the situation. It turned out that the glove belonged to Ajing. After losing the game, he vented his anger on the glove, threw it away, and went home alone. As a result, his mother scolded him and told him he couldn't enter the house without retrieving the glove. With no choice, Ajing had to return to find the glove and then complain to it again. Coincidentally, a beam of ultraviolet light hit the glove, causing it to transform into a monster. After hearing the whole process, Yang Guang began to lecture Ajing. Ajing, how can you blame the glove for losing the game? If your ability is insufficient, then work hard to train. Any problem should first be analyzed from yourself. Don't vent your anger on external things. Boys should move forward bravely and not complain about the present, Yang Guang said to Ajing. Okay, I understand, Ajing replied. After this incident of the glove turning into a monster, Ajing's heart also reflected, and I believe he will become better and better in the future. So Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi sent Ajing back home, then returned to UGM to report the situation. In the following days, Yang Guang and Xing Liangzi patrolled as usual, but noticed many students running by the roadside. Hey, why are all of you working so hard to exercise recently? Yang Guang asked. The city will hold a middle school marathon competition soon, so everyone has started to practice, a student replied. I see. After understanding the situation, Yang Guang continued to patrol. A few days later, while patrolling, a boy suddenly appeared, running very fast, almost surpassing the speed of an ordinary person. This news was brought back to UGM, and under Captain Yamayama's explanation, everyone learned about the boy's background. It turned out that this boy was known as the Marathon Kid, actually named Idatanran, a monster living in the central mountain region of Mt. Daifeng. Because Mt. Daifeng is covered in snow year-round, climbers have perished, so it is also known as Death Mountain. The nearby villagers regarded Idatanran, who lived there, as a god of high-speed movement. Idatanran enjoys eating yam and radishes, so the villagers offer yam and radishes as offerings. In return, Idatanran transforms into a boy every year and runs in the village. Those who see this boy will have their ailments cured. So it seems this monster is actually a good monster that benefits the local people. If only all monsters were as kind as this. Idatanran also enjoys watching marathon-type sports events and likes to run marathons himself. It's likely that after learning about the upcoming middle school marathon competition in the city, Idatanran transformed into the Marathon Kid and came down to the city. Idatanran has a friendly and sunny personality, and upon encountering the boys training for the marathon, he began to compete with them. The boys were no match for him. Later, he ran into one of the participating teams in the marathon competition, the Nebula High School, because he saw someone practicing running inside, looking stronger than the others. So he came in to challenge them. This person was indeed a contestant from Nebula High School, and the challenge resulted in an injury to the school's contestant. The principal saw how impressive the marathon boy was and decided to recruit him to represent the school in the competition. The principal treated the marathon boy to sweet potatoes and radishes, and the other students mocked him for eating sweet potatoes and radishes. In a fit of anger, the marathon boy revealed his true form and ran at high speed through the city at night, causing destruction. The UGM radar detected signals of a monster's appearance, and Captain Dax ordered everyone to attack. However, they were repelled by Idatanran's storm breath. Then, Yasi Takashi transformed into Ultraman Jeed and persuaded Idatanran to stop destroying the city and return to the mountains. Idatanran then disappeared and transformed back into the marathon boy. The next day, the marathon competition was held as scheduled, and Yang Guang, Xing Liangzi, and Yasi Takashi came to watch and cheer for the students. Idatenrin also participated in the middle school marathon competition in the form of the Marathon Boy, the principal of Nebula High School. In an attempt to prevent students from other schools from winning, deliberately released dogs to attack students from other schools. What a terrible lack of conscience. However, this backfired and frightened the Marathon Boy, causing him to transform into a monster again. Because the Marathon Boy had been bitten by a dog before, he was very afraid of dogs. Idatenrin is 52 meters tall and weighs 20,000 tons. His normal speed can reach 1.2 Mach, and his maximum speed can reach 2 Mach. He can unleash storms from his mouth. Yang Guang transformed into Ultraman G'd to persuade Idatenrin. Yang Guang knew that Idatenrin wasn't bad and even benefited the people, so he didn't want to eliminate him. However, Idatenrin refused to listen and charged at G'd. Well, for a disobedient child, the only option is to give him a beating first. Gady sidestepped the oncoming Idatenlang, hooking his foot. Idatenlang, moving too fast to stop, tripped over Gady and fell hard. Idatenlang got up and roared, charging towards Gady. Ged laughed when he saw Idatenlang's movements. You don't think that running fast means you're good at fighting, do you? With your marathon running, what do you know about fighting? Gade put Idatenlang on the offensive, then executed a back turn and swept with a roundhouse kick, knocking him to the ground. He then spread his hands towards Idatenlang. Gade, is this it? So infuriating. Really infuriating. Idatenlang spat out a storm from his mouth, blowing towards Gade. Gaia stood still with his arms crossed, unaffected by the strong winds that lifted buildings into the air. Was he joking? A wind speed of 60 meters per second is indeed a disaster for humans. But for Ultraman, it was nothing. After all, Gaia's running speed had now reached around 1.7 Mach, which is 578 meters per second. What would this wind do? Yagami stared in disbelief at Gaia's show-off demeanor. Yagami, damn it, I've been fooled again. Ever since Yang Guang started dating Xing Liangzi, he had changed a bit and was getting better at showing off. But who was he showing off for? Then he inadvertently turned to look at Xing Liangzi, who was holding her heart with both hands, gazing at Gaia with admiration. Well, so there really is someone watching. Gady and Idatenlang finished using Storm Breath and said to Idatenlang, "All right, Idatenlang, stop messing around. Quickly go back to the mountain." After Idatenlang let out a big breath, he felt much better. He also realized that he was not a match for Gady Ultraman, and since Gady didn't attack him, he decided to back down and transform back into his youthful form. Gade disappeared and turned back into Yang Guang. In the end, the Marathon Boy carried a big bag of sweet potatoes and radishes that Yang Guang bought for him and returned to the mountains. After about a week of peace, one night the UGM radar received several types of signals. Although no monsters appeared, to stay vigilant, Captain Daxian ordered everyone to work overtime at UGM that night. A few days later, Yang Guang noticed that Yamada's mood was a bit low, and he seemed distracted at work. "Yamada, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Yang Guang took some time to sit down and chat with Yamada. "Ah, it's nothing," Yamada replied. "You don't look like you're fine. Could it be that Ultraman can also get sick?" Yang Guang expressed his concern. Actually, it's Kyoko-sensei. Because I'm working at UGM, I hardly have time to be with her, especially these days when I can't even go home at night. So, Kyoko-sensei suggested breaking up," Yamada said helplessly. "I see. After all, you've been with Kyoko-sensei for over half a year, and you really haven't spent much time together during this time. A breakup was inevitable, right?" Yang Guang said. "Besides, Kyoko-sensei is more suited to marry and have children with a human. You are bound to return to the land of light," he added. "If you break up, then break up. There will be someone better next." Yang Guang continued to comfort him. "All right, don't be sad. If you love her, you should learn to let go. How about this? When you return to the land of light, let Yulian introduce you to a few female Ultramen. I guarantee they will have big breasts and nice figures." Seeing Yamada still in low spirits, Yang Guang pulled out his big move. "Ahem, Hikaru, you're right. Kyoko will eventually live on Earth. And it's indeed not suitable for her to be with me," Yamada said. Yang Guang saw Yamada come to this realization, so he patted Yamada's shoulder, nodded, and gave him an affirming look before turning to leave. "Hey Hikaru, make sure to tell Hashikawa about this. I'll be waiting for your news when you get back to the land of light," Yamada called out quietly from behind. "Big breasts and nice figures, got it. I'll talk to Hashikawa later," Yang Guang replied, almost tripping over his own feet upon hearing Yamada's voice, and waved his hand. "Good brothers for life, in my heart." Yamada heard Yang Guang's response and happily ran up to hug Yang Guang's shoulder. The two of them walked back to the command room, shoulder to shoulder. However, their conversation was overheard by Captain Daxian. Originally, Captain Daxian wanted to comfort Yamada, who had not been in good spirits these days, since he was the one who recruited him. Unexpectedly, after hearing Yang Guang and Yamada's conversation, he instantly understood their identities. It turns out that Ultraman also likes girls with big breasts and nice figures. It seems heroes share similar tastes. Captain Daxian muttered to himself and left. In the following days, radar searches revealed a total of 14 locations with signals, and Captain Daxian sent team members to investigate. By analyzing the collected wavelengths, UGM learned that there were actually only 2 monsters. However, they did not let their guard down, as the ability to create false impressions to confuse UGM demonstrated the monster's high intelligence. Thus, they continued to monitor and investigate closely. In fact, these 2 monsters were brothers. The elder brother was named Platsuma, and the younger brother was Minitsuma. The next day, the monster Platsuma moved underground at Niwang Mountain and communicated with his brother Minitsuma via signals. As a result, UGM radar captured it and monitored the location. UGM then dispatched aircraft to bomb the monster's hiding spot. However, Platsuma withstood UGM's attack, continuing to lie in wait for the right moment. UGM did not plan to dig underground to attack the monsters and return to headquarters. The next day, Shomu came to find Yamada and told him that he had received strange signals on the radio at midnight. However, Yamada kept the monster situation a secret and deceived Shomu. After returning home, Shomu received the signal again at midnight and felt that it must be related to the monsters. The next day, he came back to UGM to find Yamada again. Coincidentally, Shomu overheard the existence of the monsters. Thus, young Shomu decided to go to Niwang Mountain himself to find the monsters. When Shomu arrived at Niwang Mountain, he searched for a long time but couldn't find the monsters. Of course, he wouldn't find them. Monsters couldn't possibly appear on the surface. If they were on the surface, UGM's radar would have detected them long ago. Suddenly, Shomu had a clever idea and used his radio to emit signals similar to those of the monsters. Goodness, UGM didn't think of this method, but you did. You're quite the clever little guy. Platsuma, underground, mistakenly thought it was Minitsuma calling, so it came to the surface. Platsuma discovered that the signal was coming from a human boy and felt tricked, angrily chasing after Shomu, ready to stomp him. At that moment, Yamada happened to arrive. Originally, while at UGM headquarters, Yamada received a call from Shomu's mother and learned that Shomu had not returned home after coming to find him. Suspecting that Shomu might have overheard their conversation and gone to Niwang Mountain alone to find the monsters. So, Yamada hurried over and happened to see Platsuma chasing after Shomu. Yamada had no choice but to escape with Shomu. Platsuma directly summoned his brother Minitsuma, blocking the escape route for the two. Yamada was hit by the appearing Minitsuma and seriously injured. UGM radar detected the monsters, and everyone piloted their aircraft to arrive in time. They attacked the monsters, but although it didn't cause much harm, it did divert the monsters' attention. Yang Guang piloted his aircraft, bravely attacking the monsters, and under his influence, other team members also became very brave. However, the 2 monsters shot beams, bringing down all of UGM's aircraft. Thankfully, everyone successfully parachuted out, and no one was harmed. Seeing that all UGM's aircraft had been destroyed by the 2 monsters, Yamada took the opportunity to transform into Ultraman Eddie and faced off against the 2 monsters, Platsuma and Minitsuma. Due to being seriously injured before transforming, Eddie could not exert his full strength and was beaten up by the monster brothers. These 2 monsters were quite strong. The elder brother Platsuma stood at 60 meters tall and weighed 30,000 tons. He had many sharp spikes on his body, which could stab enemies. The spikes on his head and chest could also emit lightning-like beams. His body had high defense, and his close combat ability was not weak. The younger brother Minitsuma stood at 58 meters tall and weighed 40,000 tons. He possessed astonishing brute strength. The horns on his head could emit laser beams, and the tail on his back could swing to attack. In fact, these 2 brothers had weaker individual combat power than the suppressed Sarasima by Guanyin Bodhisattva, but they had the ability to combine. When the 2 brothers back-to-back fused together, their positive and negative currents combined, boosting their energy. Both their beam power and body defense increased by at least 2-fold. To completely defeat Ultraman Eddie, Platsuma and Minitsuma entered a combined state. The 2 brothers adhered back-to-back, and their electrical currents intertwined, doubling their strength. Taking advantage of the monster's combination, Eddie charged up and released the Shakushim beam. However, the combined strength of the monster brothers meant the Shakushim beam did not inflict much damage. After the monsters combined, they moved more slowly, allowing Eddie to release a more powerful Kudai beam. Although it hit the monsters, it still did not kill them. It merely broke them apart from their combined state. Eddie continued to unleash Shakushim beams and Kudai beams, consuming a large amount of energy, and his movements became sluggish. The monster brothers shot a beam that hit Eddie, leaving him seriously injured, with a colorful timer on his chest beeping a red alert. Just as Eddie seemed to be in a dire situation, Liangzi used a healing gun to treat Eddie's wounds. Yang Guang instructed Xing Liangzi and then took out the divine light stick, transforming into Ultraman Jade. Gade made a flying kick, knocking Plasma to the ground. Then he launched a fierce attack on Minitsuma, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, until Gade finally kicked him down. At that moment, Brother Plasma attacked from behind, but Gade quickly executed a low sweeping kick, bringing Plasma to the ground, and then mounted him to unleash a flurry of attacks. At this point, the younger brother got back up and saw his brother being beaten down. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to help. Minitsuma charged over and slammed Gade away from his brother. Gade rolled and stood up. The younger brother helped his brother up, and the two monsters teamed up to charge at Gade. Gade certainly wouldn't confront them head-on. He performed a backflip to land behind the two monsters, turned around, and fired 2 energy blasts, knocking the monsters, who had just turned around, to the ground. You didn't think 2 against 1 would be enough to win against me, did you? Haha, how naive. Gade was putting on a show again. Damn it, he tricked me again. At this moment, Eddie looked at Gade's invincible posture and the admiring gaze from Xing Liangzi, feeling speechless. The monster brothers exchanged glances. Plasma, united we stand, divided we fall. Minizuma, blood is thicker than water. After encouraging each other, the monster brothers launched a beam attack at Gade. The monster brothers, you think only you can shoot beams? We can too. Gator erected an energy shield to block the beams from the monster brothers. However, the power of the beams was still quite strong. This intensity was interesting. Gator held on for a while, then rolled to the right to dodge the beams. Seeing that they couldn't defeat the Ultraman in front of them like this, the brothers began to combine again. Jade certainly wouldn't foolishly wait for them to combine. He jumped into the sky and executed a downward kick, his foot radiating a red glow. Bang! The kick struck the combined monster, sparking a shower of sparks. Unfortunately, it was just a bit too late. By the time he landed the kick, they had completed their fusion and blocked the attack. The power of the move was great, but the combined monster had already withstood the Shakushium beam and the belt beam without injury. Taking a heavy kick from Jade was still no problem for it. Be careful. Eddie watched the monster combine and couldn't help but start to worry about Jade. This combined monster could be said to be the strongest they had encountered so far. Individually, they might not be the strongest, but they couldn't be stopped when they fused. Can Gator defeat this fusion monster? The fusion monster charged at Gator. But because of the fusion, although its defense, strength, and energy had increased, its speed had slowed down a bit. Suddenly, Gator's colorful timer gem flashed with blue light, and he had a large sword over 20 meters long in his hand. Gator charged at the combined monster, relying on his speed advantage. Gator launched a series of slashes at the combined monster, causing sparks to fly from its body. However, even though the monster was combined, its arms had not grown longer, making it impossible for it to reach Gator, who wielded a knife. As a result, the combined monster became like a slowly moving wooden stake in front of Gator. After a flurry of slashes, Gator used the explosive Azure Dragon Blade to unleash a beam of light, directly separating the combined monster. Although he didn't injure the monster, he forced them out of their combined state, preventing them from merging again for a short period. Monster brothers, you're cheating. How can you use a weapon? Gil is B. After Gade cursed, he approached with a knife, delivering a diagonal slash that struck Plasma, creating a shower of sparks. Then, with a horizontal cut, he struck Minatsma at the waist, again producing a large number of sparks. Gade turned around and continued charging forward, first kicking Minasma back, then slicing off an arm that Plasma had grabbed. Plasma cried out in pain. Minasma seized the opportunity to hug Gade from behind and released an electric shock. Gade's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Seeing his brother holding Gade, Plasma moved in to take revenge, but was promptly kicked away by Gade. Gade broke free from Minazuma's restraints, turned around, and executed a cross slash, with 2 swift cuts that sent sparks flying as Minazuma staggered back. Then, Gade followed up with a kick that knocked Minazuma to the ground. Gaida, let me call you. Do you think you're Professor Young? Gade cursed and swore, but his hands were not slow. He turned the knife and prepared to deliver a stab to deal with Minazuma. At that moment, Plasma, seeing his brother Yawan, immediately disregarded his injuries and charged over, knocking Gade aside and saving Minazuma. Jade rolled over and stood up, charging forward again. delivering a flurry of heavy strikes at the two monster brothers. Back and forth, in and out, after several exchanges, the monster brothers were starting to struggle. The monster brothers exclaimed, "Damn it! This Ultraman has weapons. What do we do if we can't beat him?" At this moment, the colorful timer on Jeed's chest also began to emit a red alarm, signaling that time was running out. Fortunately, the two monsters had almost lost their ability to counterattack. So, he used the explosive Azure Dragon Blade again to unleash a beam of light, blowing the monster brothers into pieces. Ah, it's good to have a weapon. If I were barehanded, it would be bad. That unlucky, Eddie still hasn't come to help. Digga is much better. We have great teamwork. In fact, at this moment, Eddie refused Xing Liangzi's treatment out of fear that she would expose her identity, and had already run out of energy, reverting to his human form. That guy Eddie would rather endure serious injuries than let Xing Liangzi's identity be exposed. He truly is a gentleman. Don't worry, with a big chest and a nice, but I'll take care of it, Xing Liangzi quietly said to the transformed Eddie. Eddie, with a smile revealing his teeth, felt that his injuries weren't hurting as much anymore. Ged retracted his sword, and with a fake shout of "fly away," he actually made a turn and returned to his human form. After dealing with the monster brothers, a long period of peace arrived, coinciding with the arrival of spring. Now, as the earth warms, spring is budding, and everything is reviving. It's been almost a year since Yang Guang came to the world of Eddie Ultraman. Although he doesn't know how his distant friends are doing, Yang Guang is living a happy and fulfilling life. Every day, he remains diligent as always, either executing missions with Hashikawa, Ryozi, or training together. In Hashikawa's eyes, Yang Guang is the most hardworking person she has ever seen. Ultramen have long lives. Which Ultraman would train every day? One day, Hashikawa couldn't help but ask Yang Guang, "Hikari, you're already so strong. Why are you still working so hard?" Yang Guang replied, "Ryozi, you should understand this. It is precisely because I work hard that I am strong. Besides, I don't consider myself strong. There are even more powerful beings in the universe. If I don't become stronger, how can I protect you?" Yang Guang thought of the little golden man. He is not a match for the little golden man yet. What if something unexpected happens when Yulian is captured? That little golden bull is a ruthless being. If it weren't for Regulus intervening in time, Yulian might have been done for. I have watched the galaxy fight. Hikari, as long as you are by my side, I feel very safe, Hashikawa said, touched by Yang Guang's words. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the alarm went off, and Yang Guang and Hashikawa returned to the command room. It turned out that a cold wave had descended upon Nanyuan City in Kyushu, turning the originally vibrant spring city into a frozen world at minus 50 degrees. Minus 50 degrees. How is that possible? It's spring now. Of course. It is possible because a monster has come to Earth. Captain Uyama ordered everyone to set off to eliminate the monster. It turned out that all this was caused by the freezing monster Magton. Magton is known as the Cosmic Drifter. It attacks warm planets to absorb heat energy, turning entire planets into cold death worlds. After attacking multiple planets, it discovered Earth and came to absorb heat energy, attempting to turn Earth into a frozen planet as well. The team flew their fighter jets to Nanyuan City and attacked Magton. However, Magton not only released freezing gas, but also had the ability to absorb heat energy. It absorbed all the explosive energy generated by the missiles fired from the fighter jets, rendering all UGM's attacks ineffective. Captain Uyama could only order a temporary retreat to come up with a new plan. The team returned to headquarters and conducted a comprehensive analysis of Magton. If they continued to let Magton absorb the planet's heat energy, not only would Sakura country be destroyed, but the entire Earth would be doomed. Eventually, the entire solar system wouldn't be spared. Therefore, it must be eliminated. Otherwise, it would lead to endless troubles. Director Ito proposed an iron ball operation based on the characteristic that frozen substances become hard and brittle. The plan was to use freezing liquid to freeze the monster and then smash Magton with a large iron ball used in demolition. Captain Uyama ordered the attack. But just as Yang Guang, Yada Takeo, and Hashikawa Ryozi were preparing to set off, Captain Uyama called them back and ordered Yang Guang to stay at UGM. Captain. At this moment, Yada Takeo was anxious because it was difficult to defeat monsters relying solely on human means. Yang Guang already knew the reason. This was the last episode of Eddie TV. Although he didn't know, when Captain Uyama figured out the identities of the three, it was time to leave. Thank you. Ged Ultraman, Eddie Ultraman, and Hashikawa Ryozi. You should also be an Ultraman, right? Thank you for always protecting humanity and helping us eliminate so many monsters. We humans should not rely on Ultraman's power. It's time to defeat monsters with our own abilities. Captain Uyama revealed the identities of the three, believing that humanity cannot always depend on Ultraman, and he was determined to use human capabilities to eliminate monsters. The three were surprised to be revealed. Of course, only Yada Takeo and Hashikawa Ryozi were surprised. Yang Guang remained unaffected. On the other side, UGM launched an attack according to the plan, but was thwarted by Magden's freezing gas, resulting in one fighter jet crashing. Therefore, Captain Uyama personally piloted a new fighter jet into battle. However, during this sortie, one of the fighter jets ran out of fuel. Fortunately, two team members, Harada and Taijima, who came to support from UGM's Australia base, arrived just in time to refuel the fighter jet and deployed freezing liquid capsules at Magton, freezing the monster completely. Seizing the opportunity, UGM hurled the giant iron ball, which was hooked by a cable, violently at Magton, smashing the monster to pieces and completely defeating it. This time, UGM defeated the monster without the help of Ultraman, and from then on, humanity gained confidence in overcoming monsters. However, Yang Guang knew that this was the last monster to come to Earth. It would be another 20 years before monsters would appear again when Mebius arrived on Earth. In the UGM command room, everyone gathered as Captain Uyama explained the identities of Yang Guang, Yada Takeo, and Hashikawa Ryozi to everyone. Then, a grand farewell party was held for the three. Finally, the three hugged and said goodbye to the other UGM members one by one. The three and one dog went to an open area to transform into Ultraman, with Ged also revealing his true form. Ged stored Gady in the color timer gem space, and then the three Ultramen flew into space together. I heard that there are spatial materials on Mars. Let's go find some. I haven't fused with spatial materials yet. After leaving Earth, Ged said to the other Eddie and Yulian. All right, X2, so the three Ultramen went to Mars to search for spatial materials. After a search, the three collected about 3,000 tons of spatial materials. In the land of light, when an Ultraman becomes a warrior, a portion of spatial material is given to fuse into their body, making their internal energy hotter, their body harder, and increasing the temperature and impact of their rays. However, the amount of spatial material each Ultraman can fuse is different, usually only a few hundred tons. What? A few hundred tons is a lot. You have to know that an Ultraman weighs several tons. A few hundred tons is only 1% of an Ultraman's weight. To put in perspective, an 80-kilogram adult eats about 0.8 kilograms of food per day. So fusing a few hundred tons of spatial materials into the body is like a person having a big meal. It's nothing strange. Can you fuse several times? Of course not. Fusing spatial materials into the body is based on each Ultraman's talent ratio. Each Ultraman can only fuse a certain amount once, and once saturated, they can no longer fuse. In a land of light, the record for fusing spatial materials is 1,000 tons, created by Rippia. His body's hardness is as strong as those Ultramen born with armor. You ask who Rippia is? It's the original Ultraman. Every Ultraman has a name. The original refers to the first Ultraman to appear on Earth, not their real name. This is the real world. Ultraman is not a suit actor. The image of Ultraman resembles the one appearing in the new Ultraman, just that the body proportions and muscle shapes are more pronounced, somewhat resembling a human. What? Given Rappea's strength, how could he possibly be the one to set the records of the Land of Light? The Ultra Brothers are incredibly strong. Any one of the current Ultra Brothers can compare with Belial from the Ultra War period, and some are even stronger. At that time, Belial was already over 100 years old, while the oldest among the current Ultra Brothers, Zoffy, is still young. In terms of talent, the Ultra Brothers were selected by the father of Ultra from the entire Land of Light to be adopted. So, even though the Ultra Brothers often face setbacks in TV shows and movies, in reality, they are exceptionally powerful beings in the entire Land of Light and are renowned strong warriors throughout the universe. During the Ultra War period, many Ultra Warriors died in battle. And after that, there were several thousand years of war to maintain peace in the universe. This led to many orphans in the Land of Light. And to give these children fathers, the father of Ultra selected gifted children to adopt and form the Ultra Brothers organization. Of course, not just anyone can join the Ultra Brothers. They must have outstanding talent, and their own strength must reach the level of top warriors. Among them, Ultra 7 possesses a family heirloom cosmic martial art, and his mother and Mary, who is now the mother of Ultra, are sisters. Mary's family has been the guardians of the sacred artifact, the ultimate sacred sword, in the Land of Light for generations. This clearly indicates that they are part of the ruling class of the Land of Light. Even someone as proud as Belial thinks to himself when facing Mary. Once I become a high-ranking member of the Land of Light, I will confess my feelings to you. You see, in Belial's heart, if he doesn't become a high-ranking member of the Land of Light, he feels unworthy and doesn't even dare to confess. However, before he could finish speaking, Cain came over and told Mary that he had been selected as the first captain of the Cosmic Patrol, and later, the two of them ended up together. Belial was left with nothing but disappointment. Then there's Ultraman Jack, who has a family heirloom, the Ultra Bracelet. It can transform into the Ultra Spear and has the ability to change forms, making it an incredible treasure. As for Ace, that unfortunate guy has an Ultra Hole on his head, and his internal energy is several times stronger than others of the same level. As for Taro, let's not even mention it. He is the Prince of the Land of Light and has the strongest connections, being the son of the highest leader, the father of Ultra. And then there's Rapea, the record holder for the fusion of spatium particles in the Land of Light. Speaking of which, at this point, Jeed began to fuse spatium particles, starting with 100 tons, then 200 tons, and 500 tons. Julian, how much spatium do you think Jeed can fuse? Eddie, while waiting, saw that Jeed had already fused 500 tons of spatium and asked, "It should be soon. After all, Rapea has only fused 1,000 tons, Julian replied. 800 tons, 1,000 tons, 1,200 tons. Oh, Julian, it seems that Jeed has exceeded Rapea's record, and he hasn't stopped yet. What incredible talent, Eddie exclaimed in surprise. Of course, as mentioned before, Jeed has abilities similar to Tiga, specifically energy absorption, but the difference is that Tiga can change forms after absorbing energy, while Jeed can only enhance his basic abilities without changing form. However, Jeed can absorb materials that are compatible with Ultraman, strengthening himself. And spatium is one of those materials that are compatible with Ultraman. 1,500 tons, 1,800 tons, 2,000 tons. Julian, am I seeing this wrong? Has he really fused this much? Eddie was stunned. He had seen talented individuals, but never someone with this level of talent. Yet, Jeed continued to absorb 2,200 tons, 2,400 tons, 2,600 tons. All right. Eddie was already numb and didn't want to talk anymore. Finally, after Jeed absorbed nearly 3,000 tons of spatium, he finally stopped. It seems I can't absorb anymore. Jeed sighed. Now Jeed's weight has reached 55,000 tons. His internal energy has become more active and heated, and his body has become harder. As for how much stronger he has become, that will be tested once he goes to the Land of Light. Sorry to keep you waiting, Jeed said. It's nothing. We only waited for 3 days, Eddie said sarcastically. Ged, what's going on? Why does Eddie sound a bit sarcastic? Ged, you're amazing. You've broken the record for the amount of spatium absorbed by the Land of Light, Julian said happily. Oh, a record? Ged asked. Yes. The previous record for spatium absorption by the Land of Light was 1,000 tons, created by Rapea, Julian explained. Oh, I see. Who is Rapea? Ged was a bit unfamiliar with the name. Since they were the record creator, they should be quite famous. Rapea is the first Ultraman to come to Earth to protect humanity, known as the first-generation Ultraman, and ranks second among the Ultra Brothers, Eddie explained. So that's the first generation. I remember now. It seems there's indeed a name like that in the later new Ultraman series, Ged acknowledged. So, Eddie, how much spatium did you fuse back then? Ged asked. There's nothing much to say. Let's go. Eddie waved his hand, pretending to be indifferent. Eddie fused 900 tons of spatium and was known as the most outstanding warrior of his class, Julian said. Wow, Eddie, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. 900 tons. No wonder you're an excellent warrior from the Land of Light. That's almost a third of mine, Ged exclaimed. What's going on? Ged sounds a bit sarcastic too. Eddie said, how much did Ultraman Jack fuse? Ged asked. I think it was around 750 tons. And Ace? I think it was over 800 tons. Moreover, the energy within Ace's body is several times more than that of an ordinary elite warrior, because of the Ultraman hole. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. What about Taro? Over 600 tons. No way. Taro can combine with the energy of the Ultra Brothers to become Super Taro. Ged was surprised. Instructor Taro's energy leans more towards fire attributes. So the fusion of spatium is not the highest, Eddie said. Actually, in the Land of Light, the energy within the Silver Clan is relatively mild, making it easier to fuse with spatium, and they have the most energy. The energy of the Red Clan warriors is more explosive, resulting in lower fusion with spatium compared to the Silver Clan. However, the Red Clan's physical talent is the best. The energy of the Blue Clan tends to be swift, so their fusion with spatium is also not high, but the Blue Clan has the highest intelligence, and most are top students. Engaged in the development of science and technology in the Land of Light, Eddie explained. So the average fusion amount for Blue Clan warriors is between 100 to 300 tons. The average for the Red Clan is between 200 to 400 tons. The average for the Silver Clan is between 300 to 500 tons, Julian continued to explain. Gate, I see. Let's hurry back to the Land of Light, Eddie said. So the three of them set off, flying into the universe, with Gate in front and Eddie and Urian on either side. After flying for half a day, Eddie asked, Gate, where are you planning to go? Gate replied, the Land of Light. But Eddie responded in disbelief. But the Land of Light isn't in that direction. Was it not this way? All right, I've never been there. Gate chuckled foolishly. Eddie exclaimed, come on, if you've never been there, how can you lead the way? So, under Eddie's guidance, the three of them flew towards the Land of Light, M78 Nebula, Planet Ultra. Because on Planet Ultra, there is only one country, which is the Land of Light. It can also be referred to as the Land of Light. Is this the hometown of the Fishhead Hot Moms? Gade looked at the gigantic planet with an overall forgiving color, the overflowing light being absorbed by his body, gradually alleviating the fatigue caused by their journey. The three arrived at Ultraport and Interplanet Ultra under the guidance of the guards. Since Gade was not an Ultra of Planet Ultra, he needed to register. Luckily, with Eddie and Urian vouching for him, they were able to enter smoothly. After all, the Princess of the Land of Light is the face of the Land of Light. Here, it's important to explain that there are several leaders in the Land of Light. The first is naturally the Ultra King. However, the Ultra King is not a native of the Land of Light. He existed before the Plasma Spark Tower was built in the Land of Light. Gade speculates that the core of the Plasma Spark was created by the scientists led by the Ultra King, who are the indigenous people of the Land of Light. He is the spiritual leader of the Land of Light, a national symbol, adored by all Ultra warriors of the Land of Light, and is a godlike existence. The second is Kane, also known as Ultra Father, the highest commander of the Cosmic Patrol. He is the current supreme leader of the Land of Light. All military forces of the Land of Light are under his command. He established the Adopted Son Corps, also known as the Ultra Brothers, for all young Ultra warriors. He is a fatherly figure. Ultra Father defeated Zoda 50,000 years ago. 30,000 years ago, he fought against the Ampelia aliens who invaded the Land of Light, using the power of the Ultra Clock to disperse the monster Cosmic Legion led by the Ampelia aliens. He awakened true power under the blessing of the ultimate Holy Sword to confront the Ampelia aliens, driving them away and protecting the Land of Light. However, in the battle against the Ampelia aliens, both sides suffered irreparable injuries. He is a respected and trusted leader by everyone. The third is Urian, the princess of the Land of Light. Urian's parents, as royalty, were also very powerful. However, they were targeted by enemies during the war and were severely injured, passing away shortly after. They left behind a daughter, Urian, who was very young at that time. Now she is gradually growing up and beginning to fulfill her royal duties. Currently, she is doing a